After leaving the police station, Fang Xinting hailed a taxi and urged the driver to go faster. His phone rang. The caller ID showed his wife's number. Ning Ning is gone. Her voice came through lifeless, devoid of emotion. What? Fang Xinting's body stiffened. A buzzing filled his ears. His wife sat there, head bowed, holding their daughter's cold fingers. The touch was icy. Never again would they warm. How she wished it was her daughter on the other end of the line, not Fang Xinting. If there's another life, don't be husband and wife or father and daughter anymore. She leaned in and gently kissed her daughter's frozen face. Cold lips, just like her heart, full of despair. Fang Xinting's face turned pale. He shouted into the phone, "Don't do anything stupid. I'm coming to the hospital right now." It's too late. His wife closed her eyes. The phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a dull thud. Silence. That single sound felt like a blade tearing through Fang Xinting's soul. He screamed, "Siqi! Siqi!" Clutching the phone, he frantically begged the driver to speed up. Their daughter had been born prematurely, staying in a hospital for 10 days before being discharged. He had struggled to care for both his wife and newborn, overwhelmed, exhausted. His cousin offered to temporarily take over his job, so he wouldn't lose pay due to leave. But when the baby's condition improved and Fang tried to reclaim his position, his cousin refused. And worse, stole Fang Xinting's household registration while he was away. Years later, when Fang applied for teaching jobs elsewhere, all his records followed his household registration. With it stolen, he became a ghost without identity. Only after suing his cousin did he finally reclaim his identity as Fang Xinting. His daughter, having completed an accelerated bachelor's to PhD program, had just received her doctorate when she was hit by a car. One critical notice after another. One emergency room visit after another. His cousin taunted him relentlessly. "You ruined your own brother, framed him for prison. Of course your daughter got hit by a car." Unable to bear it any longer, Fang struck his cousin. His cousin immediately called the police, demanding nothing but jail time for him. Fang Xinting rushed out of the taxi toward the hospital ward. As he entered the room, his pupils constricted sharply. There lay his daughter under a white sheet. Beside her sat his wife, calm, yet drowning in despair. "We done all we could. Your daughter passed away 2 hours ago. Your wife then took her own life." The nurse's words pierced through him like knives. His chest tightened. Blood rose in his throat, tasting of rust. With a scream that tore through his very soul, he cried out, "No, don't leave me." He clutched his chest, slowly sinking to his knees. His forehead struck the bed rail with a loud thud. The world drifted away. Faintly, he heard medical staff shouting, "Quick! Emergency resuscitation, acute myocardial infarction. Don't save me." With his last conscious thought, Fang Xinting looked up at the bed. He reached out, wanting to touch his wife and daughter's hands. "Let me hold their hands." Summer, 1983. Inside a shabby flat. "Xinting go? Lend me 200 yuan. The voice pierced his ears, splitting his head with pain. "That's just 200 yuan. You won't even lend it to me? We're family. Same surname." Fang Xinting lifted his head. It was his cousin. Wait, wasn't he supposed to have died of a heart attack? Why am I here? Looking around, the house was old and run down, the familiar home from his memories. Could this be? A sudden realization hit him like lightning. I've been reborn. At this thought, Fang clenched his fists. His body trembled slightly. Seeing Fang's shifting expression, his cousin looked puzzled. "We're brothers' blood thicker than water. Who else can you trust if not your own kin? And don't let Jian Siqi fool you. She's probably just trying to send your money to her parents' house." Hearing these shameless words, memories surged forward, bloody, raw. "Get out." Fang shot up, grabbed a wooden stool, and swung it toward his cousin. "This get out." The stool was solid wood, heavy, strong. Startled, his cousin dodged sideways. The stool crashed to the floor with a loud thud. Seeing the fury in Fang's eyes, his cousin knew today would get him nowhere. "This isn't over. He'll go home and tell my parents they'll come talk to you." With those parting threats, he stormed out. Once the cousin was gone, Fang swayed unsteadily. Turning, he saw his wife. His body froze. She looked worn out, thin, with a sharp chin. Her clothes were ragged, yet her gentle glow still shone through. Reality and memory overlapped. Fang's eyes reddened. His voice cracked. "Siqi?" The baby began to cry, soft, weak. A small, innocent sound. Like a lightning strike, Fang staggered forward, desperate to embrace his wife, his daughter. She sidestepped, eyes cold as if staring at a stranger. Fang wanted to slap himself hard across the face. She should have lived a beautiful life. Because of him, she had died far too soon. But he knew no words now would change anything. Not yet. What he needed to do now was redeem himself. Slowly rebuild the image he held in her heart. This time, He would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. He lowered his gaze. His daughter whimpered softly in the crib, malnourished. So was his wife. Both needed nourishment. Fang asked, Jian Siqi, do we have any money left? At the word money, she gave him a cold stare. No money. Her tone was frosty. Fang remembered the current situation. He was a teacher assigned after university graduation. Monthly salary, 68 yuan. Such high income should have made life comfortable. Yet Fang had given most of it to his cousin's family. They barely had enough to eat. Even during her hospital delivery, he had used advance wages. Now where was the money? Thinking about it, Fang felt suffocated. He whispered softly, I'm sorry. Jian Siqi blinked, surprised. I won't give my salary to my cousin's family anymore, he vowed quietly. And I will fight to get my job back. It belongs to me. It can never belong to anyone else. But do you have any money on you now? He hesitated, looking at her tired face and the crying infant. He needed to buy some meat for Siqi. Her lips twitched. She seemed to want to say something, but held back. From her pocket, she pulled out 50 yuan. Her voice was sharp. This is the last of it. Do whatever you want with it. Fang's mind flashed with memories from his past life. Back then, when his cousin came asking for money, he forced Siqi to hand over the final 50 yuan. That day, they ran out of food. Siqi had nearly lost the will to live. She stopped eating and drinking altogether until her parents arrived with supplies. Her parents had pleaded with her for hours before convincing her to eat again. From that day onward, she never spoke to him again. Though living under the same roof, they became strangers. Fang stared at the 50 yuan in his palm. Tears blurred his vision. This time he would protect them, no matter what it took. Chapter 2. Fang Xinting vigorously assaults Zhang Shuanglan. Upon Fang Xinting's departure, Jian Siqi swayed slightly, contemplating that he must have taken the money to that family. Resigned, she thought, since he no longer harbored feelings for us, mother and daughter. At this juncture, Jian Siqi cast her gaze upon her daughter, tears cascading down her cheeks. Drop by drop? How could Fang Xinting possibly have delivered money to his cousin's family? Instead, he made his way to the village's security office. Intending to reapply for his household registration, Xingwuling had once been a production team, later redefined as a village, and the residents still referred to it as the production team. In this era of limited law enforcement, each village was assigned only a single public security officer. The officer in their village was named Tang Tsong, perpetually occupied with resolving neighborhood disputes and addressing various criminal incidents. After a considerable wait, Fang Xinting finally caught Tang Tsong at a moment of respite. Upon hearing Fang Xinting's predicament, Tang Tsong appeared momentarily taken aback. Is it possible to lose a household registration book? How careless can one be? Fang Xinting managed a wry smile. I'm unsure when it went missing. I only realized it was gone when I attempted to register my daughter. He inquired further. Will losing the household registration cause any complications? Your household registration serves as your identification, Tang Tsong explained. If someone were to misuse your registration for illicit activities, it could lead to significant troubles. We should reissue it. I can provide you with a certificate. Having been stationed in Xingwuling for nearly 3 years, Tang Tsong was well acquainted with the locals. Fang Xinting, a high school teacher at County No. 1 High School and the first college graduate from Xingwuling, had acquired an urban household registration upon graduation, making him exempt from Tang Tsong's jurisdiction. Tang Tsong's authority extended only to issuing a certificate for the lost household registration, enabling Fang Xinting to restore it at the county office. Please document the circumstances of your lost registration on paper, and I will prepare a certificate for you to present at the county office. Fang Xinting took pen and paper, detailing the loss of his household registration. Tang Tsong's eyes brightened at the sight of his writing, a fine hand. After transcribing the account, he affixed both his private and official seals. Handing over the certificate for the lost registration, ensure you do not misplace it again. I assure you, I shall not be careless this time. Fang Xinting replied with a smile as he exited. Suddenly, a melodious female voice echoed in his mind. Change your life trajectory. Activate the Tally Point Mall. First time, binding rewards. 1 basic health strengthening card. 1 desktop fan voucher. Friendly reminder. All items in the mall are above suspicion and pose no risks. The fan voucher indicated a model, the FT4A 28 desktop fan, priced at 180 yuan. Given the sweltering summer heat, a fan was indeed a necessity. Regrettably, he currently lacked the funds. Observing the various items in the mall, Fang Xinting comprehended the operational mechanics. By teaching his students, he would earn tally points, which could be exchanged for an array of goods within the mall. With no classes at present, his tally points stood at 0. Once in a secluded spot, Fang Xinting stored the certificate for reissuing his household registration in his repository. his mind drifting into contemplation. On August 25th of this year, the state would implement stringent regulations. He could leverage this to drive his cousin's family to a dire predicament. Upon reflecting on this, he made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative's retail outlet to purchase pork. The attendant at the cooperative was somewhat reluctant, stating, "Without a meat coupon, I cannot sell to you." Despite it being 1983, due to the scarcity of supplies across various sectors, one still required a meat coupon to procure meat. Fang Xinting pleaded softly, "I forgot to bring my meat coupon. Please sell me a little today, and I will bring the coupon back to you." The cooperative worker shook his head with a sigh, conceding, "All right, in light of your wife's confinement, I will sell you 2 liang." With the pork wrapped in willow branches, he set off homeward. A few villagers spotted him and greeted, "Xinting, off to buy meat." "Are you? Since Siqi just gave birth, you ought to nourish her." Fang Xinting smiled. Zhang Shuanglan, the mother of Fang Jiumin, immediately noticed the pork in Fang Xinting's hand and her eyes lit up. "Give me the meat. Your uncle has been craving it these days. Having had a daughter, you've left him without a male heir. What right do you have to sit in confinement?" The uncle referred to by Zhang Shuanglan is Fang Jiumin's father, Fang Baowa. Fang Xinting's grandfather and Fang Jiumin's grandfather were full brothers, while Fang Xinting's father and Fang Jiumin's father were cousins. The lineage of Fang Jiumin's family was flourishing with many offspring, while Fang Xinting's branch had dwindled to just him. In truth, Fang Xinting had a younger brother and sister. After the death of their parents, Zhang Shuanglan, under the pretense of being unable to provide for them, sold off the siblings when they were merely a month old. Fang Xinting was only 7 at the time, kneeling and pleading, helplessly watching as his brother and sister were taken away. As he recalled the past and observed the gluttonous visage of Zhang Shuanglan, resentment from his previous life surged forth alongside new grievances. He raised his hand and struck her across the face, exclaiming, "Shut your mouth." Zhang Shuanglan let out a cry of shock, covering her face in disbelief. "You dare hit me? I am your uncle's wife. Hitting an elder is against the law. And you still recognize that you are my elder?" Fang Xinting's voice was cold and firm, filled with disdain. "Why did you sell my brother and sister? In the search for them, my maternal grandparents perished in a mudslide. My uncle believed I was a harbinger of misfortune, and I have not seen him since. When my parents died, we had a house and money. What remains now? You reside in our home, but where has the money gone? You brought ruin upon my family, and still claim the right to be my elder?" Zhang Shuanglan frequently claimed that selling his brother and sister was for the purpose of supporting Fang Xinting. His granduncle, Fang Baowa, often applied the doctrine of filial piety and force through beatings, frequently striking Fang Xinting. In his childhood, Fang Xinting was intimidated by their violence, obediently following their commands without a hint of resistance. However, as he matured and his horizons broadened, he began to perceive the injustice. It was only when his work was usurped that he truly recognized the true nature of his family. Zhang Shuanglan stood there, dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for how to retort. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, Fang Xinting had already entered the courtyard, meat in hand. Zhang Shuanglan rushed to the doorway, cursing, "You ungrateful wretch, you deserve to be childless. If it weren't for the need to support you, would I have sold your siblings? It is because of you that your brother and sister were sold. Your grandparents perished because of you." Upon hearing these words, Fang Xinting trembled all over, hastily placing the meat in the kitchen. He glanced around and spotted a basin of soiled diapers on the ground in the courtyard. He picked up the diapers piece by piece and turned around. Zhang Shuanglan's curses grew louder. "Fang Xinting, may you die a miserable death, childless." Fang Xinting suddenly hurled the basin towards Zhang Shuanglan. She felt a sudden chill on her head as she was drenched. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked out forcefully, shouting, "Get out." A piercing scream escaped her lips as she stumbled backward, feeling the foul, putrid water splatter onto her, along with some indescribable remnants landing in her mouth. "Leave." Fang Xinting glared coldly at Zhang Shuanglan, still holding the basin. After receiving a slap and being drenched in urine, she was further met with a kick. Zhang Shuanglan, disregarding her curses, cried out in pain and retreated to her own home. The neighbors outside and Jian Siqi in the courtyard watched in stunned silence. With a loud bang, Fang Xinting shut the courtyard gate. Chapter 3. Do not harbor any illusions about evil people. Fang Xinting first struck Fang Jiumin today, followed closely by an altercation with Zhang Shuanglan. Such actions were indeed beyond Jian Siqi's comprehension. A flicker of concern marred her originally aloof expression as she hesitated. "Might there be repercussions for humiliating Andy? They have never regarded me as family," Fang Xinting retorted coldly, her eyes glacial. "From now on, they are merely foes," she reiterated. A blood feud. It is a matter of life and death. Jian Siqi remained silent, gently patting her daughter's head. Do you find my sudden change of attitude a bit peculiar? Fang Xinting inquired. Jian Siqi paused for a few seconds before softly affirming, you must have your own plans. Fang Xinting lowered her brow, sighing softly. Last night, I was abruptly awakened by dreams of my younger siblings, weeping and pleading for my rescue. Younger siblings? Jian Siqi's eyes widened in surprise. Have they encountered danger? Did they send you a dream? When they were sold, I was merely 7 years old, devoid of the ability to protect myself. For years, I have wandered in a daze, deceiving myself. Only today did I truly awaken. My only kin are my younger siblings. And you and our daughter. Jian Siqi fell silent for a moment, experiencing a newfound sympathy for Fang Xinting. She had initially intended to return to her family with her daughter once the latter turned a month old, even if it meant bearing the stigma of a divorced woman. Yet now, doubt crept into her mind. I shall prepare a meal for you, said Fang Xinting, entering the kitchen. Their home contained 2 stoves, one coal-burning and the other wood-fired. The wood stove lay unused, as no one had gathered firewood. The coal supply was dwindling. And Fang Xinting cautiously poked the coal. She divided the meat into 3 portions, one to be minced for lean meat porridge, another to be stir-fried with shredded potatoes, and the last set aside in her personal storage for breakfast the following morning. After finishing the meal, she boiled a kettle of water using the remaining coal. As she savored the stir-fried potatoes, she watched Fang Xinting only drink plain water and eat steamed buns, refusing the meat. A flicker of compassion stirred within Jian Siqi. She recalled the tender affection Fang Xinting had shown when they first married. Why am I moved once again? Jian Siqi bit her lip, striving to suppress her wavering resolve. That night, Fang Xinting and Jian Siqi conferred, each taking half of the night watch. The following morning, Fang Xinting utilized the remaining meat to prepare breakfast for Jian Siqi. I will seek out the principal to discuss work matters, she stated. Jian Siqi merely nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent, concerned that Fang Juemin's family might harass Jian Siqi. Fang Xinting decided to lock the door from outside. As she emerged, their neighbor greeted her with a smile. Xinting, what did you have for breakfast? It smells delightful. Nothing much, Fang Xinting replied, exchanging pleasantries before departing. Observing Fang Xinting's retreating figure, the neighbors nodded slightly, remarking, Xinting is quite polite. After all, she is the first college graduate from our production team. Such a pity her fate has been so harsh. At that moment, Zhang Shuanglan recalled the indignity she had suffered the previous day and made her way to Fang Xinting's doorstep once more. Fang Xinting, you wretched scoundrel. How can you possibly face the ancestors of the Fang family? How dare you strike me? Why don't you go and end your miserable existence? Jian Siqi, cradling her child within the confines of their home, bit her lip in frustration at the commotion outside. Fortunately, Fang Xinting had locked the door before leaving. Jian Siqi shut all the windows and draped a thin blanket over herself and her daughter, whispering, my dear little one, do not heed the croaking of that old crow. Fang Xinting rapped on the door of Principal Shinzong's residence. Upon seeing Fang Xinting, Principal Shin hesitated momentarily. It's you? Without needing to inquire further. He understood that Fang Xinting's visit was related to the matter of job substitution. Not allowing Fang Xinting to enter, Principal Shin directly questioned him. What is going on with your job? Are you returning to work? Fang Xinting, slightly bowing, lamented. The child was born prematurely and spent nearly half a month in the hospital, with no elders in the family and fearing it might disrupt school affairs. I had my cousin fill in for a few days. He skillfully framed the substitution as merely a temporary arrangement. You and your cousin should sort this out yourselves. Principal Shin huffed. In other professions, substitutions might be acceptable, but not for teachers. It misguides the students. I've heard your cousin has even graduated middle school. How can he teach the students? In a moment of impulsiveness, you handed your job to your cousin without considering the students in your class. Remember, first and foremost, you are a teacher. Being someone's cousin comes second. Fang Xinting listened, nodding repeatedly. It won't happen again. Seeing his sincere attitude, Principal Shin felt a pang of compassion. Recalling Fang Xinting's family situation, he pondered momentarily. You are aware of Teacher Gui's situation, right? Yes, I've heard that Teacher Gui is ill. Fang Xinting nodded. Teacher Gui was the mathematics instructor at the school, who had been diagnosed with tuberculosis after seeking medical attention months prior. Unable to return to teaching, he had been responsible for this year's mathematics competition, and now, I wish to entrust this mathematics team to you. Principal Shin raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Fang Xinting. The mathematics competition referred to the National High School Mathematics competition that had commenced in 1981. Fang Xinting was timid and overly concerned with appearances. Yet he possessed commendable mathematical skills, having received several accolades during his university years. If he could excel in this endeavor, it would seamlessly pave his return to teaching once the school year commenced. However, if he failed even this minor task, rest assured, I will handle the mathematics competition competently, Fang Xinting replied, unexpectedly finding joy in his visit to the principal. In his previous life, he had initially taught language before transitioning to mathematics at another school. Moreover, his English proficiency was quite commendable, having previously published papers in renowned foreign journals. Then, Fang Xinting hesitated. Principal Shin, could I possibly request an advance on my salary? The situation at home is dire. Hearing Fang Xinting's desire for an advance, Principal Shun's anger flared, yet he recalled the challenges Fang Xinting faced at home. With a gentle sigh, he turned and returned to the house to retrieve 100 yuan. The salary could no longer be advanced. This is a personal loan I am extending to you. Thank you, Principal. I shall repay you soon. Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude repeatedly. After seeing Fang Xinting off, the principal's wife emerged from the inner room, feeling a twinge of pity for him. How could he be so mistreated by his relatives? What a pitiable child. What is there to pity? They allowed someone who hasn't even graduated from middle school to take his place at work. Has he ever considered the difficulties faced by me in the school? Principal Shin scoffed, having attended a prestigious university, yet his mind is filled with nothing but nonsense. Chapter 4. He wants everyone to know he cherishes his wife. Upon leaving the principal's residence, Fang Xinting made his way to the school. It is no wonder that the principal from his previous life did not offer him assistance. During the time when his cousin Fang Jiumin took over his duties, it was precisely the season of final examinations. Fang Jiumin had not even graduated from junior high and was utterly incapable of teaching the Chinese language. Principal Shin, on one hand, had to find someone to cover Fang Xinting's classes, while on the other, he had to deal with Fang Jiumin. He was too preoccupied with his own frustrations to possibly extend any help to him. Upon reflection, he could indeed seek assistance from his mother-in-law, inviting her to care for the postpartum period while he continues his teaching duties. He presented the principal's note to Teacher Liu, who oversees the mathematics team. This team comprises the school's most proficient mathematics students, totaling over a dozen individuals. Teacher Liu glanced at Fang Xinting and inquired, "When can you come? Would the day after tomorrow be suitable?" Fang Xinting was exceedingly polite. Teacher Liu let out a hum, non-committal in response. Fang Xinting recalled the matter of the mathematics team, which not only failed to participate in the competition but also became embroiled in a grave incident. One student had jumped from a building, seemingly linked to Teacher Liu. Upon witnessing the apparent discord between the two instructors, the students dared not utter a sound. Fang Xinting ascended the podium and addressed the class. "Greetings, everyone. I am aware that your desks are overflowing with assignments and that your pens are burdened with an endless stream of examination questions. Yet I wish to take a moment to introduce myself. Mathematics is often perceived as a rather monotonous and unexciting subject, but within its realm, certain names and texts will accompany you for a long time. For instance, Hua Luoging, the Pythagorean theorem, the Zhou by Xuan Jing, Lu Hui, Zhu Chengji, and Shen Jingran. And, of course, there is your future tutor, Fang Xinting." He then turned to the blackboard and inscribed his name, encircled it, and declared, "Remember me, recognize me. See me clearly. I am your dashing, future tutor, Fang Xinting." In this era, teachers are often stern. When the students heard such an introduction for the first time, they looked up at Fang Xinting, smiling and applauding. Teacher Liu, observing the lively response from the students, furrowed his brow and approached the podium. "Teacher Fang, that will be enough." Not wishing to engage in any dispute in front of the students and Teacher Liu, Fang Xinting smiled and said, "Keep it up, everyone." With a thumbs up directed at the students, he smiled and descended from the podium. The students' gazes remained fixed on him until Fang Xinting exited the classroom, at which point they exchanged astonished and delighted glances, exclaiming how amusing the teacher had been. Seeing the students no longer engrossed in their books, but rather engaged in hushed whispers, Teacher Liu became exasperated and forcefully struck the desk, exclaiming, "Read your books." The students remained silent, too intimidated to raise their heads. Upon leaving the school, Fang Xinting made his way to the agricultural market. This market was abundant with vegetables, while fish and meat were relatively scarce. The vendors were primarily farmers selling their own produce. After perusing the stalls, Fang Xinting discovered a vendor selling chickens. The native chickens were priced at 2 yuan and 90 cents with a meat ticket, and 3 yuan and 90 cents without. Such a bargain. He decided to purchase one. Additionally, He bought a crucian carp and a pig's trotter. Altogether, he spent less than 10 yuan. Once again, I ventured to the department store to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Upon returning to the Xinghuoling production team, it was already afternoon. Upon seeing Fang Xinting return with a plethora of items, the neighbors widened their eyes in astonishment. So much? Chickens, fish, and pig's trotters? And cigarettes? Fang Xinting chuckled. These are for Siqi's nourishment. What? A grown man, so unabashedly uttering such a statement in front of so many people? Everyone was taken aback by Fang Xinting's candidness. The prevailing mindset was quite conservative. Fang Xinting's boldness left many unable to digest the revelation immediately. He opened the courtyard gate and stepped inside, shutting out all inquisitive gazes behind him. My, how did you acquire so many things? Jian Siqi exclaimed softly upon noticing the abundance of items Fang Xinting had brought home. The household was already financially strained, and yet he spent so recklessly. There was truly no semblance of planning. Taking a deep breath, Jian Siqi forcefully quelled the rising anger within her. Without foresight, one is bound to face imminent troubles. Spending money in such a manner is unwise. How much is left? Will it suffice for our future needs? She had hoped Fang Xinting had changed, but he remained as he always was, with only 50 yuan left in the house. Could they afford such indulgences? Having bought so much meat and pig's trotters, what would they do in the future? Fang Xinting vaguely replied, "Don't worry about the finances," and shifted the topic to the mathematics team. Today I visited the principal's home. This was indeed good news. Jian Siqi momentarily set aside her concerns about money, a flicker of joy gracing her face. Really? This must be the principal testing me. If I can manage the mathematics team well, my job will be secure. The mention of work ignited a nameless fury within Jian Siqi. Fang Xinting had attended university on his own merit, with the government assigning him a position. It was not a job arranged by the Fang family, so why should he be favored? Jian Siqi gazed up at Fang Xinting, her expression a complex tapestry of estrangement and resentment. Recognizing her feelings, Fang Xinting understood her turmoil, yet many matters eluded his ability to articulate to his wife. He lowered his head to play with their daughter, who was engrossed in her grandmother's care, and paid him no heed. If her nursing was interrupted, she would express her displeasure with a frustrated whimper. Nonetheless, Fang Xinting found contentment in this moment. Gently stroking his daughter's head, he said, "Daddy will go prepare dinner for Mommy. Be a good girl and don't make her angry. Mommy is the best in the world, and you must listen to her." This was Fang Xinting's first attempt at slaughtering a chicken, and he was uncertain how to proceed. He wielded the knife in the courtyard for quite some time, unable to find the right way to begin. Resolutely, he swung the knife down, only to hear a piercing scream as a figure tumbled from the courtyard wall. What was that? Startled, Fang Xinting dropped the chicken. The chicken, having gained its freedom, flapped its wings and dashed around the courtyard, clucking as it ran. Approaching the wall, Fang Xinting discovered a small, yellow, fluffy ball. Lifting it up, he was momentarily taken aback. A monkey? It was a small creature, with a collar around its neck, and he wondered from where it had escaped. Upon seeing Fang Xinting, it revealed a pleading expression in its eyes, its hands incessantly performing a gesture of respect. Where did this monkey come from? Jian Siqi also heard the commotion in the courtyard and stepped outside, momentarily taken aback. I do not know. It fell from the courtyard wall. Fang Xinting prevented Jian Siqi from approaching. Do not come any closer. I fear it may have fleas. Chapter 5. Why did Fang Xinting become disobedient? Having tethered the monkey to a tree in the courtyard, Fang Xinting resumed his pursuit of the chickens. The yard erupted into chaos, with chickens flapping and dogs barking. The little monkey trembled in fright, swiftly darting behind the tree. Jian Siqi, hearing the frantic clucks of the hens combined with the sight of Fang Xinting laboriously chasing after them, stifled a laugh. Reminding herself that she was angry and must not smile, the little monkey cautiously peeked out, warily assessing Jian Siqi's expression. What are you afraid of? I won't harm you, Jian Siqi huffed, cradling her daughter as she retreated indoors. Shortly thereafter, Fang Xinting caught up with the chickens. After a prolonged examination, he finally discerned where to strike. With a swift motion, he raised the cleaver, bringing an end to the chickeness life. The little monkey let out a squeak, frozen in shock. Its eyes widened, utterly bewildered, as it clutched the rope, trembling uncontrollably. Fang Xinting placed the chicken in a basin and poured boiling water over it. After a brief moment, he began to pluck the feathers. With each feather removed, the little monkey quivered, its brow furrowing. Straining to hold onto the rope, it emitted a series of quivering cries. Several hours later, Fang Xinting prepared chicken soup. How could I possibly consume all this? Although resentment lingered in her heart, Jian Siqi still wished for Fang Xinting to enjoy some meat. I shall drink the broth, and you may have the meat. As she began to sip the soup and eat the meat, Fang Xinting ventured outside to check on the little monkey. Upon seeing Fang Xinting, the monkey curled itself into a tight ball. Where did you come from? Fang Xinting inquired softly. The little monkey, of course, could not respond, consumed by its shivering. Approaching, he pinched the monkey's belly, finding it empty, likely having wandered for quite some time. He returned inside to discuss with Jian Siqi. Let us keep the little monkey. Keep it. Jian Siqi replied, her expression darkening. We can barely feed ourselves. Look at its collar, Fang Xinting said, loosening it for Jian Siqi to see. It's either from a circus or a street performer. He recounted the tragic life of such monkeys. If left to roam freely, they could easily be captured, sold, or worse, used for their brains. Having seen street performances herself, Jian Siqi felt a heavy heart. If someone comes looking for it, we will return it. Very well, Fang Xinting declared, stepping into the yard. Let us give you a name. The great sage is called Wukong. You shall be known as Xiaokong. The little monkey blinked, its expression one of excessive fright. Such a timid creature, Fang Xinting chuckled, ruffling Xiaokong's head before placing it back on the ground. Xiaokong tugged at the rope, glancing up at Fang Xinting, then lowering its head again, appearing quite pitiable. Jian Siqi blew on the chicken soup. What will it eat? Only fruit. It should eat vegetables too, Fang Xinting replied, going to the backyard to uproot a head of lettuce, which he offered to Xiaokong. The little monkey cautiously accepted it, first gauging Fang Xinting's demeanor. Seeing that he appeared amiable, Xiaokong stuffed the lettuce into its mouth. After taking a bite, its eyes lit up, and it began to chew voraciously. A paw clutched a piece of lettuce, bringing it towards its mouth, while another paw tugged at the same vegetable. It appeared quite content, relishing its meal. Jian Siqi smiled and finished the chicken soup in one gulp. Fang Xinting prepared a simple nest for Xiaokong to rest in. Then conferred with Jian Siqi. They decided not to bind it at night. If it fled, it was simply not meant to be with them. If it stayed, they would care for it, especially since it only consumed vegetables, which they had in abundance in their backyard, incurring little expense. Jian Siqi nodded in agreement. Another morning dawned. Fang Xinting made breakfast for Jian Siqi and stepped outside. Today, he intended to share the joyous news with his father-in-law and invite his mother-in-law to help look after Jian Siqi. Upon seeing Fang Xinting lock the door as he left, the neighbors chuckled. Are you afraid we might sneak in and steal something? Not at all. I trust you wouldn't, but I fear some might enter uninvited, Fang Xinting replied. With Jian Siqi in her postpartum confinement, he was concerned that someone might burst in and abscond with his daughter, a regret that would haunt him for a lifetime. He waved goodbye to the neighbors and turned away. Watching his retreating figure, the neighbors laughed, understanding that his words were directed toward the old Fang family. Just then, Zhang Shuanglan, who had just arrived, heard the conversation and her expression darkened. Fang Xinting, why have you suddenly become disobedient? She headed to the security office, where Officer Tang Tsung handed her a note. If you seek this person, you can re-register your household account. His name is Gu Jingsheng. Thank you very much. Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude, placing a fan ticket before Tang Kong. What do you want me to do with this? Tang Tsung's eyes widened slightly upon seeing the ticket. I managed to acquire one, but I have no money to purchase it myself. I thought you might need it. Fang Xinting nudged the ticket forward again. It was summertime. Who wouldn't desire a fan? However, obtaining a fan ticket was an arduous task. Tang Tsung pondered for a moment. I will accept this ticket. As for the payment, I will settle it later. I must take my leave now. I still have to share the joyous news with my mother-in-law. Upon arriving at his mother-in-law's house, Fang Xinting was met with an icy reception from Jiang Kaiyun, who remarked, "Oh, the son-in-law has graced us with his presence. This is quite the rarity." Fang Xinting, aware of Jiang Kaiyun's displeasure, offered a conciliatory smile. "Mother, Siqi has given birth, and I have come to share the good news." He presented the items he had brought. Jiang Kaiyun, recalling the circumstances of Jian Siqi's childbirth, was filled with indignation and refused to acknowledge the offerings. "I have no interest in your news. On the day Siqi gave birth, I came to care for her." "And how did your family treat me?" The Fang family was apprehensive that Fang Xinting would squander money on Jian Siqi, and they had subtly criticized Jiang Kaiyun for being greedy for Fang Xinting's job and finances. Jiang Kaiyun, who was inherently proud, could hardly endure such humiliation. She noticed Fang Xinting's silence on her behalf and chose to leave after Jian Siqi emerged from the delivery room. "I acknowledge my shortcomings. Please do not take offense." Fang Xinting recognized his own missteps. "Once again, I mentioned the matter of going to tutor the mathematics team tomorrow. I would like to ask you to take care of Siqi during her confinement." Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiyun recalled how Fang Xinting had relinquished her responsibilities to Fang Juemin, and could not help but feel a surge of anger. Why would you hand over a proper job to someone else? Why are you wasting your time teaching that mathematics team? Is your mind clouded? Chapter 6. The mother-in-law can ward off evil spirits. I did not ask Fang Juemin to take my place at work. He is merely spouting nonsense. Do not believe him. Fang Xinting vehemently denied any claims of substituting for work. Then what are you teaching in the math team? Jiang Kaiyun furrowed her brow. The principal holds me in high regard. Furthermore, excelling in the math team might elevate my teaching rank. Fang Xinting eloquently defended himself, eventually coaxing a smile from Jiang Kaiyun. Jiang Kaiyun first conferred with her two daughters-in-law before deciding to care for Jian Siqi during her postpartum confinement, for the sake of Siqi and the child. I will attend to her. Fang Xinting then pushed a package towards her. This is my congratulatory gift. Please accept it, mother. Jiang Kaiyun opened it, paused in surprise, and pushed it back. You have no money. Don't buy such things in the future. Return it where you bought it. Our family does not lack for this. Having purchased the items, Fang Xinting insisted on not returning them, as the seller would not agree to a refund. He continued to press the items forward. Only then did Jiang Kaiyun accept a single cigarette, snorting disdainfully. I am not speaking ill of your family, but your uncle's family is not composed of good people. What sort of good person would sell their own siblings? The mention of his siblings caused Fang Xinting's heart to ache. He lamented his previous naivety and failing to see their true nature. Now awakened, he could only hope to swiftly locate his siblings. In his past life, he had soon fallen out with Fang Juemin's family. Shortly thereafter, the woman who had taken care of the children fell gravely ill and passed away. Aunt Zhang Shuanglan then withheld information about his siblings, insisting he should regret it for a lifetime. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kaiyun seethed with anger. I know the woman who handled your siblings. I will seek her out. That old wretch has liver cancer and does not have long to live. It is truly poetic justice. Jiang Kaiyun accompanied Fang Xinting to the Xinghua Ridge production team. Upon seeing Jiang Kaiyun, the neighbors were taken aback. You are here to care for Siqi? Tomorrow, Xinting will go to work, and with no elders in the family. Who else but me, as the mother-in-law, will support them? Jiang Kaiyun emphasized the absence of elders with particular weight. Before long, her words reached the ears of Fang Juemin's family. Isn't his job supposed to be for Juemin? Why is he still going to work? Fang Juemin's wife, Zuoqing, wore an expression of shock. Indeed, it is summer vacation. What business does he have at work? Zhang Shuanglan pondered, then pointed at Fang Juemin. You should go ask him and clarify the situation. Fang Juemin recalled how Fang Xinting had struck him with a bench and was reluctant to go. Let Shaoqing ask instead. Zhang Shuanglan turned to her daughter-in-law Zuoqing. You go and find out. Zuoqing felt uneasy. She and Fang Xinting had previously been in a relationship. When it came time to discuss marriage, her parents had demanded a dowry of 200 yuan from Fang Xinting, which he could not provide. In the end, she opted for Fang Juemin, who could afford the sum. Who could have anticipated that Fang Xinting, deeply affected, would strive to improve himself, and, seizing the opportunity of the reinstatement of the college entrance examination in 1977, gain admission to university? Observing Zuoqing's reluctance to go, Zhang Shuanglan scoffed. Are you still thinking about that unworthy Fang Xinting? He has already taken a wife, and it is no longer of any concern to you. Do not forget that you were purchased for 200 yuan by my family. Left Qing's eyes brimmed with tears of utter grievance as she stepped outside. Fang Xinting emerged from the cellar, carrying the remnants of yesterday's hen soup. In truth, it had been retrieved from his personal storage. He placed the soup on the fire to heat, then proceeded to prepare the pig's trotters. With a pair of tweezers, he meticulously plucked away the stubborn fine hairs that could not be singed off by fire, and then he boiled them together with yellow beans. The soup of yellow beans and pig's trotters is a miraculous remedy for lactation. The moment Left Qing entered the courtyard, the enticing aroma of meat wafted towards her, stirring memories of her own confinement period. Zhang Shuanglan was so mean-spirited that she wouldn't even spare a bowl of noodle soup, let alone buy pig trotters to nourish her. Left Qing glanced at the room where Jian Siqi resided, contemplating that had she married Fang Xinting back then, it would be her relishing the comforts of confinement now. Brother Xinting, what are you simmering in the pot? Left Qing casually inquired. Is it necessary for me to inform you what is in my pot? Fang Xinting did not lift his gaze, raising his voice to a volume that everyone could hear. Leave. In the future, keep your distance and do not come to my home without reason. If you are not ashamed, I certainly feel embarrassed. Left Qing was not the brazen and shameless type like Zhang Shuanglan, and Fang Xinting's words left her feeling somewhat awkward. She had intended to use the food as a segue to discuss work matters, but who could have anticipated that Fang Xinting would so decisively usher her out? How could she continue the conversation after such a dismissal? As Left Qing emerged, her face flushed. The neighbors could not help but chuckle and began to gossip. Why is she out again? Did she not hear Xinting say to keep her distance? How shameless is she? She used to date Xinting. How does she still have the audacity to visit his home? Hearing such remarks, Left Qing's cheeks turned crimson, and she wished for the ground to open up and swallow her whole. Covering her face, she hurried back home. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting had driven Left Qing away, Jian Siqi, who was inside, wore a broad smile. Xinting has finally come to his senses. All these years, his uncle has drained him dry, and he has not uttered a word of protest. Mom, what nonsense are you spouting? Jian Siqi, while feigning annoyance at his mother, felt a sweetness in his heart. Had it been in the past, Left Qing would have come over in tears, and Fang Xinting, with sympathy for her plight, would have surely given her the meat, while keeping only the remnants of soup for himself. Now, his ability to refuse Left Qing's demands was a testament to his growth. Jian Siqi felt a sense of comfort, but Zhang Shuanglan was livid. How dare Fang Xinting treat you this way? He eats meat all day without a thought about where it comes from. Now that he is unemployed, where does he get the money? It must be from some underhanded dealings. I must expose his true nature. If he denies us meat, I will turn over his pot. Fuming, Zhang Shuanglan stormed towards Fang Xinting's house. Fang Xinting, you worthless scoundrel. Just as she uttered her first curse, Jiang Kaiyun emerged, wielding a large broom meant for sweeping the yard. You old toad, spewing filth at the mouth? Just because you have 2 sons and 2 daughters. With that temperament of yours, I doubt any of them would be willing to care for you in your old age. You are more relentless than a severed root, indeed. You are the epitome of absolute severance. Jiang Xian's combat prowess is unparalleled, and her sharp tongue spares no one. With one hand wielding a broom to strike, she hurls invectives at Zhang Shuanglan. When Zhang Shuanglan derides Fang Xinting as a severed root, she insinuates that her daughter, Jian Siqi, is incapable of bearing a son. How could Jiang Kaiyun possibly tolerate such an affront? Jian Laodad, a carpenter, had Jiang Kaiyun by his side during her youth, laboring alongside him. She possessed great strength and vigor, overpowering Zhang Shuanglan until she cried out in despair. Fang Xinting, mark my words, this matter shall not remain unresolved. Seizing an opportunity, Zhang Shuanglan darted from beneath Jiang Xian's broom and fled in haste. Old wretched toad, I shall await your return right here, Jiang Kaiyun proclaimed, leaning on her broom with a long, derisive laugh. Fang Xinting, observing from the courtyard, could not help but give a thumbs up to his formidable mother-in-law. Indeed, she is formidable. He had long wished to summon her to assert authority within the household. Chapter 7. The Peach and Plum Points Mall Today. As he prepared to teach at the school, Fang Xinting awoke at 5 o'clock. Glancing at the alarm clock on his bedside, he realized it was still early. He immersed himself in the mall, a realm filled with an array of items, edibles, useful tools, and many that evidently pertained to his profession. Beginner mathematics? Beginner language skill card? Beginner physical fitness skill card? Each time he clicked on one, a notification appeared. First time purchase special, 1 peach and plum point. Insufficient peach and plum points, unable to purchase. When he attempted to access the intermediate section, it informed him that his level was inadequate for viewing. The purpose of these items remained a mystery to him. He recalled the system's gift of the beginner physical fitness card, which clearly promised to enhance one's physical strength. He pondered giving it to Jian Siqi. Transfer the beginner physical fitness card to Jian Siqi. A prompt emerged, stating, skill card limited to personal use, followed by skill card already used. He sensed a slight transformation within himself. Fatigue dissipated, replaced by vitality. If only he could gift this physical enhancement, he thought, as Jian Siqi and his daughter might benefit from it even more than he. Continuing his search through the mall, he discovered numerous capsule-like items. Upon clicking, a notification read, this card may be used personally or given to others. It became clear that while skill cards were restricted to personal use, capsules could indeed be gifted. First-time purchases were discounted, with all beginner skills and capsules displaying a novice special, 1 peach and plum point. After this initial purchase, prices reverted to their original values. He resolved to accumulate peach and plum points to benefit both Jian Siqi and his daughter. Noticing the time, he realized it was getting late and got out of bed. After hastily preparing and consuming breakfast, he bid farewell to Jian Siqi. Jiang Kaiyun entered with the dishes. Upon reflection, Xinting was indeed commendable. He held a formal job and had a city residence. His cooking was delightful, and he treated Siqi with care. All in all, he was quite admirable. As for the troubles with the Fang family, which family was without its share of worries? As long as he distanced himself from the Fang family, all would be well. Seeing Jian Siqi enter, Shao Kong curiously followed her in. On his first night at the house, Fang Xinting had not restrained him, allowing him to roam freely. Consequently, he had spent the night nestled in a tree, never leaving. Today, he again chose to slumber in the tree, seemingly having made this place his home. Jian Siqi casually offered Shao Kong a piece of lettuce. Munch, munch. While the sound made by humans might be bothersome, Shao Kong's chewing was utterly endearing. He devoured the lettuce with delight, his tiny paws diligently tearing the leaves and shoving them into his mouth. Munch, munch. What a fragrant feast. A smile crept onto Jian Siqi's lips as he recalled Jiang Xian's words. Xinting is a good person. His expression softened gradually. Fang Xinting arrived at the school. Good morning, Teacher Fang, the students greeted as they stood. Good morning, everyone. Today, Fang Xinting primarily focused on familiarizing himself with the students' academic progress. He leafed through the various assignments left by Teacher Liu and examined the work from Teacher Gui. The questions posed by Teacher Gui bore the unmistakable hallmarks of a bygone era, reminiscent of the Soviet educational methods of the 1960s. Teacher Liu's questions, however, seemed somewhat off-topic. This year marked 1983, the third year since the establishment of the National Mathematics League by the Shenzhou Mathematics Society. These 3 years have since been referred to as the experimental years. Both the types of questions and the timing of the competition are currently in a phase of exploration. Beginning next year, the National High School Mathematics Competition will embark on a path of formalization and systematization, with fixed times and specified knowledge areas for the questions. In mid-August of this year, the mathematics team will represent Chongqing County in the regional selection competition. The top performers from the regional selection will advance to the provincial selection competition. Those ranking highly in the provincial selection will represent their province in the National High School Mathematics Finals, also known as the National Decision, held in October. Glancing at the time, Fang Xinting noted that class was about to begin. He started inquiring about the students' situations. In his previous life, he had been a distinguished teacher, adept at discussing students' academic performances. His demeanor was relaxed, always wearing a smile, which allowed the students to feel at ease and engage in light-hearted conversation. However, when Teacher Liu entered the classroom, her expression darkened. Why aren't you in class? Why are you surrounding Teacher Fang? The students, somewhat intimidated by Teacher Liu, promptly returned to their seats. We were just chatting, Fang Xinting said with a smile, greeting Teacher Liu. Have you had breakfast yet? Teacher Liu shot him a sharp glance. What time is it? Of course, I have eaten. She then pointed at a girl, Mei Feng, coming from a less fortunate background. You should understand the value of education even more. What kind of decorum is this? Teacher, I wasn't goofing around, Mei Feng stammered, visibly anxious. Teacher Liu approached her. A few days ago, I heard students mentioning something was lost. Did you take it? Show me your pockets. I didn't take anything from anyone. Mei Feng exclaimed, frightened, as she quickly emptied her pockets, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. I have nothing in my pockets. Taking something without the teacher's permission is theft. Teacher Liu glared at Mei Feng. If students lose anything again, I will. Teacher Liu, Fang Xinting interrupted, I still have a class to conduct. If you have nothing else, please step outside. Teacher Liu, disliking him, could have expressed her feelings privately but was not permitted to bring personal emotions into the classroom. Especially not under the pretense of punishing a student to undermine Fang Xinting. Mei Feng? Fang Xinting suddenly recalled the name. Was this the name of the person who had jumped from a building in his past life? Teacher Liu adjusted her glasses. Somewhat irked. Are you trying to teach me how to educate students, Teacher Fang? My university professor once quoted a German educator, Pestalozzi, stating that no textbook can replace the thoughts and wisdom of the teacher. I wish to pass this saying along to you. Although the statement was brief, Teacher Liu seemed to have only registered the word university. Her brow furrowed, her voice laced with frost. Are you implying that I never attended university? Teacher Liu, please refrain from discussing this in front of the students, Fang Xinting said calmly, gesturing towards the door. Teacher Liu, please step outside. I need to commence the class. Teacher Liu shot a glare at Fang Xinting, then turned and exited the room. A palpable chill enveloped the classroom, causing the students to hesitate in lifting their heads. Casting a glance at Teacher Liu's retreating figure, Fang Xinting began to write problems on the blackboard. I will present a few questions. Prepare to solve them. Half an hour elapsed, yet none of the students managed to arrive at a solution. The problem was rather elementary, a common type encountered in mathematical competitions. So how could these students fail to solve it? With a sigh, Fang Xinting smiled at the students below. Do not fret if you have not solved it. I shall now guide you through the solution. The crux of the problem is teaching mathematical knowledge, progress at 1. Completion of instruction yields points for mentorship. At last, the points for mentorship appeared. Fang Xinting focused his attention and meticulously inscribed the steps to the solution on the blackboard, detailing each phase with precision. His explanations were vivid and engaging, complemented by his exquisite chalk handwriting. The students listened intently, realizing that the problem was not as daunting as they had initially thought. Throughout the entire class, Fang Xinting imparted no knowledge beyond the method of problem-solving, nurturing the students' analytical thinking. Now, I shall assign some homework for you to ponder before the class concluded. Fang Xinting wrote another problem on the blackboard. Solve this, and I shall review it tomorrow. After bidding farewell to the students, he exited the classroom. Teacher Lu entered, casting a disdainful glance at the problem on the board. With a scoff, he took the eraser and wiped it away. Turning to He Mei Feng, who was approaching the door, he commanded, "What are you doing? Return to class." He Mei Feng, eager to visit the restroom, quickly raised her hand. "Teacher, I need to use the toilet." Teacher Lu ignored her plea, stating, "Open your textbooks to page 51. We shall begin solving problems." The students exchanged bewildered glances. Chapter 8. Expelling Teacher Lu from the mathematics team in the previous lesson, when Fang Xinting posed a question. He Mei Feng was too eager to solve it and neglected to use the restroom. Now, she could scarcely contain herself, her body trembling incessantly. Observing her distressed expression, Xiaoyu raised her hand. "Teacher Lu, I need to use the restroom." Teacher Lu erupted in fury, always wanting to go to the restroom. "I see you merely wish to escape from your studies. I endured no respite during the summer to lead you in learning, yet you dare to complain. What is wrong with using the restroom?" Xiaoyu retorted, biting her lip in frustration. "Get out." Teacher Lu shouted angrily, pointing to the door. "As long as I'm here, you are not permitted to enter the classroom." Tears streamed down He Mei Feng's face as she stammered. I. Xiaoyu supported her. "Come on. Let us go to the restroom." The students exchanged glances between the two girls and Teacher Lu, their faces reflecting indignation. A boy named Gu Xiangyuan raised his hand. "Teacher Lu, I can't hold it anymore either. Get lost. If you don't want to learn, just leave. Who cares to teach you unruly brats?" Teacher Lu bellowed hoarsely. As the students exited, they found He Mei Feng collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, a puddle beneath her. Xiaoyu gently consoled her. Gu Xiangyuan pondered for a moment, then removed his shirt and placed it on the steps before turning away. The other boys hastily distanced themselves. Teacher Lu was deliberately bullying He Mei Feng. The students were not oblivious. They recognized that Teacher Lu looked down upon He Mei Feng and Xiaoyu, the two impoverished girls. One boy muttered quietly, "Teacher Gue is much better. Teacher Fang is not bad either." Having located the appointed officer Tang Song to assist in finding Gu Jingsheng, he soon procured a new household registration book. Upon returning to school, Fang Xinting discovered the students standing outside the classroom, with no one inside. "Why aren't you in class?" Fang Xinting inquired in surprise. Xiaoyu responded angrily, "We wanted to use the restroom, but Teacher Lu said she wouldn't teach us anymore." He Mei Feng, she. Xiaoyu's voice faltered as tears welled in her eyes. Fang Xinting then noticed that He Mei Feng had changed into a new outfit, her face streaked with tears, filled with shame and embarrassment. Gu Xiangyuan, equally outraged, added, "In the past, there were breaks during class, but now we don't even have those. I don't dare to drink water when I come to school in the morning." Fang Xinting furrowed his brows. Since Teacher Lu's emotional instability was affecting the students' enthusiasm for learning, he could no longer tolerate her presence. Fang Xinting found Teacher Lu in her office. "Teacher Lu, I reviewed your lesson plan and noticed you are merely following the sequence of questions in the textbook. Isn't it quite normal to work through the textbook?" Teacher Lu replied dismissively. "Teacher Fang, you used to be responsible for language arts. Perhaps you do not understand mathematics," she retorted. Fang Xinting smiled gently. "May I ask?" "Teacher Lu, have you ever researched the range of topics covered in the mathematics competitions over the years? Why would one study that? The questions vary each year. What is there to analyze? The students simply need to master the knowledge in the textbook." Teacher Lu scoffed. "Do you know, Teacher Lu, what types of questions were posed in the previous 2 math competitions?" Fang Xinting inquired. Teacher Lu furrowed his brow and sneered coldly. "What would a language teacher like you understand?" Fang Xinting wrote down 2 questions on paper, asking, "Have you seen these before, Teacher Lu?" Lu glanced at the paper dismissively. a look of contempt on his face. Did you make these up yourself? These are the questions from the 1981 and 1982 math competitions. Both pertain to functions, with a total of 18 points. Lu's irresponsibility incited Fang Xinting's fury, prompting him to speak without reservation. The students seek to excel in the math competition, not merely to review their lessons. Each year, the scope of knowledge for the math competition is announced in advance, according to regulations. It will not exceed the current teaching syllabus, yet it certainly does not encompass every point in the textbook. If they wish to achieve high ranks, targeted guidance within the competition syllabus is essential. I suggest you first familiarize yourself with the types of questions from past competitions before attempting to instruct the students. Fang Xinting smiled coldly. His reasoning was sound and methodical, leaving Lu unable to retort, his embarrassment morphing into rage. I will report this to Principal Shin. Please do. Fang Xinting gestured dismissively toward the door, indicating that their conversation had concluded. Infuriated, Lu stormed out, muttering, I shall see what you are capable of teaching. Fang Xinting shook his head and returned to the classroom. Upon noticing that only Fang Xinting had returned, the students exchanged glances but felt a sense of relief. Fang Xinting was far more engaging than Lu and made learning enjoyable. Above all, he was quite handsome. In the afternoon, without Lu's disruptions, the day unfolded without incident. After a full day of teaching, Fang Xinting earned 1 point for his efforts. After school, the students packed their bags. Most resided in the county. Some walking while others took the bus, and Fang Xinting watched them depart. Turning around, he spotted He Meifeng and Xiaoyu lingering. Why aren't you two leaving? He Meifeng hesitated. Teacher Fang, Xiaoyu and I are staying at school. Staying at school? Fang Xinting was momentarily taken aback. Aren't you going home? We live in Dawshan. And there's no public transport available. He Meifeng replied with a shy smile. Hearing her words, Fang Xinting recalled memories from a previous life, where something had gone missing at the school, and Lu had accused He Meifeng and Xiaoyu of theft. Xiaoyu had defended themselves vehemently while He Meifeng, unable to bear the insult, had preferred to prove her innocence at the cost of her life. The bus arrived, and Fang Xinting waved goodbye to the two students. Upon returning to Xingwuling, he found a gathering of neighbors at his gate, all gazing up at the trees in his yard. Are there monkeys? Indeed, there were monkeys. As Fang Xinting approached, Zhang Shuanglan's 2 grandsons, Fang Zhou and Fang Heng, shouted in unison, They have monkeys. I want to play with the monkeys. Zhang Shuanglan glared fiercely at Fang Xinting. Bring your monkeys out. My grandsons want to play. Fang Xinting ignored her entirely and promptly closed the door. Fang Xinting. You wretched scoundrel. May you meet a most unfortunate end. Zhang Shuanglan cursed vehemently while jumping about. Behind her, 2 small children mimicked her, hopping and hurling insults. Several neighbors, upon hearing the children's tirades, shook their heads in dismay. These 2 children have been utterly ruined. Chapter 9. Is Teacher Lu out of his mind? As Fang Xinting entered the courtyard, Xiao Kong swiftly darted up a tree, avoiding any glance at him, carrying a pound of brown sugar he had purchased on the way. Fang Xinting first went to see his daughter. The little baby was awake, blinking her eyes, seemingly gazing at Fang Xinting, yet appearing to look past him. At this tender age, she had not yet reached a month and was incapable of focusing on faces. Fang Xinting playfully addressed her, Baby, Daddy's back. At the sound of his voice, the infant was startled, pouting her lips and beginning to cry. Fang Xinting awkwardly touched his nose, searching for conversation. Why was she swaddled? What are you teasing her for? Jian Siqi entered the room and picked up the baby. The child is covered in heat rash. I'll wrap her up when she sleeps tonight. During the day, let my granddaughter be a bit freer. She comforted the baby. Come now, don't cry. Don't cry. Jian Siqi had a natural knack for holding children. As soon as she embraced the baby, her tears ceased, and she began to giggle. It was the first time Fang Xinting heard his daughter's laughter since his rebirth, and he couldn't help but smile. Jian Siqi spoke of the woman who had dealings with his younger siblings. She demands 5,000 yuan to reveal the whereabouts of your siblings. The woman involved with his siblings was related to Zhang Shuanglan. Fang Xinting immediately comprehended that this woman, aware of her impending demise, sought to make a substantial profit before her end. His monthly salary was merely 68 yuan, totaling a mere 800 yuan a year. In the 1980s and 90s, a household with 10,000 yuan would make headlines, underscoring the enormity of 5,000 yuan. Moreover, Fang Xinting suspected that even if he managed to gather the money, the woman might not speak the truth. After all, if she were to die, who could hold her accountable? Realizing the futility of pursuing this woman, he needed to devise another plan. The optimal time for vengeance would be between mid-September and early October. In his previous life, A well-known singer was arrested in October due to a scandal involving romantic affairs. In May of 1984, he was sentenced for his crimes. At that moment, a knock echoed through the door. Fang Xinting opened the courtyard gate to find Fang Zhumin's father, Fang Baohua, standing there, his expression cold. "What is it?" "Come in and speak," he said. Fang Baohua attempted to enter, but was blocked by Fang Xinting at the threshold. "My wife is in confinement. She cannot be exposed to the wind or outsiders. Let us discuss this outside." Fang Xinting's tone was frosty. "Your wife cannot see outsiders. Am I an outsider?" Fang Baohua retorted, visibly irritated. "I've just returned from a trip and heard that you laid hands on your aunt." At this, he huffed in indignation. Fang Xinting replied coolly, "She sold my siblings. I struck her. What's wrong with that? Is it permissible for her to sell people while I cannot retaliate?" After saying this, he slammed the gate shut in front of Fang Baohua. Stunned, Fang Baohua exclaimed, "Fang Xinting, you dare to close the door on me?" He turned to the neighbors lounging nearby. "What do you think? Is he still worthy of being called a person with such unfilial behavior?" Nearby, Aunt Zhang and several neighbors whispered about the first-hand news they had heard from Jiang Kaiyan. The person who dealt with Xinting's siblings demanded 5,000 yuan. Upon hearing the sum of 5,000 yuan, the neighbors were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. "May the wretched be cursed. What need is there for such an exorbitant amount? Are they planning to construct a grand tomb to lie within?" They lamented the plight of Xinting. Once bullied mercilessly by his paternal uncle's family, he had finally come to his senses and resolved to seek out his siblings, only to face further adversity. It was precisely his uncle's family that had tormented him. They claimed that selling his siblings was for the sake of supporting Xinting, yet in the process, they usurped his family's home and plundered their finances. Xinting's father, a skilled mason, was born under the auspicious sign of the dragon, which was believed to bring fortune. To build a house, one must invite those born under the dragon and tiger signs to lay the beams, ensuring a bountiful supply of poultry and fish for the household. The Fang family harbored jealousy towards Xinting's parents for their prosperous existence. It was even whispered that Zhang Xuanlan had cast a malevolent spell upon them. They murmured amongst themselves, expressing their outrage while dismissing Fang Baohua, who had attempted to interject several times but found no audience, ultimately retreating in embarrassment. He had committed no wrongdoing. Had he not sold Fang Xinting's siblings, what sustenance would Xinting have had? The courtyard left by Xinting's parents was substantial, yet if left uninhabited for too long, it would fall into disrepair. As for the discipline he employed, an old adage states that filial sons emerge from the rod. The success Xinting enjoyed today was the result of his own perseverance. Despite considering Fang Xinting's situation from every angle, he could not fathom such treatment. Not only was Fang Baohua perplexed, but teacher Lu was equally confounded. He had intended to lodge a complaint with the principal, only to find himself reprimanded instead. Principal Shinzong furrowed his brow, declaring, "It was my decision to have Fang Xinting lead the mathematics team." Teacher Lu was taken aback, but he was previously a Chinese teacher. He possesses no understanding of mathematics. The accolades and achievements from his university days were recorded in his file, and I am well aware of them. Principal Shin glared at Teacher Lu. "Is there anything else?" Even if Lu was somewhat slow on the uptake, he could discern that Principal Shun was adamant about keeping Fang Xinting. Clenching his fists, he vowed, "As long as Fang Xinting remains here, I shall not return to the mathematics team." There was no additional compensation for tutoring the students. Why should he encroach upon his vacation time? Upon noticing Teacher Lu's departure, the principal's wife emerged from the inner room, inquiring, "Is Fang Xinting truly capable?" Principal Shin scoffed. "Today, Dazhang approached me, claiming that Lu forbids students from using the restroom. Tell me, what on earth is Lu doing? He shouldn't presume that with Teacher Gui absent, he will become the preeminent mathematician in the school." Gu Dazhang was the principal's brother-in-law. His son, Gu Xiang Yuan, also participated in the mathematics team. Forbidding students from using the restroom? The principal's wife was taken aback. Was he not of sound mind? Chapter 10 at last. The concept of peach and plum points was clarified. Essentially, it is the essence of enlightening education. When Fang Baohua returned home, his face aflame with indignation, Zhang Xuanlan immediately discerned that he had not fared well. With venomous words, she began to berate Fang Xinting. Zhang Xuanlan was notorious for her foul mouth, and her family had grown accustomed to her vitriol. Particularly, her two grandsons had learned to mimic her in their own crude expressions. As the curses rang out, Zhu Qing's mind drifted elsewhere, recalling the serene image of Fang Xinting as he prepared soup for Jian Siqi. He appeared so tranquil, devoid of any malice, existing in a realm entirely separate from this household. Zhang Xuanlan called out to Zhu Qing twice. but received no reply, which ignited her fury. Switching, you little vixen. Are you still pining for Fang Xinting? Let me tell you, you are married to Zhu Min now, and you shall have no connection with Fang Xinting for the rest of your life. Do you dream of returning to his embrace? Such words were unbearably harsh, prompting Zhuqing to cover her ears and flee to her room. Fang Zhou and Fang Hang jumped in excitement, although they did not comprehend the meaning behind the insults. They imitated Zhang Shuanglan, chastising their mother. You little vixen, longing for a filthy man, shameless. Zhuqing collapsed onto her bed, burying her head beneath the covers, sobbing quietly. Fang Zhumin was diligently engrossed in a martial arts novel, striving to live up to his teacher's stature. However, the sound of Zhuqing's weeping disrupted his focus, and he lashed out, "What the hell are you crying for? You're disturbing my reading. If you want to cry, take it outside." Had she married Fang Xinting back in the day, he would never have treated her this way. Zhuqing's sorrow deepened, her cries growing louder. Fang Zhumin, seething with rage, threw back the covers and approached Zhuqing to strike her. "You filthy woman, if I don't give you a good thrashing, will you ever learn to be silent?" Fang Zhou and Fang Hang stood at the doorway, watching their father beat their mother, and instead of intervening, they clapped their hands in approval. Beat her. She made Grandma angry. Punish her. Listening to the commotion from inside the room, Zhang Shuanglan turned to Fang Baobo with a grim expression. "Have you secured the household registration book?" Fang Baobo nodded. "It's all set. Once school starts, let Zhu Min and Zhuqing assume the identities of Xinting and his family. From now on, Zhu Min's family will be regarded as city folk." At this point, Zhang Shuanglan beamed with pride. "My eldest son works in the capital, my second son at the county's first high school, and my family produces 2 types of quality grain. Let us see who dares to look down upon me now." In the morning, she first boiled 2 eggs and prepared brown sugar for Jian Siqi, simultaneously exchanging some health supplements to place in the bowl. The eggs were brought over by her mother-in-law, and Jian Siqi hesitated. "I only need 1. Fang Xinting smiled. "Do not concern yourself with money. Focus on eating well, drinking well, and maintaining your health. Leave the worries to me." He recounted the tale of how the principal had lent him money. Upon hearing this, Jian Siqi panicked. "That money must be repaid. You aren't planning to spend it all on food, are you? How much is left? Give me the money." The meticulous Jian Siqi was reminiscent of the wife he once knew. Her willingness to speak to him in such a manner suggested a desire to build a life together. Fang Xinting was both surprised and delighted. "Do not fret about the finances. I will find a way." He gazed earnestly at Jian Siqi, asking if she would finish all the eggs. The thought of her completion filled his heart with sweetness. His words, albeit slightly sentimental, caused Jian Siqi's cheeks to flush as she picked up the spoon and consumed the 2 eggs, momentarily forgetting about the money. Fang Xinting poured a little boiled water into the bowl and presented it to Jian Siqi once more, urging her to drink. She took a small gulp of the water and finished it. "I shall treat you well in the future," Fang Xinting declared, looking seriously at Jian Siqi. Perhaps the brown sugar eggs were particularly delectable that day, for Jian Siqi felt a delightful sensation coursing through her body. Upon arriving at school, the students were engaged in self-study during the early morning class. Observing their diligence brought Fang Xinting great satisfaction, prompting him to inquire, "Have you all had breakfast?" "Yes," they replied in unison, except for He Feng and Xieyu, who hesitated briefly before echoing the affirmative. A glance from Fang Xinting revealed their probable neglect of breakfast. The students submitted the homework from the previous day, yet their diverse methods of problem-solving yielded not a single correct answer, having previously taught only high-achieving students. Fang Xinting found himself momentarily at a loss. Drawing a deep breath, he rewrote the assigned problems on the blackboard, providing a solution. The sight of the answer caused the students to widen their eyes in disbelief, followed by lamentations of confusion. "How could this be wrong? I worked on it all night. No wonder it felt so difficult. It turns out we were all lost." Rather than chastising them, Fang Xinting smiled and commended their efforts. "I have reviewed your homework and sensed your passion for mathematics. Yesterday was my first day teaching you, and I did not fully grasp your pace, failing to tailor the questions to your levels. The primary responsibility rests with me as your teacher. Now, allow me to guide you through the correct methods of problem solving." In Chaqing County, elementary and secondary education had never ceased, but during those years, little could be imparted. The current teachers had emerged from those times, possessing limited teaching capabilities. It was until the 1990s, with veteran teachers stepping back and younger educators gradually maturing, that education in Chaqing County began to ascend. From Fang Xinting's perspective, the students' actual abilities were akin to those of first or second-year middle school students in later times. The top-performing student, Gu Xiangyuan, was merely at a third-year level. No matter if they struggle with the problems, I shall patiently teach them. As knowledge is imparted to the students, they are diligently engaged in learning. Progress 1-3-50. The students have comprehended the knowledge conveyed, increasing the tally of accomplishments. After 2 days of instruction, Fang Xinting finally discerned that as long as he taught earnestly, the students would absorb the knowledge he presented with absolute certainty. In essence, this represented a form of enlightening pedagogy. Whatever he taught, the students would grasp. With the system in place, there was no doubt that student performance would improve. After concluding the topic, Fang Xinting posed a question that aligned with the students' current level of knowledge. Observing that all the students answered correctly, he nodded with a smile, stating, "In mathematics, there are no shortcuts. It requires relentless practice and years of study. We must strike a balance between diligence and relaxation. Now, let us take a brief respite and reconvene in 15 minutes. As the students departed, Fang Xinting called out to He Meifeng and Xie, "Have you two had breakfast?" He Meifeng and Xie hesitated, murmuring, "We've eaten." "Do not deceive me. I can tell you haven tea." After a moment's contemplation, Fang Xinting proposed, "From tomorrow onward, I shall bring breakfast for you. Do you have any allergies, or any food that might cause discomfort? If so, please inform me. We really have eaten." He Meifeng and Xie replied, their eyes glistening. They had never experienced such care from a teacher. Many looked down upon them for their tattered and unkempt clothing. But they were powerless to change their circumstances. Both families resided deep in the mountains, unable to afford dormitory living or transportation. Each day, they rushed home after school and hurried back in the morning, making it difficult to maintain cleanliness. Given that there are no dietary restrictions, I shall prepare meals according to my family's preferences, Fang Xinting said with a smile. Seeing He Meifeng and Xie emerge with reddened eyes, Gu Xiangyuan approached with concern. "Did Teacher Fang scold you?" Xie shook her head, her face full of gratitude. "No. Teacher Fang said he would bring us food tomorrow morning." "Ah?" Gu Xiangyuan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. "Thank you for yesterday's clothes." The memory of the previous day caused He Meifeng's face to flush. She was relieved that her classmates did not disdain her. Otherwise, she would have found it hard to continue. "It's nothing," Gu Xiangyuan replied, scratching his head and stealing a glance at Xie. Xie, not meeting his gaze, looked around the classroom. "Teacher Fang is truly the best teacher I have encountered. Aside from the principal, his explanations are enjoyable and I can grasp the concepts well." "Indeed." He Meifeng nodded in agreement, feeling enlightened whenever Teacher Fang spoke. "I wish he could continue teaching us after the new term begins." Gu Xiangyuan felt a sense of melancholy, lamenting that he was a Chinese language teacher and would have to teach that subject once the term commenced. With this topic, a collective sigh filled the air. Chapter 11. Retreat only invites escalated bullying during lunch. Fang Xinting called out to He Meifeng and Xie, "Come dine with me." He Meifeng and Xie exchanged glances, silently trailing behind him. Upon reaching a small noodle shop near the school, they ordered 3 bowls of scallion noodles, each priced at 8 cents, and 2 ration tickets. The prices in this era are indeed remarkably low, Fang Xinting mused. However, the 2 young ladies were taken aback and quickly stood up, saying, "Teacher Fang, we're fine with just steamed buns and plain water." Fang Xinting gestured for them to sit down, insisting that they must eat since the food had already been ordered. Before long, the scallion noodles were served. The bowls were generous, brimming with a layer of scallions. The 2 girls exchanged glances, tears glistening in their eyes. "Go ahead and eat," Fang Xinting encouraged, having taught all morning and feeling hungry himself. He devoured the noodles heartily. The girls finished their meals with great enthusiasm, even requesting some hot water from the shopkeeper to rinse their bowls before drinking it. Fang Xinting felt a pang of discomfort at the sight, but turned away, pretending not to notice. In the afternoon, they continued with problem-solving exercises. The students had acquired mathematical knowledge. Student points 1. Each day, he taught the same lesson. 1 point in the morning and another in the afternoon. If he were also teaching Chinese simultaneously, would the student points increase? At the end of the school day, he saw each student off to the bus or waved them goodbye as they walked home. After bidding farewell to the 2 girls, Fang Xinting boarded the bus. Teacher Fang is truly wonderful, He Meifeng reflected, having never tasted such delicious noodles before, savoring the memory. Xie nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was quite delightful. Therefore, we must study diligently to repay Teacher Fang. He Meifeng clenched her small fist, determined to excel in her studies. Upon returning home, Fang Xinting first checked on his daughter. "Sweetheart, I'm back. Give me a smile." The little one blinked and completely ignored him. After a few playful attempts to engage her, she pouted, on the verge of tears, causing Fang Xinting to cease his antics in alarm. I suspect Fang Jiumin has stolen my household registration book, not only intending to usurp my job, but also my identity. Fang Xinting remarked coldly regarding the matter of reissuing his household registration. Thus, we must prioritize securing our daughter's registration. Jian Siqi trembled with anger. We need to expedite our daughter's registration. Fang Jiumin is trying to take over your urban household registration? Jiang Kaiyun, upon hearing this, was seething with rage. I'll go and beat that old toad to a pulp. After marrying, Jian Siqi had become a part of Fang Xinting's household, reliant on commodity grain. If Fang Jiumin were to take over the registration, both Fang Xinting and Jian Siqi would be rendered unregistered. No wonder Jiang Kaiyun was furious. Jiang Kaiyun rolled up her sleeves, cursing as she headed to the courtyard. Zhang Shuanglan, you old toad, are you trying to devour Xinting alive? You have no shame. Allowing Fang Jiumin to steal Xinting's registration was evidently an attempt for him and his wife to replace Xinting and Siqi in receiving commodity grain. Fang Xinting mentioned the name he had chosen for his daughter in his past life. What do you think of Fang Yining? Fang Yining? Jian Siqi contemplated for a moment and nodded, declaring that the name was quite lovely. Tomorrow, I shall go and register my daughter, he announced. Fang Xinting extended a finger, gently inserting it into his daughter's tiny hand, saying, from now on, you shall be called Yining. Little Yining wiggled her small hand and turned her gaze downward in search of Jian Siqi, pouting as if on the verge of tears. It was merely hunger. Jian Siqi picked up his daughter, cradling her in his arms, and she immediately became remarkably docile, suckling eagerly at her milk. Fang Xinting then mentioned the preparations for breakfast for the two girls. Without a moment's hesitation, Jian Siqi replied, the two children are rather pitiful, after all. It is merely adding another bowl of water. I will prepare the meal. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaiyun and Zhang Shuanglan returned slowly after a quarrel, praising the neighbor, Mrs. Zhang, for her support during the altercation. Not far away, the atmosphere at Fang Jiumin's home was one of grim tension. Baoguo, my dear father, life has become unbearable. Zhang Shuanglan returned home with a bruised face, crying softly. Fang Baoguo was startled, asking, who did this? Zhang Shuanglan sobbed, who else but Jiang Kaiyun? Did you not see her arrogance? Upon hearing Jiang Xian's name, Fang Baoguo, who had just stood up, sank back down in this entire region. Who does not know that Jiang Kaiyun is a fighter? Why provoke her? Why didn't you help me? Zhang Shuanglan retorted angrily. You should go and confront her. I refuse to believe she could best you. Confront her? Have you forgotten who her man is? Do you think I would dare lay a finger on her? Jian Hongyang would end my life. Fang Baoguo was exceedingly irritated. Enough. Stop causing a scene and giving outsiders something to laugh about. With the man unwilling to speak on her behalf, Zhang Shuanglan felt a mix of anger and frustration, but also recognized the truth in Fang Baoguo's words. Despite Jiang Xian's fierce demeanor, Jian Hongyang adored her to the core. In their youth, Fang Baoguo had often fought on Jiang Xian's behalf. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Shuanglan spotted Zhu Qing sneaking into the kitchen and seized the opportunity to vent her frustrations. What are you doing in the kitchen? Planning to steal something? It's time to cook. I'm preparing the meal, Zhu Qing replied, startled by Zhang Shuanglan's outburst. Cooking is one thing, but why are you sneaking around? Zhang Shuanglan unleashed her fury upon Zhu Qing, berating her. You little wretch, I see you cannot forget Fang Xinting, plotting to sneak in and take something for him. The commotion from Fang Jiumin's home reached Fang Xinting's ears, eliciting a cold smile from him. In his childhood, he had lived in fear. Trembling at the sight of Fang Baoguo and Zhang Shuanglan, too afraid to resist. As he matured, he realized that they only dared to bully the meek. Once one stands firm, they become fearful and refrain from aggression. Yielding only invites further bullying. Chapter 12. Striving to earn money. I will treat you well upon awakening in the morning. Fang Xinting immediately observed Jian Siqi. The faint bluish-gray hue that once lingered beneath her eyelids had vanished. Her skin had transformed overnight, becoming fair and smooth, with rosy cheeks that radiated health. Fang Xinting then went to check on his daughter. She had awakened 3 times for milk during the night, likely influenced by the capsules, and was now enjoying a deep, sweet slumber. Fang Xinting rose from his bed and headed to the marketplace, which was filled with a diverse array of goods. With only 3 varieties of peaches and plums available, there was little to purchase. He decided to prepare scallion noodles for breakfast. With flour at home, he added water to knead the dough and set it aside to rest. He lit the coal stove, waiting for the fire to catch. After sought scallions and ginger, he added water and began rolling out the noodles, waiting for the water to boil before placing them into the pot. He then added the washed vegetables, along with a pinch of salt and soy sauce. The noodles were fragrant and delectable, leaving a lingering taste. Jian Siqi and Jian Siqi praised the dish enthusiastically. Have the pig's trotters been finished? Fang Xinting inquired again. Jian Siqi nodded. Mother was worried they would spoil, so she made me finish them. The household was in dire need of a refrigerator. His portable storage served as a means of preservation, but taking food out in such warm weather would surely lead to spoilage overnight. With a refrigerator, food could be preserved properly. Neighbors nearby caught a whiff of the appetizing aromas wafting from Fang Xinting's home and teased, cooking meat so early in the morning. Zhang Shuanglan will be over soon. On his way to work, Fang Xinting encountered Zuoqing, who was taking out the trash. Good morning, Xinting. Good. Zuoqing called out sweetly. Fang Xinting pretended not to see her and turned away. Disheartened, Zuoqing bit her lip, glaring at Fang Xinting's retreating figure. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed as Fang Jumin struck her on the head. What are you staring at, you wretched woman? Zuoqing lowered her gaze. I wasn't looking at anything. Aren't you going to take out the trash? Fang Jumin scoffed. I'm off to see the principal and arrange for a job. When Jian Siqi was hospitalized, I borrowed months of wages to cover the medical expenses. Just the other day, I asked to borrow money. And he had the audacity to refuse me? Upon arriving at the school, Fang Xinting handed 2 lunchboxes to He Meifeng and Xieyu. Here's breakfast for you. He Meifeng and Xieyu were taken aback by Fang Xinting's thoughtful gesture, their eyes glistening with emotion. Teacher Fang, your diligence in studying is the best way to thank me, he replied, encouraging them to eat outside so as not to disrupt the other students during their morning study session. After finishing their meat and noodle soup, the 2 children cleaned their lunchboxes and placed them on the podium, returning to their studies with renewed focus. At this moment, Fang Jumin had also arrived at Principal Shinzong's residence, empty-handed and shamelessly inquiring, Principal, when will you arrange the job you promised me? Principal Shin, thoroughly disgusted, refused to let him in. Whoever promised you a job? Look, Fang Xinting has voluntarily transferred his household registration to me. He stated that from now on, he is Fang Jumin, and I am Fang Xinting. Fang Jumin brandished the household registration book. We have mutually agreed to exchange identities. With my registration in hand, I am indeed Fang Xinting. The position at the school belongs to Fang Xinting, hence it is rightfully mine. Are you out of your mind? I am perfectly sane. Pretending to be someone else by using another's household registration? Do they take me for a fool? Principal Shun was utterly disgusted. Fang Jumin resorted to his usual tactic of persistence, insisting, Principal, you must resolve this matter today. Otherwise, I refuse to leave. Your departure is of no concern to me. I must take my leave, Principal Shun retorted, preparing to exit. With a swift motion, he closed the door behind him and descended the stairs. Feeling a wave of revulsion, how appalling. Such nonsense. Fang Jumin, wishing to pursue, found Principal Shin had swiftly vanished among the buildings, leaving him bewildered. What am I to do about my work? He wondered, taken aback by the principal's utter lack of concession. At that moment, Fang Xinting had just concluded a lecture, allowing the students some free time. He Meifeng and Xieyu approached, dutifully assisting in erasing the blackboard. Fang Xinting recalled a pressing question. Who is responsible for the daily chores? We are, Xieyu answered. While we are at school, we help sweep the courtyard and handle the chores as assigned by the principal. Fang Xinting raised his head in surprise. Principal Shin? Noticing Fang Xinting was engrossed in writing, He Meifeng softly inquired, Are you drafting questions, Teacher Fang? An article, he replied. Fang Xinting was composing a submission on enhancing student attention. This piece was intended for publication. As he lacked other means of earning a living, writing was his only option. As it was his first attempt, he knew not to make it overly lengthy. Otherwise, the newspaper would be reluctant to publish it. He also needed to write what the newspaper urgently required. After much deliberation, he chose the newly inaugurated Shenzhou Education newspaper, a national publication focused on educational matters, perfectly aligning with the content and direction he sought. As the students concluded their break and returned to class, Fang Xinting's teaching style proved engaging and detailed, captivating his students' attention. At 2 in the afternoon, he informed them, I need to register my daughter. Please study independently for a while. The students congratulated him upon hearing he had a daughter. Exiting the school, he first visited the post office, purchasing an 8-cent stamp. As he prepared to send his letter, he hesitated about whether to include inquiries about his siblings. He decided it prudent to establish a rapport with the newspaper first before mentioning his brother and sister. Gaining recognition was essential. Only then could he wield greater influence. He resolved not to repeat the impulsive mistakes of his previous life. After mailing the letter, he proceeded to the household registration office with his daughter's birth certificate to officially register her. Today, he was still overseeing 2 points of responsibility, which had now expanded to 5. The students gradually absorbed more mathematical knowledge. Upon returning home, Jiang Kaiyun mentioned Fang Jiumin. He sneaked into the city and returned in a fit of anger. Fang Xinting replied with a cold smile, no matter his actions. They cannot hinder my progress. He handed the household registration to Jian Siqi, who beamed with joy upon seeing their daughter's name officially registered. Wonderful. Our daughter now has her household registration. Fang Xinting could not help but reminisce about his past life. In that life, his daughter had not even been registered by the time she graduated from elementary school. Due to the matters concerning her registration, Jian Siqi harbored grievances against Fang Xinting for a lifetime. The mere thought of his previous existence filled him with resentment towards his own cowardice and inadequacy. Jian Siqi spoke once more about her health. Ever since giving birth to their daughter, she had always felt an overwhelming fatigue, her back unable to support her. Yet today, inexplicably, she felt completely rejuvenated. Witnessing her radiant smile filled Fang Xinting's heart with warmth. It must be because his mother came to care for her during the confinement period, allowing her to recover so well, and he ought to express his gratitude towards her. How long had it been since he last saw Jian Siqi in such high spirits? He had relinquished his work to his cousin, and, after Jian Siqi's passing, all he had seen in her eyes was resentment and despair. Love had vanished. It was at this moment that Fang Xinting felt his life had been reignited. Siqi, I will cherish you dearly. He embraced Jian Siqi tenderly. Meanwhile, Jiang Kaiyun, who had just entered the room, hurriedly retreated outside. As she left, she inadvertently took the little dog Kong with her. What are you staring at? Afraid of getting pricked? Little Kong covered its eyes with its tail, obediently crouching in the courtyard. After a considerable time had passed without Jiang Kaiyun calling it to rise, it felt utterly wronged. How long would it have to keep its eyes covered? Its tail was already growing weary. Chapter 13. Today, the shopping mall is hosting a special promotion, and I exchanged some money. In the evening, Fang Xinting began to diligently correct assignments at his desk. The dim glow of the desk lamp cast a warm hue upon his cheeks, enveloping him in a gentle radiance. Jian Siqi recalled the earlier events, feeling a flush as she remembered Fang Xinting's fervent embrace. His words echoed in her ears. I will treat you well. A subtle smile lingered at the corners of her lips, refusing to fade. After completing the corrections, Fang Xinting turned his attention to preparing lessons for the following day. By the time he finished, Jian Siqi had already fallen asleep with their daughter. Fang Xinting adjusted the mosquito netting to prevent any intruders and succumbed to a deep slumber. Upon waking in the morning, he noticed that dawn had yet to break. Today, as special reminder, in this sweltering summer, please take precautions against heat stroke and avoid excessive sun exposure. How considerate to have a wake-up reminder today. As Fang Xinting pondered this, he unexpectedly noticed something flashing in the shopping mall. Upon investigation, he discovered a promotion for 200 meters of fabric tickets and 20 cases of beer. Only one tally point for 200 meters of fabric tickets? The system had previously assured him that all items had legitimate origins and would not raise any suspicions. There was no need for concern upon making a purchase. He acquired the fabric tickets and the beer, reducing his tally points to 3. The fabric tickets comprised various denominations, neatly bundled with rubber bands in his personal storage. 1 inch, 2 inches, half a foot, 1 foot, 2 feet, 5 feet, and 10 feet. Altogether, they totaled 200 meters. Fang Xinting recalled the frenzy of a shopping surge that had erupted earlier this year when a notice was issued regarding the suspension of fabric tickets due to price hikes. He decided not to dwell on it any longer and got out of bed to prepare breakfast. Before long, a pot of noodles was ready. At school, he first ensured the 2 children had their breakfast. I reviewed yesterday's assignments, and I must say, the progress has been commendable. Let us strive to maintain the momentum we built yesterday. Fang Xinting began by encouraging his students before delving into the explanation of the previous day's assignments. The students listened intently, occasionally jotting down notes on their papers. Tally point 1. After the morning class, Fang Xinting called out to Gu Xiangyuan, who was preparing to head home for lunch. I heard your father is the director of the machinery factory. Gu Xiangyuan nodded affirmatively. Yes, he is the director. Fang Xinting smiled and said, tell your father that I have 20 cases of beer here, the white label. Upon hearing this, Gu Dazhong, Gu Xiangyuan's father, skipped lunch and drove the factory's vehicle to the school. The 20 cases of beer were the highly sought-after white-label Beijing beer, priced at 0.53 yuan per bottle, packaged in wooden crates containing 24 bottles each. Upon seeing the 20 cases, Gu Dazhang was ecstatic. "Teacher Fang, where did you manage to procure such a quantity of beer? Can you sell it all to me?" In the 1980s, beer production capacity was woefully inadequate, and supplies were tightly controlled, leading to a sharp conflict between supply and demand. The market's insatiable appetite, coupled with insufficient production capabilities, gave rise to a unique industry characterized by the figures known as barrel lords and beer lords, who were adept at sourcing both bulk and bottled beer. Fang Xinting chuckled softly. "I can sell everything to you, but it must be cash on delivery." "That's certain." "Absolutely." Gu Dazhang arrived with money in hand. A box containing 24 bottles, each priced at 53 cents. Gu Dazhang counted out 255 yuan, deciding to forego the few extra cents. Fang Xinting, smiling, accepted the money without counting, casually slipping it into his pocket, which was, in fact, a personal storage compartment. Director Gu is quite generous. Gu Dazhang did not permit Fang Xinting to assist him, asserting, "You are a teacher, not suited for manual labor." He proceeded to carry the boxes to the vehicle himself. Fang Xinting sensed there might be items in the car that he should not see, so he kept his distance, standing far away. After transporting 20 boxes of beer, Gu Dazhang let out a hearty laugh. "Teacher Fang, if you have more beer in the future, be sure to contact me." He sped away from the school. The sale of the beer netted him 255 yuan, equivalent to 3 months' salary. Indeed, engaging in business proved to be more lucrative than teaching. Fang Xinting shook his head with a smile and headed to a small noodle shop for lunch. He had been dining there for several days, and the owner had already recognized him. "Teacher Fang, shall we stick with the scallion noodles today?" "Yes, the scallion noodles, please." Fang Xinting took out his notebook, utilizing the weight to jot down teaching notes. Shortly after, the owner brought the noodles over and, taking a seat, inquired, "Teacher, I heard you're organizing some sort of mathematics training class?" Fang Xinting nodded. "It's a mathematics competition team, not a training class. Enrollment isn't open to all. Students must be designated by the school." The owner glanced at Fang Xinting, hesitating to speak further. His child was in the 3rd year of junior high at County No. 8 middle school and would be entering high school next year. If he could establish a good rapport with Fang Xinting, perhaps his child could be placed in Fang's class next year. The owner was no fool. A teacher capable of tutoring mathematics during the summer break must possess considerable teaching prowess. Therefore, when Fang Xinting was about to leave, the owner insisted on not charging him. "This bowl of noodles is my treat for you, Teacher Fang." Seeing the owner refuse to accept payment, Fang Xinting tossed down 8 cents and 2 liang of grain tickets before hastily departing. The owner chased after him for a distance, but could not catch up, turning back with a sigh. Chapter 14. The weather is sweltering, inducing a sense of nausea. The midday sun vaporizes the air, folding it upwards like a mirage. Beneath the shade of the tree at the entrance of a small noodle shop, several children leap about on the roadside, reciting lines from the film Zorro. "Oh, Tempest. Let us go. Miguel, you truly resemble a shepherd in your attire today. On the surface, I am Diego, feigning timidity and fear. Yet, as the night falls, I don my disguise, brandishing a sharp sword to uphold justice." "Who am I, you may ask?" Several children raised their wooden sticks towards the sky, forming a Z, while simultaneously shouting, "Zorro." Fang Xinting entered the school with a smile. "This afternoon, we shall primarily discuss the intricacies of solid geometry." Fang Xinting noticed that the blackboard had been meticulously cleaned and silently nodded in approval. Before delving into solid geometry, let us first revisit the geometric knowledge of auxiliary lines. In this era, many educators rely on outdated Soviet textbooks from the 1950s and 60s for their lessons. Even acquiring new textbooks and curricula proves futile, as the global debate between old and new mathematics leads to rapid changes in educational materials. Once new textbooks are procured, they become obsolete within mere months. It was not until the 1990s, after the dust settled on the mathematics debate, that a semblance of unity began to emerge in textbooks. These few mnemonic verses were gradually compiled by mathematical masters after years of exploration and practice post-1990s. There exists a mnemonic for auxiliary lines, which I shall share with you. Fang Xinting turned around and began to write with chalk. If the problem contains an angle bisector, perpendicular lines can be drawn on both sides. Alternatively, one may fold the figure to observe the symmetrical relationships. There are 3 types of mnemonics for triangles, quadrilaterals, and circles. As Fang Xinting wrote and recited, The students below diligently took notes, their pens moving swiftly across the pages. Mr. Liu and Principal Shenzong approached the classroom briskly. Mr. Liu wore an expression of discontent. Principal Shun, Fang Xinting is completely disregarding the textbook and posing arbitrary questions. I fear the students may be misled by him. Just as he uttered these words, Principal Shun raised his hand to silence him, leaning in to listen intently. Students, circles represent a focal point and a challenge in middle school geometry, and they can be integrated with triangles and quadrilaterals. What is this mnemonic? Principal Shun has been engaged in education for over 20 years, yet he has never encountered such a mnemonic. Teacher Liu, upon hearing the words junior high, could hardly contain his excitement and exclaimed, Principal, did you hear that? Fang Xinting is surprisingly teaching middle school geometry? Has he forgotten that the students are all high schoolers? Be silent. Principal Shin cast a sharp glance at Teacher Liu. Fang Xinting had already completed the mnemonic song for the auxiliary lines of the 10 lines. He then began to discuss solid geometry in high school. After covering auxiliary lines, we shall delve into solid geometry. Solid geometry is the traditional term for geometry in three-dimensional Euclidean space. I also possess a set of mnemonics to impart to the students. Fang Xinting began a new line, commencing to write the mnemonic for solid geometry. Mastering geometry is not difficult. The key lies in spatial awareness. Points, lines, planes, and solids are all interconnected, together constructing a myriad of solid forms. In the realm of geometry, a point is said to belong to a plane, while a line contained within that plane is characterized by inclusion. Principal Shin's eyes widened increasingly, and beside him, Teacher Liu appeared momentarily dazed, his expression vacant. He had painstakingly persuaded Principal Shin to confront Fang Xinting, employing the argument that Fang was not well-versed in mathematics. Yet, Fang could effortlessly compose mnemonic verses. Could one truly be ignorant of mathematics under such circumstances? Even the most adept mathematics teacher at County No. 1 High School, Teacher Gue, could not conjure such verses. What profound comprehension of secondary school mathematics must one possess to craft such mnemonic compositions? Wasn't Fang Xinting a language teacher? How could he possibly have such a deep understanding of mathematics? This was inconceivable. Teacher Liu's eyes transformed into a state of bewilderment. Teetering on the brink of fainting. Have all the students completed their notes? Fang Xinting rapped the blackboard. I urge you to commit these 2 mnemonics to memory in a brief span of time. In the future, you must recite them periodically, ensuring that these phrases are etched in your minds, forming an indelible muscle memory. Everyone is aware that a spatial polyline is defined by several line segments connecting end to end, which do not reside within the same plane. Observe the figures I have drawn with my chalk. If the terminal point of the final segment of a spatial polyline coincides with the initial point of the first segment, it is termed a closed spatial polyline. The lesson plan on the podium remained untouched. Fang Xinting, chalk in hand, sketched geometric figures on the blackboard, as if engaging in casual conversation with the students. Imparting knowledge amid laughter and banter. The students listened intently, occasionally breaking into knowing laughter. Principal Shun had attended countless lectures, but had never encountered one like this. Humorous, yet insightful. Accessible, yet profound. Concerned that his presence might disrupt Fang Xinting's teaching environment, he discreetly stepped back, inadvertently colliding with Teacher Liu. Principal Shun cast a fierce glare at Liu, silently signaling him to depart. Liu, feeling chastened, trailed behind the principal with a sense of defeat. Shin remained silent, standing at a distance, patiently awaiting the conclusion of Fang's class. Liu, positioned behind the principal, felt the sun's rays beating down upon him, perspiration trickling in layers. Once the class concluded, Fang Xinting noticed Principal Shin waiting outside. Principal, is there something you need? Shin regarded Fang with a friendly demeanor. Teacher Fang, may I inquire if you authored that mnemonic? The principal spoke with utmost politeness, even employing the phrase may I inquire. Fang, unable to claim sole credit for the mnemonic, smiled and attributed it to a university professor, who was indeed one of the creators of the mnemonic in later years. I heard it from the professor during class, supplemented by my own understanding. I must admit, it's not particularly well crafted, and I fear it may amuse Principal Shun. Amuse? Not at all, Principal Shun replied earnestly, fixing his gaze upon Fang. Teacher Xinting, this mnemonic is quite remarkable. To what extent, you may wonder. In my view, it is worthy of inclusion in supplementary textbooks. Could it be disseminated throughout the entire school? Principal Shun continued to inquire. Fang Xinting smiled with delight. Of course, there is nothing to conceal. Principal Shun then turned to Teacher Liu. See, this exemplifies integrity and moral character. This is what we call the essence of teaching. Teacher Lu's expression stiffened, and he felt a sharp pang of discomfort. Although the principal did not utter a single harsh word towards him, the silence weighed heavier than any reprimand. You may proceed with your tasks, Principal Shin stated. Having received the answer he sought, feeling quite pleased, when you have a moment, please transcribe this formula for me. I will arrange for our school's printing facility to produce several hundred copies to distribute to each student. You may go about your business. Principal Shun said with a courteous smile, his hands clasped behind his back as he walked toward the school entrance. Fang Xinting watched him depart. Upon reaching the school's gate, Principal Shun did not glance back at Teacher Lu. Does Teacher Lu have any objections regarding Fang Xinting's guidance of the mathematics team? Teacher Lu swallowed hard. None. Principal Shun scoffed lightly. Now that it is summer vacation, this is a perfect opportunity for you to spend time with your family and show respect to your elders. Be cautious of heat stroke in this sweltering weather. With that, Principal Shin swept away. Teacher Lu trudged homeward, his face drawn and sorrowful. The sun blazed overhead, and not a whisper of wind stirred. Sweat trickled incessantly down his cheeks and into his collar. Teacher Lu felt dizzy and nauseous, a wave of sickness threatening to overwhelm him. Chapter 15. The Monkey Stamp and the Electric Fan. After school, Fang Xinting escorted the students onto the bus. The old security guard, Niu Tu, smiled and remarked to Fang, Teacher Fang, you are quite responsible. It is part of my duty, Fang Xinting replied, preparing to turn away when he suddenly noticed an item on Niu Tu's desk. Is this a monkey stamp? Indeed, I purchased this in 1980 from our county's philatelic office. Niu Tu said with a wry smile. My youngest son is getting married this year, and I thought of selling the stamp. However, those who come to view it only offer 3 yuan per piece. Isn't that a bit unfair? Fang Xinting's attention was captivated by the monkey stamp before him. On February 15, 1980, the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications issued the first series of zodiac stamps featuring the monkey, T46, Year of the Metal Monkey, which experienced a tremendous surge in popularity. When first released, the monkey stamp was priced at 8 cents, but by the following year, the China Post had set its price at 30 cents. To Fang Xinting's surprise, the seemingly unassuming Niu Tu was, in fact, a passionate philatelist. What price do you intend to sell it for? Fang inquired. Niu Tu mentioned his asking price. A complete set, 30 yuan. A complete set consists of a contiguous block of monkey stamps. This year's market price for such a set is around 20 yuan, meaning Niu Tu was not asking excessively. Had he chosen to hold onto them a little longer, by next year, the price could soar to approximately 200 yuan. It seemed that the individuals interested in purchasing the stamps were deliberately undervaluing them, banking on Niu Tu's urgent need for cash. How many complete sets do you have? Fang casually asked. Niu Tu, noticing Fang's apparent interest in buying, was filled with excitement. Just 1 complete set. Fang counted out 120 yuan. Please check the amount. Niu Tu eagerly counted twice, overwhelmed with joy, not a cent less. Fang gestured towards the stamps on the desk. Niu Tu hurriedly handed them over, exclaiming, my apologies. I nearly forgot. Fang chuckled. If you have any other stamps that catch my fancy, I will take them as well. Also, when your son gets married, do let me know. I would like to offer a gift. Having acquired the complete set for 120 yuan, Fang Xinting felt he had made an excellent investment. After a few decades, the value could climb into the tens of thousands, if not more. Thus, contributing a gift for Niu Tu's son's wedding was a necessity. All right. Niu Tu said, carefully stowing the money away. After a moment's thought, he added, Teacher Fang, I will keep a close eye on those 2 girls. I assure you they will not be mistreated. He pointed towards the school's exterior, saying, once night falls, unsavory characters tend to wander by. I've even added an extra lock for security. Thank you very much. Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude once more. Exiting the school, he boarded a bus headed for Flower Street. Inspired by the monkey stamps, he recalled the highly sought-after clivia plants of the 1980s. As early as 1982, clivia had begun to be speculated upon in Changchun. To curb the rising prices of clivia, a price cap was introduced. A single pot could not exceed 200 yuan. To lift this price ceiling, some florists organized a charity exhibition for the conservation of giant pandas, donating the proceeds of 17,000 yuan from ticket sales. Subsequently, in 1984, the price control order was abolished, leading to a dramatic surge in the price of the clivia plant. Fang Xinting recalled a news story about the owner of a floral company who purchased a crown flower seedling for 180 yuan in 1983 and nurtured it meticulously. The following year, a Hong Kong businessman offered to exchange it for a crown car, which now holds a value of 90,000 yuan. By 1985, the Clivia incident escalated, causing unease within the government, which then imposed a 60 transaction tax. Overnight, the Clivia was discarded as worthless. Fang Xinting decided to visit the flower market to observe the local market conditions. In his later years, many seek solace in gardening, fishing, or playing chess to relieve their loneliness, and he was no exception. He possessed a modicum of experience in plant cultivation. Meanwhile, Commissioner Tang Song and his wife were selecting an electric fan at a department store. The store was a veritable cornucopia of goods, bustling with shoppers crowded around the counters. Tang Song carefully guided his wife through the throng to the counter, presenting the ticket to the salesperson. "One electric fan, please." Upon hearing his request, many in line cast envious glances, imagining the relief of a breeze in such sweltering heat. The salesperson scrutinized the ticket. "One FT4, a 28-table fan, priced at 180 yuan. Do you have the money?" "Yes, indeed," Tang Song's wife quickly replied, retrieving a handkerchief from her bag that contained exactly 180 yuan. The salesperson issued a receipt for her to settle the payment. Tang Song urged his wife to remain at the counter while he took the receipt to pay, knowing that leaving would mean losing their hard-won place in line. After much effort, he finally managed to pay, received the payment slip, and squeezed back through the throng. "The payment is complete. Can we collect our item now?" The salesperson placed a fan atop the counter, and Tang Song eagerly unwrapped it, revealing a brand-new appliance. He tested it briefly before cradling it and walking out with his wife. Once outside the department store, his wife smiled and remarked, "You must express your gratitude to Teacher Fang. Without his assistance in procuring this ticket, my parents would have suffered in the heat this year." Tang Song chuckled. "Rest assured, I will certainly convey my thanks to him. This year's weather was indeed peculiar." He had heard on the radio that severe floods had struck the middle and lower reaches of the Yangtze River and southern Shaanxi, while their own area felt like a steamer. Sweeping her brow, his wife commented on the unusual weather, noting that the northern regions were parched. Tang Song unlocked their bicycle, allowing his wife to hold the fan safely as he pedaled carefully homeward. She deliberately positioned the fan's logo outward as they rode, garnering envious glances from passers-by. Upon arriving home, they were met with admiration from their neighbors. "Has young Tang bought a fan?" His wife responded cheerfully, "My in-laws are sensitive to the heat, so we bought them a fan." "How filial," the neighbors remarked, smiling in praise of Tang Song's wife's thoughtfulness. Aware of their son's purchase, Tang Song's parents eagerly awaited them at the entrance of their home. Upon encountering Tang Song's wife as she prepared to leap from the back seat, he hurriedly approached to assist her, cautioning, "Be careful, you might fall." Tang Song's wife's voice was both high and resoundingly clear. "Mom, Dad, I have brought you a fan. It even comes with a light." The laughter of Tang Song's parents echoed joyfully, so much so that the neighbors could hear. "Who would have thought that in our old age, we would still have the opportunity to use an electric fan? Our daughter-in-law is truly dutiful." Upon hearing her parents-in-law's praise, Tang Song's wife cast a glance at Tang Song and smiled with pursed lips. Tang Song remained silent, merely smiling in response. Chapter 16. Fang Xinting's letter was withheld. It appears that the flower market in Chongqing County has remained unaffected by the influence of the Clivia. Now, only the most ordinary flowers are on sale. After wandering around, Fang Xinting bought nothing and took the last bus back to the Xinghuoling production team. Once home, he played with his daughter for a while until Jian Kaiyun brought out the meal. "Dinner is ready. Dinner is ready." After finishing the meal, Fang Xinting spoke to Jian Siqi about the potential rise in fabric prices. "I spoke with a classmate from Beijing the other day. He sent me 200 yards of fabric coupons and suggested that I purchase them locally." Fang Xinting had transferred the fabric coupons he bought at the mall to his classmate. Jian Siqi, aware that many of Fang Xinting's classmates were stationed in major cities, furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "Really?" Fang Xinting recounted an incident from late 81. That year, the price of polyester cotton fabric fell, while tobacco and alcohol prices surged, leading everyone to clear out the department stores. If fabric prices rise, people will surely rush to buy. Jian Siqi's brow furrowed slightly. "I am currently in confinement and unable to go out to buy." "You cannot go, but your brothers and their wives can," Fang Xinting replied, referring to Jian Siqi's elder brothers. "Regarding the price increase, you must not tell anyone. Just inform mother that I have procured 200 yards of fabric coupons, and that my two brothers will assist in purchasing the fabric." Jian Siqi understood the gravity of discretion. Words can lead to trouble. "I dare not speak recklessly." Fang Xinting handed the fabric coupons and 200 yuan to Jian Siqi. She had never seen so many fabric coupons before and, momentarily stunned, quickly tucked them under her pillow. She then inquired further, "You borrowed 100 from the principal, and we previously had 50 left. You've spent quite a bit these days. Where did this 200 come from? Also, once we acquire the fabric, do we need to send it to your classmate?" Fang Xinting chuckled and fabricated a story. "After receiving the fabric coupons from my classmate, I sold a few of my badges to make up the 200. They fetch a good price nowadays." He continued to flatter her. "My classmate asked me to help translate a manuscript, which I sent him some time ago. You must remember, my English is quite good. These fabric coupons are his token of gratitude." Indeed, many people are now collecting badges, and the prices have risen significantly, something Jian Siqi was well aware of. She also recognized Fang Xinting's proficiency in English, yet she couldn't help but caution him. Even though he's a classmate, you should maintain a balance in relationships. You cannot solely rely on others, or they will eventually grow weary. In this world, who else could care for him so deeply? Who else would consider his well-being so thoroughly? Aside from Jian Siqi, there was no one else. Fang Xinting was somewhat moved, reaching out to clasp Jian Siqi's hand. "I know, you are the only one who treats me well." Jian Siqi's face flushed slightly, and she pulled her hand away, admonishing him not to be foolish. After conversing with Jian Siqi for a while, Fang Xinting went to the adjacent study to begin writing problems. The students had attended classes for several days and were due for their first diagnostic examination. Rising early, he prepared a large plate of scrambled eggs with spinach. After finishing his own meal, he filled 2 lunch boxes to the brim for the children just as Jiang Kaiyun got out of bed. "Why are you up so early again?" Jiang Kaiyun felt a tinge of embarrassment. She had risen early that day with the intention of preparing breakfast. "You are so busy. You should sleep in a bit more in the mornings," she suggested, concerned that he might not rest well at night. She opted to let Fang Xinting sleep in the study while she and Jian Siqi took turns caring for the child in the evenings. Aware of the challenges that come with parenting, Fang Xinting endeavored to rise early to make breakfast as a gesture of his dedication. He chuckled lightly, saying, "Mom, taking care of the child at night is quite taxing. From now on, you should allow yourself to wake naturally. You need to earn a living for the family, and your sleep must be safeguarded." Jiang Kaiyun stifled a yawn, revealing shadows beneath her eyes. Fang Xinting pondered privately about procuring a basic health supplement for his mother-in-law. As Fang Xinting hurried to school, the Shenzhou Education newspaper, which had commenced publication on March 3rd of this year, was just opening its doors, ready to embark on a new day's work. Due to the demands of printing and overnight proofreading, the newspaper operated on an early schedule. Before 7, the editors had begun to trickle into the office. Instead of heading straight to his own office, Editor-in-Chief Liu first visited the editorial department to review manuscripts. "Chief Liu, here are the letters you need to review today." A junior staff member brought in a sack full of correspondence and thoughtfully prepared a cup of tea for him. Each editor had a large box beside their desk for the letters they had already reviewed. Editor-in-Chief Liu methodically opened one letter after another, sipping tea as he read. Reviewing public correspondence is indeed a laborious task. Extracting useful information from a deluge of letters can be exceedingly challenging. Some writers expressed grievances about current affairs. Others lamented their circumstances, some shared whimsical ideas, while a few even professed their admiration for certain authors. After an hour of sifting through letters, Editor-in-Chief Liu's head buzzed with information. A colleague in the office chuckled, "This letter is quite amusing. It suggests putting a lid on the Pacific Ocean." Another chimed in with a laugh, "Mine is even better. This person claims to be impoverished and hopes everyone will donate $1 to him. With just $1 from each, he would become a millionaire." They continued, "Listen to this. He claims to be Qin Shi Huang and has discovered the secret to immortality. If we send him 200 yuan, he will share the secret with us. What a novel scam." Laughter erupted among the colleagues. Editor-in-Chief Liu chuckled as he picked up another letter. "Oh, this person even knows my name." Upon opening the letter, his expression darkened. "She demands that I send her a large quantity of monkey stamps, or she will alter my destiny." Absurd. He cursed under his breath. "Meng Jiang, is that you?" Clearly, this person is not in their right mind. His colleagues, like explorers uncovering a new world, waved the letter in the air, claiming that current teaching methods are ineffective and fail to capture students' attention. Furthermore, he asserts he possesses an entire set of teaching strategies that can engage students. What nonsense. The letter was discarded into the box by a colleague. Glancing at his watch, Editor-in-Chief Liu declared, "Time for the meeting." The team tidied their desks, gathering their cups and notebooks, and made their way to the conference room in small clusters. The letter, tossed into a cardboard box, fluttered momentarily as the door opened and closed, before settling into stillness once more. At that moment, Teacher Lu was lamenting to a friend employed at the Education Bureau, a freshly minted university graduate. No matter how stellar their academic performance during their studies, cannot be expected to teach mathematics if their background is in language instruction, can they? His friend paused momentarily in surprise. Indeed, sighed Teacher Lu. After Teacher Gui contracted tuberculosis, it was originally my responsibility. Yet, Principal Shun assigned him to oversee the mathematics team. I suspect there may be an inappropriate relationship between them. Is it truly so? This is an abuse of power for personal gain. His friend, surnamed Hu and given the name Chongsheng, suddenly rose and began pacing the room. Teacher Lu chuckled lightly. Principal Shin is aligned with Director Huang. If we could leverage this situation to oust Shin from his position. Hu narrowed his eyes. I will coordinate with the Education Bureau to visit County No. 1 High School. We must ensure that Fang Xinting is removed from the teaching staff. I am doing this for the benefit of the students. Teacher Lu's expression radiated righteousness. In the afternoon, as Fang Xinting was preparing for class, Principal Shun and several officials unexpectedly appeared at the school. Was it a routine inspection? Fang Xinting felt a moment of bewilderment. Chapter 17. The students' favorite activity is slapping faces during the summer vacation. Routine inspections do indeed take place, but they typically focus solely on fire safety and security. What is the mathematics team doing? Mr. Fang has enjoyed considerable favor from Principal Shun, which has resulted in him bearing such a heavy burden. Principal Shun, you cannot solely attend to these newly appointed teachers. You must also consider those of us who have devoted over a decade to serving the school. Mr. Lu remarked with a thinly veiled smile, standing at the periphery of the crowd. Upon hearing Mr. Lu's words, Principal Shun's complexion darkened with anger. What nonsense are you spouting? Mr. Fang raised an eyebrow, dismissing Mr. Lu entirely. I am capable of guiding the students in mathematics precisely because I possess that ability. Such audacity. Director Hu Chongqing stepped forward, questioning. As a novice, what capability do you possess? Mr. Lu and Director Hu exchanged barbs, their words laced with sarcasm, which stirred Principal Shun's temper further. When Mr. Fang was assigned to the school, it was considered that the Chinese language teacher would serve as the homeroom teacher, which is why he was designated as a Chinese teacher. When Principal Shun's temper flared, he showed no deference to anyone. Surely, the Education Bureau can retrieve Mr. Fang's mathematical scores from his college entrance examination and his academic records from previous years? You may scrutinize his achievements. So what if he is a newcomer? In the entire Chongqing County, is there anyone with greater knowledge than Mr. Fang? Do not view individuals through tinted glasses. Given the scarcity of university graduates, it is entirely normal for departments to vie for talent, resulting in graduates being assigned to positions unrelated to their specialties. It is quite normal for the homeroom teacher at County No. 1 High School to be a Chinese teacher, even if Mr. Fang excels in mathematics. Several leaders were well aware of this reality and nodded slightly. Director Hu glanced at Mr. Lu, and upon noticing his affirmative demeanor, continued, setting that aside for now. I have heard that Mr. Fang struggles significantly while teaching first-year Chinese. The students unanimously describe his classes as soporific. Why entrust such an important task as tutoring mathematics to him? Mr. Fang smiled slightly. As a newcomer, it is natural to be somewhat flustered. Familiarity will come with time, and improvement will follow. Who among us was not a novice when they first started? Is it not the case that we all become accustomed gradually? You yourself claim to be a novice. May I inquire what qualifications you possess to tutor students in mathematics? Mr. Lu seized upon the flaw in Mr. Fang's argument. Simply put, I teach well now. Mr. Fang replied with a serene smile. Mr. Fang, handsome and tall, exuded an air of elegance even in a simple white shirt and black trousers. The silent leaders silently awarded him an 80 for his appearance. At present, everyone has their own reasoning. In my humble opinion, this is quite easily resolved. Director Hu produced several examination papers, suggesting, let us set the questions and have the students attempt them. We shall see how proficient Mr. Fang's teaching is. Sound reasonable? These individuals had clearly come prepared, even bringing along the exam questions. Principal Shun was genuinely infuriated. If you believe I have not led County No. 1 High School effectively, you are welcome to dismiss me from my position. I am now returning to the mountainous region to serve as a teaching volunteer. What is the intention behind privately setting questions for the students? Principal Shin, do not be upset. I know you are a good comrade, but I fear you may be led astray by Fang Xinting. The youth, lacking experience, may not act judiciously. Hu Chongsheng, with a beaming smile, speaks with great severity. Principal Shin still wishes to confront Hu Chongqing, but Fang Xinting intervenes. Principal, let him conduct the examination. observing Fang Xinting walking into a trap. Hu Changxing and teacher Lu chuckle together. They are acutely aware of the county's mathematical proficiency. The mathematics team is certainly incapable of solving the questions presented on the paper. Fang Xinting first allows the students a brief respite to visit the restroom, then distributes the questions to each student. Everyone, ensure your pens are filled with ink and prepare your scratch paper. After 10 minutes, we shall commence the examination. You will submit your papers in 80 minutes. Do not feel anxious. Regardless of your nerves, you cannot evade this test. Remember to write your names first before tackling the questions. Writing your name is the first step in beginning the examination. I would rather not encounter a situation where a student achieves full marks yet forgets to write their name and ends up with a 0. Upon hearing this, the student's anxiety dissipated, replaced with laughter. Several leaders exchanged glances, acknowledging Fang Xinting's adeptness in alleviating the student's tension. After distributing the exam questions, Fang Xinting naturally returned to the podium, displaying no signs of nervousness. Such occurrences were not unfamiliar to him in his previous life. While he explained the questions, there would often be teachers observing. Seeing Fang Xinting's demeanor, both Hu Changxing and teacher Lu wore expressions of disdain, confident in their mastery of the situation. The students began calculating on their scratch paper, subsequently writing their final answers on the exam sheets. The test papers had just been freshly printed, the ink still potent, and the characters easily smudged. To avoid smearing the ink, the students placed sheets of paper beneath their hands. The leaders moved about the classroom. Time ticked away steadily, neither hastening nor slowing. As the 80-minute mark approached, Mei Feng found herself stumped by a particular question, her brow furrowing in concern. Hu Changxing exchanged glances with teacher Lu. The inability of the students to solve the questions indicated a lack of proper instruction from their teacher, Hu Changxing remarked. Fang Xinting glanced at him. Please refrain from disrupting the examination. Hu Changxing attempted to continue speaking but restrained himself. Indeed, conversation was prohibited in the examination hall. Director Huang Qingji stood beside Gu Xiangyuan's desk, peering down at the exam paper. His brow furrowed and relaxed in turn, displaying moments of surprise and confusion. Teacher Lu, unable to decipher the expressions, lowered his gaze to Gu Xiangyuan's paper. It was filled with problems, and the scratch paper was equally covered with calculations. Teacher Lu scrutinized the answers one by one. This is quite simple. It is normal to solve this. This is a fill-in-the-blank. It is also normal to solve. This is a multiple-choice question. Again, it is normal to solve. This is a major question, and to solve it, how is this possible? Teacher Lu blinked and began to review the questions a second time. The 80 minutes swiftly elapsed. Fang Xinting proclaimed, the examination is over. Students, please rise from your desks. While the teacher collects the papers. After descending to gather the tests, Fang Xinting placed them on the podium without a glance, stating, please proceed with the grading. Teacher Lu was the first to rush forward, scrutinizing each paper one by one. With every paper he examined, his expression darkened further. The test was graded out of a total of 100 points. By the time he finished reviewing a dozen papers, he was astonished to find that the majority had scored above 80 points. He could not contain his disbelief and exclaimed, cheating. There must be cheating involved. They must have obtained the exam questions in advance. Today, Director Hu had composed the questions, providing guidance alongside. The questions were crafted to be just a notch above the student's current capabilities. In his estimation, achieving a passing score would be commendable. Who would have anticipated that Gu Xiangyuan would attain a perfect score of 100? Although Gu Xiangyuan's academic performance was the best in the county, it was merely a slight improvement over the passing marks he had presumed he might achieve at most an 80. It was undoubtedly cheating. The students, having completed the exam, did not leave the classroom but awaited their results. Upon hearing Teacher Lu's accusations, they were incensed. We did not cheat. Although Gu Xiangyuan found today's exam somewhat challenging, he had never entertained the notion of defeat. Thus, he maintained a fade of nonchalance, chuckling lightly. These questions are far too easy. What could possibly warrant cheating? Scoring a perfect 100 is merely a walk in the park. Chapter 18. One out of breath. One fainted upon hearing the title. Director Hu's face turned an ashen hue with anger. Teacher Lu lowered his head, murmuring to himself, recognizing that these questions exceeded their comprehension. They were not something that could be mastered in just a few days. Yet, we indeed grasped them within that short span. Gu Xiangyuan's father was the director of the local machinery factory, and his uncle was Principal Shin. Thus, he felt no intimidation from Teacher Lu. You have never taught these questions, so it's natural for you to believe we cannot solve them. How can you speak to Teacher Lu like that? Apologize immediately. Fang Xinting coughed softly. Reluctantly, Gu Xiangyuan lowered his head but refused to apologize to Teacher Lu. Instead, he directed his apology towards Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang, I am in the wrong. Today's inspection of number 1 high school was a sudden decision, and even the principal was unaware of it. Director Huang Qingji, who had a somewhat contentious relationship with Hu Changxing, chuckled softly. The questions were set by Director Hu. And I heard that Teacher Lu was guiding you from the sidelines. You only presented the questions after entering the school gate. If the exam questions were leaked, the responsibility would fall squarely on Director Hu. After all, we had never seen the questions before. At this point, Huang Qingji smirked slightly. Hu Changxing's face flushed crimson. I have never leaked any exam questions, he asserted vehemently, shooting a fierce glare at Teacher Lu. Didn't they say the math team's performance was rather mediocre? Mediocre my foot. Teacher Lu is the one who has caused this turmoil. With ill intentions. Teacher Lu continued to mumble. The students could never have solved these questions. There must be some mistake. May I inquire if the students' results have been approved? Fang Xinting turned to the leaders. The leaders exchanged glances. Approved. The students' academic performance is quite commendable. We were all present in the classroom while the students were solving the problems. Cheating was absolutely impossible. Hu Changxing found himself at a loss, while Huang Qingji appeared utterly pleased, giving Fang Xinting the courtesy he deserved. The students' problem-solving approaches are remarkably innovative. I have never encountered such methods before. Teacher Fang, could you elaborate on your teaching techniques? It's merely my humble understanding. I find it difficult to articulate some aspects, Fang Xinting replied enigmatically. Now in his second year of teaching, it would indeed be quite extraordinary if he could systematically articulate his pedagogical thoughts. Huang Qingji laughed heartily, praising Fang Xinting in front of everyone. Behold, this is what a university graduate looks like. Only those who emerge from university can truly be called talents. University graduates are the only talents? What about me? Teacher Lu's expression stiffened. Fang Xinting had brought him a measure of pride today. And Principal Shen felt a sense of satisfaction, though he wore a bittersweet smile. Director Huang, as you know, if Teacher Fang teaches mathematics, he will earn a few less yuan each month. Indeed, Huang Qingji nodded in understanding, acknowledging the reality. Fang Xinting presented the questions he had devised. Director Huang, please take a look. This is the baseline exam I prepared for the students. Huang Qingji took the notebook, glanced through it, and appeared somewhat astonished. The students have already begun to tackle these questions? At this point, he cast a knowing glance at Hu Changxing, his expression laden with amusement. This was the first baseline exam, and the questions were not overly challenging. Fang Xinting followed Huang Qingji's words, deliberately emphasizing the difficulty of the problem. Huang Qingji felt as though he had struck a nerve, unable to suppress his laughter. Director Hu, Teacher Lu, come and see the question posed by Teacher Fang. Lu leaned closer to Huang's hand to take a look, his body trembling slightly. This was far more challenging than the problems he had devised. In essence, the ceiling he had painstakingly selected was merely the floor for others? Lu's mind buzzed, wishing for a crack in the earth to slip into. Director Hu Changxing immediately understood Lu's expression. This time, he had been thoroughly misled by Lu. With a resentful glare at Lu, he turned and departed. Huang Qingji, smiling, returned the notebook to Fang Xinting. I entrust you with our county's outstanding students. Please ensure you guide these children well. After speaking, Huang hurried off to catch up with Hu Changxing. Hey, Director Hu, don't leave so quickly. What do you think of Teacher Fang's teaching quality? Hu, incensed, felt his face flush with anger and quickened his pace. Principal Shen approached Fang Xinting, patting him on the shoulder. Teacher Xinting, splendid work. He then strolled away, hands clasped behind his back, swaying with joy. Through the forest, across the snowy plains, soaring to the heavens, expressing grand aspirations in the face of mountains. Fang Xinting glanced at the students. You've all endured an examination and are surely a bit weary. I will assign some problems for you to complete before school ends. After collecting the assignments, he announced, class dismissed. He then turned to Lu. Teacher Lu, aren't you leaving? Only then did Lu come to his senses, ignoring Fang Xinting, and walked out of the school in a daze. After sending the students off to the bus, old Nyoto called out to Fang Xinting, Teacher Fang, come here. Is there something you need? Fang Xinting entered the reception room. Old Nyoto whispered, Teacher Fang, would you like some clivia? Clivia? Fang Xinting turned to old Nyoto. Do you have some? Old Nyoto chuckled. I don't have any, but an old acquaintance of mine from Changchun brought in some. As for the price, you'll need to negotiate that yourself. Fang Xinting pondered for a moment. Let us meet on Sunday. I'll come to see you in the morning. Goodbye, Teacher Fang. Old Nyoto escorted Fang Xinting out of the school gates. Chapter 19. A Family of Laughter and Woe upon returning home. Gu Xiangyuan promptly placed his exam paper before Gu Dazhang, exclaiming, "Father, I achieved a perfect score." Gu Dazhang, examining the paper with a hint of perplexity, questioned, "But where are the marks? I do not see a score of 100. This is the paper issued by the Education Bureau today." Gu Xiangyuan recounted the day's events to his father. Gu Dazhang was astonished to learn that the new teacher, Fang Xinting, had managed to outshine teacher Liu. Exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this teacher Fang truly so formidable?" "Indeed he is." Gu Xiangyuan nodded in affirmation. "Since elementary school, I have received tutoring from teacher Gue in mathematics. Yet I feel that teacher Fang surpasses him. His lectures are exceptionally comprehensible. It's as if, upon his instruction, I suddenly grasp everything." Having expressed his sentiments, Gu Xiangyuan waved his hand, stating, "I shall go study now." As he watched his son retreat to his studies, Gu Dazhang, brimming with joy, uncorked a bottle of beer, declaring, "My son has performed splendidly. I shall reward myself with a drink." Upon entering the house, Xiao Kong chirped indignantly, appearing most aggrieved. Fang Xinting swiftly caught the little creature, inquiring, "What troubles you, Xiao Kong?" Typically fearful of him, Xiao Kong surprisingly leaped into his embrace today. Jian Siqi emerged. Casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Kong, "While I was cooking at noon, it stealthily infiltrated the kitchen and meddled with the fire. As a result, it poked a stick into the pot, causing a complete disaster. I had no choice but to give it a couple of slaps." Fang Xinting's household boasted both a wood-burning stove and a coal stove. Jian Siqi, ever restless, often ventured out to gather branches for cooking. Xiao Kong clung to Fang Xinting's neck, too timid to utter a sound. Fang Xinting shook his head. "There's no remedy. If it can even provoke me, you'll just have to endure it." He affectionately tousled Xiao Kong's fur. Delighted by his affection, Xiao Kong chirped sweetly at Jian Siqi, who huffed in response, "Considering you're just a little monkey, I shan't hold it against you." Upon entering, they found the main room cluttered with fabric. In the inner room, 3 individuals were engaged in conversation. Eldest brother, second brother, sister-in-law. Fang Xinting was taken aback to discover that he had just given fabric coupons to Jian Siqi yesterday. Yet today they had procured more fabric. "Welcome back, Xinting," greeted the eldest brother, Jian Zhenglin, with a smile. The second brother, Jian Zhengdong, merely nodded with a shy smile. The sister-in-law stood, saying, "Xinting, you have returned. Please, take a seat." Fang Xinting exchanged a glance with Jian Siqi, who smiled with pursed lips, explaining, "Mother returned home this morning and invited the eldest and second brothers to assist in purchasing fabric. They will continue their errands tomorrow. Thus, the eldest and second brothers have chosen to rest at home to avoid unnecessary trips." Fang Xinting was not one to be stingy. When he departed later, he intended to take some fabric to create garments for the parents of his 2 sisters-in-law and their nephews. The sister-in-law, feeling a bit bashful, said, "I am of little assistance. I must return home shortly, as your second sister-in-law is watching the children." The eldest and second brothers each had 2 sons, with the youngest still nursing and thus requiring constant attention. Today, the second sister-in-law had not dared to venture out, remaining at home with the children. "This is my heartfelt gesture. Dear sister-in-law, please do not refuse it." Fang Xinting approached and glanced at her daughter, only to find her asleep once more, which elicited a tinge of dissatisfaction. "Why does she always choose to slumber when I return home?" After finishing lunch, she dozed off, and I had intended to time my return to prevent her from sleeping. Jian Siqi smiled softly. Meanwhile, the neighbors outside whispered about Fang Xinting's household today. "I saw Siqi's 2 brothers hauling back a significant load in a cart. I wonder what it could be. Perhaps gifts to aid Siqi during her confinement? Can one truly bring back an entire cart of gifts?" Zhang Shuanglan, munching on a cucumber, ambled over, her eyes incessantly darting toward Fang Xinting's courtyard. Typically, the gate remained shut, concealing any view of the yard. After peering for a while, her eyes weary, she scoffed, "Who keeps their courtyard gate closed during the day? Surely, they have something to hide." Aunt Zhang beside her chuckled, subtly mocking Zhang Shuanglan. "I've heard your son pilfered Xinting's household registration book. When will you return it?" "What do you mean by pilfered?" Zhang Shuanglan leapt up. "It was a gift from Xining to my son." A loudspeaker blared, "Attention all households. The brigade is resolutely combating various criminal activities." The first offense listed as theft, causing Zhang Shuanglan's face to pale slightly. Though she feigned bravado in front of others, she was acutely aware of the truth. The household registration book had indeed been stolen by Fang Juemin while Fang Xinting was at the hospital attending to Jian Siqi. Aunt Zhang sneered. Who would give their own household registration book to another? Your fabrications require some credibility. You are speaking nonsense. My son did not steal Fang Xinting's household registration book. Zhang Shuanglan retorted fiercely. Jiang Kaiyun swung open the courtyard gate, splashing a basin of water onto Zhang Shuanglan. What are you doing? Zhang Shuanglan sprang up, glaring at Jiang Kaiyun. Jiang Kaiyun wrapped the basin, declaring, "Return my son-in-law's and daughter's household registration books, or I shall report your family for theft today." Zhang Shuanglan, desiring to claw Jiang Kaiyun's face in fury, reconsidered, realizing she could not overpower her, and instead retorted, "Do not think that just because your two sons are here today, you can act bold in front of me. At another time, I could easily subdue you." Jiang Kaiyun tilted her head. "One day without discipline, and the roof will be torn off." She charged forward with the basin, striking Zhang Shuanglan's arm, sending the cucumber flying from her grasp. "Ouch! Do not hit! Do not hit!" Several neighbors erupted into cheers, none daring to intervene. "Do not strike the face! Do not strike the face!" Zhang Shuanglan, incensed, rushed forward, intent on scratching Jiang Kaiyun. Jiang Kaiyun swung her palm, landing several blows that prompted Zhang Shuanglan to wail in agony. After delivering several strikes, Jiang Kaiyun fled, hastily closing the courtyard gate behind her. Zhang Shuanglan, enraged, pounded on the gate, shouting, "Jiang Kaiyun, I will not rest until we settle this." Meanwhile, a small child scurried to the wall, chattering towards Zhang Shuanglan outside the courtyard. Zhang Shuanglan trembled with rage, raising her head to curse, "Damn monkey, when I catch you, I shall devour you." Xiao Kong let out a couple of squeaks and made a face in response. Chapter 20. Preparing for the first diagnostic exam upon awakening in the morning. A flicker of anticipation filled the air as a promotional offer appeared in the marketplace. The Extracurricular Exercises for High School Spatial Geometry, 1982 edition by Rinchiao, were available at a remarkably low price. Accompanied by enticing gifts, an insulated cup and a bag of jasmine tea, Fang Xinting hastily exchanged for the exercises, eager to peruse their contents. However, after flipping through a few pages, disappointment washed over him. In the 1960s, a global movement known as New Math emerged, aiming to revolutionize geometry courses and pedagogical approaches. In 1973, American mathematician Klein published a provocative pamphlet entitled "Why Johnny Can't Add," which criticized the New Math movement, deeming it a failure. The proponents of New Math refused to concede, engaging in a battle for ideological supremacy. This debate gradually permeated the educational spheres worldwide, with various nations aligning themselves and publicly declaring their allegiances. Often, just as one curriculum was adopted, calls for a new textbook would arise by the year's end, leaving educators in a quandary regarding which materials to utilize. The extracurricular exercises were a product of this contention, containing numerous contradictory elements that offered little assistance for his current teaching endeavors. Nevertheless, they provided a glimpse into the prevailing educational progress. Setting aside thoughts of the exercises, he proceeded to prepare breakfast. Little Kong had also awakened, swinging down from a tree and chirping a few sounds at Fang Xinting. After being petted by him the previous day, their relationship had somewhat thawed, prompting the bird to greet him today. During morning self-study, the students were abuzz with excitement, chattering animatedly. "I took the problems home yesterday, and none of my classmates could solve them. Some were even topics reserved for the senior year. They were astonished that I managed to tackle them." As Fang Xinting entered, he beckoned He Meifeng and Xiaoyu to join him for breakfast, announcing that from now on, every Saturday would feature a diagnostic exam. Upon hearing the news of the impending test, the previously jubilant students were struck as if by lightning, erupting into lamentations. "Once a week? We are at our wits' end. Teacher Fang, could you please have mercy on us?" Fang Xinting chuckled. "Moreover, from this moment forth, you shall embark on the arduous journey of relentless practice." He turned around and inscribed today's questions upon the blackboard. "These problems must be committed to memory. Must we also memorize the mathematics problems?" The students lamented once more. "All right, let's focus on our studies." Fang Xinting noticed that two girls had finished their meal and took their lunch boxes. "From now on, after you finish eating, place your boxes on the desk. I shall wash them. Time is precious. Do not squander it on trivial matters." Fang Xinting first cleaned the lunch boxes before heading over to Old Nyoto to fetch some water. He also poured a small half bag of jasmine tea for Old Nyoto. The old man, pleasantly surprised, thanked him. "Teacher Fang, thank you." Upon seeing Fang Xinting filling a stainless steel thermos with water, a look of envy flickered in Old Nyoto's eyes. "Where did you purchase that thermos? It looks quite fashionable." when my classmates came to visit. They presented me with a gift. Fang Xinting then passed it on to another student. Having university classmates is truly delightful. Lao Nyodo filled Fang Xinting's cup to the brim with water, saying, "In the future, feel free to come over for water. The thermos is filled with freshly boiled water from today. You can even bring your class's thermos, and I will gladly fill it for you." Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude and returned to the classroom. However, he did not immediately enter. Instead, he stood outside the window to observe the students. Each student had their own unique study habits. Some twirled their pens while reading, others fidgeted with their fingers, and some gently tapped their fingers against their lips or cheeks. Fang Xinting recalled a news story from his past life about a student who used his fingers as a mnemonic device, favoring finger pinching while studying. When the teacher prohibited such movements, the student struggled to adapt, leading to a decline in his academic performance. Eventually, he found an alternative to his mnemonic device, allowing his grades to improve once again. Regarding these small habits, as long as they do not interfere with studying, Fang Xinting had no intention of correcting them. He possessed his own method of mnemonic devices. Retrieving his gaze, he entered the classroom, declaring, "Today, we shall discuss new material." The content Fang Xinting presented consisted of classic problems that had been tested through rigorous examination practices in the future. While they appeared simple, one would realize during exams that these problems could be applied effectively. In the future, various competitions and college entrance examinations would be accompanied by effective techniques for mastering problems. Gaining admission to a prestigious university signifies the potential for securing a better job post-graduation, with a salary that surpasses that of the average individual. This principle is well understood by many. In our country, the path of the college entrance examination is the closest route to success, requiring the least financial investment. It is indeed the sole pathway. For those from less affluent families, where parents lack financial resources or connections, diligent study and relentless effort can lead to admission to a good university, opening doors to numerous opportunities. Whether one ventures into corporate employment, civil service, or entrepreneurship, the journey is comparatively easier. Moreover, the most significant aspect of university life is the network of connections. Your classmates and alumni from the same institution become your most invaluable assets. Today's lessons progressed smoothly, and after completing the afternoon session, Fang Xinting earned another point. The fabric shopping at home also went seamlessly. Though his two uncles from the Jian family were taciturn, they were meticulous in their actions. They feigned unfamiliarity and split into two groups to shop for fabric at department stores and various outlets. Once they made their purchases, they departed without lingering. By Friday, they had spent all 200 yards of fabric coupons. The types of fabrics they procured were diverse, including polyester, cotton, mercerized cotton, and cotton satin, among others. They did not discriminate. Any available fabric was brought home. They even managed to acquire a considerable amount of woolen fabric. Fang Xinting made another trip to Principal Shunzong's residence to borrow the school's mimeograph and wax paper. On Friday afternoon, Fang Xinting reminded the students, "Tomorrow will be our first diagnostic exam. Please retire early tonight and avoid consuming excessively cold or chilled foods to prevent any stomach issues." Chapter 21. The first diagnostic examination on Saturday morning. Upon arriving at the school, Fang Xinting discovered not only students present, but also several teachers. "Good morning, Teacher Fang," greeted a few educators. "We've heard today marks the first diagnostic examination, and we came to observe the students' performance." Fang Xinting returned their greetings with a smile. These teachers hailed from the county's first and second high schools, specializing in mathematics. Carrying a cardboard box, Fang Xinting placed it on the podium and instructed everyone, "Please take a quick trip to the restroom and ensure your pens are filled with ink. There is ink available on the podium." The previous day, after school, Fang Xinting had escorted all the students out of the school and had prepared 20 copies of the examination papers in the classroom. These were now neatly stored within the box. Once the students returned, Fang Xinting began distributing the test papers one by one, stating, "You have 80 minutes for the examination. Pencils are only permitted for calculations. Do not use them for answering." After handing out the papers, he returned to his seat at the podium. Observing Fang Xinting's calm demeanor, the teachers exchanged glances with one another. In recent days, as the clock approached 10, Fang Xinting had promptly exchanged for a basic mathematics skill card, currently holding 6 points in the peach and plum tally. It was only upon completing the exchange that he realized the basic mathematics skill card pertained to junior high math. Thus, the intermediate mathematics skill card, priced at 100 peach and plum points, must correspond to high school mathematics. To acquire an advanced mathematics skill card, one must first attain the intermediate level in incremental progression. The teachers commenced their rounds of the examination hall. Upon glancing at the students' papers, they were taken aback. The sheets were densely filled with answers, reflecting a swift answering pace. The teachers were well aware of their students' academic capabilities, many of whom had previously scored below passing in mathematics. It was not due to a lack of effort in teaching, but rather a reflection of their limited abilities. They had truly exerted their utmost in instruction. The students diligently calculated on their scratch paper, detailing their problem-solving steps meticulously. The 80 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Fang Xinting raised his head, announcing, "All students, please leave your desks and submit your examination papers." Unable to resist, the teachers approached him. "Teacher Fang, may I assist in grading a couple of papers?" "Certainly. You may each take 2. I will handle the remainder," Fang Xinting replied with a smile, allowing the teachers to select their papers. After dividing the examination papers, the teachers began grading. Upon finishing the questions, they exchanged knowing looks. It was evident from the papers that the students had made tangible progress in their studies. Could it be that Fang Xinting surpassed Teacher Gui? Achieving such results in merely 2 weeks of instruction, what kind of accomplishments could be expected if these students were to be taught exclusively by Fang Xinting in the future? The teachers discerned both reluctance and admiration in each other's eyes, acknowledging the merit-based nature of their profession. Fang Xinting indeed possessed remarkable skill, there was no denying it. Rising to their feet, the teachers smiled. "Teacher Fang, you should be the one to record the final scores for these papers." Fang Xinting accepted the papers. Glancing over them briefly, the questions were of his own design, and he was fully aware of how they were to be solved. He did not record the final scores, but instead called the students in, exclaiming, "I am exceedingly dissatisfied with the results of this preliminary examination." A few teachers widened their eyes in disbelief. Was it possible to be dissatisfied with such scores? Did he expect perfection, a score of 100, to be content? Since the resumption of the college entrance examination in 1977, there were 5.7 million candidates that year, yet only 270,000 were admitted, resulting in an acceptance rate of a mere 5. Last year, the number of examinees was 1.87 million, with 320,000 admissions, yielding an acceptance rate of 17. The figures for this year's examination candidates and acceptance rate have yet to be released, but I am confident they will not be significantly higher. It can indeed be described as a fierce competition akin to crossing a narrow bridge amidst a multitude. If you continue to perform at your current level, it may take 2 or 3 additional years of study to gain admission to university. This topic may seem distant. Let us now turn our attention to next month's regional selection competition. Fang Xinting's expression turned grave. "I expect you to rank among the top 5 in our region." "What? The top 5? The teacher's eyes widened even more than before. Since 1981, there have been 2 mathematics competitions held in the Yunxi region, spanning 2 cities and 9 counties. Chaqing County has ranked last for 2 consecutive years. Dissatisfied with the scores, I shall not announce them. After school, he may phone and see you adhere the test papers to the wall for comparison with the next preliminary examination. The students approached one by one to collect their papers. An unusual silence enveloping the room. Fang Xinting waved his hand, instructing them to take a half-hour break before returning to class. The students exited the classroom one after another, the atmosphere heavy with gloom. Only after the students had left did a smile break upon Fang Xinting's face. He gazed down at the test papers, his lips curling upward. Observing his expression, the other teachers finally understood and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. "Teacher Fang, you startled me just now. You scared me too. I thought the results were poor." Fang Xinting sighed softly. "The scores have improved, but as I mentioned earlier, with these results, achieving a top 5 ranking is utterly impossible. The top 5 are not easily attained. The educational resources in other counties and cities in our region far surpass ours." When the teachers spoke of this, their faces were filled with indignation, lamenting that due to our location deep in the mountains, we receive fewer educational resources each year compared to other counties. It is precisely because we have not achieved commendable rankings that educational resources are reluctant to be allocated to us. Fang Xinting smiled calmly. "If we secure a top 5 position, will they continue to disregard us?" "Teacher Fang, are you serious?" One teacher stared at Fang Xinting, incredulous that he truly intended to strive for a top 5 ranking. "Yes, I am serious," Fang Xinting declared firmly. "This year, my goal is the top 5. Teacher Fang, we support you." Inspired by the resoluteness in Fang Xinting's eyes, several teachers voiced their support. Chapter 22. The students strive relentlessly during dinner. Gu Dazhang noticed that his beloved son was in a state of profound melancholy and could not help but inquire, why the long face? His wife, Xinshaohua, offered their son a helping of vegetables and remarked, "You scored a perfect 100 last time. Though your current results have yet to be revealed, you are surely the top of your class. What is there to be unhappy about? I performed poorly. I do not deserve to eat." Gu Xiangyuan pushed his bowl away. "I shall go study." Xinshaohua exchanged a glance with her husband. "Perhaps we should ask my brother what the matter is?" Her brother, Shinzong, happened to be the principal of the county's #1 middle school. Having a beer to deliver to him seemed an opportune excuse. Gu Dazhang, feeling somewhat disheartened, pondered how his son, who ranked first in the county, could possibly be dissatisfied. If Teacher Fang is inadequate, we ought to replace him. We cannot jeopardize our son's future. I have high hopes for his university admission. Just as Xinshaohua was articulating her concern, Gu Xiangyuan abruptly flung open the door. "No replacements," he exclaimed, furrowing his brow. "Who said Teacher Fang is unfit? It was I who performed poorly on this preliminary exam." "My dear child, I am merely considering your best interests," Xinshaohua replied, unaffected by her son's outburst, instead smiling gently. "In any case, Teacher Fang is excellent. He is far superior to Teacher Gue." With a resounding slam, Gu Xiangyuan closed the door, yet his mind wandered to the task set by Fang Xinting regarding the top 5 rankings. Can our team secure a spot in the top 5? Gu Xiangyuan sank into deep contemplation. If Teacher Gue was indeed inferior, why was he dissatisfied with the preliminary examination? Gu Dazhang scratched his head. "I shall visit my elder brother." The two households were in close proximity, and within a mere 10 minutes, Gu Dazhang arrived at Principal Shinzong's residence. Poor results? Principal Shin nearly spewed his beer upon hearing Gu Dazhang's words. After returning home, "The child has been in low spirits. I fear this may affect his academic performance." A father's love for his son was palpable, and Gu Dazhang was profoundly concerned for Gu Xiangyuan. Upon hearing his brother-in-law's words, Principal Shin burst into hearty laughter. "At your age, do you not understand the art of motivation? You manage a large factory and yet fail to grasp such a simple principle." After the exams, Fang Xinting had shown him the test papers, and several teachers had come to congratulate him, basking in the glow of success. Gu Dazhang's eyes brightened at the news of his son's good performance. "Is it true?" Principal Shin raised his glass. "This beer is quite delightful, with a rich malt flavor." He then discussed Fang Xinting's ambitions. Teacher Fang has set the goal for the students to be among the top 5 in the regional mathematics competition. His lack of praise today is merely a strategy to spur the students to strive harder. Top 5? Gu Dazhang was taken aback. Their county had never achieved such commendable results. I too was astonished upon first hearing, but Teacher Fang articulated it well. He said, "Learning is a process of mutual striving. Establish a goal and pursue it diligently. With motivation, academic performance will naturally improve." Offering students a blend of challenge and encouragement serves as an effective means of stimulation. Stimulation? Gu Dazhang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, a tinge of worry lingered. Could we truly secure a place within the top 5? Even a mere improvement of 1 rank would suffice to satisfy me. Principal Shin chuckled heartily, advising Gu Dazhang once more. "Do not mention this to Xiang Yuan upon your return, lest he becomes overly smug. Today, his performance has markedly improved, with a minimum increase of 20 points. If Teacher Fang intends to employ the strategy of provocation, I shall fully cooperate." Gu Dazhang laughed, raising his cup in a toast. Cheers. In the serene atmosphere of the first high school, silence enveloped the surroundings, punctuated only by the chirping of insects. He Mei Feng and Xie Yu shared a dormitory, diligently engrossed in their studies. Feeling a wave of fatigue, He Mei Feng stretched and gazed dreamily at the light bulb. "Are our examination results truly unsatisfactory?" Xie Yu paused her reading, her expression somewhat despondent. "It must be poor, otherwise Teacher Fang would not have been so angry. From now on, let us rise early to study and perhaps stay up a little later at night." He Mei Feng bit her lip, resolute in her desire not to disappoint Teacher Fang. "Very well," Xie Yu murmured, contemplating today's goal. "Can we break into the top 5? "Uncertain." He Mei Feng lowered her gaze back to her book. The two fell silent, absorbed in their studies. This same scene unfolded in the homes of all the mathematics teams. "We must perform well next time. We cannot let Teacher Fang down." Everyone diligently studied, memorizing problems. As night fully descended, the lights in the editorial office of the Shenzhou Education newspaper remained aglow. As the chief editor, Editor Lu always took a moment to review readers' letters or manuscripts before leaving for the day. Today, he was once again the last to depart. As he closed the window, he noticed a letter in a cardboard box on the adjacent desk flutter with the closing. Editor Lu's eyes sparkled. What exquisite slender gold script. Though the Emperor Huizong, who created this script, and his son, Emperor Qinzong, are often cited as among the most disgraceful emperors in history, it is undeniable that Huizong's artistic mastery in calligraphy and painting surpasses that of many renowned calligraphers. Editor Lu himself was an admirer of the slender gold script. He picked up the letter, reading its contents, several methods to enhance the learning attention of middle and high school students. Such grandiosity. Editor Lu raised his eyebrows and smiled, contemplating tossing the letter back into the box. Yet hesitating at the thought of parting with such beautiful script. This font must have taken at least 30 years of practice. Discarding it would be a pity. Patiently, he continued to read, his fingers lightly tracing the words on the table, each stroke meticulously followed. After perusing several lines, Editor Lu furrowed his brow. Bringing the letter under the lamp for a closer inspection, he became engrossed, losing track of time for a solid half-hour. The security department, noticing the door ajar, approached to knock. Editor Lu, are you not heading home yet? Only then did Editor Lu snap back to reality, realizing how late it had grown. Initially intending to place the letter in his drawer for perusal the following day, he reconsidered and slipped it into his briefcase instead, having only glanced at the reader's letters. He chuckled as he closed the door behind him. As Editor Lu cycled home, he was reminded to exercise caution. Times were not particularly safe lately. The security personnel exchanged knowing smiles. Shall we escort Editor Lu? No, it's not far. It takes merely half an hour by bicycle. Editor Lu waved his hand and took his leave. On his journey home, he pondered the contents of the letter along with the attached exercises and their solutions. He recalled the discussions from the meeting he had attended. Education had reached a critical juncture where reform was imperative. Riding his bicycle beneath the stars, Editor Lu continued onward even as he approached his doorstep. His wife, waiting at home, called out in exasperation, "Old Lu, where are you going?" Editor Lu, startled from his reverie, suddenly realized, "Oh dear, I've passed my stop." Chapter 23. Editor Lu is captivated. Fang Xinting purchases a clivia upon returning home. Editor Lu found himself unable to sleep, engrossed in a letter. The more he read, the more he perceived the profound insights within. His wife, Guan Qinghua, turned over in bed, teasingly remarked, "One might think you're reading a love letter." Love letters hardly possess such compelling content, Editor Lu retorted casually. Suddenly alert, Guan Qinghua sat up, her drowsiness dissipating. "Do you truly have a lover?" In a tactical retreat, Editor Lu countered, "Isn't this conversation your initiation? Whether there is or not, you must clarify it today." Guan Qinghua insisted, brandishing a pillow. "Enough of this nonsense. Our daughter and son are asleep," he replied. Handing the letter to her, he urged, "You are a high school teacher. Please read this letter. If it indeed originates from a lover, I shall smother you with this pillow." With a huff, Guan Qinghua accepted the letter. After perusing the first few lines, she illuminated the bedside lamp and leaned closer to the light, inquiring, "Which educator penned this?" Editor Lu glanced at the envelope. From the Central South Province, Yunxia Region, Chaqing County, Fang Xinting. Guan Qinghua fell silent, her attention now fully devoted to the letter. The lamp in the Lu household remained aglow until dawn broke. They both turned to gaze at the dim light of the morning sky, sighing in unison, another sleepless night. "It's Sunday, let us rest." Editor Lu buried his head under the covers and promptly fell asleep. "How beautifully written. I shall experiment with this when school commences." "No, I must transcribe it," Guan Qinghua resolved, moving to the desk to diligently copy the letter. Upon awakening in the morning, she discovered the marketplace was flashing. One pack of peony cigarettes, purchased with a single peach and plum point, placed in her personal storage. It was Sunday, and Fang Xinting intended to seek out Lao Nyodo to buy a clivia. However, a sense of worry troubled his mind. He found himself short of funds and uncertain of the clivia's price. If necessary, he would have to sell his previously saved badges. Jian Siqi was nearing the end of her confinement, looking plump and radiant. Their daughter, Fang Xinting, was in robust health as well. In his previous life, their daughter had made 2 trips to the hospital during her confinement, feeling unwell almost weekly. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that Jian Siqi had not eaten well, resulting in insufficient milk, and there had been no formula to supplement her nutrition. Ultimately, their daughter had fallen ill from hunger. Jiang Kaiyan spoke of the household registration book. "In recent days, every time I see Zhang Xuanlan, I scold her, Yet she refuses to return the household registration book, truly a peculiar flower. I have already replaced the book and reported the loss at the police station. But mother must never disclose this to them. I shall keep pressing them, ensuring everyone knows they have stolen my household registration book. Fang Xinting awaited the right moment. Beginning in early September, the submission of offenders became a mandatory task. Xingwuling had received a similar directive, requiring the submission of 3 individuals. What if the task remained incomplete? Then they would have to fabricate the numbers. Jian Siqi relentlessly pursued Zhang Shuanglan for the household registration book, continuously accusing Fang Jiumin of theft. When Xingwuling found itself lacking individuals, they would naturally recall Fang Jiumin. At this moment, he could not hastily deal with Fang Jiumin. Presently, theft is a minor offense, but by September, it could become a capital crime. Jiang Kaiyun mistakenly believed that Fang Xinting was unconcerned about the household registration, and in her anxiety exclaimed, "Do not think that by merely rectifying your household registration everything will be fine. Should they use your registration for nefarious deeds and implicate you, would you not end up in prison for their crimes?" With a huff, Jiang Kaiyun added, "I know exactly what kind of people they are, just a house full of worthless individuals. I cannot allow them to harm you. I will pursue her every day." Fang Xinting chuckled, "I will heed my mother's advice." The more raucous the commotion, the more severe Fang Jiumin's downfall will be. Tomorrow, I shall emerge from confinement and can resume sewing. How about I craft you a shirt? Jian Siqi brought up the myriad of fabrics outside. What do you plan to do with so much material? Let us set it aside for now. Later, I'll make a couple of tops for my parents, Fang Xinting replied, harboring his own intentions for the fabric. Rising, he declared, I must head to school. I have arranged to meet Lao Nyodo to see the gentleman orchid. What flowers are you buying? Jiang Kaiyun murmured softly. Upon reaching the school's exterior, Lao Nyodo awaited him. Teacher Fang, shall we go now? Let us walk, Fang Xinting replied, offering Lao Nyodo a box of cigarettes while donning a large hat. Lao Nyodo grinned, accepting. Teacher Fang is so generous. They strolled along the street for over an hour, entering a dilapidated alleyway. In a courtyard, 5 flower enthusiasts stood. Lao Nyodo greeted the homeowner without mentioning Fang Xinting's name. I've brought someone to admire your gentleman orchids. The homeowner glanced at Fang Xinting's bulging satchel and replied, Feel free to look. Fang Xinting crouched down, meticulously observing the gentleman orchids, realizing that Lao Nyodo's acquaintance had not deceived him. The seedlings were indeed robust. The soil was carefully cultivated loam. At current market prices, a pot could fetch up to 200 yuan, which was reasonable. After a while, Fang Xinting's gaze fell upon a pot of seedlings. With his years of experience in horticulture, he surmised that this particular seedling was likely a new variety cultivated by Guofengyi in 1982. One that could be exchanged for a crown sedan and might sell for over 1,000 yuan in the future, the Fengguan gentleman orchid. However, at present, it had just begun to sprout green shoots and appeared rather unremarkable. Fang Xinting pointed to the pot. Let us discuss this inside. 500 for that seedling. The homeowner countered initially. Fang Xinting opened his satchel and produced a box of badges. I'll trade this. Upon seeing the box of badges, Lao Nyodo's eyes widened slightly. Though he remained silent, the homeowner was also taken aback, looking quizzically at Fang Xinting. Fang Xinting opened the box. Take a look at the goods. The top of the box bore the image of a prominent leader, the most sought-after model at present. Below, dozens of smaller badges were nestled. If sold, this box could fetch around 200 to 300 yuan, aligning closely with his mental price of 300 yuan. Moreover, he was quite willing to barter. If a trade was not possible, then so be it. Fang Xinting feigned the intention to stow the badge box into his bag, exclaiming, I am considering your well-being. If I were to suddenly produce several hundred yuan, would you not fear those individuals in your courtyard? The homeowner cast a glance and noticed the men in the yard staring intently at them, then hesitantly stepped back inside, questioning, is this genuine? Fang Xinting offered. You may inspect it. The homeowner examined each item, then clenched his teeth, declaring, it has been switched. Without lingering, Fang Xinting cradled a flower pot and made his way outside. The old ox-headed man silently trailed him. Upon exiting the narrow alley, he bid farewell to the old man and, upon reaching a secluded corner, began discarding items into the warehouse. When he re-emerged, the flower pot, bag, and hat had all vanished, and even his shirt had been replaced. Fang Xinting had deliberately chosen the bag and hat to create a distinct impression, ensuring that his change of attire would go unnoticed. A group of men rushed out of the alley, exclaiming, Where is he? Where did he go? There is no one holding a flower pot, slinging a bag, and wearing a hat. Perhaps he fled swiftly, chase him. Snatch back the clivia and check if he has any yellow goods on him. The term yellow goods referred to money. The men caught up with Fang Xinting, only to run past him. He waved to signal a bus, leaping aboard just as it passed the men. They stood bewildered on the street, asking, where could he have gone? Chapter 24. A stroll through the department store. An unexpected encounter with an old classmate after boarding the bus, Fang Xinting did not return home. Instead, he ventured to the department store. Since his rebirth, his life had revolved solely between school and home, and he had yet to visit the county's department store. The store was bustling with activity on this Sunday, teeming with people and perspiration. Each counter was crowded, with sales clerks vocally expressing their frustration. Why are you pushing? If you damage the counter, can you afford the cost? Initially, Fang Xinting made his way to the fabric counter, which was packed to the brim. After much effort, he finally squeezed inside. The selection of fabrics was limited, adorned with floral patterns that, in Fang Xinting's discerning eyes, appeared rather outdated. After enduring the crowd, he exited in a sweat and proceeded to the ready-to-wear section. Garments hung sparsely on hangers, and to prevent them from getting stained with white dust, the walls were covered in unsightly white paper. Among the offerings at the ready-to-wear counter, the most affordable was the round-neck shirt, colloquially known as the grandpa shirt, which had the highest sales volume. Priced at 182 yuan for both men's and women's versions. Purchasing clothing required fabric coupons. Without them, sales were prohibited. Unlike the fitted t-shirts of later years, these round-neck shirts were made of white cotton, pullover style, lacking any elasticity and designed to be loose-fitting. A thicker set of cotton uniforms cost 15 yuan, while the recently popular athletic wear adorned with 2 white stripes was priced at 18 yuan. The cost of clothing was directly influenced by the type of fabric. Cotton was relatively inexpensive, while materials like polyester or satin were pricier. For contemporary consumers, ready-to-wear clothing represented a significant expenditure. To save money, most individuals opted to purchase fabric and sew their own garments at home or spend a few yuan to hire a tailor. Consequently, patrons of the ready-to-wear section were few, making it the quietest area in the store. The sales clerks congregated, engrossed in conversation, largely ignoring the customers. After observing for a while, Fang Xinting formulated a plan. Just as he was about to leave, a sales clerk raised her head, her gaze first clouded with confusion before transforming into surprise as she exclaimed, Fang Xinting? Is that really you? Fang Xinting paused momentarily, attempting to recall who this person was, but drew a blank. The sales clerk approached him, her eyes briefly scanning his cotton shirt before she smiled, biting her lip. Old classmate, I am Huang Yinxiang, your desk mate from middle school. During his middle school years in the 1970s, Fang Xinting had attended very few classes and had forgotten who sat beside him, let alone those who sat behind him. Moreover, as someone who had been reborn, he struggled to remember anyone's identity. Huang Yinxiang turned to introduce Fang Xinting to her colleagues. This is my old classmate, the first university student from our county. With this revelation, her colleagues recalled Fang Xinting, the university student featured in the regional newspaper. Oh, it truly is you, they exclaimed. Huang Yinxiang proudly lifted her chin, declaring, indeed, it is. Fang Xinting felt as though he had become a mere prop for others' pretenses, and his demeanor grew noticeably aloof. I truly did not expect this. I was momentarily taken aback. I must return home now, and we can talk another day, Huang Yinxiang interrupted him, her voice rising with excitement. Are you teaching at County No. 1 High School? Are you a homeroom teacher? Well, a teacher. Upon learning that Fang Xinting was not only a university student, but also a teacher, a chorus of astonishment erupted from the counter. Teachers enjoy 3 months of paid leave annually. Not only do they earn more than the temporary workers, but it is also a profession that commands significant respect. For these temporary workers, it is indeed an enviable position. Huang Yinxiang wore a proud smile. She had long claimed that her middle school classmate was a university student now teaching at County No. 1 High School, yet no one believed her. Now, with Fang Xinting standing before them, she felt a surge of vindication. With this in mind, Huang Yinxiang warmly inquired, Xinting, what do you wish to buy today? I have already made my purchases. Fang Xinting nodded at her and prepared to leave. Huang Yinxiang's face beamed with joy. Xinting, if you want to buy clothes, just come to me. Fang Xinting offered a non-committal smile and turned to exit. The sales clerks at the counter exchanged glances. One of them teasingly remarked, Yinxiang, try not to let your eyes pop out. Humph, keep talking and I'll tear your mouths. Huang Yinxiang flicked her long braid. Your classmate is tall and handsome. Clearly an intellectual, said the group leader as he approached. Is he married? Huang Yinxiang scoffed. We were merely classmates in middle school. How would he ever inform me of his marital status? What, are you smitten? Why would I be smitten? I worry more about you falling for him. After all, he is quite dashing and has a respectable job. The group leader shot a glance at Huang Yanxiang. She rolled her eyes and ignored him. Yet she turned to gaze in the direction Fang Xinting had vanished. A university student teaching. His salary must be considerable, she mused. Fang Xinting had not given Huang Yanxiang a second thought. He took a bus and then transferred to a minibus to return home. Before entering, he cradled a flower pot in his arms. You're back? Jian Siqi was in the living room, holding their child and beckoning her daughter with a smile. Daddy's home. Quick. Call for him. Fang Xinting hurried a few paces, grinning as he teased his daughter. Sweetheart, Daddy is back. Come, call me Daddy. Little Yining ignored him. Her eyes solely focused on Jian Siqi. No matter how Fang Xinting tried to engage her, she turned a blind eye, inciting his frustration. You ungrateful little one. Noticing the flower pot in Fang Xinting's hands, Jian Siqi asked, how much did this flower cost? This is a new variety of clivia, called the Phoenix Crown. Fang Xinting replied honestly. If nurtured properly, it could sell for around 10 to 20,000 next year. He intended to cease once he made his profits, as earning too much would attract unwanted attention. Jian Siqi and Jiang Kaiyun were both taken aback by the price. This is worth 10 to 20,000? Fang Xinting began recounting his experiences at the Changchun flower market. As Jiang Kaiyun listened, her eyes widened in astonishment. Xinting, what do you think about me asking your father to buy a pot of clivia? Sure. If we're going to buy it, we should do so now. When I sell it later, I'll inform you. Fang Xinting readily agreed. Keep an eye on Xiao Kong. Don't let it ruin the flowers. Fang Xinting recalled the videos she had seen in her past life and grabbed a cucumber, bringing Xiao Kong closer. In front of Xiao Kong, she placed the cucumber on the flower pot. Don't touch it. The flower pot must not be disturbed, she declared. Xiao Kong looked at the flower pot, then at the cucumber, seemingly confused. The cucumber still seemed intent on touching the pot. Fang Xinting shouted a few more times and then slapped the cucumber. If you touch the flower pot, I'll smash your head. With a loud thud, the cucumber split in two, startling Xiao Kong, whose face turned pale. Fang Xinting brought Xiao Kong closer to the flower pot. Xiao Kong struggled desperately, squeaking. No, I won't touch it. If I do, I'll turn back. Fang Xinting pointed to the flower pot and asked Xiao Kong, will you dare to touch it again? Xiao Kong looked at Fang Xinting with watery eyes, utterly wroth. If you dare to touch the flower pot, your head will end up like the cucumber. Fang Xinting continued to threaten. Xiao Kong squeaked in fear and darted into Jiang Siqi's embrace, trembling. Why are you scaring Xiao Kong for no reason? Jian Siqi glared at Fang Xinting in anger. This is what I call killing the cucumber to warn the monkey, Fang Xinting replied with a smile, taking a bite of the cucumber. If my daughter refuses to take her medicine, just scare her like this. It works every time. Pa, go away. My daughter would never take medicine. Jian Siqi shot back with a glare. What is wrong with you? How can you tell your husband to go away? Before Fang Xinting could respond, Jiang Kaiyun had already begun to shout. What is wrong with Xinting? Why tell him to leave? I think it's you who deserves a beating. Fang Xinting winked at Jian Siqi with delight. Mom is right. Mom is always right. A son-in-law as good as this is hard to find. If you dare to scold Xinting again, I'll twist your ear. Jiang Kaiyun huffed in response. Jian Siqi, exasperated, pleaded, Mom, I am your biological child. Xinting is my true son-in-law. You were adopted. Jiang Kaiyun teased, patting Xiao Kong. All right, why are you so timid? Xiao Kong peeked out from Jiang Kaiyun's embrace, first glancing at Fang Xinting. Seeing Fang Xinting still munching on the cucumber, the little monkey became distressed. It squeaked once and burrowed back into Jiang Kaiyun's arms. Outside, someone knocked on the door. Mom, Siqi, open the door. Sister-in-law? Hearing her sister-in-law's voice, Jian Siqi hurriedly called for Fang Xinting to open the door. Chapter 25. Inheritance of Homestead. Siqi emerges from confinement. Jian Siqi's elder brother is Jian Zhenglin, and his sister-in-law is named Luo Mei. Today, they have just returned from a visit to her maternal home. My mother had asked me to bring some eggs for Siqi. Luo Mei placed the eggs in the main room and expressed her gratitude to my aunt. Fang Xinting repeatedly thanked her. Luo Mei smiled, her lips pressed together. It's nothing. Today, she had brought back enough fabric to make 2 shirts, and her mother was exceedingly delighted. Is your mother in good health? Jiang Kaiyun inquired with a smile. Quite well, she sends her thanks to you, Luo Mei replied sincerely. Her gratitude extended beyond the fabric. She genuinely wished to thank Jiang Kaiyun. Although Jiang Kaiyun could be temperamental, she treated her sisters-in-law fairly, never instigating discord among them. She had rarely quarreled with the family of the second son, largely due to Jiang Qian's mediating presence. Such a wonderful mother-in-law is indeed hard to find in the surrounding villages. My mother had also inquired about Xinting's younger siblings, but there was still no news. Luo Mei sighed, explaining that the children were quite young at the time they were sold, and so much time had passed. Indeed, 18 years had swiftly elapsed, and the two little ones had now turned 18. Just as Jiang Qian had stated this, she realized, what purpose does it serve to discuss this? Tell your mother to keep inquiring, and let us know if there is any news. Understood. Luo Mei nodded. After exchanging pleasantries, Jian Zhenglin and Luo Mei prepared to leave, despite Fang Xinting's numerous attempts to invite them to dine. As Fang Xinting escorted them to the main road and prepared to return home, he encountered the brigade leader, Yang Weigua. Just the person I was looking for. Yang called out to Fang. Uncle Yang, what is it? Fang inquired. It's regarding your family's house. You are now consuming commercial grain. Upon hearing this, Fang immediately understood the implications. Consuming commercial grain meant losing their rural household registration and the rights to homestead allocation. The house they currently occupied had originally been allotted to them by the production team. To retain it now, they would need to spend some money to obtain land use and ownership certificates. Please instruct me. I shall comply with whatever you say, Fang responded decisively. Yang began discussing the property where Fang Baowu currently resided. Your eldest uncle's house is still under your parents' names. If you wish to proceed, we can handle it simultaneously. This would count as inheriting the homestead, and there would be no cost involved. There is a vacant plot of land between you and your eldest uncle's house. Currently, you have 3.5 homesteads. I cannot divide the 2 rooms. If you want it, along with your current residence, it will cost 50 yuan. Yang Weigua smiled. If you wish to expand your house, you can build upon that vacant land. Even if you do not expand now, you can cultivate the land and enclose it. I have seen how difficult life has been for you over the years. I can only assist you in this manner. So please do not hold it against me. Homesteads can only be inherited, not transferred. Despite the passing of their parents, the property could only be transferred to Fang Xinting, the son. For over a decade, Yang had not facilitated the transfer of Fang Baogu's property, nor had he been willing to divide Fang Juan's homestead. Fang Xinting harbored deep gratitude towards Captain Yang. However, regarding the matter of the 50 yuan, he did not readily acquiesce. He found himself devoid of funds. The certificate was undeniably necessary, yet at present, he lacked the means. You are aware that my daughter has been hospitalized for half a month, and all the money has been spent on medical expenses. It's nothing to worry about. I understand your situation. I will arrange it for you first, Captain Yang chuckled, adding, you can repay me when you start earning your salary again. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Captain Yang, seemingly nonchalant, inquired, did you men truly steal your household registration book? Fang Xinting sensed that this was the question Yang Weig would genuinely wish to ask. He nodded. His face contorted with anger. During Siqi's delivery, I was preoccupied with the school and could not attend to Siqi. He offered to cover for a few days, as taking 10 days of personal leave would result in a deduction of half of my monthly salary. Who could have anticipated that he would go to the principal and claim I had relinquished my position to him? How utterly absurd. As he continued, Fang Xinting's indignation intensified. I am a university graduate, and the job assigned by the state is recorded in my file and will follow me throughout my life. How could it possibly be transferred to another? He should consider his own worth before attempting to usurp my position. Later, I asked him to return my job. But to my dismay, he not only refused but also absconded with my household registration, aiming to usurp my identity and render me a black household. If it weren't for needing to secure a household registration for my daughter, I might never have realized it was missing. At this point, Fang Xinting seemed to have overstepped. Uncle Yang, we are cousins. Let us overlook this trivial matter. I have already reissued my household registration book. If you doubt my word, I can retrieve the new book for you. Fang Xinting deliberately emphasized the significance of the new household registration book. Unexpectedly, despite reaching this juncture, Fang Xinting still defended Fang Jumin. Yang Weigua sighed softly. Xinting, you are a kind-hearted child. He patted Fang Xinting on the shoulder, saying, I must take my leave. Fang Xinting watched Yang Weigua depart, a cold smirk playing upon his lips. He had experienced the anguish of losing a loved one and felt compelled to ensure that Fang Jumin's family tasted similar suffering. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Upon returning home, Xiao Kong stood beside Jian Siqi, holding Xiao Yining's hand and swaying it playfully. Xiao Yining giggled, thoroughly enjoying herself. Upon seeing Fang Xinting return, Xiao Kong squeaked and hid behind Jian Siqi, clearly frightened. Jian Siqi shot a glare at Fang Xinting. Fang Xinting approached to tease his daughter. Father is a carpenter. Shall I make a cradle for our little girl? No need. Jiang Kaiyan interjected. Your little nephew is already insisting on walking. A cradle would be of no use. You can borrow it for now, and when Yining grows up, you can return it to us. Children's needs change so rapidly. And since Fang Xinting had only this one daughter, the decision to make or not make a cradle truly held little significance. Using an old one sufficed. Currently, there were no innovative materials. Cradles were all crafted from wood. The old cradle lacked splinters and was consequently safer. Tomorrow, Jian Siqi would complete her confinement, and Jiang Kaiyan would also take her leave. The thought of Jian Siqi being left alone to cook and care for the child filled Fang Xinting with sorrow. Otherwise, shall we find a young girl to assist with the childcare? In some households, young girls drop out of school after the 3rd grade to assist with household chores. Such young ladies can be engaged for a mere 3 to 5 yuan a month. Jiang Kaiyan initially contemplated retaining one of them, but hesitated. There was still a grandson at home, the youngest, who was merely 6 months old and the child of her second son. The 2 daughters-in-law had already permitted her to care for Jian Siqi during her confinement, which was quite generous. If she were to stay and help care for Jian Siqi's child, it would be unfair to her 2 daughters-in-law. However, if she were to take the girl away, Jian Siqi would indeed struggle to manage the child alone. After much reflection, Jiang Kaiyan ultimately resolved, I will help you care for the child for another month. Finding someone to look after children is not akin to other matters. It requires a thorough understanding of the individual. Some people harbor dark intentions, appearing amiable on the surface, yet seizing the opportunity to abscond with the child when the family's attention wanes, leaving no avenue for lamentation. Indeed, finding a suitable caregiver necessitates patience and discernment. Upon hearing that Jiang Kaiyan was willing to stay for another month, Jian Siqi breathed a sigh of relief. With the arrangements settled, Fang Xinting rose to tidy the fabric in the room, stating, Tomorrow marks the end of your confinement. There will surely be many visitors. So I will take the fabric to my room. Chapter 26. Jiang Kaiyan's outburst against Zhuqing the following day, Jian Siqi emerged from her confinement. Jiang Kaiyan prepared red eggs, distributing them from house to house within the production team. With the delivery of these eggs, everyone became aware of Jian Siqi's return, and many came to visit little Yining. Zhang Xuanlan hesitated for a moment before instructing her daughter-in-law, Zhuqing, you go, and while you're at it, inquire when Jiang Kaiyan plans to leave. Reluctantly, Zhuqing made her way to Fang Xinting's home. Upon entering the main room, she was greeted by an array of full moon gifts adorning the, stirring a slight pang of envy within her. In the bedroom, Aunt Zhang entertained several elder women as they played with little Yining. The girl was fair and tender, destined to blossom into a beauty. Indeed, with Fang Xinting's handsome features and Jian Siqi's grace, their daughter was bound to inherit their advantages. Zhuqing curled her lip in disdain. What use is a daughter? Will she provide for us in our old age or see us through our final days? Jian Siqi won't bear children, unlike me, who has given birth to 2. Finally, with fewer people around, Zhuqing squeezed in. A small monkey perched at the head of the bed, hand in hand with little Yining. Zhuqing wrinkled her nose in distaste. Isn't that monkey dirty? Jian Siqi, aware of Zhuqing's past with Fang Xinting, felt a twinge of discomfort at her presence and offered a faint smile. Thank you for coming to see me. Zhuqing, with a glint in her eye, retorted. By the way, since you've become a commodity grain alongside Xinting, does that mean you'll have to undergo that surgery? At this remark, the faces of those gathered to offer congratulations turned ashen. What kind of talk is that? Jiang Kaiyan entered from outside. If you cannot speak properly, kindly close your mouth. Do you think your words are not offensive? Zhuqing feigned innocence. I was merely discussing the policy. I have no ill intentions. Jiang Kaiyan, accustomed to being domineering yet never allowing others to misbehave, shot back. My granddaughter is celebrating her full moon today. What nonsense are you spouting? I have said nothing improper. Zhuqing stood, indignant. Where is your hospitality? With a face that large, surely your head cannot fit. Perhaps you should remove your face and fashion it into a football. If the men's soccer team could use your visage, they might just break through to the world stage. Jiang Kaiyan, hands on her hips, glared at Zhuqing. You first courted Xinting and then married Fang Jiumin. What kind of respectable girl engages in such behavior? Are all the men in the world dead, leaving only the Fang family? Have you no one left to marry? Engaging in disgraceful acts and unaware of your shame. Do you truly believe no one is speaking behind your back? Do you dare to visit again? What do you come to Xinting's house for? To flaunt your superiority? or do you wish to become his mistress? If you desire to be his mistress, you must first ask my daughter if she consents. Even if she agrees, you'll have to kneel before her, serving her tea and bowing your head, living as her eternal servant. Zhuqing was taken aback by Jiang Kaiyun's boldness, her harsh words echoing in front of so many. Covering her face, she fled outside. Shameless. Jiang Kaiyan pursued her, continuing to berate, from now on. Do not darken our doorstep. I find you repulsive. Dare to enter? I shall sweep you out with a broom. Upon witnessing Zhuqing's departure, Aunt Zhang chuckled while pointing at Jiang Kaiyan, remarking, your temper is quite unforgiving. I have shown restraint by not expelling her. Jiang Kaiyan, with clarity of mind, thought to herself, is she merely seeking to flaunt the fact that she has borne 2 sons? With those 2 boys of hers, they are bound to end up in a juvenile detention center. The townspeople of Xinghualing were well aware of the nature of Zhuqing's sons. Aunt Zhang nodded slightly, stating, I have heard that for giving birth to one, they even provide some compensation. 8 yuan a month. My daughter possesses a shopping certificate for infant nutrition, and I hold a subsidy card for maternity food. Jian Siqi smiled. Once school commences, Fang Xinting will receive her salary. Oh my, what a sum! Everyone exclaimed in unison. Jiang Kaiyun raised her eyebrows with pride. My precious granddaughter will start earning money for her parents the moment she is born. In the future, when my Ningning grows up, she will follow in her father's footsteps, attending university to become a teacher. The government will allocate her a job, ensuring a lifetime of state support. Her words evoked a twinge of envy in the room, yet they could not deny the validity of Jiang Xian's assertions. As a new week dawned, fresh tasks awaited. Editor-in-Chief Liu carried a letter to the typesetting room at the back, declaring, this must be placed on the front page of the 3rd edition, to be published the day after tomorrow. Upon receiving the letter, the typesetters praised, the font is truly exquisite. The clarity and beauty of the script would make their work significantly easier. Some correspondents, eager to show off, would employ cursive handwriting, which caused headaches for the typesetters. They wished everyone would write in standard script, or, even better, a font as refined as this one. The more they examined the letter, the more they admired it. Such slender, elegant strokes suggested decades of mastery. This Fang Xinting must be at least 60 years old. Editor-in-Chief Liu laughed heartily. Indeed, true talent lies among the masses. This surpasses my own writing. Meanwhile, Fang Xinting was instructing students on how to rectify mistakes from the previous diagnostic test. This session attracted not only students, but also several teachers who were auditing the class. After Fang Xinting had taught for a considerable time, the teachers, having integrated their own teaching experiences, began to feel a refreshing sense of clarity. No wonder students claimed they improve rapidly under teacher Fang. I now share that sentiment. A mathematics teacher named Li Lei nodded thoughtfully. Peach and Plum Points 1. This session was attended not only by students, but also by teachers, earning recognition for the mathematics knowledge shared, thus rewarding Peach and Plum Points 1. This was an unexpected delight. The presence of teachers auditing the class resulted in rewards. Fang Xinting's gaze towards the teachers grew increasingly gentle, and he delivered his lessons with heightened care and diligence. After class, as the students went at rest, the teachers approached him, their faces betraying a mix of humility and respect. I am thoroughly convinced today, Li Lei remarked, extending his hand to Fang Xinting. Attending your class has been immensely beneficial. I regret not having come to hear you teach sooner. The other teachers expressed their deep admiration. Having teacher Fang tutor students is a wise choice by Principal Shun. Everyone nodded in agreement. Fang Xinting, who first taught Chinese at the No. 1 high school, had surprised everyone with his profound knowledge of mathematics. I believe that in the future, not only language teachers should serve as homeroom teachers, but mathematics instructors can also fulfill this role admirably. Individuals like teacher Fang ought to be teaching mathematics rather than language arts. It is truly a disservice to confine their talents to teaching language for an entire year. Indeed, we should bring this matter to the attention of the Education Bureau. At the moment when the teachers were exchanging teaching experiences with Fang Xinting, Teacher Liu arrived at the regional newspaper office and knocked on a door. Oh, is that you, old Liu? Come in, come in. The person who opened the door greeted Teacher Liu with a smile, inviting him inside, carrying a bag of apples. Teacher Liu entered and said, I have come to seek your assistance today. Chapter 27. Teacher Liu seeks a reporter. Fang Jiumin seeks the principal. The individual who opened the door for Teacher Liu was a journalist from the regional daily, surnamed Li. Upon hearing Teacher Liu's words, the seasoned reporter chuckled. You teach high school mathematics at County No. 1 high school. Who could possibly trouble you? Teacher Liu sighed. Recently, a new university graduate has joined our school. He is quite arrogant due to his talents. You cannot imagine when his wife gave birth. He had his cousin substitute for him to avoid losing his salary for taking leave. His cousin, who has not even graduated from junior high and cannot recognize all 3,000 commonly used characters. How could he possibly teach the language? And this was during the final exams, mind you. Tell me, how can I tolerate such an irresponsible teacher with my quick temper? I merely pointed out a few of his shortcomings, and he made me endure several humiliations. At this point, Teacher Lu sighed again. A university graduate. Letting his cousin take his place while the latter has not completed junior high. This is a prime news story, is it not? The country is currently cracking down on such arbitrary substitutions in the workplace. If this were reported, it would surely attract widespread attention. Is the information authentic? The reporter Li was somewhat intrigued. Absolutely authentic. Teacher Lu had learned his lesson this time, refraining from mentioning the mathematics competition. Any slight inaccuracy would put my head on the line. All right, I will take this story. Tomorrow, I will come to your county for an interview. Reporter Li, however, remained cautious. Teacher Lu felt relieved. It is almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal. Come, let us head to the cafeteria. Reporter Li opened a cabinet and retrieved 2 bottles of beer, remarking that it had been years since they last met, as they conversed while dining. Where did you procure the beer? You certainly have extensive connections, Teacher Lu exclaimed with sparkling eyes. It was sent over by Director Gu of the county's machinery factory. He wants me to feature him in an article, replied Reporter Li with a hearty laugh. I am from this county. How could I not support him? Meanwhile, in a nearby noodle shop, Fang Xinting invited several teachers for a bowl of noodles each. A touch of chili and a splash of vinegar left the teachers sweating profusely. Based on my personal experience, if the students can learn from you for over 6 months, securing a place in the top 5 of the region should not be a problem, remarked Teacher Li Lei, wiping the sweat from his brow. The noodle shop lacked electric fans, relying solely on a spirit of righteousness to combat the sweltering heat. This time is too rushed. It's all Principal Shun's fault for assigning you as the language teacher, lamented the teachers. If Teacher Fang truly manages to secure a place in the top 5, his professional title will undoubtedly be elevated. At that time, we shall celebrate extravagantly. Laughter erupted among them. No problem. I assure you I will treat you all then. Fang Xinting replied with resolve. Although the teachers were impressed by him, they remained skeptical about the math team's chances of achieving a top 5 position. For Fang Xinting, securing first place in the region was certainly out of reach, but the possibility of finishing in the top 5 seemed quite feasible. The students were continually absorbing new knowledge, engaging in a profound style of learning. As long as one listens attentively, mastery is guaranteed. In such a learning environment, should Fang Xinting fail to secure a place among the top 5, he would be compelled to end his own life as a gesture of gratitude to the world. Fang Xinting recalls that in the mid-1990s, the entire Yunxiu region had not witnessed a single student achieving a perfect score in mathematics competitions. Yunxiu, being a mountainous area, is surrounded by towering peaks and characterized by a harsh geographical environment. The region lacks substantial heavy or light industry, with its economy predominantly reliant on agriculture, leaving it beneath the poverty line. It is recognized as the most impoverished area within the central and southern provinces. Chaqing County, in particular, is notorious for its destitution, only shedding the label of a poverty-stricken county in 2010. Due to its backwardness and poverty, students who graduated and left rarely returned, and those assigned to Chaqing County sought ways to transfer elsewhere. The absence of talent perpetuates a cycle of decline, making the area increasingly unattractive. During the latter half of the 1990s, an exodus of young individuals left their homes to seek work in the southern regions, with a significant portion of the youth departing. This resulted in a pressing issue concerning the elderly and left-behind children. Subsequently, he became a symbol of educational assurance, frequently reported on by the media. In the quest for university admission, many students transferred across provinces and cities, with their parents accompanying them to Chaqing County. Thanks to the economic contributions of these parents, the county gradually began to show signs of improvement. After finishing their meal, several teachers chatted and laughed with Fang Xinting as they walked towards the school. Fang Baohua and his son Fang Jiumin passed by the school entrance, where Fang Baohua turned to instruct his son. Do you remember how you went over Zhuqing? It only cost 200 yuan. Fang Jiumin raised an eyebrow dismissively, reflecting that, in hindsight, she was hardly worth that sum. Jian Siqi was far superior to her. Look at how Fang Xinting had his mother-in-law come to see the child after he became a father. Zhuqing bore 2 sons. Yet her family did not even bring an egg, let alone money. Damn it, I really overpaid for her, Fang Jiumin lamented. Fang Bao shot him a glare. The focus is not on this. Rather, you must summon the courage and strategy to secure this job, just as you did when you married Zhuo Qing. Fang Jiumin pondered. So what should I do? Approach the principal, treat him to a meal, and then discuss the job, suggested Fang Bao. Those who owe favors are more pliable. Although Fang Bao was not well educated, he possessed a keen insight into the essence of many matters. Tell the principal you'll give him 40 yuan each month. I doubt he won't be swayed. There is no one in this world who does not love money. Upon lifting his gaze, Fang Bao spotted Fang Xinting. Seeing him was akin to encountering a nemesis for Fang Jiumin, Fang Xinting. Fang Bao restrained him, recognizing that this was not the time for a confrontation. Winning over the principal would open doors to all opportunities. Fang Xinting, ignoring them entirely, proceeded into the school with several teachers as students gradually returned and resumed their classes. As anticipated by Fang Xinting, the afternoon's teacher observations yielded yet another point of achievement. Adding to his previous points, Fang Xinting managed to accumulate a total of 10 points and decisively exchanged them for a basic language skill card. In the marketplace, the basic language skill card vanished, giving way to the intermediate language skill card, priced at 100 peach and plum points. Fang Bao and Fang Jiumin were unable to even enter the principal's residence. Upon seeing them, Principal Xinzong felt exasperated. I can unequivocally inform you that the state has issued directives to sternly combat the act of impersonating others in the workplace. I advise you not to act against the wind and mislead yourselves. With that, Principal Xin attempted to close the door. Fang Bao wedged his foot in to stop it. Principal, if you agree to let my son take the position, we will provide you with 40 yuan a month. Just then, the principal of County No. 2 High School descended the stairs, casting a bemused glance at Principal Shun. Principal Shun, have you got visitors? Realizing that the principal of No. 2 High School had likely overheard the mention of 40 yuan, Principal Shun's face flushed. 2 lunatics, insisting on replacing teacher Fang Xinting. Tell me, what else could this be but madness? The incident where director who was left utterly embarrassed by a single examination paper had already spread throughout the entire educational community of Chongqing County. Upon hearing that someone wished to usurp Fang Xinting's position, the principal of No. 2 High School appeared genuinely astonished. Are they truly bold enough to entertain such thoughts? Chapter 28. If you steal the job, I shall steal Fang Xinting. Fang Xinting had promised to hand over the position to my son. Fang Bao was eager to secure this job for his child. As Fang Xinting's paternal uncle, my words should carry weight. Moreover, we possess Fang Xinting's household registration book. Fang Bao presented the household registration book. Look here, it's right in my hands. As long as this document is with me, my son is Fang Xinting, and the job must be granted to him. The principal of the second middle school immediately grasped the situation and shook his head gently. He had encountered many biased relatives before, yet he had never witnessed an uncle so ruthlessly oppressing his nephew. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting was an orphan, having lost his parents at a young age, he understood the reason behind such familial bullying. The principal raised an eyebrow. Principal Shun, if your school cannot accommodate teacher Fang Xinting, he may transfer to our second middle school. I assure you, I would treat him like a deity. Our vice principal has just retired, making it an opportune moment for Fang Xinting to step into the role. The principal of the second middle school wore a mocking smile. Principal Shun's face flushed crimson. Teacher Fang Xinting is an instructor at our first middle school. How could he possibly transfer to your institution? What is happening? Wasn't this discussion about replacing a position? Why was the second middle school attempting to claim Fang Xinting, even proposing that he become vice principal? Fang Bao exchanged glances with Fang Jiumin. Fang Jiumin's eyes darted, and he bowed slightly to the principal of the second middle school. May I also consider a position at your school? I wouldn't mind being a homeroom teacher. The principal of the second middle school was truly taken aback. He regarded Fang Jiumin with disdain. As long as you can persuade Principal Xin to expel teacher Fang Xinting from the first middle school, everything is negotiable. Forget about just being vice principal. You could even dream of becoming the county chief, regional commissioner, or even the provincial secretary if you dare to let your imagination run wild. At this point, the principal turned to Principal Shun. Whenever you are ready to remove teacher Fang Xinting from your school, do let me know. I am always prepared to receive him. I will handle all necessary paperwork and formalities. Having made his point, the principal of the second middle school turned and strode downstairs. You may continue your discussions at leisure. I have other matters to attend to. The principal was well aware that should Principal Xin agree to allow someone to replace Fang Xinting, he would seize the opportunity. With Fang Xinting around, who could doubt the student's academic achievements? Talented individuals are universally adored. Perhaps, with Fang Xinting's presence, the second middle school's mathematics results would soar, and soon. Everyone would only recognize the second middle school, forgetting the existence of the first middle school. The principal's words carried a double meaning, not only mocking Fang Baoguo and his son, but also ridiculing Principal Shun's lack of discernment in recognizing talent. Principal Shun pushed Fang Baoguo out and closed the door. This is infuriating. After a day of classes, Fang Xinting bid farewell to several teachers as they exited the school. The teachers smiled and shook hands with Fang Xinting. Thank you, Teacher Fang, for your patience today. The students seemed quite uncomfortable. We shall not return tomorrow. Upon hearing that the teachers would no longer be coming, Fang Xinting sighed inwardly. Another day would pass with 2 fewer students to nurture. After leaving the school, Li Lei made his way directly to the second middle school. Upon entering the principal's office, I engaged in conversation with the principal of the second high school regarding Fang Xinting. His classroom discipline is exemplary. Many concepts became crystal clear after his elucidation. His speech is infused with wit and humor, allowing students to grasp knowledge points after sharing a hearty laugh. I concluded that his teaching methods are unlike anything I have encountered before. The principal of the second high school furrowed his brow tightly. Cannot be learned? Indeed. It cannot be learned. Li Lei sighed, noting that the teachers feared disrupting the students' classes, so they would no longer attend. I could only acquiesce. The principal appeared somewhat perturbed. Recalling that in 1982, Teacher Fang Xinting was assigned back to our county. At that time, he had the liberty to choose between the first and second high schools. And he pointed decisively to the first high school. It infuriates me. Shenzong, that scoundrel, fails to comprehend Fang Xinting's significance. Had it not been for this incident where Teacher Gui contracted tuberculosis, Fang Xinting would have been relegated to teaching Chinese and left to languish in obscurity. Such talent wasted. Shenzong, that mediocre fool, a worthless scoundrel, a complete nincompoop. The principal of the second high school pounded the table in frustration. The second and first high schools are both comprehensive institutions, encompassing both junior and senior high school levels, thus fostering a fiercely competitive relationship. Once the mathematics competition concludes, we must devise a plan to invite Fang Xinting to join us as a teacher. The principal of the second high school was resolute. Teacher Fang expressed his desire to lead the mathematics team to secure a top 5 position in the regional rankings this year. Li Lei chuckled thoughtfully, pondering that if they indeed achieved a top 5 placement, Principal Shun would be even more reluctant to let him go. The principal of the second high school raised an eyebrow. How are the mathematics team's results? There has been a remarkable improvement. I reviewed their diagnostic tests, and their overall academic performance has increased by approximately 20 points. 20 points? In just over half a month, they have improved by 20 points. At this thought, the principal's anger intensified. That scoundrel. He mistook a gem for mere gravel. While he was berating Principal Shun, the office phone rang. Hello, old Li. Are you coming over tomorrow? The principal's expression shifted. An interview with Fang Xinting for work-related news? After a moment of contemplation, the principal of the second high school responded. Old Li, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Li. The journalist who had indeed been kicked by a donkey retorted playfully. Hua Xiaojie, did you kick me in your dream last night? I could just die from your nonsense. It was evident that the relationship between the principal and the reporter was amicable, allowing for light-hearted banter and mutual teasing. Thus, it was settled. I shall return tomorrow morning. So prepare yourself. Li the journalist hung up the phone. Hua, the principal of the second high school, rolled her eyes as she ended the call. Chapter 29. Acquiring the sewing machine ticket and settling matters of the house upon returning home. Jian Siqi and Zhang Kaiyun were engaged in sewing a shirt for Fang Xinting. Today, the cradle had arrived, and Xiao Yining lay peacefully asleep within it, while Xiao Kong dozed beside her, snoring softly. Jian Siqi's skilled hands produced seams as flawless as those made by a professional overlock machine. After a few glances, Fang Xinting handed over a sewing machine ticket, exclaiming, "This is the ticket I managed to acquire today." The sewing machine ticket had been procured using 1 point of peach and plum credits from the marketplace. The marketplace offered daily promotions, and Fang Xinting never missed an opportunity to capitalize on them. The items exchanged for peach and plum credits were devoid of any repercussions. For instance, the last time, Tang Tsong had redeemed a ticket for an electric fan, for which he expressed his gratitude. With the sewing machine ticket, one could purchase a Mutant brand sewing machine, priced at 137 yuan. Upon seeing the ticket, Jian Siqi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Where did you acquire this? Fang Xinting fabricated a story. I gave away our tickets for this and next year in exchange for this one. Each year after the Spring Festival, residents of the town received numbered tickets ranging from 01 to 100. These tickets were typically used for purchasing meat or various provisions, including white liquor, cigarettes, soap, bean flour, seaweed, tofu, and vermicelli. At the end of each month, the Commercial Bureau would announce which tickets could be used to purchase specific items in the following month. During festivals, tickets could also be used to obtain certain seasonal delicacies. With the supply of provisions steadily increasing, one could purchase items without tickets, albeit at a higher price. Thus, many sought out tickets to save money. Hearing that the tickets had been given away, Jian Siqi felt a twinge of regret. However, upon holding the sewing machine ticket, he deemed the sacrifice worthwhile, as acquiring such a ticket was no small feat. With a sigh, Jian Siqi lamented, "It's just that we are short on funds. Once school resumes, I will borrow some money from a few well-connected teachers to secure the sewing machine." After dinner, Fang Xinting took this year's ticket and went to find Captain Yang Weiguo. Upon hearing Fang Xinting's words, Yang Weiguo was both astonished and elated. "Really? You are willing to give me the tickets for this and next year? These are tickets for both me and Siqi. We have already collected July's." Fang Xinting pushed the ticket book towards Yang Weiguo. As he gazed at the tickets, the captain's eyes sparkled with delight. "How can I accept this?" Despite his protests, he had already taken the ticket book, and before Fang Xinting could say a word, he began discussing the matter of the land certificate. "Do not worry about the land certificate. I shall arrange it for you shortly." During the new year, when resources were scarce, without tickets, it was impossible to procure goods. Thus, he generously waived the fee for the land certificate. "Thank you, uncle. I shall take my leave now," Fang Xinting replied with a smile as he exited. "I'll make sure to have it ready for you tomorrow. I'll personally deliver it to your home," Yang Weiguo promised cheerfully. Fang Xinting breathed a sigh of relief. With stable employment and the housing matters settled, the only lingering issue was the fate of Fang Jimin, who had been executed. "After I lead the students to participate in the regional selection competition, the matters of substituting work and stealing household registration books should have reached a boiling point." As I passed by Fang Jimin's doorstep, a faint smirk crossed Fang Xinting's lips. Early in the morning, the marketplace continued to shimmer. 10 bottles of Jinhonghuayu, accompanied by 10 pounds of kelp sprouts. Fang Xinting rose to prepare breakfast and first visited Commissioner Tang Kong. Tang Song had yet to awaken and was groggily roused by Fang Xinting's call. "Xinting, is there something you need? I brought a few bottles of Jinhonghuayu yesterday and saved one for you." Fang Xinting handed Tang Song a bottle of the oil and turned to leave, stating, "I must catch the bus, so I cannot linger." "Hey?" Tang Song waved to him, but Fang Xinting had already run far away. Looking down at the bottle of Huayu, Tang Song smiled broadly. Ever since Fang Xinting procured a fan ticket for him, their relationship had grown increasingly close. Upon arriving at the school, after ensuring the two children had breakfast, Fang Xinting seized the opportunity while washing the lunchboxes to seek out Old Nyoto. "Old Nyoto, I have Jinhonghuayu. Do you have any connections to sell it?" Fang Xinting produced a bottle of the oil, stating, "This remedy is excellent for treating bruises and injuries. I'll give you this one." "All right." Old Nyoto grinned as he carefully set aside the Huayu. "I'll ask around for you." Fang Xinting had never failed to reciprocate Old Nyoto's assistance, often bringing him cigarettes or other gifts, making Old Nyoto quite willing to help sell Fang Xinting's goods. Today, there were no teachers observing, and only 1 point of merit was earned in the morning. However, seeing the students' academic performance improve was reward enough for Fang Xinting. It is common and unfortunate for students from impoverished regions to struggle academically. Take Yuxiang Yuan, for instance. His family has high hopes for him and has hired the best math tutor in the county for extra lessons since he was young. Yet, with teacher Gui's skill, the tutoring barely yields notable results. The situation is quite different in large cities, where a plethora of tutoring classes and after-school programs dazzles the eye. Whether it be foreign languages, literature, mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, music, art, or ballet, one can find tutors for any subject as long as they are willing to spend money. As the class neared its end, Fang Xinting mentioned the upcoming assessment tests for this week and the next. "After we complete the assessments, we will prepare to attend the regional selection competition. Therefore, these 2 weeks of tests are immensely important." Upon hearing Fang Xinting's words, the students felt a wave of anxiety. "I was not satisfied with the results of the first assessment. I hope this week's test will bring me a pleasant surprise." With that, Fang Xinting announced the end of class. The students, feeling apprehensive, pondered this issue even during lunch. In the afternoon, Fang Xinting noticed the students were even more diligent. Merit points 1. Fang Xinting nodded in satisfaction. As school dismissed, old Nyoto offered to buy Hawaii for someone else, $2.50 a bottle. Would teacher Fang like to sell? Chapter 30. The old bullhead is resourceful. The Jing family gifted sewing machines and money to Tang Song, one bottle for himself, one for the old bullhead, and retained 2 for personal use, leaving a total of 6 bottles. The common red flower oil is priced at about 6 yuan. Yet the old bullhead managed to sell it for 2 yuan and 50 cents, which was quite unexpected. He handed the remaining 6 bottles to the old bullhead, asking who would want such a thing. With a mysterious smile, the old bullhead replied, "It's for treating injuries. Who else would want it? No need to inquire further. It's not in your interest, lest it taint your ears." The old bullhead generously put down 15 yuan for Fang Xinting, initially intending to give only 1 yuan, claiming it was imported from Singapore and unavailable on the market, hence the price of 2 yuan and 50 cents. The old bullhead was well versed in the rules of the game. During their last flower purchase, regardless of how Fang Xinting and the homeowner negotiated, the old bullhead remained silent. "I used to roam the streets in my youth," the old bullhead recounted proudly, "not to mention, my wife is someone I fought for. For her, I engaged in 6 brawls in a single day, winning every one. With youthful fervor," he recited, holding the yellow reins on the left and the azure on the right, adorned in fine hats and fur, 1,000 riders sweep across the plains. Fang Xinting recited a poem by Su Dongpa, Jian Siqi. The old bullhead laughed heartily. Teacher Fang truly embodies culture. Reporter Li Du was delayed by matters at the newspaper office, arriving in the afternoon. Upon reaching the county town, he immediately sought out the principal of the second middle school, Hua Jiaojie. "Old Hua, I've missed you dearly." The principal, irritated by the name, barked, "Get lost." Li Du chuckled, "Come, let us go eat," and called upon Gu Dazhang to cover the bill. Upon hearing that the prominent reporter from the regional daily had arrived, Gu Dazhang hurriedly rushed over to settle the account, and even brought 3 cases of beer. "Director Gu, you seem to have quite the connections now," Li Du remarked as he opened a bottle, downing it in one go. Gu Dazhang merely smiled. "Let's focus on the food." After some casual banter, Li Du revealed his intention. "This time, I wish to investigate a case of misconduct and hope you can provide some materials." The principal of the second middle school immediately thought of Fang Xinting. "Is it about the Fang Xinting you mentioned yesterday?" Gu Dazhang raised an eyebrow, his expression one of surprise. "Based on your expressions, do you all know him?" Li Du inquired, helping himself to a dish. "What aspect of misconduct do you wish to delve into?" Gu Dazhang asked cautiously, as the principal of the first middle school was his close relative, and he hoped for no scandal to arise. "It's about Fang Xinting allowing someone else to take over his position," Li Du replied, glancing at Gu Dazhang. "Are you aware?" Upon realizing it did not concern Xinzong, Gu Dazhang exhaled in relief and shook his head. "I'm not privy to that." His connections with Fang Xinting were merely through Gu Xiangyuan and the purchase of beer. Beyond that, he truly knew little. For all matters, it's best to observe how they unfold. The principal of the second middle school recounted the incident of Fang Bao while leading his son to confront Xinzong at his doorstep in detail. As reporter Li Du listened intently while picking at his food, he was taken aback when he heard the shocking revelation. Was there an attempt to intimidate the principal of number 1 middle school using Fang Xinting's household registration book? "You see, I have never seen eye to eye with that old fellow Xinzong. I would dare to chastise him even in front of Gu Dazhang." The principal of number 2 chuckled, remarking that number 1 and number 2 were in a competitive relationship, and he had no obligation to speak favorably of Xinzong. However, this contradicted what teacher Lu had conveyed to him, stating that Fang Xinting had willingly allowed his cousin to take over his job. In contrast, Hua Jiaojie had claimed that Fang Baoguo and Fang Jiumin were forcibly replacing Fang Xinting in his position. Li Du sensed that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared and resolved to conduct an on-site interview at the Xingawilling production team where Fang Xinting worked. Upon returning home, Fang Xinting was pulled aside by Jian Siqi, who whispered to him that their mother had come home today and brought out the money for the sewing machine. She also produced the land certificate and the residential land use certificate, which had been delivered by the team leader earlier that day. Fang Xinting was momentarily stunned. His parents were not well off, and he wondered if she truly intended to give them money. He took the 2 certificates and said, "I will keep these to prevent anyone from coveting them." With his personal storage, he could not simply discard them. Jian Siqi appeared troubled, insisting, "I told you not to accept it. Mother said that after a child is born, the maternal family will contribute items. This money is for us." Fang Xinting was resolute in his refusal of Jiang Sayun's money. The sewing machine cost 130 yuan, equivalent to 2 months' salary for him. while his father-in-law's family would need to labor for an entire year to earn that amount. Holding the money made him uneasy. Jian's two older brothers had always treated him well in both this life and the previous one, and he did not wish to create discord over a mere 100 yuan. Jiang Kaiyun entered the room, recalling, when you two married, our family had just hosted 2 weddings and was in dire straits. We prepared no substantial dowry, only a few garments. She insisted, you must keep this money, it is our contribution to the dowry. The memory of Jian Siqi's modest wedding brought tears to her eyes. It was already quite remarkable that you did not ask for a bride price. Fang Xinting smiled reassuringly at Jiang Kaiyun, saying, we are not the kind of family that sells our daughter. What bride price would we require? Jiang Kaiyun felt a swell of pride as she spoke of the bride price, asserting that as long as the 3 siblings lived well, that was sufficient. Even if you had asked for a bride price, my 2 brothers would not have felt at ease spending it. Jinlin and Zhengdong are proud individuals. Given her mother-in-law's sentiments, Fang Xinting resolved to accept the money and promised to compensate from other sources later. Tomorrow, I will take you to the department store to bring back the sewing machine. Jiang Xian's face lit up at the mention of the sewing machine. The sound of the sewing machine is simply delightful. It is so pleasing that I dream of it. Once the sewing machine was purchased, she planned to make 2 garments for her parents. Jian Siqi smiled quietly, thinking, first, I will make something for Xinting since he is about to compete at the district level. Wearing new clothes will spare him any embarrassment. Jiang Xian's face was filled with joy. Fang Xinting took out 2 bottles of camellia oil, saying, 1 bottle is for us, and the other is for Dad. Upon seeing the words Singapore on the label, Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement. Imported? How rare. At that moment, the Jian family was gathered together discussing the matter of the sewing machine funds. Jian Zhenlin, the eldest, held a significant say in family affairs, declaring, this money is to supplement the dowry for our younger sister. The second brother, Jian Zhengtong, remained silent, merely responding with an affirmative sound. The eldest sister-in-law, Luomei, exchanged glances with the second sister-in-law, Guo, and in each other's eyes, they discerned a shared indifference, leading them to smile subtly. If mother says it's for our sister, then it is, one remarked. Indeed, it has always been the duty of elder brothers to provide for their younger sisters. In times when Xinting was less fortunate, it was a different story, but now that he has prospered, he frequently brings gifts to our household. Exactly. Xinting is without parents. We ought to lend a helping hand. If our sister's life flourishes, she will be able to support us in the future. Xinting is a university student. The avenues for his earnings are boundless, far surpassing our own struggles for financial stability. Chapter 31. Little Kong eats noodles. Reporter Lee's interview in the morning. The mall sparkled with the announcement, 10 pounds of lychee, with an additional 10 pounds of fresh chili peppers. Lychee is indeed a delightful treat. Fang Xinting sampled one, only to discover it was the Fizi Shao variety. After some contemplation, he decided to wait until evening to take some home. For breakfast, he prepared a bowl of tossed noodles, finally chopping the chili peppers and adding soy sauce and a hint of sesame oil. The pleasure of indulging in the noodles was unparalleled, causing beads of sweat to form on his nose. Little Kong entered the kitchen, peering curiously at Fang Xinting. He handed her a crisp lettuce leaf, and she perched on a stool, munching delightfully. After being reprimanded by Fang Xinting for sitting on the floor previously, she had since refrained from such behavior. Fang Xinting prepared 2 more bowls of noodles, rinsed them in cold water, and drizzled them with the stir-fried topping. He reminded Little Kong to keep an eye on the house before departing. Once he left, Little Kong gazed longingly at the noodles on the stove, swallowing hard. However, she remained obediently in the kitchen, waiting patiently. Soon, Jiang Kaiyun rose as well. Upon seeing the prepared topping, she served 2 bowls of noodles. Turning, she caught Little Kong's eager gaze and, after a moment's thought, placed a chopstick of noodles into her bowl, asking, would you like some noodles? Little Kong pointed towards the pot of vegetables. Do you still need to pour the vegetable broth? Jiang Kaiyun poured a small amount into her bowl. Yet, Little Kong still hesitated to eat, instead pointing at the bowl of chili peppers. Jiang Kaiyun chuckled softly. Those are chili peppers. Seeing Little Kong's eager expression, she relented, adding a tiny piece of chopped chili to her bowl. Only then did Little Kong reach out to grab it. Just as she placed the noodles in her mouth, her eyes widened in shock. With a squeal, she discarded the noodles and dashed out to the yard, scrambling up a tree and calling out wildly. Jiang Kaiyun followed her outside, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. I told you that was spicy. You wouldn't listen. Let us see if you dare to eat it again. However, her laughter was short-lived as she too was caught off guard by the spiciness, gasping for breath. Why is it so hot? Not only were Jiang Kaiyun and Little Kong affected by the heat, but old Nyoto, who usually enjoyed spicy food, nearly succumbed after consuming half a chili pepper, his mouth agape as he gasped for air. Fang Xinting had left him a dozen chili peppers, suggesting, chop one up when eating tossed noodles. It adds remarkable flavor. After sipping some hot water, old Nyoto found himself overwhelmed by the spice again, exclaiming, what a punch. Later, when the ice cream vendor passes by, just buy one and you'll be fine, Fang Xinting waved his hand and returned to his lessons. The day's topic focused primarily on functions and trigonometric functions. He encouraged students to memorize mathematical problems and formulas as though they were passages from a literature textbook, embedding them deeply in their minds. When needed, they could retrieve them instantly. During problem solving, students were urged to visualize the relationships between the problems and various formulas. Now, I will present a question. Everyone connected to the formulas we reviewed earlier, Fang Xinting began to write. The students diligently transcribed his words. If there were a camera that could delve into the students' minds, it would reveal a vivid three-dimensional landscape of knowledge. Formulas flickered one after another, intertwining with the problems presented before the students. Soon, those who had made the connections began to raise their hands. Fang Xinting nodded, waiting for the final hand to be raised before inscribing the correct formula upon the blackboard. Those who answered correctly smiled softly, while those who erred expressed their deep regret. Fang Xinting did not chastise the students who made mistakes. Instead, he inquired, why did you connect this formula? Please explain your reasoning. After the students responded, he first affirmed their thoughts, then gently guided them toward the correct formula. This method of teaching resembled a one-on-one approach, progressing at a measured pace, yet ensuring that once a student comprehended the material, they would not repeat the same errors in the future. The other students, through attentive listening, also deepened their understanding. Outside the window, 3 individuals were eavesdropping, observing as knowledge was disseminated. The transmission of understanding progressed from 1 to 15, then to 60, before being interrupted, prompting a reminder for further effort. Fang Xinting glanced outside, reportedly poked at Gu Dazhang, signaling their departure. As they walked away, Gu Dazhang grumbled in dissatisfaction. Why are we leaving all of a sudden? I feel like I'm just beginning to grasp it. The principal of the second middle school expressed astonishment, remarking on the high level of teaching, which was both accessible and succinct. Reportedly pondered, recognizing that such remarkable teaching quality in only the second year of employment must stem from both innate talent and a profound passion for education. Coupled with the matter concerning household registration, he suspected there was more to the story regarding the job replacement. I will visit the Xingwuling production team, decided reportedly. As the class concluded, students joyously rushed to the distribution room for water. Gu Dazhang intercepted Gu Xiangyuan, offering him $1. It's so hot. Buy some ice pops for your classmates. Gu Xiangyuan shook his head. Teacher Fang forbids us from consuming icy treats before the competition, fearing it might upset our stomachs and affect our studies. With that, he hurried off to fetch hot water. Gu Dazhang's eyes widened in a mix of jealousy and admiration, realizing that his authority as a father seemed less effective than that of the teacher. The student's unwavering respect for Fang Xinting elevated reporter Li's opinion of him significantly. The trio chose not to engage Fang Xinting in conversation but discreetly exited the school while the students were busy retrieving water. Gu Dazhang and the principal each returned to their respective homes, while reporter Li proceeded to the Xingwuling production team. Upon revealing his identity as the father of a student in the math squad and expressing concern about Fang Xinting's youth potentially compromising his teaching abilities, he was warmly received by team leader Yang Weigua. Xinting has always excelled academically. When we weren't holding classes in junior high, he self-studied at home, never running around with others. He is a remarkably obedient child, Yang Weigua praised Fang Xinting. Reportedly feigned curiosity and pressed on, team leader Yang. My child has also faced challenges in school. I heard that teacher Fang once relinquished his position to someone else, and I fear he may not take his responsibilities seriously, which could hinder my child's education. Relinquish his position? That is a misunderstanding, Yang Weigua replied. Yang Weigua revealed that Fang Xinting's daughter was born prematurely and spent half a month in the hospital. Fang Juemin took advantage of the situation to deceive Fang Xinting. Later, while Xinting was preoccupied with caring for his daughter and wife at the hospital, Juemin stealthily stole his household registration book. Whenever Yang Weigua recounted this incident, his face contorted with disdain, exclaiming that he intended to usurp Xinting's household registration in order to claim his rationed goods. Such audacity was truly shameless. This was the first time reporter Li had encountered such a scenario. He felt an urge to slam the table in indignation, but restrained himself. He continued to inquire, did Fang Xinting simply allow others to bully him in such a manner? Xinting is a kind-hearted soul, Yang replied. He has been intimidated by the Fang family. When Jian claimed he needed work, Xinting dared not refuse. Intimidated? Li Da's expression wavered in disbelief. Did even his elder cousin strike him? Indeed, the beatings were severe. Yang Weiguo recounted tales from Fang Xinting's childhood. Chapter 32. Clarifying the context. Reporter Li decomposes a news article upon exiting the brigade headquarters. The expression on reporter Li Da's face was grave. Fang Xinting's younger siblings had been sold by the family of her elder uncle, having endured abuse from this family since childhood. It was only upon arriving in the capital for university that she finally escaped their torment. Tragically, Fang Xinting's grandparents perished while searching for the two children, buried beneath a landslide. Her uncle blamed Fang Xinting for the death of their grandparents, leading to a bitter estrangement. Furthermore, the youngest son of her elder uncle had married Fang Xinting's first love. Questions swirled in reporter Li Da's mind. How could Fang Xinting attend university while Fang Jian could not? Even after a decade of journalism, witnessing the myriad facets of life, he couldn't help but exclaim a silent curse. Was Fang Xinting merely a sheep to be sheared? Driven by curiosity, he sought out several elderly villagers for insights. Why did you not intervene when Fang Baoguo ruthlessly beat Fang Xinting? He inquired. We dared not meddle in other families' affairs during those years. What if we were to be accused? They replied. Only Fang Xinting's uncle could have addressed such matters, but he refused to act. When he proposed to take Fang Xinting and the two children under his care, she accused him of coveting her family's wealth. The villagers echoed in unison. At that time, Fang Xinting was merely 7, oblivious to the manipulation by Fang Baoguo and Zhang Shuanglan, utterly naive. Her uncle was expelled from their home, and with the subsequent sale of the children, the two elderly individuals died consumed by resentment. After a moment of contemplation, Li depressed further about how Fang Xinting managed to attend university. Given Fang Baoguo's severe mistreatment, it stands to reason he would have forbidden her education. Why could she go to university while his own son could not? The elders were at a loss for an explanation. Perhaps it was a rare act of kindness from Fang Baoguo. Over the years, it is because of Fang Xinting's education that our community has tolerated the presence of the Fang family. The intricate web surrounding the Fang Xinting incident was gradually unraveling. Orphaned, with her siblings sold off and their homes seized, all their wealth now in the hands of her elder uncle, she had struggled to survive under his oppressive rule for over a decade, ultimately seizing the opportunity to escape through education, perhaps out of fear from past abuses. When her elder uncle demanded she find him work, she dared not resist. Yet, she was unable to abandon her students, utilizing her summer breaks to tutor them. Reflecting on his notes, reporter Li pondered deeply. News coverage cannot be one-sided. He must also interview Fang Baoguo's family. This subsequent visit opened his eyes wide. Zhang Shuanglan stood with hands on her hips, defiantly proclaiming, I raised him. I deserve recompense. Who among us has not disciplined their children? I have struck my 2 sons and 2 daughters. What of it? Boys are sturdy. If you don't beat them, they want to learn the pain of consequences. Our home? We raised Fang Xinting. Living in this house is hardly excessive. The furniture? It was gifted to us by Fang Xinting's father while he was still alive. Money? We have never seen any. In fact, over the years, we have spent hundreds, nay, thousands, on her upbringing. Without our support, could she have excelled in her studies or secured employment? Fang Xinting must repay her debts of gratitude. Is it not merely a job? What gives her the right to refuse? Fang Baoguo remained silent, merely bowing his head to smoke. However, reporter Li could discern from his incessant nodding that Fang Baoguo wholeheartedly agreed with Zhang Shuanglan's sentiments. Now, the household registration book is with me. Fang Jiumin began to speak, but Fang Baoguo shot him a glare, as if to say, Who gave you the right to speak? Fang Jiumin, feeling quite indignant, promptly shut his mouth, wearing an expression of deep grievance. Li Da, ever observant, made a point to have Fang Jiumin see him off as he departed. Once outside the gate, Li Da handed Fang Jiumin a pack of cigarettes, saying, Brother, I sense you feel quite wronged. Indeed, why should he go to university? We barely graduated from middle school. What gives him the right to attend university? If it weren't for Yang Weiguo, that spot should have been for my elder brother. Fang Jiumin trailed off suddenly. Li Da sensed something amiss and pressed for more details, but Fang Jiumin fell silent on the matter, insisting only on the household registration book. The household registration book was given to me by Fang Xinting. I certainly didn't steal it. After conversing a bit longer with Fang Jiumin, Li Da proceeded to the security office, where he found Commissioner Tang. Presenting his press credentials, he recounted the situation. Following Li Da's account, Tang Song located the report filed by Fang Xinting. Fang Xinting had indeed reported the loss of his household registration book, speculating that it had been stolen while he was at the hospital with his child. Upon retrieving his wife and child from the hospital, he discovered the book was missing as he prepared to register his child. Checking the timeline, it was evident that it was only a few days after Fang Xinting had brought his wife and daughter home. Li Da scrutinized the handwriting and signatures, finding them consistent and devoid of any signs of forgery. He then inquired about other matters, but Tang Song shook his head. I am not well versed in the grievances of the Fang family. I only know that his elder cousin often mistreated him. Fang Jumin's elder brother? His name is Fang Xinting. He enrolled in a technical school in 78 and was assigned to the capital after graduation. Back then, Fang Xinting brought the documents for transferring his household registration, and I processed it in accordance with the policy. After bidding farewell to Tang Song, Li Da sought out Captain Yang Weigua to inquire about Fang Jumin's elder brother. Yang Weigua, looking bewildered at the sight of the press credentials, remarked, "Aren't you a parent of a student? You're a reporter?" Regarding the university admissions of Fang Xinting and Fang Xinting, he recalled, "Two children from our village were taking the exams. I was certainly waiting daily at the county for news. This was a matter of great pride for the entire village. We had only one admission notice for the entire county, and I treasured it dearly, even going to the district to collect it. Upon returning, I personally delivered the notice to Xinting. Fang Xinting? He also took the college entrance examination in 77, but his results were dismal, and he did not pass. After a year of review, he was admitted to a technical school in 78. Once enrolled, he took his wife and child with him to school. When questioned further, Yang Weigua refused to elaborate, claiming uncertainty. With no more leads to pursue, Li Da returned to the county town, making a beeline for the county police station. Once Li Da had left, Captain Yang sank back into his chair, breaking into a cold sweat, with veins throbbing on his forehead. Damn it, Fang Baohua. So that was your intention all along? Li Da made his way to the personnel in the household registration department. After revealing his press credentials, journalists swiftly located the records for the reissuance of household registration. He meticulously unraveled all the threads of the story, sighing, Fang Xinting is truly blessed with benefactors. It appeared that he remained oblivious to the fact that Captain Yang had inadvertently assisted him several years prior. After a brief conversation with the principal of secondary school No. 2, he returned to the district. When he hurriedly finalized the news article and submitted it to the chief editor of the newspaper, the editor glanced at it and decisively shelved the piece. Are you aware that in just over a week, Chongqing County will lead its students to participate in the district selection competition? Journalist Li's eyes brightened. Are you suggesting we wait until they reach the district before reporting this news? The editor pointed to a line in the article where Fang Xinting expressed his desire to lead the students to achieve a top 5 ranking. Wearing a shrewd expression, you should create a series, initially presenting this statement to capture everyone's attention and interest. Then. The editor's insight was profound. Journalist Li nodded in agreement with a smile. In the office of the Chongqing County Education Bureau, Director Huang Qingji's desk was piled high with the day's newspapers. After concluding the morning's routine meeting, Director Huang picked up a newspaper, filled his tea mug, and began to leaf through the pages. In addition to national dailies, Director Huang subscribed to educational publications. The newly established Xinzhou Education News was among the essential daily reads. Several methods to enhance attention among junior and senior high school students. Director Huang found this article intriguing and read on, captivated by the mathematical problem and its 5 solutions. Exclaiming in admiration, this problem is resolved brilliantly. He then glanced at the author's name, Fang Xinting. He lamented the lack of talent in Chongqing County. Those from outside are indeed formidable. This article is exceptionally well written. Chapter 33. The tremendous response following the publication. The phone at the Xinzhou Education newspaper office rang incessantly. Is it true that there are 5 solutions to that problem regarding multiple methods? That problem is so challenging. Is it part of this year's college entrance examination? Is there more to this multiple methods discussion? I am the principal of a school in the Magic City. May I inquire who authored this multiple methods piece? How can I contact teacher Fang Xinting? I have some ideas I wish to discuss with him. What kind of nonsensical article is this? Utter nonsense. I strongly demand the publication of my own article. Mine is the best. In the past few days, due to the publication of Fang Xinting's article titled Enhancing Attention, the newspaper's phone lines have been nearly overwhelmed. Is this method of enhancing attention truly so effective? The editorial reviewer who once thought Fang Xinting was merely boasting now finds himself questioning his own judgments. In the future, One must approach public correspondence with greater seriousness and humility. Just look at yourself. You nearly overlooked a remarkable article. Editor-in-Chief Lu's expression was grave. Indeed, I was wrong, admitted the editorial reviewer, lowering his head. For the past few days, Editor-in-Chief Lu had returned home and found himself discussing Fang Xinting's article with his wife. The more they discussed, the more he appreciated it. This Fang Xinting must be an elderly gentleman in his 60s or 70s, someone who has devoted his life to education. Otherwise, he could not have penned such insightful observations. Lu's wife, named Guan Chihua, wholeheartedly agreed. Editor-in-Chief Lu, filled with nostalgia, mused about finding an opportunity to visit the Yunxiu region and engage in dialogue with Fang Xinting. Meanwhile, Jian Siqi had made several trips to the department store but had yet to purchase a sewing machine, claiming it was out of stock. With a sigh, Jian Siqi went to school to complain to Fang Xinting. I distinctly saw sewing machines displayed behind the counter. Yet they insisted they were reserved for someone else and refused to sell one to me. The sewing machine tickets were issued by the system, and the department store would certainly honor them. Fang Xinting pondered. Let me think of a solution. Do not worry just yet. Jian Siqi replied. Then I shall return for now. Who should he approach to procure the sewing machine? Back in the classroom, upon seeing Gu Xiangyuan, Fang Xinting was reminded of Gu Dazhang. During lunch, Fang Xinting called out to Gu Xiangyuan, asking him to relay a message to Gu Dazhang. Gu Dazhang took the request from his son's tutor very seriously and personally made a trip to the department store. He then returned to school to find Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang, those sewing machines were ordered by our county's garment factory. Fang Xinting presented Gu Dazhang with a box of cigarettes. After some polite refusal, Gu Dazhang finally accepted the gift. How did the garment factory come to place an order with the department store? Shouldn't they be the primary suppliers for sewing machines? Fang Xinting questioned with some confusion. Gu Dazhang chuckled. The matter concerning the garment factory cannot be explained in a moment. However, the department store has assured that they will reserve a machine for you once the shipment arrives. Fang Xinting smiled in gratitude. Gu Dazhang then inquired about Gu Xiangyuan's academic performance. He just advanced to the second year of high school. If I were to estimate his grades now, I would not be very accurate. I can only say that if he maintains his current performance without decline, he may need to repeat 2 years before being eligible for university admission. Fang Xinting chose to speak candidly. Upon hearing Fang Xinting's words, Gu Dazhang sighed. Last year, our province's cutoff score for the science track was 395, and for the arts track, it was 385. Our region has only 8 slots, and the 8th score was 402. Xiangyuan is in a precarious position. Gu Dazhang lowered his head. The 1982 college entrance examination was a national standardized test. With a total score of 640 for the science track, including 120 points for mathematics with an additional 20 points. The scores for Chinese, physics, chemistry, politics were each 100 points, biology 50 points, and foreign language 70 points. There were too few institutions, with only undergraduate and vocational lines. In 1982, a total of 1.87 million candidates took the exam, but only 320,000 were admitted, resulting in an acceptance rate of 17. If Gu Xiangyuan fails to achieve a score of 400 in the future, he will be unable to attend university. Hence, Gu Dazhang contemplated enrolling Gu Xiangyuan in the mathematics competition, hoping for a chance at a recommendation based on his performance. Fang Xinting pondered for a moment and recalled a rumor she had heard from a classmate. You are aware of Chengdu University, right? I've heard that this year, to secure a loan from the World Bank, they have ceased their undergraduate programs and are only offering vocational courses. If the scores fall short, this institution might be worth considering. Although classified as vocational, it is actually recognized as a university in terms of its strength, and the qualifications are acknowledged externally. Gu Dazhang was taken aback that Fang Xinting was aware of news from as far as Chengdu. Teacher Fang, you are quite knowledgeable. By the way, will you be teaching mathematics in the future? That depends on the arrangements made by the authorities, Fang Xinting replied ambiguously. It would be wonderful if you could teach mathematics. Xiangyuan has mentioned that your lectures are particularly engaging and easily comprehensible. Gu Dazhang had overheard a part of her teaching from outside the window yesterday, and he felt enlightened by her methods, holding great admiration for her approach. It would be such a waste for you to teach Chinese. Seeing that the students had returned to the classroom, Gu Dazhang allowed Fang Xinting to leave. Upon returning to the classroom and witnessing the smiling faces of the students, Fang Xinting felt a tinge of sentimentality. She wondered how many of these individuals would ultimately make it to university. In this era, Allowing children to attend high school was already considered a sign of enlightened parenting. After completing middle school, there were two options: attending high school or enrolling in a vocational school. Attending high school required tuition fees, and upon graduation, equivalent to failing the college entrance exam. No job placement was guaranteed. In contrast, attending vocational school not only waived tuition fees, but also provided government subsidies, along with guaranteed job placements upon graduation. Many students opted for vocational school for the subsidies and job security, forsaking high school. Refocusing her thoughts, she began to guide her students through problem-solving exercises. In July, her primary goal was to familiarize the students with the competition scope of knowledge. Now, they would engage in relentless practice. Through incessant drilling, the problems would embed themselves in their minds, akin to muscle memory, allowing them to access any piece of knowledge at will. The students were obedient, immersed in their studies from dawn until dusk, not daring to pause for even a moment. For teachers, crafting examination papers is a cumbersome task. The questions must be abundant, covering a wide array of knowledge points. Each examination must differ from the last, incorporating new content. This process is quite laborious for educators. Fortunately, Fang Xinting's mind is filled with countless mock examinations and reference materials at his disposal, allowing for an endless array of questions to be generated. Chapter 34. Jian Siqi skillfully crafts shirts, while Fang Jumin reprimands Zhuo Qing. Upon returning home, he discussed the sewing machine with Jian Siqi. Jian Siqi nodded in agreement, expressing her delight that once the sewing machine arrives, her garment making will become significantly more efficient. She produced a neatly pressed shirt and suggested he try it on. Fang Xinting, aware of Jian Siqi's adeptness, was nevertheless taken aback by how the shirt fit him perfectly. The stitching and seams appeared as if crafted by a machine, with each stitch uniform in length, betraying no signs of hand sewing. Jian Siqi assessed the collar and sleeves with satisfaction, remarking on the good fit. "What did you use to iron this? It's so smooth," Fang Xinting inquired, knowing they lacked an iron at home. Jian Siqi smiled, explaining that she used a tea kettle. By pouring boiling water into the kettle, laying a white cloth atop it, and sprinkling some water, she managed to press the shirt flawlessly. "Electric irons are unavailable here. We all use tea kettles for pressing," she added, somewhat teasing Fang Xinting for his naivety. "I'll find a way to buy you an iron," she said as Fang Xinting mentioned the abundance of fabric at home. He recounted a recent visit to a department store where he discovered ready-made garments were rather expensive. "Once we acquire the sewing machine, perhaps you could make clothes to sell," he suggested. "Make clothes to sell?" Jian Siqi expressed surprise at the prospect. "Indeed. Moreover, your two sisters-in-law are free at home. You could involve them in the sewing," he encouraged, pondering the potential of their family business. With year-end policies looming, fabric prices were expected to rise, along with the cost of ready-made clothing. Especially with the approaching festive season, Jian Siqi contemplated this new venture. Nowadays, women are skilled in needlework, regardless of their proficiency, and can earn by simply wielding a needle. Her sisters-in-law were also adept, and as long as the garments were appealing, they were bound to sell. "All right, I will discuss this with them," she agreed. "Keep in mind, we will cover the cost of the fabric, which should be deducted first. Afterward, ensure you clarify the financial arrangements with your sisters-in-law to avoid future disputes," Fang Xinting advised, emphasizing the importance of transparency in financial matters, especially among close relations. Jian Siqi smiled softly, acknowledging his wisdom. "I understand. It is an age-old adage that even brothers should settle accounts clearly. One must prioritize fairness in dealings." Seeing her smile warmed Fang Xinting's heart. He glanced around and noticed Jiang Kaiyan still busy in the kitchen, and he gently brushed his lips against Jian Siqi's. Her lips were warm and full, prompting him to embrace her tenderly. Meanwhile, Xiao Kong leaped into the cradle, covering both himself and Xiao Yijing's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Shuanglan was scolding Zhuo Qing vehemently. "What on earth are we eating every day? Even pigs wouldn't touch this." Zhuo Qing, feeling utterly wronged, replied, "This is all the vegetables we have at home. There aren't even any eggs." Zhang Shuanglan recalled how Jian Siqi had been receiving daily deliveries of eggs during her postpartum confinement. "Go and fetch a basket of eggs from Fang Xinting's house. We can make scrambled eggs with spinach," she instructed. Zhuo Qing hesitated, "But Jiang Kaiyan scolded me just a few days ago. Aren't you the bold one? Just call out Brother Xinting when you see him, and he will surely oblige." "It has always been this way," Zhang Shuanglan retorted with a cold laugh. "Hurry up." Zhuo Qing bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. As she reluctantly approached Fang Xinting's house, she happened to see him taking out the trash. She quickly wiped her tears and called out, "Brother Xinting." However, he acted as though he had not seen her, tossing the garbage into the pit before turning back to his yard and locking the gate behind him. The sound of the bolt sliding into place made Zhuqing's face burn with embarrassment. Madame Zhang glanced at the empty basket in Zhuqing's hands and remarked, "Oh, what are you planning to buy with such a large basket?" This old woman truly had a knack for hitting the nail on the head. Zhuqing chose to ignore her and turned to leave. Behind her, Madame Zhang sneered, disrespectful and ungrateful. A few other women joined in, scolding Zhuqing. After Jian Siqi scolded her so harshly, she still has the audacity to call him Brother Xinting so affectionately. It's shameless. Madame Zhang concluded, "I'm heading home now. My grandson is waiting for dinner." The other neighbors laughed and chatted as they made their way home. Upon seeing Zhuqing return with an empty basket, Zhang Shuanglan leaped up, scolding, "Aren't you supposed to be shameless and call him brother? Where are the eggs? You couldn't even bring back a single egg. What use are you?" Zhuqing lowered her head in silence. Fang Hang and Fang Zhou, realizing Zhuqing had not returned with the eggs, jumped up in frustration. "I want to eat eggs. I want to eat eggs." Meanwhile, Fang Juemin had spent the entire day trying to catch Principal Shin at work, only to return home to chaos. In an extreme fit of rage, he shouted, "You wretched woman, have you angered my mother again?" "I haven't." Zhuqing quickly defended herself. "It was our mother who asked me to go to Brother Xinting's house to get eggs." Before she could finish her sentence, Fang Juemin slapped her. "You call him brother so affectionately. Why don't you just go live with him?" Stunned by the slap, Zhuqing felt tears welling up but dared not cry. "It was Mom. She told me to call." Seeing Zhuqing muster the courage to retort, Fang Juemin, in front of his two sons, seized her by the hair and slammed her head against the door. "I'll teach you to be so defiant." As he struck her, Fang Baowo pretended not to see and walked towards the main room. The two children cheered from the side. "Hit her! Hit her!" Zhang Shuanglan, eagerly stoking the flames, declared. "I sent her to fetch some eggs from Fang Xinting, and she was practically glued to him." With this, Fang Juemin struck even harder. "I'll teach you to be shameless." Zhang Shuanglan reveled in her triumph. "Let us see if you dare to disobey again. If you don't listen, I'll have my son beat you to death." Chapter 35, Competing in the Region. Fang Hang gets burned in the blink of an eye. It was August 12th. A Friday. On Sunday, the regional selection competition would be held. The team leader for this trip was Director Huang from the Education Bureau. Director Huang Qingji greeted Fang Xinting with a cheerful handshake, saying, "Teacher Fang, I entrust everything to you for this competition." Fang Xinting clasped his hands in return, replying, "I shall only lead the students to participate in the competition. As for everything else, I will follow Director Huang's lead." Huang Qingji, smiling, patted Fang Xinting on the shoulder, stating, "The ranking we achieve this time will depend on you, Teacher Fang." He is certainly not like Director Hu, who naively lets himself be deceived. Fang Xinting led the mathematics team, believing that even a slight improvement in their ranking would be fortunate. If they did not achieve a ranking, it was of little consequence. After all, they had been accustomed to finishing last year after year. His task was to safely escort the students to the region and return them to Chaqing County. He sought not accolades, but merely to avoid fault. He pondered what sort of enchantment had led Director Hu to recklessly charge forward, resulting in a rather disastrous outcome, from which he had only profited foolishly. While waiting for the bus, Huang Qingji engaged in conversation with Fang Xinting, during which he learned Fang Xinting's full name, which struck a familiar chord. Once they boarded the intercity bus to the region, Director Huang fell into deep thought. Where had he heard this name before? Where had he seen it previously? Many children had never left the county or ridden in a vehicle, and they were bubbling with excitement on the bus. He wondered if the sewing machines had been retrieved. Just the day before, the department store had received its second shipment of sewing machines. And as soon as the delivery arrived, Gu Dazhong promptly notified Fang Xinting. Since Fang Xinting was leading the children to the region, he had asked his elder and younger uncles to carry the sewing machines. Jian Zhenglin and Jian Jingtong carefully brought the sewing machine into the main room and began to unpack it. Several neighbors exclaimed, "A sewing machine? Siqi, have you bought a sewing machine?" Jian Siqi beamed. "It's a gift from my parents as part of my dowry." "A dowry?" The neighbors rushed to inquire with Jiang Kaiyun. Jiang Kaiyun, holding little Yining, laughed heartily. "When our daughter leaves home, she only took a few changes of clothes. We had agreed that we would provide her with a dowry when she had children. Our Siqi has learned to operate a sewing machine after finishing junior high. She worked at the county garment factory, learning sewing from my sister. My sister praises her quick learning." "Wonderful, wonderful," Mrs. Zhang exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The entire Xingwuling community was abuzz. Everyone hurried to Fang Xinting's home to watch Jian Siqi operate the sewing machine. The rhythmic sound of the sewing machine's foot pedal filled the air, creating a mesmerizing mechanical cadence. Jian Siqi swiftly stitched a bib and held it up for Jiang Kaiyun to see. "I can't tell what it is," Jiang Kaiyun said, handing it to Luo Mei and Guo Zuiping for their inspection. The onlookers in the courtyard whispered among themselves, "What a waste to sew a bib with such fine fabric." It was all patchwork material. Being her first time using a sewing machine, she decided to experiment. Who would dare to use good fabric? The apron is indeed crafted from an array of fragmented fabrics. Jian Siqi has expertly pieced them together, with colors harmoniously interspersed and several scraps forming a circle, evoking a unique aesthetic appeal. A curious member of the community inquired of Jian Zhenglin, "Zhenglin, doesn't it pain you that your mother gifted your sister a sewing machine?" "Why should it?" Jian Zhenglin chuckled. Just days prior, Jian Siqi had shared his plans to sell garments. With ample fabric at home and the skill to sew, he could easily manage it himself. Jian Siqi was keen to lead his two sisters-in-law towards prosperity, while lament over a sewing machine. Unsatisfied with the response, the inquirer turned to the second brother, Jian Zhengtong, asking, "Do you feel the same?" Jian Zhengtong, typically reticent, merely mumbled an affirmative. Was it truly a matter of concern or not? The questioner was determined to delve deeper. Unable to evade, Jian Zhengtong finally spoke. "You have bad breath. Haven't you brushed your teeth in days?" The questioner's expression froze as he exhaled. "It doesn't smell." Zhang Xuanlan and Zhuo Qing stood outside the courtyard, observing the throng within, their faces green with envy. Zhang Xuanlan scornfully berated Zhuo Qing. "Look at Jian Siqi. She bore a child, and her family immediately gifted her a sewing machine. When you married, they only offered you 200 yuan as a bride price. What did your family contribute?" She then scolded Jiang Kaiyun. "It's merely a sewing machine. What is so remarkable about that? Must the entire production team be informed?" Zhuo Qing's complexion grew uneasy. Her family had not provided even a single garment, sending her off in tattered clothes. The memory of having brought nothing with her irked Zhang Xuanlan. For Jian Siqi's family also had no dowry, only a few new garments. Who could have anticipated that the Jian family would today acquire a sewing machine as part of the dowry? How could she continue living in the Fang household after this? The more Zhuo Qing pondered, the greater her resentment grew, wishing fervently to storm in and smash the sewing machine. Fang Hang and Fang Zhou dashed into the courtyard, clamoring and chasing one another amidst the crowd. With so many people present, no one paid heed to the two children. After a circuit of the yard, the children caught a whiff of something delicious and raced toward the kitchen. The door was slightly ajar, not locked. Their eyes lit up as they approached the coal stove. On the stove rested a large pot filled with chicken. Lifting the lid, they beheld pieces of chicken shimmering in the steam, emitting an irresistible aroma. The two children reached out eagerly. The dish was still cooking, and the heat was intense. The moment they touched it, they both yelped in surprise. "So hot?" Fang Zhou was infuriated. At home, they were the undisputed rulers, entitled to all the delectable treats. Yet here, with meat before them, they could not partake. Fang Zhou was beside himself with rage. Fang Hang, being the more cunning of the two, took off his shirt to use as a cushion for his hand, seizing a chicken leg and shoving it into his mouth. He slurped at the heat while taking small bites, exclaiming, "Delicious. Let me have a bite." Fang Zhou hopped up and down beside him. Fang Hang rolled his eyes, turning his back on Fang Zhou. "You figure it out yourself." In a fit of frustration, Fang Zhou declared, "If you won't allow me to eat, then you shall not partake either." He grasped the handle of the pot and attempted to shove it aside. The stove, a compact model capable of accommodating large chunks of coal, was encircled by a ring of white iron sheeting, filled to the brim with water, ready for heating. Above it, a sizable pot simmered with chicken, alongside a heavy tin bucket of water, its weight evident. Nevertheless, Fang Zhou found himself unable to budge it. His face flushed with anger, he kicked at the stove and, gripping the pot's handle with renewed determination, pushed forcefully toward Fang Hang. At that moment, Tang Tsong, who had just entered Fang Xinting's courtyard to inspect the sewing machine, turned upon hearing the commotion from the kitchen and raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, "Whose child is this? What are you doing pushing a pot?" Just as Tang Tsong's words hung in the air, Fang Zhou, summoning all his strength, managed to topple the pot. With a resounding crash, the entirety of the hot soup and water cascaded onto Fang Hang, who let out a piercing scream of distress. Realizing he had caused a calamity, Fang Zhou's eyes darted, and he made a hasty retreat. Chapter 36. Tang Tsong rescues, yet is maligned. Tang Tsong, disregarding the fleeing Fang Zhou, rushed into the room and overturned the pot and coal stove. Fang Hang was enveloped in steam, his face flushed, crying out in agony, "It hurts! Help! Help!" Outside, upon hearing Fang Hang's cries of distress, Zhang Shuanglan, deeply concerned for her grandson, dashed into the courtyard. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of Fang Hang emitting smoke, while Tang Tsung doused him with cold water. "You scoundrel! What have you done to my grandson?" Zhang Shuanglan shrieked, lunging at Tang Tsung in a fit of rage. Tang Tsung hurriedly evaded her strikes, exclaiming, "Your grandson has been scalded. He needs cold water. Pour? I'll pour it on you." Zhang Shuanglan screamed, relentlessly attacking Tang Kong. "How dare you use water on my grandson? I'll kill you. This old harpy." Tang Tsung was forced to retreat under her relentless blows, eventually being pushed out of the kitchen. Only after expelling Tang Tsung did Zhang Shuanglan turn her attention to her beloved grandson. The sight broke her heart. "Tang Tsung, may you suffer a wretched fate. You have harmed my grandson, and I shall not rest until we settle this score." As she cursed, tears streaming down her face, she pointed towards Tang Tsung with venomous words. Zhuqing rushed into the yard. Upon reaching the kitchen, she found Zhang Shuanglan blocking the door with her tirade against Tang Kong mother. "Please let me see how the child is," Zhuqing pleaded softly. Zhang Shuanglan, consumed by the image of her scalded grandson, unleashed her pent-up fury upon Zhuqing, striking her across the face. "You worthless wretch, bought for $200. You can't even look after a child. What use are you? Why don't you just die? Why don't you take my grandson's place?" Zhuqing recoiled, clutching her face. Zhang Shuanglan continued her barrage of insults, alternating between blaming Tang Tsung for her grandson's plight, chastising Jian Siqi for not securing the kitchen door, and berating Zhuqing for her ineptitude. Meanwhile, she completely forgot about Fang Hang. Jiang Kaiyun could no longer bear the scene. Frowning deeply, "What are you blocking the door for? Hurry and save the child." Zhang Shuanglan, pointing an accusatory finger at Jiang Kaiyun, shouted, "You heartless fiend. You deliberately placed the coal stove on the floor to harm my grandson, hoping to ruin me." Jiang Kaiyun swiftly slapped Zhang Shuanglan across the face, pulling her away from the entrance. "Are you out of your mind? Where else would the coal stove be if not on the floor? Your grandson tipped it over, and I haven't even demanded compensation from you yet. Zhuqing, go inside and see how your son is doing." Only then did Zhuqing enter the kitchen. Upon seeing her son writhing on the floor in agony, she broke down in tears, crying out, Xiao Hang, how did you get so burnt? Enough with the crying. This is not the time for tears. We need to get him to the hospital." One was solely focused on blaming Tang Tsung and shirking responsibility, while the other could only cry without taking charge. Observing this dysfunctional dynamic between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, Jiang Kaiyun felt an overwhelming frustration. "Will crying ease your son's pain? Hurry and cut his clothes off. Otherwise, they will stick to his skin." Zhuqing stood there, weeping, seemingly oblivious to Jiang Kaiyun's words. Jiang Kaiyun, exasperated, went back into the main room, retrieved scissors, and began to cut Fang Hang's pants, instructing Jian Siqi, "You hold the child inside, close the door, and do not go outside. I fear they will vent their anger on you and the child. Nothing must happen to him." Jian Siqi and the elder and younger sisters obediently closed the door. Fang Hang struggled desperately on the ground, refusing to cooperate. "Grandma, it hurts. It hurts." At his cries, Zhuqing collapsed in tears. "How will I live from now on?" Jiang Kaiyun brandished a pair of scissors. Venting her anger, "Why don't you come over and hold him down? The more he struggles, the worse the burn gets. This shirt is about to stick to him. This is your own son. Can't you do something?" Zhuqing dared not approach, only knowing to weep. Ultimately, several aunts rushed into the kitchen to help restrain the child. Jiang Kaiyun first cut the shirt, then desperately splashed cold water onto Fang Hang. His cries of pain echoed. "It hurts, Grandma, it hurts." Hearing her grandson's agonizing screams, Zhang Shuanglan glared at Tang Tsung with bloodshot eyes. "Return my grandson's life." She charged at Tang Kong. "Don't be foolish. I'm here to save your grandson." Tang Tsung retreated, filled with regret. Had he known today would bring such trouble, he would have never come to Fang Xinting's house to see the sewing machine. Those standing by the kitchen door spoke on Tang Tsung's behalf. It was Fang Zhou who pushed the stove. Tang, the special envoy, rushed in to save him. "Stop causing a scene and hurry to take Fang Hang to the hospital. I want to take him. Whoever harmed my grandson should take him." Zhang Shuanglan glared fiercely at Tang Tsung, convinced he was the culprit responsible for her grandson's burns. Tang Tsung was utterly speechless. In the kitchen, Jiang Kaiyun and several aunts carried Fang Hang out, dragging Zhuqing along. Hurry and take your son to the hospital. But going to the hospital costs money. Doesn't he? Zhuqing bit her lip. Your son is in this condition, and you're still hesitating? Take him to the hospital. Jiang Qian exclaimed incredulously. Zhuqing hesitated. She usually had to consult Zhang Shuanglan on everything, so how could she dare to make such a significant decision about sending her child to the hospital? I'll go find his father. With that, Zhuqing abandoned her son and went to find Fang Xinting. What in the world is happening? Delaying like this. And no one is taking care of the child? Jiang Xian's eyes widened. Isn't the child's injury the most important thing? Just take him to the hospital. And someone can stay at home to gather the money to send later. Several aunts standing by the kitchen shook their heads. I saw it. Those two children just wanted to sneak into the kitchen to steal the meat you were cooking. You can tell a lot from a child at 3 years old. These two really are hopeless. Aunt Zhang also shook her head. Jiang Kaiyun looked at the chaotic kitchen, infuriated. This pot of chicken is ruined. Forget it. Out with the old and in with the new, and Zhang consoled her. How could Fang Zhou push such a heavy pot and stove onto Fang Hang? Jiang Kaiyun shivered at the thought of what had just happened. Was the child being willful or simply unaware? These two children have been ruined by Zhang Shuanglan. And Zhang scoffed. Half an hour later, Fang Juemin finally arrived. He still managed to prioritize matters, scooping up the child and rushing toward the production team's clinic. Zhuqing followed behind, trudging along and crying incessantly. How will I live from now on? Such burns are beyond the capacity of the local clinic. Immediate transport to the county hospital is imperative. Fang Juemin stamped his foot and urged, Zhuqing, return home for money. I shall take the child to the hospital at once. Zhuqing merely stared blankly at Fang Hang, weeping, my son, how shall I live from now on? Fang Juemin kicked in frustration, exclaiming, damn it, I told you to fetch money. With that, he cradled the child and hurried towards the bus stop. Even after a significant time had passed, Zhuqing remained on her knees, sobbing on the clinic floor. The nurse, unable to bear the sight, remarked, Zhuqing, you must go home for money. Without it, the hospital will not admit you. But I have no money. Zhuqing lamented, I toil all year long. Yet I see not a single cent. It is all in my mother-in-law's grasp. You are unaware of her wickedness. Just the other day. The nurse, exasperated, interrupted. Will complaining to me heal your child? Hurry and retrieve money from your mother-in-law. She sighed, struggling to discern priorities. Oh, I must approach my mother-in-law, Zhuqing muttered. Rising to rush to Fang Xinting's home. What an unfortunate fate for anyone who marries such a woman. The nurse shook her head in dismay. Chapter 37. Zhang Shuanglan bites down on Tang Tsong. Huang Qingji, enraged Tang Tsong, is on the brink of madness. Zhang Shuanglan and Zhuqing drag him to the hospital, creating a ruckus. They adamantly accuse him of toppling the coal stove, which led to Fang Hang scalding. The hospital staff, unable to mediate, called upon Tang Tsong's superior for assistance. Tang Tsong recounted the entire sequence of events, lamenting, two children had trespassed into another's kitchen to pilfer food. And it was Fang Zhou who had knocked over the stove, injuring Fang Hang. I have numerous witnesses who can attest to this. The director, sensing the unfortunate predicament, suggested, perhaps it would be better for you to concede and admit a fault. Why should I accept blame for something that is clearly not my responsibility? Tang Tsong's face turned pale with fury. Even if I were to strip off this very attire, I cannot accept a fault that is not mine. Zhang Shuanglan interjected, demanding Tang Tsong be punished for the life of her grandson. Director, did you hear that? They want me to pay with my life. The truth is, had I not arrived in time, the injury would have been far worse. I am indeed the savior of their grandson, yet they choose to retaliate against me? Tang Tsong's expression hardened. The director, exasperated, decided, let me handle this matter without your involvement. Tang Tsong, still seething with indignation, retorted, even if it is to be handled by someone else, I shall not accept blame that is not mine. I am their savior. Yet they vilify me as a perpetrator. Fortunately, there were many witnesses today. Had I been alone, the mere thought filled Tang Tsong with dread. Fang Xinting was unaware of the turmoil at home. Upon disembarking the bus, Director Huang Qingji led them to the county's designated guest house. Each of us shall have our own room, and the children will occupy two. Director Huang handed Fang Xinting the keys to the rooms, along with 20 yuan and 20 local grain coupons. Ha ha ha, I shall return home for a brief visit. When I come back, you can visit me at my place. He left the address with Fang Xinting. What a sly old fox. Yet, Huang's demeanor brought some cheer to Fang Xinting. At least it was preferable to those who knew nothing yet still tried to give orders. After bidding farewell to Director Huang, Fang Xinting began to allocate the rooms. He Mei Feng and Xiaoyu, being girls, would share one room. The remaining 3 rooms would be divided among the rest. He further instructed the students, if anyone inquires, say that Director Huang is resting in his room. No ice pops, no drinking from the tap. Only boiled water is permitted. Outings are strictly forbidden. Everyone must supervise one another. No one is allowed to step outside the guest house without my permission. He Mei Feng and Xiaoyu, coming from impoverished backgrounds, had never ventured beyond Chongqing County, let alone stayed in such fine accommodations. As they touched the neatly arranged bedding and the table, the 2 girls felt a tinge of trepidation. Is this truly our room? Fang Xinting placed their belongings on the table. I will come to knock on the door when it is time for dinner. First, wash up and rest a bit. He produced a triangular wooden wedge, demonstrating its use. At night, when you sleep, insert this wedge under the door to prevent it from being opened from the outside. In the evening, regardless of who knocks at the door, do not open it, nor make a sound. It is impossible for me to knock on your door, so simply rest. The room occupied by the 2 young ladies, under the supervision of Director Huang, is a single room with a shower. And it is the finest room in the entire guest house. Concerned that they might not know how to operate the shower, Fang Xinting called a female attendant. Could you kindly assist them? The children have never left the county and may be unfamiliar with it. He handed the attendant a pack of cigarettes. Although the woman does not smoke, she could give the cigarettes to relatives or sell them. The female attendant smiled and nodded. Rest assured, I will take good care of the children. Fang Xinting then inquired at the front desk about the situation. Our guest house does not provide meals. You can go to the small noodle shop next door for food. Having received a pack of cigarettes from Fang Xinting, the front desk attendant also became quite amiable. Thank you. Fang Xinting strolled around for a while and found a place to eat before returning with a sense of relief. A few boys shared a room, and Fang Xinting led them to the communal shower area. Outside the guest house, someone entered. May I ask if the mathematics team from Chongqing County is checked in? The front desk attendant glanced over. Who are you? I am a reporter. The journalist replied, producing his press credentials. Is Fang Xinting here? The attendant nodded. May I ask what you wish to see him about? I want to interview him. I heard he has been boasting quite a bit. The reporter scoffed derisively. What did he say about achieving the top 5 in the region? Ha ha, what a laugh. The news had reached our county, and we are all eagerly waiting to witness the farce from Chongqing County. The attendants at the district guest house were all from Chongqing County. And upon hearing the reporter's words, their demeanor grew cold. I have to get back to work, the female attendant said before turning away. Hey, could you tell me which room Fang Xinting is in? The reporter called after her. I don't know. She huffed. What an attitude. No wonder your Chongqing County is poor. The reporter retorted, throwing out a disparaging comment. Not long after, others arrived inquiring about the mathematics team. When Fang Xinting emerged from the communal shower room, the female attendant had already received 5 groups of inquiries. Why are there so many people looking for me? Fang Xinting was momentarily taken aback. It seems they are asking about your claim to be among the top 5. It has been reported in the newspapers. The attendant produced a newspaper from a few days prior and placed it before Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang, it's fine for you to boast, but please do not drag Chongqing County into it. Initially, she had a favorable impression of Fang Xinting, finding him tall and handsome. Yet he turned out to be a braggart. Achieving the top 5 for Chongqing County? It would be more plausible to claim the first place. The attendant rolled her eyes at Fang Xinting several times. When Director Huang returned home, his wife greeted him. I heard that your Chongqing County is making grand claims about entering the top 5? Top 5. Fang Xinting is just boasting, he replied. However, Director Huang paused while changing his shoes, puzzled. How do you know he made such a claim? It's been all over the newspapers for several days. Haven't you seen them in the county? His wife pointed to the newspapers on the living room sofa. Your county is quite famous now, even when I go downstairs. People are asking me whether your county can indeed make it to the top 5 this year. Director Huang's expression stiffened, and he was immediately filled with rage. Wasn't this just a boastful remark made casually by Fang Xinting? How did it end up in the newspaper? This Fang Xinting is determined to ruin me. He hastily glanced at the newspaper before turning to leave. Where are you going? His wife called after him. I'm heading to the guest house to confront Fang Xinting. Where does he find such audacity? Director Huang descended the stairs. Chapter 38. Huang Qingji's anger and Fang Xinting's humiliation as soon as Director Huang entered the room. He unleashed a barrage of complaints. Teacher Fang, I brought you here to participate in the competition with good intentions, and yet you have put me in this predicament. Fang Xinting quickly ushered a few students out and closed the door. Director Huang, what has happened? Director Huang threw a newspaper onto the bed. Take a look for yourself. Fang Xinting picked it up and, upon reading, let out a bitter laugh. Director Huang, I never anticipated that the regional newspaper would report on this. I am not even aware of who leaked the information. An unguarded ruler leads to the loss of his ministers. An unguarded minister leads to his own downfall. A gentleman must be discreet and cautious. Director Huang's face flushed with anger. If you know you are boasting, then refrain from shouting it out loud. Now the whole world knows, and I am left to wonder how you will navigate this situation. Fang Xinting frowned slightly. Director Huang, I was not boasting. Now you admit it. What? You were not boasting? Director Huang was nearly exasperated to the point of apoplexy. You ungrateful Fang Xinting. When Director Mao troubled you, I stood up for you, and this is how you repay me? Director Huang inhaled sharply, his temper flaring. I am calling the bureau chief right now to arrange for your replacement. Director Huang, a replacement is futile. The report has already been published. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xinting decided to proceed as originally planned. You simply. Director Huang raised his finger, pondering for a long time, struggling to reprimand Fang Xinting. Yet realizing that Fang had not truly erred. Aspiring to place in the top 5 is a perfectly reasonable ambition. Who among the competitors does not wish for a commendable ranking? Which Olympic athlete does not yearn for a gold medal? If one does not desire to win, why endure the rigors of training? Would it not be more comfortable to lounge at home? What is inherently wrong with that? Why must the regional newspaper stir up trouble? Fang Xinting's aspirations to rank in the top 5 are none of their concern. Are they being fed by him? The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Damn it. There is not a single decent person at the regional newspaper. Director Huang's chest heaved with indignation. I will confront their editor-in-chief. Is the regional newspaper so devoid of news that they must bully us in Chaqing County? He pointed at Fang Xinting. You stay here at the guest house and wait for me. With that, he slammed the door and stormed down the stairs. Fang Xinting stepped out of the room. And upon seeing him, the students gathered around. Teacher Fang. Teacher Fang. Their eyes were red with emotion. Why does no one believe we can place in the top 5? We have been studying diligently. Though Fang Xinting had only taught them for a mere month and a half, they regarded him as their closest teacher. Their disappointment was palpable. He Meifeng and Xiaoyu clenched their fists in determination. We will not bring you shame. We will do everything in our power to secure a place in the top 5. Gu Xiangyuan pursed his lips and declared, Teacher Fang, what is the top 5? We will strive with all our might to achieve it. It is merely the top 5. We will prove it to them. Together. They raised their fists towards Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang, we will work hard to place in the top 5. Fang Xinting suppressed the excitement swelling within him, forming a fist and colliding with each student in turn. All right, let us strive for the top 5. Over the past month and a half, we are well aware of our academic progress. Gu Xiangyuan clenched his fist. It matters not if others look down upon us. What truly matters is that Teacher Fang must not be held in contempt. Indeed, we may be underestimated, but Teacher Fang shall not. Teacher Fang is the finest mathematics instructor I have ever encountered. Teacher Fang is the finest mathematics instructor I have ever encountered. Teacher Fang is the finest mathematics instructor I have ever encountered. The students echoed in unison. Gazing upon the youthful faces before him, Fang Xinting felt a momentary daze. The affirmation from these children was the greatest reward and treasure of his rebirth. He lowered his brow, striving to control the tears welling in his eyes. The exam is the day after tomorrow. Everyone must maintain their composure. Shortly, we shall go for a meal. And after dining, you will rest for an hour. In the afternoon, he lifted his head, a smile still gracing his face. We shall continue solving problems. All right. Let us solve problems. Solve problems. Solve problems. The youth raised their fists, pressing them tightly against their chests. Sunlight cascaded upon the boys, illuminating them with a golden glow. They're the hope. They're the future. They are everything. During this time, many approached Fang Xinting. Some wished to witness the so-called boastful figure. Others sought to interview him, while some merely came for the spectacle. Fang Xinting ignored them all, locking the door and leading his students in solving problems within the room. They worked diligently until 10 at night, at which point he allowed the students to rest. The following Saturday, Fang Xinting reminded everyone, continue solving problems. I shall first inspect the examination venue and the examination room, and in the afternoon, I will take you there to familiarize yourselves with the site. The examination venue refers to the location where students will take their exams, while the examination room indicates a specific classroom within that venue. For instance, this year's regional selection competition is scheduled to be held at Region Number 15 Middle School. Thus, region number 15 middle school serves as the examination venue, while the classrooms within it are the examination rooms. Upon arriving at the examination venue, the gatekeeper paused upon seeing Fang Xinting's teaching certificate. You are the boastful one aspiring for the top 5 from Chongqing County, aren't you? Upon hearing Chongqing County and Fang Xinting, others present turned their heads. So this is the individual from Chongqing County? I've never seen him before. No wonder he boasts so grandly. Turns out he is just a young man. Youth, in its folly, often lacks the gravitas of experience. Surrounded by mockery and disdain, Fang Xinting pretended to be oblivious to the remarks, maintaining his composure. I am here to inspect the examination room for Chongqing County. The gatekeeper tossed his teaching certificate back. It's written on the door. Fang Xinting bent to retrieve his certificate, carefully wiping it before returning it to his pocket. Hello. Teacher Fang. A man in his 50s greeted him, introducing himself as Mr. Gao. With a smile, he added, last year, we secured 5th place. Greetings, Mr. Gao. Fang Xinting nodded and prepared to enter the campus to observe the examination hall. Teacher Gao stopped him yet again. Teacher Fang. Your Chongqing County must have achieved remarkable academic results this year, right? I was astounded by the boasts you've made. It's not too bad, Fang Xinting replied, unwilling to engage in further banter. All external accolades are fleeting. The true essence lies in the student's academic accomplishments. Oh ho ho ho, Teacher Gao laughed. What a grand statement. What do you mean by not too bad? With a huff, Teacher Gao continued, with such confidence, Teacher Fang, are you not afraid of the wind blowing you off balance? Ah, I almost forgot. Teacher Fang has already proclaimed his achievements to the heavens, and even the regional newspaper has reported on it. At this remark, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Chapter 39. Guiding students to the examination venue. Fang Xinting furrowed his brow as he maneuvered around Teacher Gao and continued deeper into the campus. With a cold snicker, Teacher Gao remarked, do you truly believe that Chongqing County can secure a spot in the top 5? If you manage to do so, I shall consume the gates of number 15 middle school. In his previous life, Fang Xinting had led students to number 15 middle school for the college entrance examination, albeit after renovations had taken place. The current teaching buildings were dilapidated and chaotic, comprised of rows of brick houses. After searching for quite some time, he finally located the examination venue for Chongqing County. He took out the students' examination numbers, meticulously cross-referencing each venue, and then sketched a map to record the specific classrooms each student was to attend. He circled the school, even inspecting the sanitation of the restrooms. Only then did Fang Xinting turn to leave. Upon seeing Fang Xinting exiting towards the school gate, Teacher Gao derided him from behind. Teacher Fang, the exam is tomorrow. Chongqing County cannot afford to falter. Ignoring him, Fang Xinting arrived at the bus stop, quietly calculating the bus schedule. Upon returning to the guest house, he found the students diligently practicing questions in their rooms, maintaining a serene atmosphere. After lunch, Fang Xinting once again led the students to number 15 middle school. The examination supervisor was surprised to see them return, stammering, "Why are you back? Haven't you already checked the venue?" Fang Xinting smiled. "I am guiding my students to familiarize themselves with the examination hall." The supervisor's expression softened slightly upon seeing the students. "Go ahead, but do not linger too long." As Fang Xinting led the students to each classroom, he ensured that everyone remembered their designated seats. Each year, students face 2 major examinations, midterms and finals. Yet not a single teacher had ever taken the initiative like Fang Xinting to help them familiarize themselves with the exam venue beforehand. The students felt a wave of gratitude and replied in unison, "We remember." For Fang Xinting, familiarizing students with the examination venue was of paramount importance. In the future, various mishaps could occur, students forgetting their admission tickets and crying outside the school, others oversleeping, and some entering the venue only to be unable to find their assigned rooms. The busier one became, the more likely mistakes would happen. Thus, if a teacher could assist students by guiding them through the examination hall in advance, it would significantly alleviate unnecessary troubles and regrets. Therefore, whenever he guided graduating classes, he would always scout the venues beforehand, leading students room by room. Let us return to the guest house. Once aboard the bus, Fang Xinting instructed them to remember the route. "We took bus number 2 to arrive here, and we shall return on the same line. Make sure to note the route number. Do not board the wrong bus." The students diligently took note of the bus number. Upon returning to the guest house, Fang Xinting pointed to the clock within. "Do you see the time? It took us 25 minutes to travel from the guest house to here. The examination begins at 8 tomorrow, so we must rise before 6. In order to preempt any potential circumstances on the road, We shall set off at 6:30. Tomorrow, I will rouse each of you from your slumber at 5:30, so make haste with your morning routines and breakfast." The students silently noted the time. Once inside the room, Fang Xinting meticulously transcribed each student's name, examination number, and examination hall location, distributing them one by one. Upon entering the 15th high school, they were to locate their designated classrooms with this paper. Should they forget, they could inquire with the teachers, remain calm and composed, never in disarray. The names, examination numbers, and locations were inscribed in large, legible characters, ensuring clarity for all. Each student received their own, with no errors. They cherished the paper, safeguarding it alongside their examination permits. Under Fang Xinting's repeated assurances, the students prepared their belongings. "All right, do not be anxious. Once the exam is over, all will be well," Fang Xinting encouraged with a smile. "Let us sing a song. Who will start?" All eyes turned to Guxiang Yuan. Clearing his throat, he said, "Very well, I shall sing the sound of the Marling Ballad." His youthful voice echoed through the room, somewhat hoarse due to the onset of adolescence, yet it was a celestial melody. The students clapped and sang along to this universally beloved song. Fang Xinting could hardly recall the lyrics. Only the melody lingered in his mind. The students clapped in rhythm, and a smile adorned Fang Xinting's lips. As night fell, he instructed the students to take a bath and urged them to retire early. "Sleep well. We must rise early for the examination tomorrow." The following day, precisely at 5 o'clock, Fang Xinting awoke. He approached the service staff at the guest house, requesting, "I would like to fetch some hot water." He filled each student's cup with hot water, allowing it to cool gradually in their rooms. Each student possessed a transparent plastic bag, revealing the items permissible in the examination hall. He then ventured to the nearby breakfast shop to procure meals. Knocking on each student's door, "Here is your breakfast and a supplemental meal. I have placed the buns in the plastic bag." The students devoured their breakfast ravenously before gathering in the corridor. "Let us once more verify the examination permits. We have ample time and can wait for the next group." After his final inspection, confirming that all items were in order, he waved, signaling their departure. The dawn was just beginning to break. The early bus arrived punctually at the guest house at 6:30. Fang Xinting assisted each student onto the bus. "Being the last to board, each of you has 2 fountain pens and 5 pencils. I have checked that all fountain pens are filled with ink, and the pencils have been sharpened. The erasers and rulers are present. Remember to conserve the ink of your fountain pens. Use pencils for calculations, as writing on the exam paper with a pencil may result in lost points. Understood? Be sure to write your name before commencing with the exam paper. There is food in your plastic bags. After completing the first exam, promptly visit the restroom to avoid wasting time. Drink some water and consume the buns. Otherwise, you may struggle to recover before the second exam." I stood at the entrance, holding 2 spare fountain pens in my hand, ready to replace them should one fail. Fang Xinting meticulously offered instructions on every detail, moving even the bus driver to feel a sense of admiration. "Are you a parent or a teacher?" he inquired. "I am a teacher. Today, my student is participating in a mathematics competition," Fang Xinting replied with a smile. "Kindly ensure a smooth ride," he added. "Certainly. It is indeed rare to encounter such a responsible teacher like you. I will drive with utmost precision and steadiness, ensuring not a second is lost," the driver responded, giving a thumbs up with a grin. Chapter 40. As the first examination concluded, Guxiang Yuan arrived outside the 15th Middle School Examination Center before 7 o'clock. They were the first to arrive. Fang Xinting was already waiting outside with the students, offering words of encouragement. Soon, other candidates began to arrive, and the entrance of the school became lively. At 7:20, the school gates opened, allowing candidates to enter, while teachers and parents were prohibited from following. By 7:10, the gates were closed, barring any further entry. Go on, do your best." Fang Xinting enthusiastically waved at the students, cheering them on. Observing his spirited gestures akin to those seen on a sports field, the students couldn't help but chuckle. "Teacher Fang, we're here to take an exam, not play football." Undeterred, Fang Xinting continued to rally them with his encouragement, "Wishing you all a victorious start. You are the best." His exuberance dispelled the students' anxiety, and they entered the examination hall with smiles, their faces devoid of tension. Fang Xinting's animated display captured the attention of everyone at the entrance of the school. A few teachers and parents who had come to see off the candidates expressed disdain. However, the participating students admired Fang Xinting's affectionate farewell, thinking to themselves, "What a delightful teacher. If only I were in his class, I would surely achieve excellent results." Ignoring the gazes of others, Fang Xinting remained until the last student disappeared from view before lowering his hand. He retreated a few steps to sit beneath a tree's shade, taking deep breaths. To claim he was untroubled would be a falsehood. This was indeed his opportunity for a turnaround, one that could shape his future career. He could hear the mocking voice of Teacher Gao nearby. Who was so lively? Oh, it's Teacher Fang from Chongqing County. Without lifting his head, Fang Xinting pretended not to hear. The students from Chongqing County first visited the restroom before successfully locating their respective classrooms for the exam. In contrast, students from other counties wandered aimlessly, bewildered. Where is my exam room? Row 18, number 18? But there are only 6 rows of classrooms in this school. Where are the teachers? Why is there no one supervising? Where's my exam room? Where is the restroom? I'm scared. I can't hold it any longer. Just as Mei Feng returned from the restroom and attempted to direct others to its location, Xiaoyu swiftly pulled her back, signaling with her eyes. Mei Feng then lowered her head, closed her eyes, and fell silent. The bell rang throughout the school, prompting students to enter the examination hall in single file. Yet, some still wandered about, lost. Where's my exam room? Teacher, I can't find it. The students from Chongqing County entered the exam hall one by one, placing their cups and various tools on their desks, opening their pencil cases in anticipation of the teacher's inspections. The examination was scheduled from 8 to 9:20 a.m., lasting a total of 80 minutes. Before long, it was time to commence the exam. After the teachers had checked the students' belongings, they began distributing the test papers. A profound silence enveloped the examination hall, broken only by the sound of breathing. The test comprised 2 sections, fill-in-the-blank questions and problem-solving questions, with a total score of 120 points. The fill-in-the-blank section consisted of 8 questions, each worth 8 points. Answering 3 questions, worth 16, 20, and 20 points respectively. Everyone recalled Fang Xinting's words. The foremost task is not to examine the questions, but to meticulously inscribe one's examination number and name. Upon completing this task, Gu Xiangyuan lowered his gaze to the paper, feeling an unexpected thrill. Many of the question types had been discussed in class by Fang Xinting, and they had practiced extensively. By merely applying the standard formulas, he could navigate through the questions. He swiftly filled in the answer to the first question, followed closely by the second. When he reached the third question, a little voice within urged him, hurry up, these questions are so simple. He endeavored to suppress the urging, focusing intently on reading the question. The topic Fang Xinting emphasized the most in class was functions and solid geometry, which, as it turned out, constituted a significant portion of the exam content. He glanced at the third question. Given an isosceles triangle ABC with integer lengths for base BC and height AD, determine the nature of sine A and cosine 4AA. One is rational, the other irrational B. Both are rational C. Both are irrational D. Whether they are rational or irrational depends on the values of BC and AD. After some contemplation, he began to draft his solution steps in pencil on a scratch paper before transcribing them onto the exam sheet, ultimately selecting option B. Thus, he continued the methodical process of sketching out steps in pencil before transcribing them. As Gu Xiangyuan progressed through the questions, a sense of invincibility and exhilaration surged within him, a feeling he had not experienced in quite some time. The examination hall was enveloped in silence, with only the soft scratching of pencils and pens audible. At precisely 9 o'clock, the invigilator approached Gu Xiangyuan's desk and glanced down. While Gu Xiangyuan worked at a measured pace, the teacher observed with increasing astonishment at the speed and accuracy with which the students from Chongqing County tackled the questions. The invigilator mentally noted Gu Xiangyuan's name. Nearby, another boy sensed the invigilator lingering at Gu Xiangyuan's desk and glanced up briefly before returning to his work. This boy was even faster and steadier than Gu Xiangyuan. After circling the room, the invigilator paused beside the boy's desk, nodding slightly. The name written beside his examination number was Kong Yuanyi. Behind Kong Yuanyi, there was a girl who bore a striking resemblance to him. After departing from Kong Yuanyi's desk, the invigilator paused next to the girl's desk. She appeared stumped by a particular question, lightly biting the tip of her pencil, her eyes revealing a contemplative expression. Her exam paper bore the name Kong Maxiao. The invigilator made another round before returning to the podium. As 9:20 arrived, the bell rang outside. The invigilator commanded, "Everyone, rise from your desks and submit your papers." In the examination hall, some students hurried to utilize the last moments to fill in their answers fervently. As all students vacated their desks and submitted their papers, the invigilator added, "If anyone remains at their desk after I have finished speaking, they will face disciplinary action for violating examination protocol." The invigilator's expression was stern. Upon exiting the examination room, Gu Xiangyuan dashed towards the restroom. Kong Yuanti and Kong Mashu submitted their papers and slowly made their way outside. Kong Yuanti softly inquired of Kong Maxiao, "Have you completed the questions?" Kong Mo, disheartened, lamented, "There are several problems I could not solve. It matters not." The teacher once mentioned that participating in the regional selection competition serves merely to reinforce our knowledge and to allow us to experience the harsh realities of the college entrance examination in advance. Kong Yuanti encouraged his younger sister. "Brother, I fear that I may not gain admission to university." Kong Mo gently brushed his bangs aside, revealing a faint scar on his forehead. "My parents would be distressed. I do not wish to cause them any sorrow." Chapter 41. The Gate of No. 15 Middle School. I have heard that someone wishes to consume me. I am made of iron. The second examination period spans from 9:40 to 12:10, totaling 150 minutes. There exists a mere 20-minute respite between the first and second exams, necessitating a swift intake of nourishment and a restoration of vigor. The examination serves as both a mental and physical endeavor, leaving many candidates famished after each session. Observing the leisurely consumption of food by the students from Chaqing County evokes profound envy. As the bell for the second exam tolls, it urges the students to enter the examination hall. Several students, caught in their culinary indulgence at the school gate, hastily sprint back, breathless and flustered. The second exam comprises Western-style problem-solving questions, with the first two questions valued at 40 points each and the latter two at 50 points each, culminating in a total of 180 points. The content of the questions spans plane geometry, algebra, number theory, and combinatorial mathematics. Several invigilators pause momentarily by Gu Xiangyuan before continuing their rounds. Subsequently, they collectively converge at the desks of Kong Yuanti and Kong Maxiao, attentively observing the siblings as they tackle their problems. Outside the gate of number 15 Middle School, a student weeps profusely. The exam begins at 8. How could you dare to arrive at that hour? Do you take this significant competition as a mere jest? Your tardiness may affect not only your own performance but that of your classmates as well. Have you considered their outcomes? Your actions have jeopardized their scores. His teacher, overwhelmed with frustration, scolds him. Fang Xinting remains silent, seated beneath the shade of a tree, save for the interval of 20 minutes when he awaited at the school gate. Teacher Gao, having witnessed the spectacle for a while, turns to mock Fang Xinting. "Teacher Fang, you appear utterly unperturbed. Do you genuinely believe you will secure a place in the top 5 this year?" Fang Xinting raises his water cup. Teacher Gao, after several hours of conversation, "One ought to take a sip of water. What does this imply? Is he ridiculing me as a gossip-monger?" Teacher Gao's expression darkens. "I never drink from another's cup." He pivots and departs. Fang Xinting shakes his head and takes a drink. The absence of any student rushing from the school gate seeking his assistance signifies that nothing amiss has transpired. The absence of calamity is indeed fortuitous. Time resonates differently within and beyond the examination hall. Outside, it lingers slowly and anxiously. Inside, it races ahead. Students feel as though they have scarcely completed their tasks when the bell signaling the conclusion of the examination rings. The examination is now over. Please vacate your desks. The students from Chaqing County emerge one by one, their faces adorned with smiles, feeling entirely unburdened. The school gate gradually swings open. Teachers and parents, anxiously awaiting, rush forward upon sighting students approaching. Who has emerged? Teacher Gao, with an air of pride, proclaims, "It must be my student," leading the pack. Just as he begins to assert that it is undoubtedly his student, Gu Xiangyuan leads the students from Chongqing County in a jubilant rush out of the school gates, racing toward Fang Xinting. "Teacher, we have finished the exam. I have completed all my answers. My questions are done." Teacher. It is evident to the teachers and parents that the students from Chaqing County harbor great affection for their teacher Fang, surrounding him and chattering incessantly. Fang Xinting, with a smile gracing his face, engages patiently in conversation with the students. Teacher Gao squinted as he gazed around the campus. Yet he still did not see his students emerging, which made him somewhat anxious. Approaching, he inquired, "Why are you all out so early?" A dozen children were busy reporting their scores to Fang Xinting, ignoring Teacher Gao. Frowning, he tugged at Gu Xiangyuan's sleeve. "I'm speaking to you. Why do you not respond?" Gu Xiangyuan, being from a well-off family and an only child, possessed a proud and irritable temperament. Upon being pulled, he immediately expressed his displeasure. "Who are you?" Teacher Gao, preoccupied with thoughts of his students, spoke in a rather irritable tone. "Why are you all out so early? Where are the other students?" "We came out after finishing the exam. The other students are unfamiliar to me. I know nothing of them, Gu Xiangyuan retorted, adjusting his sleeve. Finish the exam? Teacher Gao turned to glance at the school gate, still seeing no one emerge. You must have submitted blank papers, then? Fang Xinting intervened, stopping Gu Xiangyuan from speaking. With a cold smile, the exam papers are placed there. Once the results are out, those who should be silent will indeed fall silent. Shall you respond with the barking of a dog, then? Fang Xinting led the students toward the bus stop. Gu Xiangyuan pressed his lips together. Didn't he swear this morning to devour the gates of number 15 high school? I shall see how he consumes them when the scores are released. Their banter was truly infuriating, igniting Teacher Gao's anger. Do not celebrate too soon. As the bus arrived, Fang Xinting beckoned the students aboard. Get on, get on. I am famished. Teacher Fang, I am also starving. Will we have meat for lunch? Yes, we must have meat for lunch. Fang Xinting laughed heartily. I am so hungry I could devour an entire cow. Students began to trickle out of the campus, some joyful, others dejected, and some with traces of tears on their faces. A few dashed towards their teachers and parents, discussing the questions on the papers. The bus driver leaned out and shouted, "This is the last bus of the morning. Those who wish to board, hurry. If you miss it, you will have to wait until after 1. Is anyone getting on? If not, I shall drive away." After a couple of calls, only a few boarded, and the bus departed. At the entrance of District Number 3 High School, Teacher Wang stood anxiously, finally spotting his students emerge. Kong Yuanti, Kong Miao, you're out? Kong Yuanti and Kong Miao nodded towards their classmates behind them. Our team has all come out. Teacher Wang smiled and expressed his appreciation for their efforts. How did you fare on the exam? Kong Yuanti shook his head. I lost points. I cannot attain a perfect score. Hearing this, Kong Miao felt even more disheartened. I also lost points. I do not know my ranking. Teacher Wang comforted them with a smile. It's all right. You merely came early to experience the college entrance examination. Surely, there are students in other districts who can achieve full marks. Kong Yuanti sighed. I am far behind others. No worries. Let us take the bus back. It was only then that Teacher Wang remembered the bus had already left. There are no more buses. Shall we wait a while? I shall ascertain if there are any nearby establishments offering sustenance. Teacher Gao stood at the school gate, inquiring of his students. Why have you taken so long to emerge? We were listening to the invigilator discussing how students from District 3 High School and Chongqing County were answering questions with remarkable steadiness and speed. Teacher Gao furrowed his brow. Knowing full well that Chongqing County would undoubtedly submit blank papers, as such occurrences had transpired in the past. No, the student interjected. The invigilator mentioned that both Kong from District 3 High and Gu from Chongqing County were answering swiftly, which compelled me to linger for a while. Eventually, unable to contain himself, he ventured to the restroom, only to find it overcrowded, forcing him to wait an eternity. Teacher, I am on the verge of starvation. May we depart? District 3 High is the most prestigious secondary school in the entire Yunxiu region, a key institution. What merit does Chongqing County possess to be discussed in the same breath as District 3 High? Teacher Gao cast a sidelong glance at the entrance of 15 High School. Chapter 42. Confronting the journalists and returning to Chongqing County. As Fang Xinting and his students arrived at the guest house, a group of journalists rushed towards him. Mr. Fang, did you not boast that Chongqing County would enter the top 5 this year? Upon hearing this, the students were filled with indignation. Who claims our teacher is making empty promises? You are talking nonsense. Mr. Fang is not one to make baseless boasts. How dare you presume we would perform poorly? Fang Xinting halted his students with a stern expression, directing a cold gaze at the reporters. Is it the ethical standard of your profession to disturb students' rest before examinations and to falsely accuse them afterward? I seriously suspect that you have received monetary compensation from others to specifically disrupt our students' participation in this exam. What? Accepting bribes? Are you merely conducting interviews? Fang Xinting's lips curled into a cold smile. Is there truly no other newsworthy event in this vast nation for you to cover? What does your relentless pursuit of Chongqing County signify? What does your fixation on a few students taking an exam indicate? My students are here to participate in a mathematics competition. They are under no obligation to answer your questions or engage in your interviews. If you dare to harass my students again, I shall take legal action against you. The journalists were taken aback by Fang Xinting's refusal to engage and his threat of legal action, momentarily stunned. I hope you can redirect your limited energy towards more constructive endeavors and cease troubling my students. With that, Fang Xinting led his students into the guest house, firmly closing the door on the reporters. The journalists were left in shock by Fang Xinting's words, exchanging glances in disbelief. One reporter murmured, I have never encountered such an audacious teacher. Did he not himself claim that they would enter the top 5? This Fang Xinting is truly intriguing. Li, a prominent journalist from the regional newspaper, observed Fang Xinting's unwavering stance and couldn't help but chuckle. I've interviewed so many individuals. Others are terrified upon hearing the word reporter, answering whatever is asked. Yet he has managed to intimidate us instead. Quite amusing. Director Huang Qingji forcefully pushed open the door to the editor-in-chief's office at the regional newspaper. Lao Lu, what is your intention? Are you relentlessly bullying Chaqing County? Upon seeing Director Huang storm in, Editor-in-Chief Lu greeted him with a forced smile. Director Huang, are you here to visit the region? Visit? What do you mean by that? What has your newspaper reported? Director Huang pointed an accusatory finger at Editor Lu. Have we provoked you? Has Fang Xinting wronged you? And no, not at all. As Editor Lu noticed Huang's growing fury, he nervously offered a cigarette. Director Huang, I have ulterior motives. I knew you had ill intentions. Upon hearing Editor Lu's admission, Director Huang erupted in anger. Yet, he soon noticed Editor Lu placing a prepared news article before him. After only a brief glance, Director Huang's eyes widened in shock. Is this truly happening? Indeed. Editor Lu sat before Director Huang, lighting his cigarette. I did this to ensure the news captures more attention. This was a necessary but desperate measure. However, you must not relentlessly pursue him for coverage. He is just a good child, and look at how you have bullied him. Director Huang, having grasped the steps of Editor-in-Chief Lu, felt somewhat embarrassed to chastise anyone. It is indeed unfair to him. Director Huang cast a glance at Editor-in-Chief Lu's desk and casually tucked his cigarette away. At the Chaqing County Station, parents of students remained silent, hesitant to speak with Fang Xinting as they collected their children one by one. Clearly, they were already aware of the reports in the newspaper detailing Fang Xinting's boastful claim of ranking among the top 5. Gu Dazhang kept his distance, driving away. Gu Xiangyuan entered the car, seething with anger. Dad, what have you done? Don't you know about Teacher Fang? You're always praising him for his teaching skills in front of me. Gu Dazhang felt a bit awkward. You're just a child. You don't understand. The daily report has covered his boast about ranking in the top 5 for 2 consecutive days. Our entire region is now aware of it. If something goes awry, it could lead to his dismissal. Gu Xiangyuan intended to voice his predicted score but fell silent. When I prove my results with my scores, I will shatter your expectations. Gu Dazhang inquired. Son, how did you perform? Gu Xiangyuan replied coldly. I submitted a blank paper. Gu Dazhang was taken aback, his mouth twitching. Son, why did you submit a blank paper? You are the only precious son of the Gu family. If you don't go to university, your mother and I may as well jump into the river. Drive? I'm tired. Gu Xiangyuan turned away, feeling the urge to cry and scream. Why does no one believe in us? Why does everyone unanimously deem our academic performance poor? What have we done wrong to be so underestimated? Gu Xiangyuan turned back to see Fang Xinting conversing with He Meifeng and Xie, a gentle smile gracing his face. Is this what it means to remain unmoved by external circumstances? He too aspires to be like Teacher Fang, maintaining a smile regardless of the storms that may come. No matter how fierce the tempest, I shall not falter. Gu Xiangyuan pressed his lips together, clenching his fists. Fang Xinting was inquiring where He Meifeng and Xie were heading. We need to return to school to pack our belongings before going home, He Meifeng said with a shy smile. I haven't been home all summer. I want to go home too, Xie added. All right. I shall accompany you back to school to gather your things, then see you home, Fang Xinting replied with a smile. Teacher, our home is in Dongshan, and there are no buses. He Meifeng quickly shook her head upon hearing Fang Xinting's offer. We live in the mountains and must hike back. Our family is too poor. Xie also expressed reluctance for Fang Xinting to come. Very well, Fang Xinting said, producing 2 5-yuan notes, handing one to each of them. You have shown improvement in your studies. This is a reward from your teacher. Teacher Fang, we don't want it. He Meifeng and Xie both shook their heads. Take it, Fang Xinting insisted, understanding the situation in the mountains. Receiving the money would certainly elevate their standing in the eyes of their families. Fang Xinting looked at the sky and said, let us go. He Meifeng and Xie bid farewell to Fang Xinting, saying, goodbye, teacher, until we meet again at the start of the semester. Fang Xinting gently waved his hand. Suddenly, the voice of the system announced. The results of the regional selection competition have been released. Chapter 43. 3rd place in team score. 2nd place individually. Upon hearing the voice of the system, Fang Xinting held his breath. System, speak. Student Gu Xiangyuan has secured 2nd place in the regional mathematics competition, with Xie Yu in 7th and He Meifeng in 8th. All 3 qualifying to represent the region in the provincial selection. The mathematics team led by the host has achieved 3rd place in the team rankings. The host has undergone a profound transformation in life. and is awarded 100 peach and plum points as a special reward. Peach and plum points have been credited. Continue to strive for excellence. Fang Xinting was overjoyed and wished to share his happiness, only to find that the students had all been picked up by their parents. He could no longer see He Mei Feng and Xie. Clenching his fists, his face beamed with pride. Do you know you have achieved third place? This is the highest score ever in the history of Jian County. I am proud of you. Proud of you all. Standing under the blazing sun. Fang Xinting gently closed his eyes, enveloped in joy. In the grading room, candidates and their scores were inscribed on the blackboard. This was the final ranking. The individual champion was Kong Yuanyi, followed by Guxiang Yuan in second place and Kong Mao in third. The team rankings revealed that the first place was secured by the 3rd middle school of the region, the 2nd by the 7th middle school, and 3rd by Jian County. This year, Jian County's performance exceeded expectations, showcasing innovative problem-solving approaches from the students. Teacher Liu, who was recording the scores, smiled and remarked that the teaching efforts in Jian County were commendable this year. The leading teacher this year is Fang Xinting, right? When a teacher mentioned Fang Xinting, there was a moment of surprise as another recalled an article from the Shenzhou Education Journal. Do you remember the article we read some time ago about enhancing students' attention? It featured a problem with 5 different solutions. Teacher Liu nodded thoughtfully. I have seen that. Wait a moment. The leading teacher from Jian County. Fang Xinting. Fang Xinting, the one with 5 solutions? Teacher Liu paused, glancing down at Guxiang Yuan's exam paper. This problem-solving approach does bear some resemblance. Other teachers began to examine the exam papers of other candidates from Jian County, exchanging glances of astonishment. Could it be? Meanwhile, He Mei Feng and Xie packed their belongings and bid farewell to the old custodian before sprinting towards the East Mountain. They still had to traverse the mountain path and dared not linger. I wonder if my brother will be waiting for us at the foot of the mountain. Doesn't he know we are returning today? Xie chuckled. Her brother always came to greet them at the foot of the mountain. Let us go. He Mei Feng's face radiated joy. The 2 girls walked away, chatting and laughing. At the entrance of County No. 1 Middle School, a mailman on a bicycle arrived. Dad, I have mail. The old custodian hurriedly brought out a cup of water. On such a hot day, why not deliver the mail a bit later? The mailman, Dinyo, fanned himself. I thought I'd stop by here to rest for a bit. It's sweltering. He handed his satchel to the old custodian. The old custodian accepted the satchel and pulled out the letters addressed to County No. 1 Middle School. Oh, a remittance slip for Fang Xinting? Is it a manuscript fee? The old custodian was utterly astonished. The postman, Dinyo, chuckled as he sipped his water and asked, Dad, who is this Fang Xinting? This is the remuneration from a capital newspaper, quite impressive. Teacher Fang must be remarkable. Old Nyo, glancing around, cherished the remittance slip in his hands and remarked, just imagine how splendid it would be if you studied diligently. I too could flaunt a remittance slip like this to our neighbors. Even with diligent study, one might not necessarily receive remuneration from a capital newspaper. This is from the Shenzhou Education newspaper. Do you not know who penned the title on their publication? Dinyo gestured with a thumbs up. It was written by Laoyi. The astonishment in old Nyo's eyes deepened as he reverently placed the remittance slip aside, stating, I will personally hand it to Teacher Fang. After finishing his water, Dinyo took his leave. Be careful on the road, ride slowly. Old Nyo admonished as he sent his son off to school, then closed the door. Gazing down at the remittance slip, envy washed over his face. If only one of my 2 boys would study diligently, he sighed, shaking his head. Fang Xinting made his way back to Xinghuoling, greeting acquaintances along the route. You've returned from the district? Was it enjoyable? Did you really claim to be in the top 5? Fang Xinting laughed heartily. Your news is quite astute. Of course. I often read the newspapers and studied diligently myself. Did you truly say you ranked in the top 5? Indeed. I believe this year our Jian County should rightfully be among the top 5. Fang Xinting responded with poise. All children are fundamentally the same. Why should they monopolize the top 5 every year? It's simply unreasonable. A neighbor slapped his thigh, exclaiming, You speak the truth. Why should our county be at the bottom? They say the emperor takes turns. It's been 2 years, shouldn't it be our turn now? The mathematics competition bore no vested interest for the rural folk, and thus, the sentiment remained indifferent. Naturally, they hoped for their county to achieve commendable results. Hence, no one perceived Fang Xinting's boast of a top 5 ranking as improper. I read in the newspaper that someone suggested capping the Pacific Ocean. If they can make such audacious claims, what is wrong with Xinting simply stating he aims for the top 5? If it were me, I would boldly declare that we aim for first place. Let us elevate our own prestige first. Indeed, scores can be lost, but the spirit must not falter. When participating in competitions, one surely intends to win the championship. Otherwise, what is the point of competing in the Olympics? A funded vacation? I overheard someone remark. He who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. Therefore, those who do not wish to achieve a ranking in competitions are not good students. Laughter and chatter filled the air as everyone engaged in lively discussion. Chapter 44. We are all awaiting tomorrow. Fang Xinting leisurely strolled home after engaging in some idle chatter with the villagers. Upon entering his abode, he noticed the absence of Fang Jiumin and his family, which left him somewhat perplexed. Jiang Qian recounted the events of that day. The coal stove, pot, and chicken had all been reimbursed. A sense of trepidation washed over her. They must ensure that the children do not lay a finger on Ningning, for their hearts were indeed dark. Fang Xinting was taken aback by the magnitude of events that transpired during his 3-day absence. Contemplating, he resolved that henceforth he would keep the door locked when there was no one at home, preventing any unwelcome intrusions. This matter was far from settled. He suspected they were plotting to extort compensation. Compensation? The very thought sent Jiang Qian's eyes wide with astonishment. They had yet to demand restitution for their pot and stove. Not to mention the expensive chicken. Fang Bao's family was all too familiar to Fang Xinting. Once Fang Hang's medical expenses were determined, they would surely seek a scapegoat to blame. Commissioner Tang had fallen into unfortunate circumstances as well. He had not been to work these past few days. With a certain officer filling in for him, Jian Siqi shook his head at the situation, lamenting how Commissioner Tang, who was merely trying to save lives, had become a target of extortion. I shall go and check on him, declared Fang Xinting playfully to his daughter before heading to the security office. The officer substituting for Tang Tsong was Gu Jingsheng, who had previously assisted Fang Xinting with his household registration. Officer Gu, is Commissioner Tang all right? Fang Xinting inquired with genuine concern. He is fine, merely a bit upset. Old Tang has indeed had a streak of bad luck, Gu Jingsheng replied with a sigh. Having pieced together the circumstances over the past few days, he recognized that Tang Tsong had indeed been unfortunate. Fang Xinting remarked with a profound sense of conviction. I believe that wickedness cannot prevail indefinitely. Such individuals will inevitably face the law's retribution. Gu Jingsheng chuckled, patting Fang Xinting on the shoulder. Old Tang will be all right. He has committed no wrongdoing, just been caught in a string of misfortunes. Meanwhile, the Fang Jiumin family was engrossed in discussions regarding Fang Hang's plight. My dear grandson has been harmed by Tang Tsong. He must not go unpunished, Zhang Shuanglan declared, hands on her hips, casting a glare at the bandaged Fang Hang. With him in such a state, how can he ever marry? Without a wife, there will be no descendants to support me in my old age. Tang Tsong must care for my grandson until the end of his days. Fang Bao crouched in a corner, smoking. Indifferent to the furious glares from the family in the adjacent hospital bed, the relatives of the patient next door shouted in anger, smoking is prohibited in the ward. Did you not hear the nurse? It can hinder the healing of wounds. I do not care for your grandson's well-being. I am concerned for my child's recovery. Fang Bao retorted. If you do not extinguish that cigarette, I will not hesitate to retaliate. Only then did Fang Bao extinguish his smoke. Fang Jiumin sat at the bedside. Head bowed, brow furrowed in thought. Not only must we not let Tang Tsong go unpunished, but we must also hold Fang Xinting accountable. If it were not for his family, would my son have suffered such severe burns? They have no son. This was a deliberate act to harm my child. Indeed. We must not spare Fang Xinting. Zhang Shuanglan exclaimed vehemently. He must compensate for the loss of work and provide a sum of 1,000 yuan. They seemed to have entirely forgotten that it was Fang Zhou who had burned Fang Hang, or perhaps they simply did not wish to acknowledge the truth. The other families sharing the ward regarded them with disdainful glances. In hushed tones, I have heard that their grandson resorted to pilfering food from others. And due to an inequitable distribution of spoils, he was scalded by his own kin. They now seek to extort the officer, Tang, who came to their grandson's rescue. One may wonder why Officer Tang would intervene. Such foolishness. Alas, what misfortune. Director who entered the office of the bureau chief, smiling as he poured a cup of tea for him. I truly feel for Director Huang, as the mathematical team he leads has encountered such a significant blunder. Director Huang is quite competent, though he has unfortunately been misled by Fang Xinting. I have long asserted that Fang Xinting, with his arrogance, is of little use. How dare he boast to the district newspaper about achieving a top 5 position? Hu Changxing scoffed disdainfully. The youth today, lacking in maturity, are unreliable in their endeavors. Huang Qingxi, being merely a few years younger, felt the sting of this remark directed at him as well. Bureau chief pondered for a moment. The District Mathematics Association has yet to announce a final verdict. I believe we should not hastily dismiss a colleague. Suddenly, the phone rang. Bureau chief when answered. This is... What? His eyebrows raised in astonishment as he hung up, momentarily dazed. Known for his frugality, the bureau chief had long retained the office's well-worn furnishings. The phone's poor quality resulted in a cacophony of static, rendering Hu Changxing unable to discern the conversation clearly. Bureau chief, regarding Director Huang. Hu Changxing leaned forward, scrutinizing the chief's expression. Bureau chief when turned to open the door. There's an urgent matter. I must depart for the district immediately. You and Director Huang will jointly oversee the affairs at the bureau. With that, he briskly exited, his pace hurried. As he passed by Director Huang Qingxi's office, the bureau chief hesitated momentarily. Never mind. I shall inquire once the situation is clearer. The rankings are not yet finalized. This was indeed the district selection competition's third place. With an individual ranking of second, an unprecedented achievement for Chaqing County. Caution here is certainly warranted. Seeing the bureau chief descend the stairs, Hu Changxing's brows arched in delight. Huang Qingxi, this time no one can shield you. The deputy chief was on the verge of retirement, merely coasting along without concern for the matters at hand. Taking advantage of the current mathematical competition, Hu Changxing resolved to pin the disgrace onto Director Huang. With this thought, a smile crept across his features. After work, he sought out Teacher Liu. Regarding Fang Jiumin, will it be possible for him to make an appearance tomorrow? Tomorrow? Teacher Liu nodded. I will reach out to him at once. Excellent. Hu Changxing replied with a cold smile. The outcome of this affair will hinge on tomorrow. Chapter 45 as everyone awaited. Director Huang calculated while the astute reporter Li Di could no longer contain his excitement and knocked on Editor-in-Chief L's office door. Editor-in-Chief, is it permissible to release the news regarding teacher Fang Xinting, whose work was usurped and whose siblings were sold by a distant relative? I have just received word that the mathematics team from Chaqing County achieved a commendable third place overall and second place individually. Editor-in-Chief L smiled faintly. Due to the recent events surrounding Fang Xinting, our sales have surged, and public response has been fervent, demonstrating a heightened interest in social news. I have already arranged for this to be placed in the bottom right corner of the first page, and it will be printed overnight for distribution tomorrow morning. The first page typically features only significant news, and Fang Xinting's placement there reflects my esteem for this story. Our objectives in releasing this news are threefold. First, to clear teacher Fang Xinting of any accusations of boasting. Second, to seek justice for him. And third, to expose the heinous crime of child trafficking. As he spoke of child trafficking, Editor-in-Chief L struck the table with conviction. Have you managed to uncover the whereabouts of Fang Xinting's siblings after days of searching? Li Di shook his head. I have been unable to find them. The details are documented in this manuscript for your review. It is utterly despicable. Fang Baohua and Zhang Shuanglan must pay for their crimes. We are merely reporters, tasked with uncovering the truth, devoid of any subjective emotions. We must stand firmly on the ground of truth, without personal bias, replied Editor-in-Chief L as he perused the manuscript. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded. This piece can serve as an additional follow-up to the interview with Fang Xinting. We shall publish it again in a couple of days. He then retrieved a copy of the Shenzhou Education Report, flipping to the page titled Enhancing Attention. Is this Fang Xinting the same person from Chaqing County? When Editor Liu inquired, I was astonished, having been unaware that a luminary in education had emerged from our Yunxia region. Li Di, somewhat perplexed, remarked. An author featured in such a prestigious national newspaper would surely boast about it. Yet I have not heard Fang Xinting mention it to anyone. Editor-in-Chief L's expression turned contemplative. To have an article published in a national newspaper without a word of self-promotion is remarkable. His sole focus appears to be on the student's achievements. Fang Xinting is truly admirable. You must return tomorrow to verify this matter. If it indeed is Fang Xinting, he must contact Editor Liu of the Shenzhou Education Report to discuss a potential contribution. Very well, I shall return to Chaqing County tomorrow. Li Di nodded in agreement. Editor-in-Chief L then placed a call to Director Huang. Chaqing County has shone brightly this year, achieving third place as a team and second place individually. Teacher Fang Xinting has truly led his team with distinction. Congratulations. The voice of Director Huang, filled with astonishment and delight, resonated through the phone. What? Could you repeat that? Am I hearing correctly? Editor-in-Chief L laughed heartily. I too found it hard to believe when I first heard the news. Indeed. Teacher Fang Xinting's second edition of the news is set to be published tomorrow morning. Well, I have no other matters at hand. I shall take my leave. Editor-in-Chief LV hung up the phone, releasing a sigh of relief. It seems that being the villain is best avoided, for being scolded directly by others is quite uncomfortable. During dinner, Fang Xinting discreetly exchanged the primary health-enhancing capsules and placed them into Jian Siqi's bowl. The system rewarded him with 100 points, precisely sufficient for the exchange of the primary capsules. After the exchange, he had 35 points remaining. Future opportunities to earn more points awaited him. The health of one's family, once compromised, is a lifelong concern. Watching Jiang Kaiyan finish her porridge, Fang Xinting felt a wave of relief. After dinner, as dusk approached, inquiries about prices continued to pour in. Customers brought their fabrics for us to work on, with a mere processing fee of 2 yuan, including buttons. Should we provide the fabric, the cost would be calculated accordingly. Long-sleeved, collared white cotton shirts would cost 6 yuan, while white cotton trousers were priced at 5 yuan. With the expectation that customers would dye them themselves once completed. Before one customer had finished negotiating, Aunt Zhang arrived with a mother and daughter duo. My daughter is going on a blind date and wishes to make a dress reminiscent of the main character from Under the Atlantic, featuring a small suit collar, a skirt below, and a belt. Without a television at home, Jian Siqi was momentarily taken aback, having never seen such a dress. Coincidentally, Fang Xinting had purchased a primary art skill card from the marketplace for 10 points and sketched an image for Jian Siqi. After the broadcast of People from Under the Atlantic in 1980, the light purple striped dress worn by the leading lady, along with the frog-eyed glasses and plaid shirt of the leading man, became a sensational trend throughout the 80s and 90s. Upon seeing Fang Xinting's drawing, the aunt nodded repeatedly. Just like that, my daughter and I spent 2 full days watching the series in the county department store, and it is exactly the same. The cost of the dress was 18 yuan. Jian Siqi rummaged through the fabric and produced a piece of yellow with light purple horizontal stripes. Upon hearing the price, the aunt hesitated. That seems a bit expensive. This fabric was made of chiffon, which is quite costly. Jian Siqi encouraged the aunt to feel the material. You can inquire around the county about the price per foot. I'll charge you 18, without even including the processing fee, considering Aunt Zhang's favor. Chiffon is a material not easily obtained even with fabric coupons. Wearing a chiffon dress in the summer would undoubtedly draw attention on the streets. Moreover, the vibrant colors of this fabric are indeed rare in the current market. The daughter gazed at her mother with hopeful eyes. The aunt, no longer hesitating, had her daughter measure her size. All right, let us make one. They paid a deposit of 3 yuan. Jian Siqi wrote her a note. The dress will be ready in 2 days. She then escorted them to the door. Sister-in-law Lu Omei and second sister-in-law Gua Chuiping gasped in delight. The business has commenced. The creation of a chiffon dress, along with the materials and buttons, alongside elastic bands, would incur a cost of 13 yuan. Giving Aunt Zhang $1 left them with 6. Jian Siqi took 2, and they each took 1. This was certainly more profitable than foraging in the soil. Upon Jian Siqi's return, the 3 of them engaged in a discussion on how to cut fabric more efficiently. With Jian Siqi able to secure work, Fang Xinting felt a sense of relief. The following day, he was to present a comprehensive report on the mathematics team to the Education Bureau, necessitating an overnight preparation of documents. In the morning, the shopping mall glimmered with special offers, 10 pounds of tremella, accompanied by 10 pounds of rice. He spent a peach and plum point to make the purchase. After breakfast, he boarded the bus to the county town. First, he visited the school, where he discovered that his manuscript payment had arrived, and he collected the remittance slip. He then proceeded towards the Education Bureau. Director Huang Qingji stopped the newspaper delivery man. Daniel, I arrived early today. Let me take the newspapers inside for you. Daniel, relieved to avoid an extra stop, smiled and handed the newspapers to Director Huang. Thank you, Director Huang. I will deliver newspapers to other departments now. Director Huang accepted the newspapers and indeed spotted Fang Xinting's name in the lower right corner of the front page. He also noted the published results of the mathematics team, prompting a smirk on one side of his mouth. This time, you were truly on the verge of transforming from Director Tiger to Director Cat. Director Huang placed the newspaper into his briefcase and entered the office, humming a cheerful tune, his expression one of delight. Chapter 46. Hu Changshan confronts Fang Xinting. Huang Qingji arrives at 9 o'clock in the morning. The time for the meeting arrived, during which Director Huang Qingji and Fang Xinting would report on the mathematics team's achievements. With a smile gracing his face, Director Hu entered the conference room. The bureau chief was absent and had entrusted him to preside over today's proceedings. The primary focus of the meeting was the mathematics competition. Hu Changshan's demeanor turned serious as he launched into his remarks. Everyone had always placed great importance on the mathematics team, pouring in considerable effort and dedication. Yet, who could have imagined that our hard work would become a tool for some to boast? Hearing whose words, Fang Xinting felt a sense of surprise. He glanced down at the regional newspaper he had purchased outside. Had Director Hu not seen today's edition? Did he not know that the mathematics team had achieved outstanding results? Unable to contain himself, Fang Xinting turned to Director Huang Qingji, who tapped the newspaper in his hands and gave Fang a thumbs up in approval. Fang began to grasp the situation and fell silent. Suddenly, someone burst through the conference room door. "I want to report Fang Xinting." "Who is it?" Hu Changxing frowned at the intruder. Immediately, someone stood up to smooth over the situation. "It seems he has some grievances. Why not let him speak?" This crude coordination made it evident to everyone what Hu Changxing's intentions were, and they turned their attention toward Fang Xinting. The intruder was Fang Jumin. He stepped forward, pointing a finger at Fang Xinting. "This person lost both parents at the age of 7. My parents raised him with great difficulty and even sent him to university. Yet, he shows not the slightest intention of repaying their kindness. After starting work, he slacks off, teaching students ineffectively. When I reprimanded him, he had the audacity to say he no longer wanted to continue this job. To prevent the students from being left without a teacher, I took over his responsibilities. Although I never graduated from middle school, I strive to be a good teacher, studying diligently every day. My students respond with enthusiastic applause, eagerly awaiting my lessons." A chuckle escaped Huang Qingji's lips. Hu Changxing shot a glare at Huang. "Director Huang, please maintain order." Continue. Huang Qingji stifled his laughter and gestured for them to proceed. "Seeing me do well and the students' affection for me, he wishes to snatch my position away. Tell me, how can such a fickle person be worthy of teaching students?" Fang Jumin accused Fang Xinting, labeling him a scoundrel. After listening, Hu Changxing turned to Fang Xinting. "Teacher Fang Xinting, do you have anything to say?" Fang Xinting raised an eyebrow, standing slowly with a resolute demeanor. When Qin Hui executed Yu Fei at Fengbo Pavilion, he also posed similar inquiries. Hearing Fang's words, Hu Changxing trembled with rage. "What right do you have to compare yourself to Yu Fei?" Fang Xinting lowered his gaze, "And I have no further comments." It was clear that Director Huang had likely withheld today's newspaper to set Hu up for embarrassment. Hu Changxing persistently troubled him, and naturally, he had to cooperate with Director Huang. This demeanor infuriated Hu Changxing. He glared fiercely at Fang Xinting and then turned to Huang Qingji, saying, "Director Huang, Fang Xinting is your strong recommendation. Do you have anything to say?" Huang Qingji smirked slightly and responded in accordance with Fang Xinting's remarks, "No need for words. The truth will reveal itself." Hu Changxing frowned. "Director Huang, do not act on impulse. We are in a meeting. Please be mindful of your words." Huang Qingji maintained a faint smile. "Director Hua, since you are presiding over the meeting today, you may say whatever you wish and do as you please. However, I fear you may not be able to bear the consequences of your actions." Such a fierce clash between two prominent directors was unprecedented. Everyone lowered their heads, hesitant to speak further. Hu Changxing, with a stern expression, redirected his fire towards Fang Xinting. "You went to the regional newspaper boasting that we could make it into the top 5 this year? This has put us in a very difficult position. Ask everyone how many calls they have received these past few days, how much ridicule and mockery they have endured." Fang Xinting replied with a cold smile, his voice icy. "When I participated in competitions in the region alongside the students, I also heard plenty of derision, even from many journalists. They came to the guest house and asked me, 'What qualifications does Chongqing County have to aspire to the top 5? Do you even deserve to be in the top 5? Fang Xinting raised his voice. "I asked them then, why shouldn't Chongqing County aspire to the top 5? Why can't we set the top 5 as our goal? The students are diligently studying, and I see their effort, sweat, and tears. Others mock us because of their stereotypes, believing Chongqing County is impoverished and that our students perform poorly. I cannot control their ridicule. I can only strive to silence them with the achievements of our students. Now, I wish to ask you all, as members of Chongqing County, why do you join others in mocking us? Do you also think we are unworthy of setting the top 5 as our ambition? Is it even wrong to entertain such thoughts?" Upon hearing such incisive words, many bowed their heads, acknowledging the validity of Fang Xinting's statement. It was unexpected that Fang Xinting possessed such eloquence, and Hu Changxing interrupted him. Achieving the top 5 is determined by results, not merely by boasting and bravado. I believe someone like Fang Xinting, who enjoys bragging, is no longer suitable to remain among the teaching staff. We must set a good example for the students and not allow them to emulate Fang Xinting's arrogance. Hu Changxing pointed at Fang Jumin. We cannot allow the students to learn ingratitude from Fang Xinting. His uncle invested considerable effort in raising him. He supported him all the way to university. Comrades, this is a university student. Fang Xinting's uncle has two sons. One barely made it to vocational school, and the other did not even finish middle school. He poured all his energy into Fang Xinting. How could Fang Xinting forget this kindness? Indeed, his position must be given to me. My son was burned at his house. He must compensate me for my losses. At least 1,000 yuan. Fang Jimin shouted. Hu Changsheng let out a disdainful hum. Fang Xinting, do you have anything to say? Has Director Hu not communicated with the Regional Mathematics Society yet? A faint smile curled at the corner of Fang Xinting's lips. What communication? Hu Changsheng glared at Fang Xinting. We are discussing your boastful behavior that has tarnished the reputation of teachers and students across the entire county, your apparent lack of passion for your duties, and your careless delegation of responsibilities. I have never relinquished my work to anyone. The mathematics team I lead has achieved commendable results this year. Fang Xinting replied, taking a seat. Aside from that, I have nothing further to add. Given your attitude, I could expel you from this meeting right now. Hu Changsheng bellowed. As the time approached, he pointed at Fang Xinting. The evidence is irrefutable. You have carelessly abandoned your responsibilities, displayed ingratitude, and boasted of being among the top 5, bringing shame upon our entire Chongqing County. Such a person must be removed from the teaching profession. We shall now commence the vote. Hu Changsheng turned to the crowd. A few steadfast supporters raised their hands. Pleased with the sight of raised hands, Hu Changsheng cast a triumphant glance at Huang Qingji, anticipating his embarrassment. As more and more hands were raised, Huang Qingji slowly stood up. Rolling a newspaper into a tube and tapping it twice in his palm, does Director Mao not wish to hear how the regional daily reported on Fang Xinting? The newspaper? The crowd expressed surprise. For some unknown reason, the newspapers that usually arrive by 8:30 have not arrived today. Therefore, until now, the entire unit has yet to see the paper. Huang Qingji smiled. The regional daily has conducted an extensive follow-up report on teacher Fang Xinting. With today's edition featuring the second installment, there will be further reports released in succession. I believe everyone must be curious as to why the regional daily is following teacher Fang's story. Chapter 47. The astonishing news of Hu Zhangsheng. As teacher Gao received the newspaper, he was taken aback by the shocking news report. Hu Zhangsheng gaped in astonishment, as if a whole duck egg could fit in his mouth. Huang Qingji waved the newspaper and declared, Comrades, I am pleased to announce 2 pieces of joyous news. Firstly, under the leadership of teacher Fang Xinting, this year's regional selection competition has been successfully concluded. Our county's mathematics team has achieved an impressive 3rd place in the team category and 2nd place individually. Secondly, 3 of our students have qualified for the provincial selection competition. This is an unprecedented achievement that fills our entire county with pride. Huang Qingji's resounding voice echoed throughout the conference room. These words stirred a wave of astonishment among the attendees, who stared blankly at him. Some recognized the newspaper in Huang Qingji's hand and quickly grasped the situation. Shrinking back and lowering their hands, Hu Zhangsheng was left in a daze, unable to believe his ears as he repeated, What did you say? What? Ignoring Hu Zhangsheng, Huang Qingji continued with a smile, shaking the newspaper in his hand. Now, let us applaud teacher Fang Xinting for his significant contributions to our county's educational endeavors. He initiated the applause, which started hesitantly before swelling into a thunderous ovation from everyone present. Huang Qingji's supporters stood up, cheering loudly for Fang Xinting and clapping vigorously. Yet, all of this was irrelevant to Hu Zhangsheng. His mind buzzed with disbelief. Seeing the crowd cheer for Fang Xinting, Fang Jiumin could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, So what if he led his students to success? He handed the job over to me. Before he could finish, Huang Qingji thundered, Who allowed this criminal? Who steals others' household registrations to enter? With a forceful slam of his hand on the table, he ordered Fang Jiumin to be removed from the room. As Huang Qingji's words hung in the air, some rushed forward to escort Fang Jiumin outside. Witnessing Huang Qingji's fury, Hu Zhangsheng's supporters trembled and took several steps back. Huang Qingji turned to Hu Zhangsheng, throwing the newspaper onto his desk. Director Hu, take a good look. Hu Zhangsheng lowered his head and read the headline and content. He saw how Fang Jiumin's parents had sold Fang Xinting's siblings and how Fang Jiumin had attempted to steal the household registration to usurp a position. His eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Fang Xinting raised by his uncle? Didn't he voluntarily relinquish the job? Hu Zhangsheng clutched his chest, gasping for breath. His legs could no longer support him, and he slowly began to slide toward the floor. His mind was a cacophony, and stars danced before his eyes. Thoughts became increasingly muddled. He heard someone calling him Director Mao? Director Mao? He wanted to respond, but found himself unable to open his mouth. Quick! Get him to the hospital. Director Mao has had a stroke. Upon exiting the conference room, Fang Xinting wore a beaming smile, exchanging greetings with those who approached him. Upon noticing that everyone had departed, Fang Xinting approached Director Fang Xinting with a request. Director Huang, I have a modest proposal. He expressed his desire to simultaneously teach both Chinese and mathematics. By instructing in 2 subjects, he could accumulate his merits at a swifter pace. In impoverished mountainous regions, it is not uncommon for a single teacher to cover all subjects in a school. However, this was the county's premier high school, and teaching 2 subjects. Fang Xinting hesitated for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Fang Xinting produced the remittance slip. Director Huang, this is the payment for my article from the Xinzhou Education Journal. Payment? A sudden realization struck Fang Xinting, his demeanor becoming solemn. Are you the Fang Xinting who wrote the piece on enhancing students' attention? Fang Xinting nodded with a smile indeed. Fang Xinting's eyes brightened. Let me see the remittance slip. As he received it, astonishment crossed his face. For yuan per 1,000 characters? Impressive. In 1980, a new remuneration standard had emerged, with fees for original works increasing to 3 to 10 yuan per 1,000 characters, and translation works earning 2 to 7 yuan, reinstating the payment for printed copies. For Fang Xinting to secure 4 yuan for his first submission was indeed remarkable. The article, titled Several Methods to Enhance Attention in Junior and Senior High School Students, consisted of just over 1,000 characters. The remittance slip indicated a total of only 40 yuan. However, the significance of 40 yuan in terms of article payment vastly differed from that of a salary. Publishing in the Xinzhou Education Journal held profound implications. With this remittance slip, I can advocate for you, Fang Xinting said, patting Fang Xinting on the shoulder. Come, let us go to my office. Once inside, Fang Xinting called the regional bureau chief for approval and soon set down the phone. The chief has already consented. Really? Fang Xinting stood up, expressing his gratitude repeatedly. However, you will only have 1 year. If the student's academic performance does not improve within that time, you must return to teaching mathematics alone. Additionally, I will resolve your homeroom teacher situation. Henceforth, you will teach mathematics and also serve as the homeroom teacher. Fang Xinting returned the remittance slip to him. Hurry and withdraw the money. After you've done so, bring me the receipt. The chief insists it be placed on his desk. This marks the first time our Jian County has made an appearance in a national publication. What a joyous occasion. Fang Xing's tone was half reproachful, half affectionate. Why did you not mention this sooner? Upon reading your article, I was left pondering which educational scholar authored it. The name felt so familiar. Yet I could not dare to associate it with you. He pointed a finger at Fang Xinting, jokingly scolding him. Fang Xinting smiled. I did not anticipate it would be published. Moreover, I have been preoccupied with teaching lately. Fang Xinting regarded him with nostalgia. In my youth, I too was filled with fervor and lofty ambitions. Alas, that era. He patted Fang Xinting's shoulder. Fortunately, your generation has risen, unlike us, who have grown weary in both body and spirit. Meanwhile, Teacher Gao sat in the county auditorium, reviewing his speech, preparing to take the stage after the leaders had concluded their remarks. The doors of the auditorium swung open, and someone hurriedly entered, clutching a newspaper, which they handed to the speaker at the podium. The speaker paused mid-sentence, passing the microphone to another individual. The unexpected sight of the leaders suddenly engrossed in the newspaper incited a flurry of whispers among the audience. One colleague discreetly slipped out, only to stealthily re-enter, also in possession of a newspaper. As this colleague passed by, Professor Gao caught a fleeting glimpse of the words Jian County. Let me see, Professor Gao exclaimed, snatching the newspaper from their grasp. Chapter 48. Teacher Gao fainted. Zhang Shuanglan was arrested as Teacher Gao snatched the newspaper and lowered his head. His body jolted violently. His eyes fixated on the scores and rankings displayed on the page, his expression one of utter disbelief. 3rd place for the team? 2nd place individually? How could this be? How has my small team fallen to 6th place? The speech he had meticulously crafted seemed to mock him with every word when juxtaposed with Jian County scores, each sentence delivering a stinging rebuke. In his ears, the voice of Gu Xiangyuan echoed. Didn't he say he would feast at the gates of number 15 middle school? I wonder how he will dine after seeing the results. Taking a deep breath, Teacher Gao clutched his chest, gasping for air. Teacher Gao, have you finished reading the newspaper? I still want to take a look. The voice of a colleague pierced through his thoughts like a needle. This year's results from Jian County were truly remarkable. Have you heard? Teacher Fang Xinting, who led the team from Chaqing County, has published an article in the Xinzhou Education Journal. That is quite impressive. It's a national publication. Recalling his earlier tirade against Fang Xinting outside number 15 middle school, where he had derided the students for submitting blank papers, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself. Teacher Gao, isn't your speech draft a bit off? One colleague glanced at his speech and raised an eyebrow. Disdain evident in their gaze. How could you write that Chongqing County submitted blank papers this year? Heat surged to Teacher Gao's face as he hurriedly attempted to fold the speech and tuck it into his pocket. The more flustered he became, the more mistakes he made. Trembling fingers accidentally tore the speech in half. The speaker concluded their remarks. Now, we invite the teacher who led this year's math team to share a few words. Teacher Gao rose, his body quaking slightly. Approaching the podium, he cleared his throat, ready to speak. Upon raising his gaze, he met the eyes of his colleagues below. Their half-smiles seemed to question his right to speak after placing sixth. These gazes were more piercing than the lights of the auditorium, rendering him unable to lift his head. Unable to utter a word. The host urged him, "Please, Teacher Gao, share your thoughts." If he adhered to the speech, he would become a figure of ridicule. Yet if he strayed from the script, he couldn't recall what to say. At that moment, Teacher Gao's mind was a tangled mess of shame and resentment. The host pressed again, "Teacher Gao, please speak." Glancing at the leaders on stage, Teacher Gao realized he could no longer delay. He resolutely covered his chest and began to slide down. Witnessing Teacher Gao suddenly collapse, those seated in the front row were bewildered, standing up with concern as they gazed at the stage. The host rushed over, whispering, "Teacher Gao? What's wrong? My hypertension has flared up." Teacher Gao's face contorted in pain. Hypertension is a severe condition, and without effective medication, it can be fatal. The host, not daring to hesitate, exclaimed, quickly, "Take Teacher Gao to the hospital. Perhaps a few days of rest is in order." Teacher Gao peacefully closed his eyes, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xinghuoling production team. Captain Yang Weigua, having completed the distribution of agricultural tasks, returned to the brigade office to peruse the newspaper. As he flipped through its pages, his gaze settled on the lower right corner of the front page. Is Xingting in the news again? Surely, it cannot be another condemnation of him? With swift comprehension, he scanned the article, ultimately focusing on the concluding remarks of the reporter. The journalist observed the struggles and helplessness experienced by teacher Fang Xinting. The reporter hopes for justice to be restored to teacher Fang Xinting. Furthermore, it is hoped that the law will punish the wicked and restore innocence to the world. Upon reading this final line, Captain Yang's eyes narrowed sharply as he summoned the militia of his production team. "We must head to the city immediately. Apprehend Fang Jumin's family." Meanwhile, Fang Jumin returned to the hospital, his face etched with worry. Zhang Shuanglan inquired, "How is work? Are you coming over?" Fang Jumin, already agitated by the situation, snapped back, "It's infuriating. Can I have a moment of peace?" Although Zhang Shuanglan typically exhibited a harsh demeanor towards others, she was unfailingly compliant with Fang Jumin's whims. All right, I won't bother you." Turning her attention, she noticed Zhuo Qing entering with a basin of freshly washed clothes. Her expression immediately soured. "Did I not instruct you to dry them downstairs?" Zhuo Qing, with a woeful countenance, replied. "The nurse said we aren't allowed to dry clothes in the hospital." Zhang Shuanglan retorted, "Then how do others manage it?" Growing furious, she placed her hands on her hips. Zhuo Qing lowered her head in silence. A family member from the adjacent bed scoffed, "We merely wash a towel or two. But you brought an entire household's worth of laundry to the hospital. If the nurse allowed you to dry them, that would indeed be a rarity. What concern is it of yours? Your family's water isn't being used here. You're so eager to curry favor with the hospital. Yet they haven't waived your hospitalization fees." Zhang Shuanglan had already clashed with the occupants of the neighboring bed multiple times over recent days, and now, with her hands on her hips, she was prepared to confront them again. Suddenly, a group of burly men burst into the ward. "Fang Jumin, come with us." Under Captain Yang's command, several militia members swiftly subdued Fang Jumin, pinning him to the ground. Confused, Fang Jumin exclaimed, "Uncle Weigua, why are you arresting me? Come along." Captain Yang dismissed his queries, instructing his men to bind Fang Jumin. "What is happening? What is this about?" Zhang Shuanglan, caught off guard, momentarily forgot to curse, "Brother Weigua, what are you doing? And this one as well, take her." Captain Yang, recalling the disgraceful actions of Fang Jumin's family over the years, his expression darkened at the thought that their misdeeds had made it to the newspapers. "Come with us." The militia, harboring disdain for Zhang Shuanglan, attempted to ensnare her with ropes. "You cannot take me. Who dares to arrest me? I'll fight you to the end. Zhang Xuanlan struggled fiercely, so much so that the men found it difficult to restrain her. As the crowd around them swelled, Yang Weiguo stepped forward. Zhang Xuanlan, it would be wise for you to comply. For the sake of our production team, I shall impart this warning. Your family's actions are grave and have already been reported in the news. What newspaper? What are you talking about? Zhang Xuanlan's eyes widened in disbelief. Take her away. Captain Yang, unwilling to provide an explanation, stated that he had to apprehend you. And he still needed to pursue Fang Baoguo, leaving him quite occupied. Upon hearing that even Fang Baoguo was to be taken into custody, Zhang Xuanlan finally panicked, questioning, what exactly is the crime? What have we done wrong? As the officers escorted Fang Jiumin and Zhang Xuanlan outside, Zhu Qing suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. She cried out and rushed towards the door, pleading, you cannot take them away, you cannot take them away. Yang Weiguo turned his head, casting a cold glance at Zhu Qing, and warned, this is not your concern. Do not compel me to take you as well. In that case, your 2 sons will be left as orphans. The mere mention of orphans sent a shiver through Zhu Qing, leaving her in a daze as she watched Yang Weiguo and his men exit the hospital. Just moments ago, the family had been discussing how to approach Tang Tsong for money and seek employment from Fang Xinting. In the blink of an eye, they had all been apprehended. Zhu Qing felt an overwhelming chill coursing through her body, trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 49. Gu Dazhang slaps himself in the face. In reporter Li's visit upon hearing that the Fang family had been arrested, Fang Xinting was momentarily taken aback. It was far too early for such actions. The regional newspaper had reported the incident prematurely. Stealing a household registration book was not akin to pilfering cash. It hardly constituted a grave offense. Even job theft could only warrant moral condemnation at most. Fang Jiumin would likely be educated and released soon. Zhang Xuanlan's involvement in human trafficking might result in a sentence of 2 to 3 years. He had initially intended to let the situation simmer gradually after August 25th. Ideally waiting until October for a full revelation. By that time, Fang Jiumin, Fang Baoguo, and Zhang Xuanlan would all be beyond saving. Who would have anticipated that the regional newspaper would prematurely unveil the matter in such an untimely fashion? Gu Dazhang stared in astonishment at Principal Shun. Could you repeat that? I didn't catch it the first time. Principal Shinzong's voice brimmed with excitement. Xiang Yuan performed remarkably this time, achieving 2nd place in personal scores. As he spoke, Principal Shun rummaged through a cabinet. Where's your beer? Let us bring it out to celebrate. It was only then that Gu Dazhang grasped the situation, his face lighting up with joy as he knocked on Gu Xiang Yuan's door. Son, dear son. Gu Xiang Yuan opened the door, a pen in hand. What is the matter? Gu Dazhang, overwhelmed with emotion, grasped his son's hand and shook it vigorously. Son, tell me, how many points did you score? I turned in a blank paper. Gu Xiang Yuan replied, lips pressed together. Son, please don't be upset with your father. I merely spoke thoughtlessly that day. Gu Dazhang looked at Gu Xiang Yuan with earnestness. Come on, tell me, did you already know your score? Gu Xiang Yuan remained silent, first glancing at Gu Dazhang, then at Principal Shun. The room was not soundproof. He had already overheard Principal Shun's joyful announcement. Yet, he felt not an ounce of elation. His mind was filled with the image of that day when Fang Xinting had brought them back, the parents taking their children away one by one. Too timid to greet Fang Xinting. Seeing his son's silence, Gu Dazhang felt a twinge of awkwardness. Son, I should not have doubted you. Gu Xiang Yuan's voice was cold. The newspaper has been relentless in its coverage, painting Teacher Fang as an arrogant braggart. Teacher Fang has endured much slander these days. All for our sake. Gu Dazhang turned to Principal Shun, seeking an escape from his embarrassment. Did you hear that? My son is speaking of you. I truly owe Teacher Fang an apology. Principal Shun pondered. Once school commences on the 25th, I will sincerely apologize to Teacher Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang had proven his worth, silencing all doubters and demonstrating his capabilities. If he did not assert himself, he would surely lose Teacher Fang, a loss the county's first high school could not bear. I will visit the regional office to see if I can retrieve Xiang Yuan's test papers. Once I have them, we will print copies for all the students to study. As Principal Shun departed, Gu Dazhang turned to his son, eager to take credit. Son, did you see? Your uncle is willing to apologize to Teacher Fang under my persuasion. With a resounding slam, Gu Xiang Yuan shut the door. The young man. Gu Dazhang scratched his head, pondering how, having kept my distance back then, I could now approach him. Even if I did, it would hinge on whether Teacher Fang would accept my apology. He was well aware of Gu Xiang Yuan's academic performance. Achieving second place in the entire region was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. Who could have anticipated Fang Xinting's remarkable abilities? Not only did Gu Xiong secure the second position, but Xie Yu and He Meifeng also ranked 7th and 8th respectively. This is ample evidence that Fang Xinting is a teacher with a proven track record for student advancement. Such educators were once exclusive to prestigious high schools. What merit does County Number 1 high school possess to have such a revered figure among them? Gu Dazhang suddenly slapped himself twice, chastising himself for his foolishness. After this self-reprimand, he fell into deep contemplation. How might he win over Teacher Fang? What should he offer? Fruit? No, that wouldn't convey genuine intent. Industrial coupons? They are nearly obsolete now. What did he ask me last time? A sewing machine ticket? Gu Dazhang's eyes brightened as he hurriedly opened the door and rushed out. It was not only Gu Dazhang lost in thought. The principal of No. 2 High School, Warjiajia, was also pondering. 3rd place in the group, 2nd place individually? Such remarkable achievements realized in merely a month and a half? Teacher Fang is truly impressive. Presumably, Principal Shun is already aware of the scores. With this thought, the principal of number 2 high school sighed. There was no way Principal Shun would let Fang Xinting slip away now. It's too late. The principal could only curse his own lack of decisiveness for not securing Fang earlier. 1.5 months. Just 1.5 months to achieve 3rd place as a team. The principal of number 2 high school regretted not having acted sooner to recruit Fang Xinting. However, no matter what he said now, it was too late. The security office of the Xingwuling production team is currently overseen by Ge Jingsheng, who, along with a public security officer named Tang Jianhong, visited Fang Xinting's home to investigate the case. Fang Xinting recounted the events of it. Honestly, my family was an outsider in the Xingwuling production team, with no relatives, only a distant uncle. When I was 7, my parents passed away in an accident. My younger siblings were sold off. Tang Jianhong inquired about the incident involving Fang Jumin's son, Fang Hang, who had been scalded. Fang Xinting shook his head. At that time, I was leading a math team in the regional selection competition and was unaware. I only learned of it upon my return. Jiang Qian, unable to contain herself, interjected loudly. That day, Xinting had just left. We had just bought a sewing machine, and everyone in the production team came to see it. Fang Jumin's 2 sons, lured by the aroma of the meat soup simmering in our kitchen, attempted to sneak a taste, causing us to topple the pot and coal stove. Jiang Qian was incensed. We Haven Tea even demanded compensation for the coal stove, pot, and chicken yet, and they dared to extort us? Tang Jianhong further questioned. Zhang Shuanglan and Zhu Qing both claimed that Tang Tsong was the one who pushed the stove. Did you see it? Commissioner Tang witnessed Fang Zhou pushing the stove towards Fang Hang and rushed over to save him. How could Zhang Shuanglan turn against her own grandson's savior? Such behavior is inhumane. Jiang Kaiyun vociferously scolded Zhang Shuanglan. Comrade Public Security, you must not heed their nonsense. Many people were present in the courtyard and witnessed the events firsthand. After Tang Jianhong recorded Jiang Xian's words, he inquired. Zhang Shuanglan reported that your family eats meat and fruits daily, claiming that your financial sources are dubious. She also mentioned that the origins of your sewing machine are questionable. Do you have anything to say about that? Just as Fang Xinting was about to respond, a knock sounded at the gate. Excuse me, is teacher Fang Xinting residing here? I am a reporter from the regional daily. Upon hearing the mention of the regional daily, Fang Xinting's expression turned frosty. At the entrance stood a reporter carrying a crossbody bag. He entered with a smile and extended his hand towards Fang Xinting. Hello, teacher Fang, my surname is Li. I wrote that article of yours. He wrote it. Fang Xinting remained as cold as ice, refusing to shake his hand. Do you have any idea the trouble you have caused me? I am truly sorry. I apologize, the reporter said repeatedly, maintaining his handshake posture. I hereby formally apologize to teacher Fang. It is often said that one should not strike a smiling face, and given that this prominent reporter was being so humble, Fang Xinting felt compelled to extend his hand in return. Reporter Li, your visit today isn't for another report, is it? The reporter appeared quite embarrassed and brought up the matter regarding the Xinzhou Education News. I am here to inquire whether the article on improving students' attention in Xinzhou Education News was written by you. Teacher Fang. Fang Xinting glanced at Ge Jingsheng and Tang Jianhong, who were waiting for his response, and after a moment of contemplation replied, Yes, I wrote it. I have already received the payment, and the receipt has been submitted to the Education Bureau. Upon hearing this, Ge Jingsheng and Tang Jianhong exchanged astonished glances. Clearly, Fang Xinting's contributions to a national newspaper must have garnered a significant fee, making the purchase of meat and fruits quite reasonable. In this day and age, Reporters wield considerable influence. Even their superiors must tread carefully around them. Despite Fang Xinting's frosty demeanor, Reporter Li showed no signs of anger and instead bowed his head in apology. This was truly unexpected for them. Chapter 50. The Fortuitous Assistance of Reporter Li. As Brother Xie bestows gifts, are you truly the esteemed writer Fang Xinting? How can you be so remarkably youthful? Exclaimed Reporter Li, his face alight with astonishment. He proceeded to discuss the matter of commissioned articles. Editor-in-Chief Liu of the Xinzhou Education Journal has reached out through our chief editor to request your contributions. He wishes for you to be a contributor. A contributor? Fang Xinting raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Reporter Li produced a piece of paper, inscribed with Editor Liu's telephone number and a registered mailing address. Editor Liu hopes you will contact him promptly. When you submit your work, you may send it to this address, which is intended for registered correspondence to Editor Liu. Gu Jingxing and Tang Jianong exchanged glances, their expressions revealing newfound respect and solemnity towards Fang Xinting. The Xinzhou Education Journal, having only launched in March of this year, is a national publication of significant standing. The request for contributions from the editor-in-chief came as a surprise to all. Teacher Fang, it would be an honor to have you contribute to the Xinzhou Education Journal. May I kindly request an interview with you to discuss your journey as a writer? Reporter Li inquired with a smile, as it appeared that an interview was forthcoming. Gu Jingxing and Tang Jianhong opted to take their leave. We have gathered the necessary information. Please review the notes and affix your signature if all is in order. Fang Xinting perused the details meticulously before signing his name. He then spoke of his modest salary. I am a university graduate, assigned as a high school teacher at County No. 1 Middle School, earning a mere 68 yuan a month. At the time, my wife was hospitalized for childbirth, and I had to draw an advance on my salary. Subsequently, I borrowed 100 yuan from Principal Shan, which is verifiable. Gu Jingxing chuckled, clarifying. Teacher Fang's salary surpasses both Jianhong's and mine by a small margin. We are well aware of this. Everyone understood that Zhang Shuanglan was engaging in a futile attempt to evade responsibility through baseless accusations. Yet the requisite procedures must be adhered to. She has filed a report, and I am obliged to inquire, Gu Jingxing stated. I comprehend, Fang Xinting responded as he escorted the two men outside. Following this, Reporter Li posed several questions to Fang Xinting, who answered them in kind. Once the interview concluded, Fang Xinting saw him out. Reporter Li, seemingly unable to contain his curiosity, broached the topic of his reporting. Teacher Fang, why do you not inquire about my coverage? The mere mention of the subject ignited Fang Xinting's ire. He had the means to bring down Fang Juimin's family, but that had been thwarted by Reporter Li's interference. It was hardly a source of joy for him. Fang Xinting's expression darkened, prompting a slight awkwardness in Reporter Li. Teacher Fang, I shall take my leave then. Do not bother seeing me off. Fang Xinting grunted dismissively. A contributor is an individual who writes articles within a specialized field for a news organization, encompassing both special contributors and general contributors. Given Fang Xinting's current lack of prominence, he would likely be classified as a general contributor. Nevertheless, even general contributors hold considerable significance. After discussing this with Jian Siqi, she expressed her elation. You can become a contributor. This is akin to our ancestral graves emitting green smoke. We must pay a visit to our parents' graves and share this joyous news. The act of paying respects at the grave does not adhere to any particular time. As Fang Xinting prepared the offerings and set off to the burial site alongside Jian Siqi, Shai remained at home under the care of Jiang Qian. Observing Fang Xinting depart, the eldest sister-in-law, Luo Mei, expressed her envy. Our children must study diligently. They should aspire to attend university and bring honor to our family. Just like Xinting. The second sister-in-law, Guo Suiping, nodded in agreement. After graduating from university, they are even assigned jobs. It is rare to find such opportunities. Upon returning from the grave, Fang Xinting and Jian Siqi reached the doorstep and noticed an elderly man, his head dusted with what appeared to be flour. Peering curiously into their courtyard, a large burlap sack at his feet. Who were you looking for? Fang Xinting inquired as he approached. The old man, dressed in tattered clothing and bearing a face lined with wrinkles, jumped at the sound of Fang Xinting's voice, nervously stammering, I am looking for teacher Fang Xinting. I am he. And you are? The old man smiled sheepishly. I am Xie Yudich. Xie Yudich? But Xie Yu is only in his teens. How do you appear to be in your 50s? Fang Xinting invited him into the courtyard. Are you a relative of Xie Yu? However, Xie Yudich hesitated, saying, I still have work to do. He retrieved several banknotes from his pocket, stating, This is the money you gave to Xiao Yu. I cannot accept it. Fang Xinting was taken aback. realizing that Xie Yudich had come to return the money. He smiled, saying, "You may not know, but Xie Yu placed 7th in the district selection competition, and he Mei Feng placed 8th. They excelled academically, and this is their reward, rightfully earned. Each child receives 1. So there is no need to return it. Truly, it is unnecessary." The news of Xie Yu's remarkable achievement brought a glimmer of joy to Xie Yudich's face. However, he struggled to articulate his thoughts, stubbornly insisting on returning the money. "I cannot accept it." Fang Xinting, noticing the man's ragged appearance, felt a pang of compassion. It is only natural to reward good performance. This money was justly earned. Yet, Xie Yudich continued to shake his head resolutely. "I cannot accept it." His expression was earnest. "Teacher Fang only gave her money out of pity for Xiaoyu, I understand." Xie Yudich, at a loss for words, grew flustered, his cheeks reddening. "Though we are poor, I do not wish to take advantage of others." Fang Xinting understood the sentiment. He felt a sense of melancholy. Xie Yudich likely recognized that this money was intentionally given by Fang Xinting as a reward, and thus he refused to accept it. Fang Xinting then inquired, "Where do you work, uncle?" Hearing the term uncle, Xie Yudich's expression shifted to one of hurt, muttering softly, "I am only 38. At 38. He had already assumed the appearance of an elderly man, burdened by the weight of life, his face marked by fatigue. Fang Xinting awkwardly apologized. "I did not know how to address you. I am called Xie Dalong." Xie Dalong smiled warmly. "Xiaoyu is our only daughter, shortly after she was born. My parents passed away. Thus, our family dotes on her." Hearing Xie Dalong's words, Fang Xinting felt a tinge of envy. Despite both being orphaned, Xie Yu was fortunate enough to have an elder brother who cared for her. As for himself, he suppressed his emotions, saying, "Xie de Gu, your family is quite well off. For a girl from the mountains, graduating from elementary school is already commendable. It truly is remarkable that you can afford to send Xie Yu to high school." "No, it's not me who is providing for her." Xie Dalong shook his head. "It's Principal Shun. Mei Feng is also supported by Principal Shun." "Principal Shun?" Fang Xinting was taken aback. Whether in his past life or this one, he had no idea that Principal Shun had silently funded the education of 2 girls. At that moment, the image of Principal Shun grew larger in his heart. Sometimes, one truly cannot judge a person by mere appearances. His perspective on Principal Shun had been overly simplistic. Xie Dalong looked up at the sky and placed a burlap sack at Fang Xinting's feet. "Teacher Fang, these are the special peaches from Dongshan, incredibly sweet. We're poor and have little to offer you. Xiaoyu mentioned that you are quite kind, bringing meals for her and Mei Feng every day." As Xie Dalong spoke, his eyes glistened with emotion. "Thank you, Teacher Fang. I am a teacher. This is my duty," Fang Xinting replied. Surprised that Xie Dalong not only returned the money today but also brought so many peaches, he smiled and declined. "You should take these peaches to the market to sell." Xie Dalong shook his head. "The market won't let me in looking like this. Besides, I want to get a good price outside." He sighed. "Thousands of pounds of peaches will mostly rot on the ground. Why am I even telling you this? I must be on my way." Just as he was about to leave, he recalled something. "Teacher Fang, I heard that high school graduates do not get assigned jobs?" Fang Xinting nodded. "There is no job assignment for high school graduates. Only those who enter university receive placements." Xie Dalong's expression fell. "So what is the use of Xiaoyu studying these years?" "Well, it's not entirely without merit. For instance, factories prioritize hiring high school graduates." Fang Xinting replied with a smile. Xie Dalong sighed. "Our family is all right, but Mei Feng's family, they don't want her to continue her studies." "Never mind, I have to go carry cement. The whole family relies on this for a living." After saying that, he turned to leave. Fang Xinting silently watched Xie Dalong's retreating figure, lost in thought. Why didn't he Mei Feng's family want her to pursue her education? Just as he was about to turn around, a car approached and stopped at the entrance. Gu Dazhang jumped out of the vehicle. "Ah, Teacher Fang? How did you know I was coming?" He greeted Fang Xinting with exuberance, even addressing him with a title, expressing his gratitude for the welcome. Fang Xinting's expression stiffened. And he smiled in return. "What brings Director Gu to my humble abode? I happened to be in Xinghua Ridge for some business and thought I would stop by." Gu Dazhang explained, retrieving a cardboard box from the car and entering the yard. "I recalled that you mentioned needing a sewing machine last time. You might be in need of an iron as well, so I brought this iron from my home. I also have a bit of fabric coupons left." As Gu Dazhang spoke, he opened the box to reveal a purchase list, which was from today. "This." Fang Xinting hesitated. "I have something to attend to. I must take my leave." Gu Dazhang nodded deferentially and took his leave. After walking a couple of steps, he turned back, bowing slightly once more. Well then, Xiang Yuan. I trust you will kindly look after Teacher Fang in the future. Do what needs to be done, whether it's admonishment or punishment. No need for farewells. Fearful that Fang Xinting might refuse his offering, Gu Dazhang hastily hopped into his vehicle and sped away. Jian Siqi rushed outside, only to see Gu Dazhang's car already vanishing into the distance. She turned to Fang Xinting. Will he accept it? If he doesn't, he might worry that I won't teach his son anymore. Fang Xinting pondered for a moment and decided to accept it. Jian Siqi opened the box and was taken aback. There were numerous fabric coupons. She counted them and found there to be nearly 50 rolls. Let us accept it, Fang Xinting said, closing the door behind her. Tomorrow morning, there was a trip to Dongshan to prepare for. Is he Mei Feng not attending school? This simply cannot be allowed. Chapter 51. Advocating education in Qingshan village. A rain fell during the night, and it was not until dawn that the skies cleared. The sound of raindrops striking the roof tiles resonated throughout the night, leaving Fang Xinting restless and sleep-deprived. In the morning, the bustling marketplace was aglow with enticing promotions. A bicycle available for purchase through an agricultural bank savings activity, priced at 20 yuan for a 3-year term with rewards. Fang Xinting, still in a daze, was taken aback to discover that the marketplace offered such items. The savings event will take place on the afternoon of the 25th of this month, Sunday, at 3 o'clock. Please be mindful of the time. After exchanging a few words with Jian Siqi and Zhang Kaiyun, he took an umbrella and donned a pair of rubber shoes before stepping outside. In the distance, the undulating green mountains were cloaked in a wash of azure from the rain. Upon reaching the vicinity of Dongshan, he inquired of a passerby, "Could you please direct me to Qingshan village? Follow this path up the mountain. You will reach the end." The person giving directions assessed Fang Xinting and, noticing his neat attire, inquired, "What brings you to Qingshan village?" "I am a teacher from County No. 1 Middle School, here for a home visit." Upon hearing that Fang Xinting is a teacher from County No. 1 Middle School, the person giving directions showed a profound respect. "You mean Teacher Shin? I will guide you there." The person giving directions is quite talkative. "How is Teacher Shin's health these days? We all wish to see him." "You must be referring to our principal, Shinzong, correct?" The guide moved swiftly, and Fang Xinting struggled to keep pace. "Indeed, Teacher Shin is a remarkable person. We, the villagers, owe him a great debt of gratitude." Before long, they arrived at Qingshan village. The guide gestured towards a figure laboring in the fields. There, just ahead, Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude, saying, "I appreciate your assistance." "Oh, it's nothing. We villagers simply possess a bit of strength," the guide chuckled. "My name is Zhao Hongyan. My father is the village secretary. If you're looking for him, I shall certainly lead you to the right place." Zhao, the village secretary, bounded over from the fields, vigorously wiping his hands on his clothing before shaking hands with Fang Xinting. "Hello, Teacher Fang. I am the village secretary here. I am He Meifeng's teacher." Fang Xinting clarified his purpose. Upon reaching He Meifeng's home, Zhao called out through the fence, "He Meifeng, someone is here to see you." Upon seeing Fang Xinting, He Meifeng exclaimed with delight, "Teacher Fang, is it really you? As the new school term approached, I came to visit you all." Fang Xinting entered the courtyard. He Meifeng hurriedly fetched 2 small stools to place under the eaves and poured water for Fang Xinting, saying, "Teacher Fang, please have a seat." "Secretary, you too." Her everyday attire was tattered, adorned with patches layered upon patches. The cuffs of her trousers rolled high, and her bare feet were caked with mud. It seemed that the outfit she wore to school was her finest. The humble abode she called home was a dilapidated mud and straw house. Looking up, the thatched roof swayed gently in the wind. Upon hearing the news, He Meifeng's parents quickly arrived, timidly standing beside Secretary Zhao, greeting, "Hello, Teacher Fang." Without further ado, Fang Xinting directly inquired, "I wish to ask you about He Meifeng." He Meifeng's parents exchanged a glance, and then replied, "Teacher Fang, we initially intended to discuss this matter with Teacher Shin. Since you are here, we have found a match for Meifeng." Meifeng has turned 18, reaching the age of marriage. At merely 18, why must she wed? Fang Xinting was taken aback by the sheer ignorance of He Meifeng's parents. Feeling a surge of frustration, after all the effort they invested in her education, she is on the verge of becoming a sophomore, with university on the horizon. Why abandon such prospects? If it weren't for Principal Shun's earnest counsel, they would never have allowed her to attend school all these years. He Meifeng's father is particularly obstinate, asserting that a girl of her age must marry. Furthermore, having benefited from Principal Shin's financial assistance, they feel a twinge of discomfort. He Meifeng's father is more loquacious than Brother Xie, his reasoning appearing quite coherent. Yet, Fang Xinting harbors a deep-seated aversion towards him. Fang Xinting inquired of Mei Feng, "Do you not wish to continue your studies?" Mei Feng, head bowed, let tears cascade down her cheeks. Fang Xinting sighed heavily. He had just altered the course of Mei Feng's fate, only to find that she was now confronted with the prospect of marriage. Perhaps, in another life, Mei Feng had long anticipated her family's decision. After hearing teacher Lu's slanderous accusations labeling her a thief, she might have perceived life as hopeless and resolved to end it all. Fang Xinting inhaled deeply and gently urged Mei Feng's father, "Once she enters university, she will receive over 20 yuan monthly for living expenses from the state, and you will not need to pay for her tuition. Upon graduation, the state will assign her a job. You only need to endure for another 3 to 5 years, and when Mei Feng graduates, your entire family can escape the mountains and embrace the urban life." Mei Feng's father was momentarily swayed by Fang Xinting's words, but his gaze soon hardened. "I have asked Mei Feng, and she expressed doubts about her ability to gain admission to university. Even if she does, it is ultimately for her future in-laws, not for us." "What do you mean it's for her future in-laws?" "It is for her own future," Fang Xinting retorted with a scoff. "Are you aware that her mathematics team achieved 3rd place in the entire region this year, and she herself secured 8th place?" Fang Xinting continued to advocate for her. Mei Feng's father, possessing some understanding of the mathematics team, shook his head. "Only 1st place at the provincial level guarantees admission to university. If she were truly capable of that, I would never obstruct her." The prospective groom's family, aware of her status as a high school student, was willing to offer 500 yuan as a betrothal gift. Mei Feng's father appeared to lament his daughter's unfortunate fate, yet his eyes sparkled with delight at the mention of money. 500 yuan. Our family would toil for half a lifetime for that sum. My son is also of marriageable age. I cannot allow him to remain without a partner." Mei Feng's father averted his gaze from Fang Xinting. "Consider it my ungratefulness towards Principal Shin and Teacher Fang." Mei Feng's head drooped even lower, tears streaming steadily down her face. She yearned to resist the constraints of life, but felt utterly powerless to do so. Her cries were filled with profound sorrow. And Fang Xinting couldn't help but recall his own experience of not gaining university admission, lonely and helpless, engulfed in fear. At that time, he lived in constant trepidation. Any displeasure directed at him by Fang Baogua could result in severe repercussions, with Fang Baogua striking him without hesitation. In the stillness of midnight, I repeatedly remind myself that my younger siblings were sold because of me. My first love was taken from me, and life seemed devoid of hope. It was only upon being accepted into university that a glimmer of hope for existence emerged. He did not wish for his students to endure the same despair he had faced. Reflecting on the past, Fang Xinting felt a tumult within. What if I could ensure her admission to university? Upon hearing this, not only was Mei Feng's father astonished, but so was Secretary Zhao. "Fang, are you jesting?" Mei Feng's father could scarcely believe it, wanting to scoff in skepticism, yet hesitant to do so. "I am not joking. Give me 2 years. This year, Mei Feng will be in her 2nd year of high school. Next year, she will be in her final year. Once her college entrance examination results are out, you may then decide if she will marry." Fang Xinting's heart ached, his voice heavy with pain. "Education is the only path for children from impoverished families. Have you considered why someone would offer you 500 yuan as a bride price? It is because Mei Feng is a high school student. Have you thought that if she attends university, she might marry someone from outside the mountains? When Mei Feng becomes a university graduate, matchmakers will see your family name elevated and could find a better wife for your son, perhaps one who brings a dowry of 5,000 yuan. Fervently desiring to marry him, are you willing to sacrifice your son and daughter's futures and happiness for a mere 500 yuan? Seeing that Mei Feng's father remained silent, Fang Xinting became exasperated. "If she cannot enter university, I will compensate you 500 yuan. Everyone was taken aback by Fang Xinting's declaration. Secretary Zhao was the first to react, loudly berating Mei Feng's father. "Foolish. Fang is quite clear that Mei Feng can succeed in university. Are you truly so foolish as to marry her off for 500 yuan? Once she graduates, she could earn hundreds annually." Yet, Mei Feng's father still hesitated. Secretary Zhao continued his tirade. "Mei Feng's education will not cost you anything. Why the hesitation?" He then turned to Fang Xinting, inquiring if Mei Feng could genuinely be admitted to university. Fang Xinting smiled. "Mei Feng and Xie Yu have shown significant improvement in their studies. If they truly gain university admission, our entire Qingshan village will share in the honor." Secretary Zhao, not lacking in discernment, understood the implications of 2 university graduates emerging from their village. His eyes sparkled. "I shall persuade them further." Fang, As long as you can assure Meifeng and Xiao's admission, I will do everything in my power to ensure these two children attend school. Secretary Zhao made his pledge. The school term commenced in 2 days. He Meifeng must attend. Fang Xinting did not allow He Meifeng's parents time for deliberation, exclaiming, I shall take my leave. Secretary Zhao rushed after him. Fang, let us sit for a while at the brigade office. Chapter 52. The culinary skill card is unlocked. Whining to my wife after an extensive conversation with Secretary Zhao, Fang Xinting gradually came to understand Qingshan village. Generations of villagers had been tea farmers, but in recent years, they were ordered to eradicate their tea trees and cultivate peach trees instead. Lacking knowledge in peach cultivation, the villagers left the land untended. Only in the past 2 years have they begun to manage the peach trees, which are now gradually bearing fruit. The village is impoverished, and the soil is ill-suited for grain cultivation. Planting grain for a single year depletes the soil's fertility, leaving them with little food after paying taxes and fees, forcing them to rely on government rations year after year. The poverty in the mountains has driven many daughters to seek opportunities elsewhere, reluctant to marry into the village. Thus, one should not be too harsh on He Meifeng's parents. Their struggles are evident. Secretary Zhao sighed, recalling that in the past, Principal Xin had come to teach in Dongshan and visited their village annually. He reminisced about Principal Xin's contributions, noting that the primary school enrollment rate in Dongshan had reached 60%, largely due to Xin's efforts. Although many children dropped out after completing the 3rd grade, some managed to finish junior high. He Meifeng and Xiao were the top students, successfully gaining admission to high school. Thanks to Principal Xin's insistence and financial support, they were able to attend County No. 1 middle school. In truth, for He Meifeng and Xiao, attending a vocational school would have been the most advantageous path, as it offered no tuition fees and a stipend, along with guaranteed employment upon graduation. They could pursue careers as nurses, teachers, or clerks. Perhaps Principal Xin cherished their academic achievements, hoping they would strive for university admission. Please encourage He Meifeng's family, Fang Xinting suggested as he prepared to take his leave. My wife has just given birth, and we are looking for a young girl to help care for the baby, offering a modest monthly stipend. Secretary Zhao, if you could keep an eye out for us, I would be grateful. Fang Xinting lowered his voice, making a gentle request. That's quite manageable. I will ensure someone suitable is sent to Teacher Fang in a few days, Secretary Zhao assured him, expressing great respect for Fang Xinting and called for his son, Zhao Hongyan, to escort Fang Xinting down the mountain. Fang Xinting understood that this respect stemmed largely from Principal Xin's influence. On the return journey, he reflected on matters concerning Dongshan. Before he knew it, they had descended the mountain, and he turned to express his gratitude to Zhao Hongyun. Thank you for accompanying me. Zhao Hongyun smiled warmly. I usually patrol the electrical lines up the mountain, fearing someone might steal the wires or cut down the poles for money. I walk this path several times a day. If you need to go up the mountain, you can wait here or let me know in advance, and I can pick you up at Xingwuling. Upon returning home, the sky was exceptionally clear. Fang Xinting removed his rubber shoes to dry in the sun. Jiang Kaiyan was in the yard, cradling little Yining, gently coaxing her to sleep. She turned to Fang Xinting and asked, what did He Meifeng say? The secretary of Qingshan village said he would help persuade her. Fang Xinting glanced at their daughter, who was on the verge of slumber, and retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. From the main room, a mother and daughter emerged. The daughter held a cloth bag in her arms, her face aglow with happiness. Inside the bag was the lovely dress they had made a few days prior. So beautiful, truly beautiful, she exclaimed. As the elderly lady exited, she continuously praised, Siqi, your skill in making skirts is truly impressive. If you like it, please introduce us to others in the future. With a smile, Jian Siqi accompanied her out of the courtyard. After bidding farewell to the lady, Jian Siqi hurried into the kitchen, dancing and laughing around Fang Xinting, exclaiming, Xinting, we made a profit, we made a profit. Noticing that everyone was preoccupied and not glancing towards the kitchen, Fang Xinting leaned in and planted a kiss on Jian Siqi's cheek, saying, my wife is the best. He gazed at her with a smile that was irresistibly sweet. Jian Siqi was momentarily taken aback by the kiss, her cheeks blooming with a rosy hue. Flustered, she lightly scolded, what are you doing? Complimenting you. Fang Xinting winked at her, then began to peel the potatoes after washing them. After a couple of strokes, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Siqi, would you like to learn how to cut vegetables with me? Sure. Jian Siqi replied with a sweet smile. With this affirmative response, the system promptly indicated, the host is imparting the basic cooking skill of cutting potato shreds. Progress 1, Progress 3. The cooking skill cards in the shop have been unlocked. Please feel free to purchase the skill cards. Cooking skill cards? Fang Xinting glanced at the shop. Under the cooking section, numerous recipes and culinary techniques had appeared. There were also various dishes crafted by masters, priced exorbitantly. They were presumably for learning through consumption. Simultaneously, the shop had also introduced recipe capsules. These capsules could be gifted, and upon consumption, even those unfamiliar with a dish would instantly learn how to prepare it. Reviewing his skill level, he noted he was now a beginner cook, only able to purchase basic cooking skills and capsules. In truth, slicing potatoes into shreds was indeed a skill. Fang Xinting refocused his mind and meticulously taught the technique of cutting potato shreds. This shredding had its nuances. The knife should be at an angle, slightly moistened. The potatoes were to be sliced thinly. Once the potatoes were cut into thin slices, they were arranged neatly and pressed down with a hand to keep them from shifting. The knife maintained the angle as he began to shred them at a consistent speed. This method ensured that the shreds were uniformly thin. Observing Fang Xinting's shreds, Jian Siqi wore a contemplative expression, noticing their consistency. Once the potato shreds were finished, the system prompted, "Cooking skills belong to practical skills. Please integrate theory with practice. This session of teaching does not yield any merit points. Please continue to strive." Despite not earning any merit points, Fang Xinting remained elated. The system's message was clear, as long as theory was combined with practice. Various recipes in cooking could be imparted. Thus, the skills he possessed could be transformed into merit points. In his past life, he had practiced the slender gold script for decades, mastering both traditional and modern calligraphy beautifully. Establishing a training class for slender gold script should also yield merit points. However, those matters were for another time. Fang Xinting brought up his plans for the following day. "I intend to go to the county town to call Editor Liu at the Longhua Bureau. Would you like to accompany me?" Just when we were about to take our daughter's one-month photo, he intended to seize this opportunity to save money and acquire a bicycle. Jian Siqi hesitated, suggesting they wait until the 100-day mark, as the cost of a black-and-white photo was 60 cents, and a color photo was $2, rather exorbitant. A month is a month, and 100 days is 100 days. Such moments occur only once in a lifetime. If missed, they are lost forever. This is also a commemorative occasion for our daughter's growth, and we should take a family portrait. Fang Xinting smiled, proposing that from now on, we shall capture a family photo every year to witness our happy lives together. In a past life, he regretted not taking commemorative photos for Xiao Yining's 1-month, 100-day, and first birthday milestones, a regret that haunted him throughout his existence. This time, regardless of the circumstances, he was determined to rectify that oversight. Noticing Jian Siqi's lingering hesitation, Fang Xinting gently implored, "My dear wife, aside from our marriage certificate, we have yet to take a photo together." Jian Siqi's cheeks flushed as she playfully admonished him. "You're being ridiculous." Nevertheless, she ultimately acquiesced. "Come, let's cook." Fang Xinting cheerfully beckoned Jian Siqi over. "I'll hold your hand and teach you." Jian Siqi nudged him with her elbow and retorted, "Don't think you can take advantage of me. I am genuinely teaching you." Fang Xinting replied with an innocent expression. "Do you still want to have dinner tonight? Why do you always think in such a way?" Who was thinking inappropriately? Jian Siqi, unable to counter him, felt her face heat up with embarrassment. Fang Xinting ceased his teasing, taking her hand to stir-fry shredded potatoes together. His embrace was both warm and dry, imbued with a reassuring scent. Leaning against him, Jian Siqi wore a sweet smile. Chapter 53. Taking a family portrait and taking my daughter to the lottery in the morning. The mall's special offers flickered. 2 pounds each of pork, beef, and lamb. Notice, the savings event will conclude with a draw on the 25th of this month, Sunday, at 3 p.m. Please plan your time accordingly. After having breakfast, Fang Xinting and Jian Siqi walked out, cradling the little one, Yining. The neighbors greeted them. "Xinting, where are you headed?" "Taking a full moon photograph for the child." Fang Xinting responded, "Indeed, we ought to capture a full moon portrait. It is a once-in-a-lifetime occasion." As Aunt Zhang strolled by and caught a glimpse, she exclaimed, "Oh, Ningning is still asleep." They decided to leave. Fang Xinting chuckled softly, leading Jian Siqi towards the bus stop. Zhou Qing was disposing of the garbage when she looked up and saw Fang Xinting and Jian Siqi walking side by side, engaged in light-hearted conversation, which left her momentarily entranced. Her in-laws and husband had been taken away, and she was unable to glean any information regarding the situation. Returning to her natal home, she was treated like a pariah. Her family refused her entry into the courtyard. She was unaware of where Zhang Shuanglan had hidden the money and dared not rummage through Zhang Shuanglan's room for fear of being attacked upon her return. Just yesterday afternoon, she had discharged herself from the hospital with the child. Observing Fang Xinting's retreating figure, Zhuo Qing's heart was filled with bitterness. And Zhang signaled to the others to look at Zhuo Qing. Behold, this Zhuo Qing. A few neighbors scoffed. Had she been willing to engage earnestly with Fang Xinting back then, she could be enjoying a good life now. Xinting treats Siqi exceptionally well, to the point of inciting envy. When purchasing pigs, one examines the pen. When marrying a man, one considers the in-laws, and when choosing a wife, one observes the courtyard. She boldly married Fang Jumin without inquiring about Zhang Shuanglan's background, demonstrating a lack of discernment. To sacrifice her happiness for a mere 200 yuan is indeed a grave miscalculation. Upon hearing these remarks, Zhuo Qing felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment and turned to head home. The photography studio, a state-owned establishment, is the sole one in the entire Chongqing County. Thriving with business, one must first pay and obtain a number before being able to take photographs. Noticing that the queue would extend until the afternoon, Fang Xinting suggested, "Why not take this opportunity to explore the county?" Jian Siqi nodded with a smile. "All right, let's take a stroll. Come, I shall hold Yining while you take a rest." Fang Xinting took the child and they first made their way to the long-distance communication office. After paying 5 yuan and filling out a form, they waited for half an hour before it was their turn to make the call. Editor-in-Chief Lu was taken aback by the youthful tone of Fang Xinting's voice. After a moment of surprise, he cheerfully requested, "I would like to invite you to write some articles on education. May I inquire if this piques your interest? I happen to have an article ready. As our high school will commence classes early tomorrow, I shall send it to you. However, a long-distance call costs 2 yuan per minute, which is exceedingly expensive." Fang Xinting exchanged a few brief words with Editor-in-Chief Lu before ending the call. The two meandered aimlessly along the street for a while. Upon reaching the vicinity of the agricultural bank, they were taken aback by the throngs of people. What could account for such a crowd? Jian Siqi curiously stood on tiptoe. "The agricultural bank is conducting a prize savings campaign. Why not let our daughter take a chance?" Without waiting for Jian Siqi's response, Fang Xinting led Jian Siqi inside. At present, the nation is in dire need of revitalization, with various construction endeavors underway that require substantial funding. Many provinces, in support of national development, issue fixed-term bonds with interest that also offer rewards. Fang Xinting receives a monthly bonus of 15 yuan in the form of prize bonds. In addition to these bonds, there are also prize savings, which serve to raise funds from the public and gather additional credit resources. This savings scheme allows individuals to earn interest while having the chance to win prizes, a significant temptation for the common folk. By the 1990s, the act of drawing prizes had become a beloved spectacle. Many shopping malls felt compelled to hold a prize draw during their grand openings as a show of strength. Among the most sensational news stories of that decade was the tale of winning a car for just 2 yuan, which captivated the entire nation. Fang Xinting, however, did not save much. He merely deposited a 20 yuan 3-year fixed-term bond. "Come here, my dear, draw a slip," he urged as he held his daughter Xiaoyi's hand and guided it toward the lottery box. Randomly selecting a slip, he noticed a 6-digit number inscribed upon it. Having drawn a prize, Fang Xinting led Jian Siqi out, saying, "I have the number. I'll return tomorrow to claim the prize." Jian Siqi smiled faintly. "As long as I can redeem a teacup, I'll be satisfied." Fang Xinting shook his head confidently, "Since it's our daughter's first time drawing a prize, her luck must be extraordinary. Who knows, she might win a grand prize." Upon hearing this, Jian Siqi instinctively glanced at the bicycle perched on the high platform, quickly realizing the improbability of such fortune. "Let us go for a stroll in the park," she suggested. Fang Xinting took her hand, heading in that direction. After walking a few steps, he exclaimed, "Xia Dalong? Zhao Hongyun?" The two men, called by name, hurriedly stood up from the curb, smiling as they greeted, "Teacher Fang. Care for some peaches?" A basket brimming with peaches lay before them. "There are many people here. We're just trying to sell a few peaches," Xia Dalong explained. Bending slightly to acknowledge Jian Siqi, but unsure of how to address her, scratching his head with a sheepish grin, Fang Xinting found these two simple-hearted fellows quite endearing. "We're off to the park. You two take your time selling," he said as they prepared to part. "All right, take care, Teacher Fang." Both Zhao Hongyun and Xia Dalong chimed in unison. A customer approached, inquiring about the price. 3 jiao per jean, Zhao Hongyun replied. "These peaches aren't worth that." 3 jiao seems a bit steep, the customer retorted, inspecting the fruit. "Well, 2 jiao 8 fen would be acceptable." Xia Dalong quickly lowered the price, eager to sell. The customer's eyes glimmered with interest. If you sell them for 2 jiao, I'll buy. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong exchanged hesitant glances, aware of the market's pricing. The customer, picking at the details, added, their peaches are superior, fresh and juicy, while yours look rather withered. A threat loomed in their words. Will you sell or not? If not, I'll walk away. Startled by this ultimatum, Xie Dalong quickly nodded. We'll sell. We'll sell. The customer selected several jin of peaches but remained skeptical of the scale reading high. Just throw in one more peach for me, he demanded. With a sigh, Xie Dalong obliged, adding another peach to the customer's selection. Fang Xinting observed the scene with raised eyebrows, knowing full well that relying on selling peaches in the county would hardly yield a fair price. Only by transporting them to the city or province would they find a market. However, lacking any means of transportation, they relied on the goodwill of others to carry them. Unable even to afford the fare, after wandering through the park, they enjoyed a meal at a modest roadside eatery. In the afternoon, it was their turn to be photographed. Each picture cost 60 cents, and an additional 36 cents for the negatives. They captured 2 images, the expense of which consumed the profit from one of the garments I had sold. Upon exiting the photography studio, Jian Siqi lamented the expenditure. Money, after all, is not something that can simply be saved. It must be earned. Fang Xinting cradled his daughter in one arm while he grasped Jian Siqi's hand with the other. Jian Siqi shook off his hand, her face flushed. What are you doing? I'm not doing anything. Fang Xinting replied, his expression serious. What couple doesn't hold hands? At that moment, a woman managing the street cleanliness approached, her face shifting at the sight of their intertwined hands. What are you doing? Pulling at each other in the street? Is it not permissible for couples to hold hands in the 80s? Fang Xinting was not one to tolerate her sour demeanor. I don't know the way home, and my wife is holding my hand to prevent me from getting lost. Those nearby erupted into laughter at Fang Xinting's retort. Even the stern woman couldn't help but chuckle. Go hold hands at home. It's inappropriate to do so in public. Then, noticing Fang Xinting still holding the child, she turned to Jian Siqi with a smile. Your man is quite considerate. Really cares for you. Jian Siqi, blushing, nodded in agreement. Yes. Upon arriving at the farmer's market, Fang Xinting instructed Jian Siqi to wait outside. He ventured inside, retrieving some meat from his personal stash, pretending as if he had purchased it at the market. Why buy so much meat? Jian Siqi fretted. You're wasting money. Fang Xinting strolled leisurely with the meat. I'm nourishing you. Teacher Lu emerged from the farmer's market with vegetables in hand, immediately spotting Fang Xinting. He glanced at the meat in Fang Xinting's possession, then at the cabbage he held, his teeth clenching in frustration. Chapter 54. Fang Xinting confronts Zhuo Qing. Upon seeing Fang Xinting return with an abundance of meat, the neighbors widened their eyes in astonishment. What an extravagant purchase! Meat from pigs, cows, and sheep is not inexpensive, they murmured. Fang Xinting had brought back quite a hefty sum, yet he seemed unperturbed, for it was for his beloved wife. With a hearty laugh, he entered the courtyard alongside Jian Siqi. Prompting whispers among the onlookers, Xinting has truly awakened to the importance of cherishing his wife. In the past, he would squander his money on Fang Baoguo's family. How foolish he was. In his first year of work, he earned a mere 55 yuan, enough to support 2 people. Yet he sent 10 yuan to Fang Baoguo each month. This year, his salary increased to 68 yuan, and he gifted Fang Baoguo 50. What a fool. During Jian Siqi's pregnancy, she often suffered from hunger. Zhuo Qing confronted Fang Zhou, who was frolicking outside. I asked you to keep an eye on Xiaohang. Why are you playing outside again? I have household chores to attend to and work in the fields. Can you not show me a little understanding? Fang Zhou pouted. He smells terrible, reeking of medicine. I refuse to go near him. Zhuo Qing, infuriated, retorted, if it weren't for you pushing the pot onto Xiaohang, would he have gotten burned? Fang Zhou felt a twinge of guilt, but, recalling Zhang Shuanglan's words, his courage surged. You spent 200 yuan on that. Why are you yelling? Grandma said it was Tang Chong who burned Fang Hang. He should pay the price. Zhuo Qing raised her hand, intent on striking Fang Zhou. But he dodged. Do you dare hit me? When Grandma returns, she'll deal with you. Mentioning Zhang Shuanglan quelled Zhuo Qing's anger, leaving her to stomp her feet in frustration. You brat. With nothing left to eat at home, Zhuo Qing hesitated to ask Zhang Shuanglan for money. Remembering the meat Fang Xinting had purchased, she mustered her courage and approached him. Brother Xinting, are you busy? I heard you bought meat. Could you spare some for me? Xiaohang. Fang Xinting slammed the cleaver onto the chopping board, turning to Zhuo Qing with a frosty gaze. I told you before, do not come to my house again. Have your ears been stuffed with cotton? Do you not understand human language? My mother-in-law has scolded you harshly. How dare you show your face here? Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of injustice rise within her. With Zhu Min away, you all start to bully me. Fang Xinting pointed towards the door, his voice icy. Get out. Do not make me throw you out. Never before had Fang Xinting exhibited such firmness. He had ordered her to leave. Zhuqing felt utterly humiliated, unable to suppress the urge to speak. Yet, upon seeing the fury in Fang Xinting's eyes, she recoiled, sensing he could strike her at any moment. Terrified, she stumbled backward and fled the courtyard in haste. As Zhuqing dashed out, the neighbors scoffed derisively. What a disgrace. Jiang Kaiyun berated her so harshly, and she still runs to Xinting's house. All for a morsel of food. Truly shameless. Fang Xinting turned back to continue instructing Jian Siqi on how to chop the meat. Let us proceed with preparing the meat for dumplings. Jian Siqi turned to glance at the kitchen doorway and then lifted her gaze to Fang Xinting, sweetly murmuring in acknowledgement. By the time the dumplings were prepared, 2 hours had passed. Jian Siqi exhaled deeply, remarking on the laborious nature of dumpling making. Delicious things are indeed quite troublesome, she mused. Fang Xinting took a bite, finding the flavor delightful. Jian Siqi leaned in, tasting a dumpling from Fang Xinting's spoon, exclaiming, it's truly fresh. I never expected that this filling would turn out so delectable. If you enjoy it, make sure to have plenty, Fang Xinting encouraged as she carried the dumplings out, announcing. Dinner is served. The elder and second sisters-in-law had already set the table, calling out to the children playing in the yard, stop playing and come eat. The family gathered around the table, savoring the dumplings. Jiang Xian's eyes sparkled with delight as she urged her mother, do eat more. This is meant to nourish you and Siqi. Fang Xinting served dumplings to her young nephews, and then turned to remind her sisters-in-law, we made plenty of filling today. Please take some home for Dad and your 2 brothers to enjoy my dumplings. They exchanged amused glances, both smiling at her generosity. During the meal, the elder sister-in-law, Luo Mei, brought up the clothing matter. Several people came today inquiring about the price of sleeveless crewneck undershirts. We don't make those, Jian Siqi replied, shaking her head. We use quality fabric. Selling those would not be worthwhile. If the price is too high, people won't be willing to pay. The undershirt sold for only 1 yuan and 82 cents, readily available in department stores with fabric coupons. Nowadays, people hesitate to wear sleeveless garments. Such undershirts are typically worn beneath shirts or during farm work. The white cotton undershirts are practical for absorbing sweat while working, and they are quite popular in rural areas. Since they are primarily worn by the elderly, they are colloquially referred to as old man shirts. The second sister-in-law, Guo nodded slightly. The elder sister and I have calculated the costs and found it unprofitable. You should focus on making skirts. Fang Xinting suggested, how about skirts with elastic bands? They can easily slip on. Pairing a plain shirt on top with a skirt below is quite fashionable. I noticed many people dressing this way during my regional competition. Moreover, making skirts conserves fabric. Upon hearing Fang Xinting's proposal, the other women in the room nodded in agreement. Yes, that's a good idea. As autumn approached after October, Fang Xinting further proposed, you should start preparing to make trench coats. What is a trench coat? Jian Siqi, unfamiliar with the term, felt perplexed. Fang Xinting suddenly remembered that Jian Siqi had never seen a television and felt a twinge of regret. After working for 2 years, had he refused the demands of Fang Bao's family and saved his money, he could have afforded a black and white television. In the Atlantic, the main characters wear trench coats. The style is quite simple, and once you see it, you'll be able to make one, she added. As the conversation shifted, Fang Xinting hastily changed the subject, mentioning that the drama The Stars Know My Heart would not be introduced to the mainland until 1984. He then spoke of Lushan Love, recalling how Zhang Yu and Guo Kaiman wore trench coats in the film, asserting that a well-crafted version would surely attract buyers. Televisions are not readily available, he continued. But I can purchase a few illustrated books from Xinhua Bookstore. You could use them as inspiration for the garments. Jian Siqi shot Fang Xinting a sharp glance, remarking, you haven't even started making a profit yet, and already you're talking about photography, buying televisions, and illustrated books. What a waste. Jiang Kaiyun cleared her throat and interjected. What are you saying? This silenced Jian Siqi, who lowered his gaze to his dumplings. The elder and second sisters-in-law stifled their laughter, unable to contain themselves. Chapter 55. On the first day of school, He Mei Feng did not arrive. In the morning, the shopping mall flashed enticing offers, 10 pounds of peanut oil, accompanied by a complimentary jar of Huixian persimmon vinegar. A single peach and plum point sufficed for the purchase. Notice, the savings event will conclude on the 25th of this month, Sunday, At 3 in the afternoon. Please arrange your time wisely. Fang Xinting was somewhat taken aback. Today's rewards were quite generous. After rising, he first tended to the seedlings of the gentleman orchid, watering them slightly before proceeding to prepare breakfast. Xiao Kong joyfully bounced into the kitchen. Fang Xinting handed her a handful of greens. Xiao Kong happily squatted on a stool, munching on the vegetables while watching Fang Xinting cook. Before long, Jiang Kaiyun also awoke. Fang Xinting reminded her, people from Qingshan village might come over. I have asked their village head to find a young girl to help with the children. All right, Jiang Kaiyun nodded, then inquired. Are we bringing lunch for those 2 little girls today? Today marked the first day of school. After the meeting, they would receive their books and be assigned to classes. Returning in the afternoon, Fang Xinting shook his head. He was uncertain whether he Mei Feng would indeed attend school. He felt a deep concern for this girl whose fate he had altered. Xie Yu's cheerful disposition was likely greatly influenced by her upbringing. Xie Delong appeared to be a caring brother. In stark contrast, he Mei Feng's parents had sacrificed their daughter's future and happiness for a mere 500 yuan, signifying her lowly status at home, as she could be discarded at any moment. It was no wonder that in her previous life, he Mei Feng chose to leap from a building. Perhaps she had lost all hope in life. The once quiet county no. One middle school buzzed with life after a long summer. Fang Xinting arrived at 8:30. Students had already begun to gather in small clusters, engaged in conversation. Several students greeted him. Good morning, Teacher Fang. Although only a summer had passed, in reality, it felt as if decades had gone by since he last saw these students. He could not discern which of them he had taught in his previous life, so he simply nodded and smiled. Hello, classmate. Not far away. A group of students formed a circle. Gu Xiangyuan, did you secure second place? That is impressive. It was just average, Gu Xiangyuan replied, glancing towards the school gate. His eyes lit up as he dashed over to Fang Xinting. Good morning, Teacher Fang. Good morning, Xiangyuan. Fang Xinting greeted him with a smile. Is it possible for me to transfer to your class? Gu Xiangyuan looked at Fang Xinting with hopeful eyes. Oh, that. Fang Xinting hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To be frank, he did not even know which class he was responsible for at the moment. Everything would depend on the principal's decision. He concluded. All right. Gu Xiangyuan seemed relieved. Principal Shin was his uncle, so transferring classes was merely a matter of a word. As long as Fang Xinting was willing to teach him, that was sufficient. Fang Xinting made a round of the area, but could not find He Mei Feng or Xie Yu. So he entered the office with a heavy heart. Several teachers greeted him with smiles. Good morning, Teacher Fang. Fang Xinting responded to each with a cheerful smile. A teacher gazed at him with envious eyes, remarking on Fang's exceptional mathematical prowess, suggesting that he would soon be assigned to a private office. Generally, teachers with higher ranks possessed their own individual offices, yet Fang Xinting still worked in the large communal office. As Teacher Lu passed by and observed the throng surrounding Fang Xinting, he let out a heavy huff and strode proudly to his seat. A few teachers exchanged amused smiles before continuing their conversation with Fang. Teacher Fang, the principal is calling for you, someone announced as they approached. After exchanging pleasantries with his colleagues, Fang Xinting made his way to the principal's office. Teacher Fang, please have a seat. Principal Shin welcomed him with noticeably warmer enthusiasm than before, gesturing for him to sit. I have received notification from the Education Bureau that this year you will be responsible for both Chinese and mathematics. Which class do you wish to teach? The prospect of selecting a class was a privilege previously unheard of. Fang Xinting pondered for a moment, then replied, I have no specific requests. I shall defer to Principal Shun's arrangement. Principal Shun was pleased with Fang's modesty, appreciating his unpretentious demeanor. You will take over Teacher Gui's class, responsible for Chinese and mathematics for Class 1 of the second year. Additionally, we can have the Chinese teacher from Class 1 instruct your previous class. What do you think? Principal Shin proposed, handing him a schedule. Take a look at the timetable. If there are any conflicts, feel free to adjust the times as needed. Fang glanced at the schedule, smiling as he nodded in approval. It looks quite good. Principal Shin joined in the laughter. Prepare yourself. You will need to deliver a speech. This year, our county's #1 high school truly has reason to celebrate. Indeed, the county's premier institution was not simply basking in success. It could be said to stand proudly above all others in the county. Gu Xiangyuan, He Mei Feng, and Xie Yu represented the region in the provincial selection competition. An unprecedented occurrence. Fang Xinting brought up the situation regarding He Mei Feng's family. I wonder if Mei Feng will come to school today? Principal Shin raised an eyebrow. I was unaware of this matter. Should she not attend today, I shall personally go to Dongshan and ensure she returns to school. Selling one's daughter for 500 yuan? How foolish. He continued discussing the office and salary matters. From now on, you will occupy Teacher Gui's office. His family has removed all of his belongings, so the desk, chairs, and cabinets have been exposed for several months, so there should be no risk of contagion. If you feel uncomfortable, you may clear everything out or switch offices with another. However, if you choose to clear it out, you will need to purchase your own furniture, as the school cannot cover that expense. As for the salary, there will be an additional 20 yuan each month. Principal Shin chuckled. If Gu Xiangyuan and the others can secure a position in the provincial selection, I assure you, your professional title will be guaranteed this year. The three students were intelligent and eager learners. As long as they paid attention and diligently practiced, their rankings would be assured. Fang Xinting felt confident. Even without the systematic advantages of a well-established network, he was optimistic about mentoring a few students to university success. In his previous life, he was a distinguished teacher, a guarantee for students aspiring to enter university. Excellent. This is precisely the vigor he desired. Principal Shin, having emerged from that era, although somewhat bureaucratic in demeanor, held a profound appreciation for spirited young individuals. Upon entering Class 2 of the second year, Fang Xinting glanced at the attendance roster placed on the podium. Unsurprisingly, he spotted the names of all the members of the mathematics team. Indeed, this was the legendary class. Fang Xinting smiled and called out to the class leader, Gu Xiangyuan. Please take a few classmates to collect the textbooks. The tuition fee for a semester in high school amounted to 100 yuan. Source: NetEase Finance. The cost of textbooks ranged from 10 to 20 yuan, with miscellaneous fees totaling 30 yuan. The accommodation fee for a semester in the dormitory was 20 yuan. For many families, this constituted a significant financial burden. Those who chose to forego vocational school in favor of sending their children to high school harbored immense hopes for their offspring. It was his utmost aspiration to educate these children, guiding them into the realm of higher education, only for them to return and contribute to the development of their hometown. This, indeed, represented the greatest significance of his rebirth. Fang Xinting stood at the doorway of the classroom, eagerly anticipating their arrival. At 9 o'clock, He Meifeng and Xie Yu had yet to arrive at school. Chapter 56. He Meifeng arrives at school. Bank lottery announcement. Fang Xinting, burdened with concern, made his way to the school gate. Lao Nyoto greeted him. Teacher Fang, what are you looking at? He Meifeng and Xie Yu had yet to arrive. Fang Xinting offered Lao Nyoto a cigarette. With a smile, Lao Nyoto accepted it, saying, it's incredibly difficult for children from impoverished families to attend school, especially for girls. Do you smoke, Teacher Fang? Fang Xinting shook his head. I don't smoke. That is for the best. As an old smoker for decades, I feel uneasy if I don't smoke for a single day. Oh, aren't they coming now? Lao Nyoto pointed towards the entrance. Following his gaze, Fang Xinting saw Xie Dalong and Zhao Hongyan guiding He Meifeng and Xie Yu towards the school gate. Each of them carried a broom, 30 pounds of firewood, and a bag of rice. Students dining in the school cafeteria are required to carry rice and flour if they do not pay for their meals. The firewood is meant for cooking, the brooms for maintaining cleanliness, while the rice and flour are for communal meals, with students expected to bring their own vegetables. Fang Xinting hurried to meet them. Why are you so late? The whole class has been waiting for you. He Meifeng lowered her head, fingers clutching her garment. Xie Yu smiled at Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang, it rained a few times, making the mountain path difficult to traverse. No worries. What matters is that you made it to school, Fang Xinting replied, relieved. Zhao Hongyun gestured towards He Meifeng. I brought her here. He then mentioned Fang Xinting's family affairs, revealing that he had stopped by earlier that morning. The girl watching the child was He Meifeng's younger sister, Miling. Hesitantly, Zhao Hongyun continued. Teacher Fang, if you find Miling unsuitable, you can scold or hit her. Just don't send her back. I'll find another way. Fang Xinting understood. It appeared that Secretary Zhao was trading Miling's labor for He Meifeng's educational opportunity. He chuckled lightly. If she does not understand, we will teach her slowly. I want to send her back. Zhao Hongyun sighed in relief. Teacher Fang, you are truly a good person. We'll take the firewood and rice to the cafeteria. Noticing that He Meifeng and Xie Yu had no luggage, Fang Xinting realized they could not afford to stay at school. Now that you're in your second year, the most crucial year, you must attend early and late self-study sessions. If you don't stay at school, you will miss these. As for the fees for boarding and self-study, you need not worry, I will cover them. Currently, even the self-study sessions require payment, 5 yuan per semester. In some impoverished areas where electricity is unaffordable, students must even provide their own oil lamps and candles. Zhao Hongyan looked at Xie Dalong, who appeared quite embarrassed. Once we sell the peaches and receive our share, we will give you the money. It's no problem. It's merely a trifling sum. As long as they get into college, what is there to fear about repaying? Fang Xinting smiled, then it settled. As he watched Xie Dalong and Zhao Hongyan depart, Fang Xinting turned to the two girls. Hurry inside. Your books have already been prepared for you. He Mei Feng hesitated, tears welling in her eyes. Go on. Fang Xinting smiled gently, his voice soft. Study diligently and strive to gain admission to university. Xie Yu responded heavily and pulled He Mei Feng through the school gate. Teacher Fang. The cost of boarding is not insignificant. The two of us will incur at least 60 yuan for a semester. With additional evening study sessions, expenses will accumulate considerably. Old Nyoto could not help but interject. In comparison to their future prospects, these expenses were trivial. Fang Xinting smiled gently. Having finally reached the second year of high school, we must strive diligently through the third year to achieve results. To abandon our efforts midway would be a great pity. With that, Fang Xinting entered the school. Old Nyoto stood there, gazing at Fang Xinting's receding figure, his heart flooded with mixed emotions. Upon entering the classroom, the students had already acquainted themselves and exchanged sentiments. Fang Xinting ascended to the podium and inscribed her name in chalk. Some of you may not recognize me. Allow me to reintroduce myself. Her elegant chalk writing garnered admiration from the students below. Fang Xinting turned to face the blackboard, using her arm as the axis to draw a perfect circle. Allow me to demonstrate. The mathematics teacher possesses extraordinary abilities. Pointing at the circle, she declared. This circle exemplifies the unique talent of a mathematics teacher. The geography teacher also possesses exceptional skills, capable of drawing precise maps of the world, our country, and its provinces. All teachers share this remarkable ability, the art of beautiful chalk writing. The students, having never encountered such a humorous teacher, erupted in a blend of astonishment and delight. From now on, I shall be your language and mathematics teacher, as well as your homeroom teacher. Fang Xinting indicated the first 3 rows of seats. Those of shorter stature should sit in the front rows, and those with nearsightedness, strabismus, or low vision should occupy the center of the first 3 rows. In our class 1 of the second year, seating arrangements will not be dictated by grades. Everyone, please stand and rearrange according to height. With no further matters at hand, she signaled the end of class. A few students approached, hesitating momentarily. Teacher Fang, is it possible for us to defer our tuition payments? The practice of deferring tuition was quite common in the 1980s. Fang Xinting nodded affirmatively. Certainly. You may pay whenever your family is able. Just don't delay too long. The students breathed a sigh of relief. After leaving the classroom, Fang Xinting returned to the large office, preparing to transition to the smaller office. Upon her entrance, Teacher Lu, conversing with other faculty members, chuckled derisively. Teacher Fang certainly understands the rules of the game, doesn't she? The first thing she does upon arriving at school is to pay her respects to the principal. The other teachers exchanged glances. This clearly implied that Fang Xinting was currying favor with the principal. Fang Xinting chose to disregard Lu's comments, addressing the group. Dear colleagues, I shall be working in the small office now. If you need anything, feel free to find me there. What? You are moving to the small office? Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. You don't even have a title yet. How can you have an independent office? It was quite inappropriate not to inform Lu about such a significant matter as the U.S. moon landing beforehand. Fang Xinting raised an eyebrow and smiled, bidding farewell without the need for further escort. You? Upon hearing the scornful remarks, Teacher Lu clenched his teeth in frustration. Look at today's youth. They are utterly disrespectful and arrogant. The other teachers remained silent, their eyes cast down upon their textbooks. With a huff, Teacher Lu shifted the conversation to the agricultural bank's lottery. By the way, the lottery at the agricultural bank is set to be drawn today. One teacher then interjected. Did you deposit any money? I only put in 20 yuan, came the reply. I don't have much either. I saved just 100. Teacher Lu smiled with a sense of pride, suggesting, shall we go check it out at 3? The teachers in the office had all deposited some amount. All right. Let's go together. Hearing this, Teacher Lu felt a bit more at ease. What of Fang Xinting moving into a small office? When it comes to interpersonal relationships, he still holds sway. Soon, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. Fang Xinting rose to head to the agricultural bank. Outside the bank, a throng of people had gathered, all eager to witness the lottery draw. After much effort, Fang Xinting finally made his way to the front. In the space before him, several small lottery balls were arranged. Bank employees donned kipayos with sashes, standing in the center, each sporting the same hairstyle as the lead actress in Chasing. Their bangs were styled high with mousse, fixed firmly against their foreheads. As the clock struck 3, the host began the draw, which consisted of 6 digits, with the final digit being a special number. The previously boisterous crowd fell silent. Teacher Lu and several other teachers struggled to weave their way into the throng. The host had already begun announcing the winning numbers. 62,237 to 4. May I ask if the lucky winner is present? Everyone hurriedly lowered their heads to check their tickets. Teacher Lu was overjoyed. Swiftly producing his ticket, I won. I won. The host took the ticket, his face lighting up with surprise. Congratulations, you've won the 5th prize. Fang Xinting stepped forward. Presenting his ticket as well. Could you please check this for me? I believe I have one too. The host took Fang Xinting's ticket. His eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, wow. Teacher Lu leaned in for a closer look, his body instantly stiffening. Was this Fang Xinting truly sent by the heavens to oppose him? Chapter 57. A lucky draw resulted in a bicycle, although Fang Jumin won only the 5th prize, which was a large steamer. He could not help but feel a tinge of envy. Lu Lao sure observed Fang Xinting standing in the center of the venue, devoid of any joy. Both had been saving diligently. He himself had saved 100 yuan, receiving 5 deposit slips in return, yet only 1/5 prize. Meanwhile, Fang Xinting had merely deposited 20 yuan and won the grand prize, a bicycle. How infuriating. Fang Xinting's luck was indeed remarkable. Luo Gang, the mathematics teacher from the first high school, stood nearby, genuinely impressed. He too had saved a slip, but had won nothing. Several other teachers around them shared in the sentiment of envy. Such lotteries were purely a matter of chance. One could not harbor jealousy in the face of fortune. When luck strikes, it is unstoppable. The grand prize had already been claimed by Teacher Fang from the county's first high school. Our awards are fair and just. Certified by notaries present on site. Next month's rewards will be even more bountiful. The first prize is a Jian Siqi brand 14-inch color television, valued at 998 yuan. The draw will take place on the 25th of next month. We hope all comrades will enthusiastically save. The host's voice resonated through the loudspeakers, spreading excitement in all directions. Upon hearing that next month's prize was a television, and that the draw would commence from that day, those who had not won rushed toward the bank. I'll deposit 1 slip. I'll deposit 20 yuan. I'll deposit 2 slips. I'll deposit 10 slips. The crowd jostled eagerly toward the bank entrance, causing the security personnel to step forward to manage the chaos. One at a time, please. No need to rush. There is still an hour and a half until closing. One individual slipped past the security guard, declaring, I need to deposit money. The throng pushed and shoved, spilling into the bank and leaving the security guard behind. Once inside, he found himself on the floor, disheveled and covered in footprints. Fang Xinting, having received his new bicycle, first rode to the post office to send off a submission to the editor-in-chief before returning to the production team. September was approaching, and the weather after 3 o'clock had turned pleasantly mild. The willow branches lining the street swayed in the wind, as if celebrating together. Upon returning to the production team, several neighbors were astonished. A bicycle? Xinting, did you buy a bicycle? Fang Xinting dismounted, exclaiming, I didn't buy it. My daughter won it in a lucky draw. He then recounted the events of a few days prior when they had taken the full moon photos. Little Ningning won it. She has such good luck, exclaimed Grandma Zhang, as she approached to touch the handlebars. It's a 26-inch model. This bike rides the most comfortably. Other neighbors gathered around, eagerly inspecting the bicycle, filled with envy. Purchasing a bicycle was not particularly remarkable. What was truly special was receiving it for free. Grandma Zhang gave Fang Xinting a thumbs up, remarking, now that's impressive. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Kaiyun emerged holding Yining, bursting with pride at Grandma Zhang's words. My little Ningming has been a blessing since birth, bringing fortune to her parents. Such a fortunate child. Come, let Grandma touch your little hand. Let me share in your good luck. Grandma Zhang gently touched Yining's small hand, eliciting a joyful giggle from the baby. What a sweet child. Aunt Zhang gently touched the little hand and affectionately ruffled the hair atop the head, declaring, I shall not wash my hands today. Tomorrow, I will go deposit some money. The news of Fang Xinting winning a bicycle spread throughout Xingweiling, drawing many curious onlookers. Next month, there would be another lottery, this time for a color television, Fang Xinting cheerfully announced. Several team members with spare cash were inspired to set out early the next morning to make their deposits. Zhou Qing stood amidst the crowd, gazing at the bicycle in the courtyard, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Fang Xinting patiently instructed Jian Siqi on how to ride. Riding a bicycle is quite simple. Once you master your balance, it truly only takes a few minutes. He adjusted the seat to its lowest setting to facilitate Jian Siqi's ascent and descent. Riding a bicycle indeed proved easy to learn. Jian Siqi exhibited good balance, mastering the skill in just half an hour. She pedaled back and forth along the path of the production team, her face aglow with happiness. Jiang Qian cheered for Yining from the roadside, urging, "Cheer for your mother. Call out to her." Little Yining merely giggled in response. After mastering the bicycle, Jian Siqi hopped off and encouraged her sisters-in-law, elder sister-in-law, second sister-in-law. "You should give it a try. It's quite simple." "We shall not," replied elder sister-in-law Luo Mei, shaking her head. "Even if we learn, it will be of no use. To give it a try, once we earn some money, we can buy a few bicycles, ensuring everyone has one to ride." Fang Xinting urged her. Jian Siqi's family was willing to provide the funds for a sewing machine, effectively alleviating his pressing concerns. After all, a bicycle was not a significant burden even for Jian Siqi's family. "Well, perhaps I should give it a try?" Luo Mei pondered, slightly tempted. When the elder sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law began to learn, it became inappropriate for Fang Xinting to assist any further. As he prepared to head home, he noticed Gu Jingxing beckoning him. "Xinting, come here for a moment." Upon reaching the security office, he casually handed Gu Jingxing a pack of cigarettes. Gu Jingxing accepted it with a smile, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, before gently closing the door. "Your cousin's matter has reached a conclusion," he revealed. "What does it entail?" Fang Xinting's expression sharpened. "Your cousin and your elder cousin have been educated. If he writes an apology, he can be released by tomorrow. Your aunt, however, may have to serve a few years." Fang Xinting furrowed his brows. Today was the 25th. The notification had just been issued. Even if provinces and cities responded, it would not be until next month. It was only after September 2nd in the previous life that the severe crackdown officially commenced. Fang Juemin, truly fortunate. Observing Fang Xinting's expression, Gu Jingxing understood his dissatisfaction. "We have already spoken to him, advising him not to trouble you again. The matter with Tang Song has also been resolved." Upon mentioning Tang Song, Gu Jingxing shook his head, however. "It would be unsuitable for him to return to Xingweiling. He will be reassigned to the county bureau. Tang's special envoy has indeed faced misfortune." Fang Xinting sighed. "From now on, I shall officially settle in Xingweiling. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to seek me out. No need for formality." Gu Jingxing shook hands with Fang Xinting. "There is one thing I must trouble you with," he added. Fang Xinting smiled. "I work at County No. 1 Middle School, and my household consists solely of women. When you patrol each day, could you please take a slight detour at the entrance? I thought it was a significant matter." "This is well within my duties," Gu Jingxing assured him. Gu Jingxing laughed heartily, saying, "Why should we speak in such distant terms? My relationship with Zongzi is quite solid. He has mentioned on several occasions that you are quite a fine individual." At this point, Gu Jingxing tapped his forehead and added, "You mustn't call him by that nickname in front of Tang Song. He will undoubtedly know I was the one who told you. During our school days, we could never pronounce his name correctly, often miscalling Song as Zong, and over time, it became his nickname. I assure you, I will not speak thoughtlessly." Gu Jingxing deliberately mentioned Tang Song's nickname before him as a gesture of camaraderie. Fang Xinting would not be foolish enough to call out names indiscriminately. Being new to Xingweiling, Gu Jingxing was still unfamiliar with the local circumstances and was eager to find a local ally to facilitate his work. In the future, should there be any tasks where I can be of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. "It is my duty," he said. Fang Xinting reciprocated the sentiment. This was precisely the response Gu Jingxing had been awaiting, and he smiled as he shook hands with Fang Xinting once more, saying, "Let us keep in touch moving forward." Chapter 58. Sister Himiling, Xiao Yining will recognize Dad upon returning home. Fang Xinting observed a young girl in the courtyard, engaging in play with several boys. Whenever the boys expressed a desire to go outside, the girl patiently dissuaded them, saying, "Grandma has said we cannot go out." "Why can't we go out?" inquired Jian Siqi, the eldest son of the elder sister's family, who, despite his youth, spoke with remarkable eloquence. "Because there are bad people outside who might catch you," the girl explained. Then produced a few stones. "Shall we play catch the stones instead?" The boys, eager for amusement, quickly forgot their desire to venture outdoors and squatted down to play. Turning her head, the girl noticed Fang Xinting and stood up, a bit awkwardly. "Teacher Fang, you are Himeifan's sister, Himiling?" Fang Xinting entered the courtyard, encouraging her to relax. "Yes." Himiling fidgeted with her pant leg, cautiously studying Fang Xinting's expression. "Aunt Siqi gave me these shoes. I didn't steal them. They fit you well." Fang Xinting understood that on her first day at home, He Miling must feel timid and reserved. He smiled and pointed towards the study. I sleep in the study. When I am not here during the day, you can go in and read. I have never attended school, He Miling said. Her head lowered, fingers twisting the hem of her garment. My sister taught me at home. I can recognize a few characters. Never attended school? Fang Xinting felt a pang of sadness. If you wish to learn, I can give you extra lessons on Sundays. He softened his voice, mindful of the fragile girl before him. I have my sister's elementary school textbooks. I can understand some of it, He Miling replied, glancing up at Fang Xinting. Seeing his gentle demeanor, her heart gradually eased. My sister mentioned at home that teacher Fang is very easygoing and never loses his temper. Indeed, I am quite approachable. From now on, feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. Fang Xinting smiled and made his way to the study. With the school year commencing tomorrow, the principal had requested him to deliver a speech, necessitating the drafting of a brief address. Just a few hundred words will suffice, he thought. Considering the sweltering heat that would leave the students fatigued if they stood on the playground for extended periods, the speech would commence with expressions of gratitude towards the leaders, followed by a reflection on history, a vision for the future, the establishment of goals, and encouragement for the students to achieve those goals. Fang Xinting casually penned a few hundred words. After that, he began preparing his lessons. Meanwhile, He Miling led the children in play for a while before noticing Fang Xinting seated by the window, engrossed in a book. She quietly retrieved a teapot from the kitchen and poured him a cup of water. As Fang Xinting completed his lesson preparations and mind maps, dusk began to settle. He raised his head to see He Miling assisting Jian Siqi with dinner. He Miling moved with remarkable agility, her steps light and swift. Whenever Jian Siqi turned, she would quickly step back to make room, never daring to stand in front of him. Observing her attentive demeanor, Fang Xinting found himself lost in thought. This child, at home, must also be one who feels neglected and overlooked by her parents. Lacking parental love and feeling unwanted, she has learned to navigate life with caution, living with a delicate sense of trepidation. Fang Xinting set down his pen and gently rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "This cursed era." He learned that He Miling had come to visit, and Jiang Kaiyun resolved to return home next month. For the current chaos made it untenable to leave the house unattended during the day. Rumor had it that in the neighboring county, a family had been robbed in broad daylight after a thief posed as a relative to facilitate the move, taking everything after ascertaining that no one was home. Fang Xinting felt a pang of reluctance. If mother returns next month, I will miss her dearly. Jiang Kaiyun smiled brightly as she held Yining's small hand. I too will miss Ningning. She is the sole treasure of our family, so precious to me. At that moment, Jian Siqi joined them at the table, teasingly remarking, "Now that Grandma has Ningning, she no longer cherishes us." "Grandma still treasures you all," Jiang Kaiyun replied, her smile unwavering. Now that she had both a grandson and a granddaughter, Jian Siqi playfully planted a kiss on Yining's cheek, declaring, "I adore Ningning as well. Go away." "You're all greasy," Jiang Kaiyun admonished, nudging her eldest grandson aside. He Miling observed the harmonious atmosphere of the Fang family with a hint of envy. Quickly lowering her head to conceal her expression, Jian Siqi offered her more food. "You should eat more meat. You appear too thin." At the sight of the meat in her bowl, He Miling's eyes glistened momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. "Aunt Siqi, I don't eat meat. I prefer pickled vegetables." "Nonsense. What child likes pickled vegetables?" Jian Siqi insisted, placing the meat before her. "Just treat it as if you were at home. Don't be shy." Home? He Miling bit her lip. At her own home, she and her sister were not allowed at the dining table, even to eat vegetables. Only permitted to have leftovers after their brothers had finished. Meat? The meat at home was reserved solely for her brothers. Realizing her comment might have been inappropriate, Jian Siqi cleared her throat. "Here, you may eat whatever you desire." "Where will Miling sleep?" Fang Xinting inquired. Jian Siqi pointed to the west room. "In the west room." This morning, father brought a bed and a small cabinet for her clothes. After the meal, He Miling eagerly began clearing the table and proceeded to wash the pots and dishes in the kitchen. Once she had scrubbed the kitchen spotless, she swept the courtyard and sprinkled water on the ground, displaying remarkable diligence. Jiang Kaiyun was quite pleased. This young girl is sharp and quick. After a month of my guidance, she will surely manage well. Jian Siqi encouraged He Miling to rest. "You've worked hard all day. Go take a break." Entering the west room, He Miling touched the clean bedding, which bore the fragrant scent of laundry detergent. A veil of mist gathered in her eyes. Knowing she was about to see her child, yet her family had prepared not even a single piece of luggage for her. She had come out dressed in her everyday clothes. After bidding farewell to her sisters-in-law, Fang Xinting spoke to Jian Siqi about Miling. She must have endured a difficult life at home, which is why she possesses such a cautious demeanor. Please be patient with her. Jian Siqi nodded in agreement. This child is quite pitiable. When she arrived, she didn't even bring a towel. She seemed timid, clutching her clothes. With that, Jian Siqi let out a sigh and shook her head. Some individuals are unworthy of the title of parent. Fang Xinting reached out, capturing the little one who yearned to escape, asking, "Where do you think you're going?" The child, Xiao Kong, pointed toward the courtyard gate, seemingly conveying, "Xinting has left. I do not wish for them to depart." Xiao Kong held a fondness for Xinting and his companions, relishing their daily playtime together. Jian Siqi lifted Xiao Kong and placed him beside Xiao Yining, encouraging them to engage in play. Xiao Kong extended his hand, grasping Xiao Yining's, emitting a couple of cheerful sounds before collapsing beside her, their heads touching. Fang Xinting affectionately ruffled Yining's hair. In playful mischief, Xiao Yining bit down on Fang Xinting's finger, munching away. Had she not just been fed? Why was she hungry again? Jian Siqi cradled her in his arms. As Xiao Yining nursed, her eyes roamed curiously towards Fang Xinting, her dark orbs blinking, while she shielded her other bowl of food with her hand. Ah, has she recognized me as her father? Does she wish to play with me? Fang Xinting mused joyfully, playfully poking his daughter's cheek with his fingertip. Xiao Yining, suspecting he intended to deprive her of her meal, burst into tears, her mouth frothing, as she sobbed and choked simultaneously. Chapter 59, The First Language Class, Reconciling Father-Son Relations in the Morning. The shopping mall was aglow with special offers, 2 exquisite hero pens accompanied by 2 elegant black notebooks. With a mere peach and plum point, one could procure them. Yesterday, Zhang Kaiyun had somehow acquired sweet potatoes, and Fang Xinting skillfully peeled them, preparing a pot of sweet potato porridge. He stuffed a small sweet potato and a tiny potato into the stove. After washing a larger sweet potato, he cut it in half, one half for himself and the other for Xiao Kong. Hearing footsteps, Fang Xinting called out, "Mom, why are you up so early?" Upon turning around, he discovered it was Miling. Mistakenly addressed, Miling's cheeks flushed and her words stumbled. "Fang. Teacher Fang. I had trouble sleeping last night and only dozed off late, so I got up late." Fang Xinting glanced at the sky, still shrouded in darkness. Miling lowered her head. "My sister and I need to rise early to prepare breakfast, so this is quite late for us. In rural life, it is customary to rise early to take advantage of the cool morning air for farm work." Fang Xinting replied, "Waking too early can hinder growth. There is no need to rise at such an hour." Sensing Miling's discomfort, he gestured towards the vegetables. "Please wash the greens. I've placed sweet potatoes and potatoes in the stove. Remember to take them out when you eat." "Relieved to have something to do," Miling replied. "I'll wash them right away and fill the water tank afterwards." After a modest breakfast, Fang Xinting prepared to leave for school. Jian Siqi circled around the bicycle. "I can make a small bag that can hang between the handlebars to hold little things." "That sounds great," Fang Xinting responded, noticing her hair was slightly disheveled. He tidied her hair. "You should make a few more outfits. Don't wear just this one every day. And don't forget to use the snowflake cream." "Why do I need so many clothes if I'm just staying at home?" Jian Siqi tilted her head, allowing Fang Xinting to arrange her hair, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. "Women adorn themselves for those they cherish. Of course, you dress for my eyes." Noticing the yard was empty, Fang Xinting leaned in and quickly kissed her, saying, "I'm off now." Jian Siqi's face turned beet red, and she playfully pinched Fang Xinting. "You're incorrigible." Fang Xinting rang the bicycle bell and rode off amid its cheerful chimes. Upon arriving at school, the students had already gathered. Spotting Yimei Phone and Xieyu, Fang Xinting ascended the podium. "Students, we are about to commence the flag-raising ceremony. After the ceremony, we will embark on our day-as lessons." He produced a small office key and a classroom key, handing them to Gu Xiangyuan. "You are the class monitor, so you shall keep these keys safe." Gu Xiangyuan was taken aback that Fang Xinting entrusted him with the office key, feeling a surge of excitement. "Teacher Fang, I will take good care of the keys. Let us go, everyone, to the flag-raising." Fang Xinting waved. During the flag-raising ceremony, Principal Shun praised the mathematics team effusively. The high school mathematics competition commenced in 1981, and this year marks the 3rd edition. This year, Chaqing County has achieved its best ranking. Teacher Fang Xinting has made an invaluable contribution. I hope he can lead our mathematics team to strive for excellence and achieve even better rankings. Teacher Fang Xinting has not only guided our mathematics team to such commendable positions, but has also formulated mnemonic devices for functions and solid geometry. These two mnemonics will be distributed to each class tomorrow, and I hope everyone will memorize them diligently. The teachers and students below applaud. Luo Gang leaned towards Teacher Lu and whispered, "What do you think the trio Guxiang Yuan will place in the province?" Teacher Lu replied with a half-smile, "Young man, the higher you stand, the harder you fall." Luo Gang raised an eyebrow at Teacher Lu and fell silent. Once Fang Xinting finished speaking, the flag-raising ceremony concluded. The students gradually returned to their classrooms. Today marks the official start of the school year. Fang Xinting began the lesson. You may not have fully transitioned from the learning environment of the first year of high school. So today, we will recall some aspects of Chinese literature from that year. Fang Xinting began to write the title of the essay. The author states that these days his heart is quite unsettled. Sitting in the courtyard tonight, enjoying the cool breeze, he suddenly recalls the lotus pond he passes by daily. Alongside the lotus pond is a winding path of coal dust. This is a secluded road. It is seldom frequented during the day and even more desolate at night. To the west of the lotus pond, many trees grow, lush and verdant. As we read this essay, let us first review some history. Lotus Pond Moonlight was composed in July 1927, a year that witnessed many events. Terror loomed over the land. The author was caught in a whirlwind of cries and struggles, yet felt unable to take up arms, resulting in a complex emotional state. Hence this prose piece. Fang Xinting spoke rapidly, skillfully controlling the pace of the lecture to ensure he could complete the final article from the first year before class ended. Imparting knowledge of literature. As he spoke, students occasionally nodded, with some resting their chins on their hands, eyes wide open, listening intently. Soon, the 15-minute class came to a close. Peach and Plum points 1. Fang Xinting tapped the podium. Classmates, this lesson has concluded. We are now dismissed. What? Class is over? It was only then that the students heard the ringing bell outside, lamenting loudly, feeling as if only a second had passed. The student on duty wiped the blackboard. And the next class was physics. Fang Xinting left with his lesson plan in hand, followed closely by Guxiang Yuan. Sitting down, Fang Xinting noticed Guxiang Yuan hesitating to speak and looked up to ask, "Is there something on your mind?" Guxiang Yuan hesitated. "My dad said to apologize to you." Fang Xinting smiled, pressing his lips together. "It's all right." After conveying the message, Guxiang Yuan's expression darkened. "I feel you should avoid dealing with him in the future. He is too sycophantic. If I hadn't pushed him, he wouldn't have apologized to you at all." Guxiang Yuan was unaware that Gu Dazhang had already apologized to Fang Xinting, and his words reflected a certain disdain for his father. Observing his attitude, Fang Xinting pondered, "In fact, your father has already apologized to me a few days ago. He might have refrained from discussing it with you due to his concerns about maintaining his dignity and authority as a father. He loves you dearly. For your sake, he would endure any indignity." Fang Xinting smiled. "You should take pride in having such a caring and devoted father. Therefore, exert yourself with unwavering determination in your studies, and repay his love with your best accomplishments." Guxiang Yuan paused in surprise. "He truly sought you out?" "Indeed, he came to find me." Fang Xinting patted Guxiang Yuan's shoulder, assuring him that everything he did was to protect him. After hearing these words, Guxiang Yuan walked out of the office, deep in thought. Once he completed his lesson preparations, Fang Xinting intended to retrieve his daughter's first-month photo. Upon reaching the bike shed, he discovered his bicycle had been affixed with an entry pass from the school. "Old Nyoto, did you help put this entry pass on?" Fang Xinting inquired as he wheeled his bicycle toward the duty room. "I figured you must be busy with your classes, so I took the liberty of affixing it for you," Old Nyoto replied cheerfully. Fang Lao, "Sure. Did you win this bicycle in a lottery?" "My daughter won me a bicycle in her very first lottery. Her luck is astonishing," Fang Xinting exclaimed as he mounted the bicycle. "I'm off to get the photos." As Old Nyoto prepared to return to the duty room, Teacher Lu called out to him, "Old Nyoto, it seems the handlebars of my bicycle are askew." Old Nyoto entered the duty room and settled comfortably back into his rattan chair. "If the handlebars are crooked, go find a repairman." Teacher Lu wished to say more, but Old Nyoto glanced at him with a knowing smile, prompting Lu to quietly step back and wheel his bicycle away, without any means to rally support. He still aspired to take the lead? Old Nyoto brewed himself a cup of jasmine tea, savoring its delightful fragrance. Upon exiting the school gate, Fang Xinting heard someone call out to him, "Xinting?" Turning around, he saw Tang Tsong parked by the roadside in a sidecar. "Commissioner Tang?" Fang Xinting approached with his bicycle. "Please, don't call me Commissioner anymore," Tang Tsong said, alighting from the sidecar. "I have something to discuss with you." From a distance, Teacher Lu observed Fang Xinting conversing with a man in a white uniform, his eyes wide in disbelief, wishing he could be a fly on the wall to eavesdrop on their conversation. I checked the records, and it seems the uniforms were only completely updated nationwide by 85. Back in 83, they were still white. Chapter 60. Tang Tsong seeks help. Fang Xinting offers strategies indeed. Tang Tsong had matters of significance to discuss with Fang Xinting. Teacher Fang, he began, as you are aware, I am currently facing considerable hardships. Fang Juemin and Zhang Shuanglan are relentlessly pursuing me, claiming that I was responsible for causing harm to Fang Hang. Although the truth eventually emerged, I have still borne the brunt of the consequences. The authorities believe I handled the situation ineffectively, lacking a sense of proportion. It is truly an unwarranted disaster. What are your thoughts? Fang Xinting inquired softly. I have heard that you often contribute to the newspaper. Tang Tsong produced several sheets of paper, presenting them to Fang Xinting. Could you take a look at this? Do you think my submission will be accepted? As a member of the police force, Tang Tsong was unfamiliar with anyone in the literary circle except for Fang Xinting. In recent days, he had been consumed with contemplation on how to turn his fortunes around. After much deliberation, it seemed that making a remarkable impression was his only viable path. However, while making an impression was manageable, astonishing others proved to be a formidable challenge. Fang Xinting glanced over the manuscript, shaking his head gently. This will not do. Your piece will not be accepted by the newspaper. Tang Tsong's expression fell. Is that so? This piece is a standard police report, and the newspaper receives numerous such submissions daily. With the current constraints on print space, unless there is an endorsement from above, the paper will not publish it. To gain publication, one must craft content that compels the newspaper to take notice. Wait for me a moment. Nearby, Fang Xinting dashed to a newsstand to procure a newspaper. Upon his return, he pointed out a prominently placed article regarding a crackdown on crime. Take a look at this. Tang Tsong examined the front page, his brow furrowing. I have seen this newspaper before. And after reading it, did you have no thoughts? Fang Xinting retrieved Tang Tsong's paper and pen from the sidecar, leaning over the seat to begin writing. In no time, he had penned over 100 words encapsulating the central idea. Lu, who had been observing discreetly, was left baffled and, upon noticing Fang Xinting seemingly assisting with the writing, scoffed and turned away. Tang Tsong murmured the words, a swell of excitement coursing through him. Vigilance and a stringent crackdown on criminal activity? A zero-tolerance policy towards crime in our jurisdiction? The essence of the piece revolved around the phrase zero tolerance, with this phrase yet to emerge in discourse. Fang Xinting had indeed created something novel. This is magnificent, Tang Tsong exclaimed, trembling with exhilaration as he immediately recognized the brilliance of the manuscript. Take this and refine it. Include your experiences over the years in the police force. Keep it concise, around 1,000 words. I will call journalistically on your behalf. And then you can submit the piece to the regional daily. Fang Xinting handed the paper back to Tang Tsong, brimming with excitement, responded, Is this for real? There can't be any doubt about it? Fang Xinting chuckled heartily. After all these years, when have I ever deceived you? Excellent. Tang Tsong accepted the manuscript with reverence, tucking it into his pocket. I will revise it once I return home. No, I shall deliver it to you tomorrow. Today, Fang Xinting pondered for a moment. If he submitted an article to the regional daily, he could certainly garner a favorable reputation. Tang Tsong was a commendable individual. Thus Fang Xinting was more than willing to assist him. Following the newspaper's announcement of a stringent crackdown, Tang Tsong could promptly respond in print, which would undoubtedly catch the attention of the authorities. Excellent. I shall return immediately to refine it, ensuring it is completed before your workday concludes. After which I will present it to you for further edits, assured Tang Kong. After bidding farewell to Tang Tsong, Fang Xinting proceeded to the photography studio to collect the baby's first-month portraits and the family photo. His daughter had 3 pictures taken. 2 captured her joyful laughter, while 1 depicted her pouting in discontent. A single family portrait was also taken. Gazing at these images, a smile graced Fang Xinting's lips, filled with the hope that Siqi and Yining would lead lives of safety, happiness, and well-being. In the afternoon, he conducted a mathematics class. Peach and Plum Points 1. Fang Xinting discovered that these points were awarded based on the number of classes taught. Each session earned 1 point, with an additional point granted if there were auditors present. Morning and evening study sessions did not contribute to these points. As Fang Xinting's thoughts wandered, he mused that if he could teach all the classes, the accumulation of points would be considerable. However, such an endeavor was implausible, as the school would not permit it. No wonder the system offered a basic physical fitness enhancement. Without a sound body, it would indeed be challenging to manage such a heavy teaching load. As the school day neared its end, Tang Tsung sought out Fang Xinting, who was currently arranging matters concerning He Meifeng and Xiaoyu. I have already covered your fees for the morning and evening study sessions. You must attend the morning session tomorrow. Payment is required for these sessions. If any students prefer not to attend, they are free to forego it. Teachers typically do not insist. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting would once again pay for them, Xiaoyu promptly declined. We do not wish to attend the study sessions. We can study independently. Fang Xinting shook his head. That won't do. You are about to represent our district in the provincial selection competition. Missing study sessions will hinder your learning progress. I have stated before, do not worry about the financial aspect. The teacher is financially capable. Xiaoyu and He Meifeng exchanged glances and, with heads bowed, acquiesced. Once Fang Xinting finished addressing the students' concerns, Tang Tsung approached. Xinting, take a look at my draft. Fang Xinting perused it briefly and shook his head. The subjective bias is too pronounced. When writing, one must maintain objectivity. Objective? Subjective? Upon hearing these terms, Tang Tsung felt bewildered. How should I revise it? Let us head to the long-distance call bureau, where I can assist you in refining it. And then we shall call the regional daily. Hastily, Tang Tsung interjected, let us go to my office. We can make long-distance calls there. Can you really make long-distance calls from your office? How convenient. Let us revise the draft first, and once completed, we will make the call. Fang Xinting felt both surprised and delighted. At the long-distance call bureau, merely waiting in line could take 1 to 2 hours due to the overwhelming number of callers. In the future, whenever you wish to make a call, feel free to come by, Tang Tsung said as he led Fang Xinting to his office. A spacious room filled with numerous desks. A few individuals were still engaged in their cases when they exchanged greetings with Tang Kongzongzi. Why haven't you clocked out? My friend has come to write a few things. With a smile, Tang Tsung invited Fang Xinting to sit down. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fang Xinting managed to outline the general idea of the article. Due to time constraints, the draft was written rather hastily, comprising just over 800 words. Is it sufficient with so few words? Tang Tsung expressed some uncertainty. No worries. Fang Xinting retrieved the phone number left by journalist Li Da and dialed it. Upon recognizing Fang Xinting's voice, Li Da was particularly delighted. Teacher Fang, what a pleasant surprise to hear from you. I have sent the manuscript to Editor-in-Chief Liu and wanted to inform you personally. Fang Xinting was quite courteous. Editor Liu has called us at least 3 times, urging our chief editor. Li Da chuckled heartily. You haven't subscribed to the Education Journal yet, have you? Once the article is published, I'll give you a call. That would be immensely appreciated. Fang Xinting noted down the school's phone number and then mentioned Tang Tsung's situation. I have a friend who, inspired by the reports on the severe crackdown, has penned an article. Li Da laughed. If it's recommended by you, Teacher Fang, it cannot possibly be lacking in quality. I owe you one for the last incident with the top 5. How about this? Have your friend come by tomorrow, and I'll take a look at the manuscript. Fang Xinting understood Li Da's implication. Once the article was approved, Li Da would no longer feel indebted to him. He smiled. I am certain you will be satisfied once you read it. He mentioned Tang Tsung's name, arranged for Tang Tsung to speak with Li Da to confirm the timing, and then ended the call. Tang Tsung was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly he had connected with the regional newspaper's reporter, his face flushed with excitement. The others present gathered around, astonished and delighted, looking at Tang Kongzongzi. Are you going to have an article published? No, don't exaggerate. It's not even a thing. Tang Tsung replied modestly, his face still red. Regardless of whether it gets published or not, you must celebrate. How about treating everyone in the department to a meal tomorrow? Shouted Tang Jianhong. Get lost. Why don't you suggest I treat the whole country? Tang Tsung escorted Fang Xinting to the entrance of the bureau, expressing his heartfelt thanks. For today's matter, I must properly thank Teacher Fang. I will host a meal for us. No. I haven't seen my daughter all day. My heart feels quite restless. Fang Xinting waved his hand and departed. I'll treat you another day. Despite Li Da's tough demeanor on the phone, he would undoubtedly publish Tang Tsung's manuscript upon seeing it. Furthermore, having a connection with Tang Tsung would be advantageous for Li Da as well. Starting next month, having Tang Tsung as a friend would provide a sense of security and prestige. Chapter 61. News of the younger siblings upon returning home on his bicycle. Fang Xinting was greeted by Xiao Kong, who eagerly jumped into the basket. Fang Xinting pushed the bicycle forward, and Xiao Kong let out a triumphant chirp. Jian Siqi and a few others gathered around, requesting Fang Xinting to push them as well. He obliged for a moment, and the children's laughter echoed joyfully in the air. After a while, Jian Siqi approached and gestured towards Fang Zhuming's house, informing him that Fang Zhuming and Fang Baobo had been released. Released today? Fang Xinting scoffed. They are fortunate indeed. Good people seldom live long, while the wicked thrive for centuries. Jian Siqi then mentioned the woman who had dealt with his younger siblings, stating that she had also been apprehended. Apprehended? Fang Xinting propped his bicycle up. I must find Commissioner Go. Upon arriving at the security office, he found Gu Jingsheng attending to a case, who gestured for Fang Xinting to wait. Once the other person left, Fang Xinting anxiously inquired, I heard that the woman who handled my younger siblings has been caught? Gu Jingsheng pondered for a moment. Xinting, do not rush. Allow me to explain slowly. Speak. Fang Xinting urged, leaning forward with an anxious demeanor, his brows furrowed tightly. Your siblings were indeed in her care, and she has admitted to it. However, the trafficker she worked with was executed 5 years ago, Gu Jingsheng said with a wry smile. At that time, we had no idea he was linked to other cases. The trail ends here for now. Despite having mentally prepared himself, Fang Xinting felt as if struck by lightning upon hearing this news. They were merely a month old when they were sold. Such tiny children. Fang Xinting covered his face with his hands. Most of the children that trafficker dealt with were sold to other provinces. Gu Jingsheng sighed softly. Xinting, in due time, we will investigate further. Do not despair. The loss of a child is never permanent. There will always be opportunities to find them in the future. Gu Jingsheng's quiet reassurance brought no solace. It was no wonder that in his previous life, he had searched in vain for his siblings. The trafficker had been executed long ago. 2 infants. Devoid of memories, they might not even realize they had been abducted. At that moment, all Fang Xinting wished for was that his younger siblings were still alive. As long as they were alive. Emerging from the security office in a daze, Fang Xinting appeared lost in thought. Xinting? A voice called out to him. Jian Siqi approached, placing his daughter into Fang Xinting's arms. Do not be disheartened. You still have us. I can hardly recall what my siblings looked like. They were the same size as Yining back then. Fang Xinting closed his eyes, tears cascading onto Yining's cheeks. If only I had taken them away back then. To seek our uncle. Perhaps then, our grandparents would not have passed away, and all the subsequent tragedies could have been avoided. With his eyes shut tight, tears flowed freely as he lamented, I am truly useless. Not of any help at all. You were merely 7 years old. What could you possibly understand? Jian Siqi opened her arms and embraced Fang Xinting, reassuring him, do not be disheartened. You are not at fault. Gu Jingsheng gazed at the couple through the window, letting out a soft sigh. After years in law enforcement, he had witnessed countless events, yet it was always the good who suffered the most, while the wicked thrived unabated. Thus, individuals like them continued to exist. He returned to his desk, poring over the case files, contemplating that perhaps he had overlooked something, and that another review might reveal a clue. Aware of Fang Xinting's troubled spirit that day, his elder sister-in-law and second sister-in-law had taken the children home early. Jian Siqi cradled the child and entered the study to keep Fang Xinting company as they slept. Throughout the night, she sensed Fang Xinting's restless slumber, waking intermittently to check on him. In the morning, a promotional advertisement flickered, announcing 10 sheets of Gongnon brand iron pen wax paper with a complimentary pack of oil-printed paper. As her eyes fluttered open, Jian Siqi found herself curled beside him, their daughter nestled between them like a small frog. This sight brought a smile to Fang Xinting's face as he leaned down to gently kiss the top of their daughter's head. For you both, I must remain strong in this life. Quietly, he rose from the bed, intending to prepare breakfast in the kitchen. He Miling had already ignited the stove and was simmering porridge. Good morning, Teacher Fang, he Miling greeted awkwardly. So early? You should rest a bit longer, Fang Xinting yawned. He Miling gestured towards the cutting board. I've already prepared the vegetables for breakfast. I fear my cooking may not be palatable. Not to worry. I shall teach you how to cook. My family prefers a milder taste, so just use a little less salt. Fang Xinting began instructing He Miling on culinary skills. Host is currently imparting cooking skills. Peach and Plum Points 1. He Miling displayed a remarkable capacity for learning. Fang Xinting observed her thoughtfully. Before departing, he called out to Jian Siqi, if Miling wishes to learn sewing from you, please teach her a bit. Mastering a craft will provide her with a foothold in the future. Jian Siqi nodded in agreement. As long as she is willing to learn, I will teach her. On his bicycle ride to school, Fang Xinting pondered deeply. Many impoverished girls lacked the opportunity to attend school, even if they could. They often struggled to learn a few characters. What avenues were available for them? He could assist only a handful, as his current salary was limited. Yet, there existed millions of impoverished families and countless girls unable to afford education. Before he realized it, he had arrived at school. And as he listened to the students reciting their lessons aloud, his spirits gradually lifted. Chapter 62. Tang Tsung's article is published after concluding the first lesson. Fang Xinting issued a brief announcement. Next Monday, we shall conduct our first diagnostic examination. The purpose of this assessment is to ascertain the student's academic progress, allowing for tailored guidance. The second-year Class 1 is an elite group, comprising only 28 students. With such a small cohort, his energy levels are somewhat invigorated. Upon hearing of the impending exam, the students were momentarily taken aback, followed by a collective outcry. The lamentations were in vain. Fang Xinting smiled, indicating that from this initial diagnostic examination onward, the students would enter an intensive period of practice. This, he presumed, they had already gleaned from the mathematics team. Teacher, a hand was raised. Will there be exercises in Chinese as well? Of course, there will be exercises in Chinese, Fang Xinting replied with a smile. Engaging in exercises is essential for imprinting knowledge in your minds, enabling you to effortlessly retrieve problems from your memory during examinations. Now, class is dismissed. Please take a moment to rest. Fang Xinting tidied the podium and stepped outside. Oh, how dreadful, the students lamented loudly. Some inquired of Guxiang Yuan and others. Did you also practice daily during the summer vacation? Every single day. It was unbearable. Guxiang Yuan nodded in agreement. I feel as though I can hardly breathe. A student groaned, collapsing onto the desk and vehemently pounding it with their fists, exclaiming, I'm going to die. Students from less fortunate backgrounds, who were already delayed in paying their tuition by a month or two, expressed their concerns. Will we need to pay for the exercises? Is there a cost associated with it? I haven't even paid for my self-study fees. I have to wait until my father's salary arrives next month. Upon hearing the mention of costs, the classroom fell silent. Indeed, will there be expenses? All eyes turned toward Guxiang Yuan and the mathematics team. Xiu furrowed his brow thoughtfully. It seems we didn't incur any cost for the exercises during the summer. With Steyu's remark, Guxiang Yuan pondered, tapping his cheek with his finger. Could it be that all the expenses for printing the exercises were covered by Teacher Fang? The school's printing machine is available for free use, but the wax paper, oil paper, and ink must be purchased. Since they had not paid, it was evident that Fang Xinting had borne the cost. Guxiang Yuan exchanged glances with several members of the mathematics team, a sense of gratitude rising within them. The next class was not led by Fang Xinting, so upon returning to the office, he began contemplating the creation of the examination questions. He was not yet well acquainted with the students, so it was prudent to start with fundamental training exercises. With this thought in mind, Fang Xinting began drafting the basic training questions. A knock at the door interrupted him. Teacher Fang, are you busy? Upon seeing Li Lei, the mathematics teacher from County No. 2 Middle School, Fang Xinting promptly invited him in. Li teacher, please come in. Li Lei spoke about Fang Xinting's tutoring of the mathematics team over the summer, expressing a desire for a copy of the questions he had devised to share with his students for practice. Each time Fang Xinting printed the exercises, he would make several extra copies. He retrieved a set from the cabinet and handed them to Li Lei. Li Lei smiled as he took the materials, expressing his gratitude to Teacher Fang. He then inquired if he could also receive a copy of the mnemonic phrases he had mentioned. Of course, Fang Xinting replied, handing over 2 copies. Thank you so much. Li Lei's primary objective today was indeed these 2 mnemonics, and Fang Xinting's willingness to provide them brought him great relief. If you ever need my assistance in the future, please feel free to ask. With the mnemonics in hand, Li Lei left with a sense of satisfaction. These 2 mnemonics stirred considerable excitement among the schools in Chongqing County. Education had only recently been restored, and many teachers struggled with their instructional capabilities. Some genuinely desired to teach their students well but were hindered by their limitations. The 2 mnemonics offered by Fang Xinting, seemingly simple, could yield significant insights upon memorization. They encapsulated knowledge points related to functions and solid geometry. Mastering these mnemonics would create memory anchors during problem solving, leading to enhanced effectiveness. Many teachers flocked to County No. 1 Middle School to transcribe these phrases. Naturally, those who copied the mnemonics felt obliged to treat others to a meal. Even Teacher Liu, who had not been particularly fond of Fang Xinting, benefited from this trend and was treated to a meal recently. During midday, Fang Xinting received a call from reporter Li Da. The small office was unique, housing an internal phone that allowed free communication within the school, although it could not call outside lines. In this era, having a telephone, even for internal use, was a source of envy for many. Teacher Fang, the article by Tang Tsung that you recommended is exceptional. Lita chuckled awkwardly over the phone. Our chief editor reviewed it and immediately decided to feature it on the bottom right of tomorrow's front page. Originally, that space had been reserved. But the quality of this article warranted a change. This piece was not merely good, it was a significant achievement for the chief editor. Just on the 25th, a notification had been issued, and now their regional daily was set to publish it. This exemplified a diligent understanding of superior directives. Reflecting on his previous dismissive remarks about Fang Xinting, reporter Li felt a twinge of embarrassment. Fang Xinting was pleasantly surprised. I will inform Tang Tsung shortly. Teacher Fang, I find the writing style quite familiar. Did you perhaps edit it? Li seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. If you also write press releases, why not consider becoming one of our contributors? Your focus is on comprehensive news, which doesn't quite align with my profession. However, whenever I write press releases, I will prioritize submitting them to you. Fang Xinting replied with a smile before concluding the call. Just as he was preparing to seek out Tang Tsung to share the news, Tang Tsung approached him first. Hesitantly, he said, I heard from reporter Li that our article will be featured in tomorrow's edition, and I placed the names of our county bureau leaders ahead of mine. Do you think that is appropriate? The inclusion of the county bureau leaders' names was indeed a remarkable thought from Tang Kong. They stood to gain significant credit from this, leaving them grateful to Tang Kong. That sounds quite fitting. Perhaps this incident might allow us to turn the page on the slanderous accusations against Zhang Xuanwan. Tang Tsung exhaled a sigh of relief, acknowledging that this was a positive development. The collective mindset of those around him had yet to evolve beyond the self-preserving attitudes of recent years. In the absence of profound bonds, no one was willing to stand by him. When faced with adversity, he found himself abandoned by others. Although he felt a surge of anger, he recognized its futility. The only viable path forward was to devise a means to rise again. He would forever cherish the assistance offered by Fang Xinting during his moments of despair. It is far easier to add embellishments to a flourishing situation than to provide support in times of need. I have come to realize that the only way to avoid being victimized is to strive for ascendance. Tang Tsung pressed his lips together, resolute in his desire not to be the one left behind. Fang Xinting gently patted Tang Tsung's shoulder, their unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Chapter 63, the first assessment after school commencement in the afternoon, Fang Xinting conducted another class, meticulously observing the students' learning progress before returning to his small office to continue formulating questions. As of today, he had accumulated 31 academic points, still 69 points short of the intermediate mathematics skill card he desired. The system had recently ceased to release tasks, allowing him to earn merely 4 academic points per day through his classes. It would take him an extensive period to gather the necessary 100 points. Gu Xiangyuan knocked and entered. Upon seeing Fang Xinting engaged in question preparation, he hesitated at the door, reluctant to approach for fear of encountering the questions. Teacher Fang, are we collecting the uniform fees now? Uniform fees? Fang Xinting was taken aback, having forgotten what fees the school was currently collecting. Weren't uniform fees included in the miscellaneous charges? Not included. Only the class fee is part of the miscellaneous expenses, Gu Xiangyuan replied. Fang Xinting pondered for a moment. There is no need for our class to purchase them. If anyone inquires later, just attribute it to me. I shall discuss it. Many schools now mandated the purchase of a winter sports outfit and a summer uniform consisting of a white shirt, black trousers, and white shoes. A set of sportswear could cost between 15 to 18 yuan, while a long-sleeved white shirt was around 3 yuan, and white shoes ranged from 3 to 8 yuan. Given that children are in their growth phase, the clothes purchased this year may not fit them the next. Spending over 20 yuan annually on clothing seemed quite burdensome. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting would not allow them to purchase sportswear or white shirts and shoes, Gu Xiangyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher Fang, I will return now. As Gu Xiangyuan exited, a few classmates gathered around him, eager to know the outcome. What did he say? Gu Xiangyuan lifted his chin, his voice bright. Teacher Fang said our class isn't buying uniforms. Well, the classmates erupted in cheers, surrounding Gu Xiangyuan as they made their way back to the classroom. Students from other classes looked on enviously at Class 1 of the second year. I really want to join Class 1. Their atmosphere is wonderful, one remarked. Dream on. Class 1 is an elite class filled with the top students of our school. Only by studying diligently can one attend Teacher Fang's lessons, another retorted. I heard from someone in Class 1 that Teacher Fang's lectures are exceptionally easy to understand. Teacher Fang was previously our Chinese teacher. Ah, You switched to Teacher Lu for math, right? Yes, Teacher Lu. Oh well, let us not dwell on that. After the start of school, Fang Xinting's life settled into a predictable routine, revolving around 2 points: home and school. His life had become exceedingly orderly. Jian Siqi's clothing stall gradually attracted customers, with some coming to buy shirts and others seeking trousers. The three women busily attended to their sales, and over the course of a few days, they managed to earn over 10 yuan, more than what Jian Laodai and Jian Hongyang made with their 2 sons working in carpentry. After the Fang family was released, perhaps feeling embarrassed or perhaps due to Zhang Shuanglan's imprisonment which had drained their fighting spirit, they remained unusually quiet for a while. A few days later, Fang Xinting received news from Gu Jingsheng that the woman overseeing his younger siblings had passed away in prison. I often revisit the previous case files during this period. Do not rush. Perhaps we may uncover some clues. Gu Jingsheng consoled him, noticing his low spirits. Now, Gu Jingsheng has also learned that Tang Tsong received guidance from Fang Xinting, and the article has been published in the regional daily. Gu Jingsheng is now more attentive to Fang Xinting. Once Tang Tsong's article was released, it stirred the entire public security system of the Yunxi region. Everyone eagerly engaged in discussions about his article, and even the provincial leaders brought Tang Tsong's work to their meetings for deliberation. In a flash, Tang Tsong's name echoed far and wide. The bureau leaders sought him out for discussions multiple times, offering him encouragement. On September 1st, a special promotion in the marketplace flickered, a Chinese lead typewriter. It was purchased with 1 tally point. Note: please collect it at the county recycling station for the price of 5 yuan before the specified time, September 4th, this Sunday at 3:25 p.m. I bought the typewriter with tally points, and I have to pick it up at the recycling station? Fang Xinting was incensed. After the system prompt, silence ensued, leaving Fang Xinting to stew in his anger alone. Upon arriving at school, Fang Xinting resolved to commence a preliminary assessment a day early. It was time for the students to experience my trials. Armed with the duplicated papers, he entered the classroom. This was a Chinese language examination, devoid of essay questions, with a duration of 15 minutes. Those needing to use the restroom should hurry and prepare their ink in advance. The students, not daring to be lax, eagerly soaked their ink and sharpened their pencils, sitting upright, awaiting the distribution of the papers. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting students were about to undertake their first preliminary assessment, many teachers without classes entered the room to volunteer as invigilators. Even teachers from the middle school level came to join the fray. Witnessing the abundance of invigilators, the smiles on the students' faces gradually faded, replaced by tension. Fang Xinting chuckled. Seeing so many teachers, are you feeling nervous? That's just right. I was equally anxious during my school examinations. Hearing this, the students burst into laughter, their anxiety dissipating. The papers were quickly distributed, and the students bowed their heads, diligently tackling the questions. In the classroom, only the sounds of breathing and the scratching of pens could be heard. The invigilating teachers moved about the desks, their eyes lighting up upon seeing the questions. How novel! Many remarked. Such questions were unfamiliar to them. Chapter 64. The results of the diagnostic examination are announced 15 minutes passed swiftly for the examinees. Fang Xinting collected the test papers and declared the class dismissed. A throng of teachers gathered around him, inquiring eagerly, "Teacher Fang, may I copy the question? I would like to take a look as well." Their hopeful gazes were fixed on him. "I have printed several copies. There are 2 left. So you may divide them among yourselves," Fang Xinting replied, generously offering the surplus papers. However, there were too many teachers for the available copies, compelling them to transcribe the questions manually. Nevertheless, their gratitude towards Fang Xinting was palpable. He was indeed a magnanimous individual. Observing the multitude of teachers surrounding him, Lu, who had just finished teaching, remarked with a hint of disdain, "The higher one stands, the harder one falls." Upon returning to his small office, Fang Xinting commenced the evaluation of the test papers. This examination was a language arts assessment. As he meticulously reviewed each question, he gradually gained insight into the students' academic performances. He created profiles for each student, meticulously noting their weaknesses and interests so that he could provide targeted guidance in the future. Utilizing the duration of 1 class, he completed the grading of the language arts papers and proceeded to the mathematics diagnostic examination. Mathematics was Fang Xinting's forte. As word spread that he was about to commence the math assessment, an increasing number of teachers volunteered to proctor the examination. Noticing the additional 2 copies he had printed, several teachers settled in at the back, diligently observing and transcribing the questions. The 15 minutes elapsed quickly, and after collecting the papers, Fang Xinting announced, "I will reveal the results of this diagnostic assessment during tonight's study session." Stepping out of the classroom, the next subject was geography. A few teachers followed him to the small office, asking, "Teacher Fang, where did you source these questions? Did you create them yourself?" "Yes, they are all my own creations," he replied. Given the scarcity of current educational resources, Fang Xinting had perused various textbooks provided by the system, yet found that his own mental repository of questions far exceeded the materials available. As a distinguished educator with decades of experience, Fang Xinting possessed an abundance of language arts and mathematics questions within his mind. He recalled various resources, including the Huanggang papers, 3-year simulations with 5-year college entrance examinations, a plethora of mock examination papers, and the actual college entrance examination questions from previous years. His mental archive even included English test papers, while others, upon reincarnation, might remember stock market opening times or lottery numbers. He retained a multitude of textbooks in his consciousness. Each book he opened transformed into a thick examination paper. As the second semester of the sophomore year approached, he planned to elevate his students' knowledge levels before embarking on an intensive practice regimen. Observing the teachers engrossed in the papers he had created, Fang Xinting pondered thoughtfully. He should extract the questions from his mind and present them for the teachers to review and for the students to attempt. However, the foremost prerequisite for doing so was to attain social status and recognition. Otherwise, his written papers would hold little value. Perhaps he could even earn some income by authoring test papers, allowing him to assist more impoverished students. This time, Gu Xiangyuan, He Meifeng, and Xie Yu attended the provincial selection competition with the imperative of securing an excellent ranking. After contemplating, Fang Xinting commenced the grading of examination papers. Several teachers approached, glancing at the notebook sprawled before Fang Xinting. Within the notebook lay the Chinese and mathematics scores of each student since their entry into high school, meticulously recorded after every examination. Additionally, it encompassed the students' weaknesses and areas of interest, rendering it evident where further knowledge was required. It became clear to Luo Gang, observing Fang Xinting's meticulous grading, the disparity between himself and Fang Xinting. He too resolved to establish comprehensive profiles for his students. Suddenly, the telephone in Fang Xinting's office rang. Upon answering, he discovered it was reportedly published. Fang Xinting was astonished at the swift publication of the article he had submitted to the Shenzhou education newspaper. Reportedly chuckled over the phone. Of course it was quick. As soon as Editor-in-Chief Liu received your letter, he was eager to get it printed. "It seems you haven't left your phone number for him. I provided it through our editor. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all. I owe you my gratitude," Fang Xinting replied with a smile. "I will purchase a copy of the newspaper tomorrow. Don't forget our manuscript," reportedly reminded before hanging up. The other teachers stood wide-eyed. "Teacher Fang, your article has been published again?" Fang Xinting nodded. "It will be in tomorrow's edition." "Incredible!" The teachers expressed a mix of envy and admiration. That evening, amidst the students' anxiety, Fang Xinting entered the classroom. He knew everyone was eagerly awaiting the results of this diagnostic examination. He gestured for Gu Xiangyuan to distribute the papers. "For this initial diagnostic test, I shall refrain from announcing the scores." Fang Xinting marked the papers without inscribing any scores, merely correcting the errors. The students exchanged puzzled glances, as their previous teachers had typically read out each student's score or inscribed them on the blackboard. Fang Xinting listed the questions most frequently answered incorrectly on the blackboard. "Let us examine these language questions. I have noticed that many of you tend to err with names. According to the curriculum, foreign names must adhere to their translated forms. Any discrepancies with the textbook will not receive credit. To swiftly memorize a foreign name, I possess a small technique." Several language teachers, initially waiting for Fang Xinting to announce the scores, were taken aback when he commenced teaching instead. They exchanged glances and entered the classroom, with teachers auditing. "Please continue imparting knowledge." Fang Xinting glanced at the teachers and began to share his technique. "In our country, the translation of foreign names predominantly relies on their English transliteration. Therefore, it is essential to remember their English pronunciation alongside their historical context." He wrote down Andersen's name in English, pronouncing it. Andersen is a Danish author, whose full name is Hans Christian Andersen. In 19th century Denmark, societal stages were rigidly defined, making it exceedingly difficult for the impoverished to elevate their circumstances or seek education. The name Hans predominantly belonged to the lower class. It was an exceedingly commonplace name, even emblematic of destitution. One can encounter the name Hans in Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, where it often represents impoverished characters. Andersen himself was born in Odense, the son of a shoemaker and a servant. He frequently lamented that his romantic pursuits were thwarted, attributing his failures to his unattractive appearance and lack of wealth. Due to my unappealing visage and perpetual poverty, no one would ever consider marrying me. Were I handsome or affluent, and possessed a modest yet respectable office, I would surely find a spouse. A destitute author dedicated his entire life to crafting fairy tales, most of which are imbued with somber themes, reflecting a profound sense of pessimism and the struggles of the human spirit. Hence, many assert that Andersen's fairy tales are intended for an adult audience. Now, do we all remember the name Andersen? The students raised their hands in affirmation. Very well. Let us each mention a title or character from Andersen's fairy tales or recount a brief story. Let us begin with Gu Xiangyuan. Fang Xinting gestured towards Gu Xiangyuan. Gu Xiangyuan stood and pondered the emperor's new clothes. A commendable response. Next, Xieyu. Xieyu stood and proclaimed, the little match girl. The next student mentioned the ugly duckling. Each student contributed a title, creating a lively atmosphere in the classroom. Fang Xinting retrieved a complete set of Andersen's fairy tales and Balzac's works from a large cardboard box. I present you with a complete collection of Andersen's fairy tales and Balzac's writings, which will be placed in our class's study corner. During break times or on Sundays, you are welcome to peruse them, though please refrain from disrupting our regular class hours. My intention in gifting you these books is to broaden your horizons and inspire you to reflect on life through literature. I hope you will read The Dream Beneath the Willow, where the protagonist Nud remains stagnant while his childhood friend Johanna thrives through diligence, attaining a respectable life. Nud wallows in self-pity, ultimately perishing beneath the willow tree, reduced to mere bones. To lack effort is to be like Nud. To strive is to become Johanna, receiving applause and admiration from all. Johanna wears a resplendent crown and a new silk garment. Neglecting to exert oneself will hinder your university aspirations. Yet, through hard work, upon entering university, you shall bask in the accolades and admiration of others. The crown symbolizes university, while the silk garment denotes your future status. The students, recovering from the delightful surprise of receiving extracurricular books, began to ponder earnestly. Several attending teachers exchanged perplexed glances. Fang Xinting's teaching style was indeed distinctive. Yet, it was undeniable that the students would forever retain the memory of Andersen and his enchanting tales, an indelible impression they could not erase. Now, let us discuss Balzac and his literary works. Chapter 65, The Well-Informed Old Bullhead Sunday has arrived. The reason for specifically selecting foreign literature for discussion is due to a question from Andersen included in the National Chinese Examination of 1982. This year, the Chinese exam features 2 questions from Balzac and Cervantes. In the national papers of 1984 and 1985, there were even 2 consecutive years with questions on Balzac's E.G. Nie Grandet. These questions often result in significant point losses, as many students lack exposure to foreign literature and have no recollection of such works. They are hardly available in Xinhua bookstores. Consequently, many students opt not to answer these questions, forfeiting points unnecessarily, which is indeed a pity. Such renowned foreign classics can be explored in one's leisure time, merely to broaden one's horizons. It is sufficient to form a memory while tackling the questions. Fang Xinting intends to deliver only 1 lecture on this topic and will not continue thereafter. The bell for evening self-study rings. During evening classes, no merit points are awarded for teaching. Only for auditing do points accrue. Auditing merit points 1. Upon seeing Fang Xinting leave, several teachers follow. Teacher Fang, your lectures are quite engaging, but do these topics bear much relevance to studying? Indeed, these extracurricular readings may detract from students' enthusiasm for learning, leading them to become engrossed. Fang Xinting smiles, stating, if we prohibit them from reading, they will seek out books on their own. As Di once said, it is better to guide than to restrict. With proper guidance, students will not become engrossed. Presently, foreign literature is translated by esteemed authors, employing elegant language. Moreover, due to the lack of memorable associations with foreign names, students often forget the characters while reading, rendering it difficult to immerse themselves. Many students lose interest after flipping through a few pages. However, if offered novels by Jin Yong, Liang Yuxing, Gulong, Wen Ruyan, or Qiong Yao, Fang Xinting would never dare to present them to the students. Once he organizes the questions, students will begin reviewing daily from 5 in the morning until evening self-study, only pausing for meals, sleep, and restroom breaks, with their eyes glued to the exercises. Fancy reading extracurricular books? Dream on. Soon, students will long for these leisurely moments. Unbeknownst to them, they are on the brink of facing an uncertain fate. As they walk out of the school gate, they continue discussing today's extracurricular readings. Teacher Fang is truly wonderful. I once spotted these books at the Xinhua bookstore in the provincial capital. I never expected him to purchase them for us. Acquiring these books must have cost a fortune. I glanced earlier, and a set of Andersen's fairy tales costs around 17 or 18 yuan. Each book is nearly a yuan. Suddenly, a loud shout pierces the night. Stop. Don't run. Several individuals clad in blue work uniforms flee under the streetlight, pursued relentlessly by officers in white uniforms. The students, unaware of the unfolding situation, stretch their necks to observe. Fang Xinting restrains his students from exiting the school grounds, furrowing his brow at the scene ahead. Luo Gang approaches. What is happening? Fang Xinting replies softly, Teacher Luo, let us escort the students home. All right. Luo Gang, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understands that something is amiss. After escorting the students home, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Fang Xinting called Gu Jingsheng, asking him to notify the family. Old Nyoto locked the school gate with several locks, his face displaying a look of horror. Teacher Fang, have you heard? He pointed upward. The convoy of the older generation had been assaulted by the knife gang, and it was rumored that several guards had been slain, which was utterly terrifying. In these times, it had reached a point where regulation was imperative. Fang Xinting shook his head and retreated to his small office to rest. In the morning, a promotional offer flashed, a retractable baton and a complimentary, blinding flashlight. He had just spent a peach and plum point for the special offer when he discovered that steamed buns were also quite affordable. He then spent another point to purchase 10 pork and cabbage buns and 5 tea eggs. Note, a Chinese-led typewriter. Please collect it at the county recycling station for 5 yuan before the designated time, September 4th, this Sunday at 3:25 p.m. Fang Xinting took a stroll outside the school and returned with a bag of food. I bought quite a few buns and tea eggs. Would you care to join me for breakfast? He invited Old Nyoto. Is that appropriate? Old Nyoto hesitated, busy preparing porridge and feeling rather embarrassed. Just add more water and make me a bowl of porridge, Fang Xinting replied with a smile. After tasting a bun, Old Nyoto exclaimed, this bun is truly delightful. Where did you purchase it, Teacher Fang? I'd like to buy some for my family. It was from a vendor with a cart. He left right after I bought it, Fang Xinting replied vaguely. Old Nyoto snorted. Recently, there have been people driving away street vendors, not allowing them to sell breakfast. Isn't that outrageous? He continued discussing breakfast. Actually, if one can make buns and prepare some porridge, selling breakfast could bring in a decent income. Fang Xinting pondered over this. Engaging in mobile catering could indeed be a promising path. However, his own family had no spare hands. His elder brothers were working with their father-in-law in carpentry, while his sisters-in-law were busy sewing clothes with Jian Siqi. Fang Xinting cleared his throat. It's quite laborious. One must rise at 3 in the morning to prepare the dough and filling. It is indeed hard work, but if one wants to earn money, who can avoid the toil? Old Nyoto laughed heartily. I've thought about it. Once I retire, I'll set up a breakfast stall and sell wontons. By the way, my wife is exceptionally skilled at making wontons. I'll bring you some later. That sounds wonderful. I shall eagerly await it, Fang Xinting replied, knowing Old Nyoto was too considerate to take advantage of his buns. As the students gathered for their morning self-study, Fang Xinting called Gu Jingsheng again to inquire about the situation at home. Everything is fine. I took another stroll this morning, but you must be cautious during evening self-study. If it gets too late, consider staying at school, Gu Jingsheng advised. There were matters he could not elaborate on, but Fang Xinting understood. In such times, vigilance against potential threats was paramount. Being captured meant death. If one were to perish, one might as well take a few foes along, ensuring no losses were incurred. In the previous life, during this period, certain events transpired that rendered the townsfolk too fearful to venture outside after dusk. It was only after the solar new year that conditions began to improve slightly. Soon, it was September 4th, a Sunday. After exchanging greetings with Jian Siqi, Fang Xinting prepared to head to the county town. This afternoon at 2:30, he intended to collect a printer from the county's recycling station. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to print the examination papers for the upcoming mock test in the office. Just as he pushed his bicycle out of the courtyard, he encountered Zuoqing. Fang Xinting frowned and mounted his bicycle, intending to leave. Zuoqing, however, spread her arms to block him, unabashedly stating, Xinting, today we need to take Xiao Hang to the hospital for a checkup, and we would like to borrow your bicycle for a while. Chapter 66. The typewriter at the scrap station. Without allowing Zuoqing to finish her words, Fang Xinting promptly rejected her request and rode away on his bicycle. Zuoqing bit her lip, a flicker of animosity gleaming in her eyes. This Fang Xinting was utterly outrageous. Despite Fang Heng being scalded at his home, he displayed not the slightest sign of concern. Yet, he could not even lend her a bicycle. She inwardly cursed him, contemplating the day he would meet with an unfortunate accident while cycling. Returning home, she was oblivious to the increasing similarity between her and her mother-in-law, Zhang Shuanglan. Upon her arrival empty-handed, Fang Jiumin struck her across the face. Is it truly so difficult to ask for a bicycle? What good are you? Zuoqing cried out in pain, clutching her face, her heart brimming with resentment. Though Fang Jiumin desired the bicycle, he lacked the courage to seize it outright. Having been frightened after his release from detention, he was acutely aware of his precarious situation. If he were to be caught now, he might very well face execution. To prevent others from harboring thoughts of him, he assigned all public tasks to Zuoqing. As Fang Jiumin struck Zuoqing, Fang Bao will remain seated in the courtyard, making no move to intervene. In fact, he appeared quite irritated, furrowing his brow. If you want to fight, do it inside. Must you create such a racket? Hearing this, Fang Jiumin yanked Zuoqing by her hair and dragged her indoors. Once the door was closed, the noise diminished significantly. Fang Bao would shut his eyes, pondering how to extricate Zhang Shuanglan from her predicament. After all, she was his beloved wife. Yet, he found himself at a loss. Who could he possibly turn to for assistance? His eldest son? But the eldest son had only just settled in the capital. He could not jeopardize his career. This dilemma weighed heavily on Fang Bao's mind. Seeing Fang Xinting arrive at school on a Sunday, Lao Nyoto greeted him with a smile. Teacher Fang, what brings you here today? I came to print next week's mock exam papers for the students, Fang Xinting replied, preparing to enter, but Lao Nyoto halted him. Are you selling the clivia you purchased recently? Someone approached me, expressing interest in buying several pots for 700 yuan. They seem quite reliable. 700? That price is far too low. Fang Xinting shook his head, indicating he had no intention of selling at that moment. I was merely inquiring, Lao Nyoto chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Fang Xinting glanced at Lao Nyoto. You haven't taken up buying clivia as well, have you? Lao Nyoto burst into laughter. Teacher Fang, how did you discern that from just one question? So Lao Nyoto had ventured into the clivia market too. He likely had higher stakes in mind. Fang Xinting, appreciating Lao Nyoto's good nature, decided to offer him a deal, smiling as he spoke. If someone is willing to pay 20,000, I will part with the clivia. Keep an eye out for me, and I shall offer you 500 as a token of gratitude. 20,000? Lao Nyoto was taken aback, blinking in disbelief. Did I hear you correctly? You heard correctly. That is my asking price, Fang Xinting replied, pushing his bicycle towards the shed. The rest was up to Lao Nyoto to comprehend. I must go print the papers now. By the following summer, a single pot of clivia could fetch 50,000 in the Changchun flower market. Selling it for 20,000 would allow others to profit handsomely upon resale. It would undoubtedly sell swiftly. Earning excessively may incite jealousy in others. It is preferable to attain only a modest profit when others recount the tale. They will merely say that he lacked the fortune to earn more, rather than harboring resentment for his 2,000 yuan profit. As Fang Xinting's figure vanished, Lao Nyoto remained in a state of stupor. Could the gentleman orchid truly fetch such a price? It seemed implausible. Lao Nyoto retrieved several newspapers that he had specifically asked his eldest son to procure from the reception room, softly reading the reports aloud. The Changchun gentleman orchid market had already surpassed the 2,000 yuan threshold, igniting a fervor among citizens to purchase gentleman orchids. Buying gold or silver pales in comparison to acquiring gentleman orchids. 20,000. Lao Nyoto set down the newspaper, lost in contemplation. After a morning spent grading papers, noon soon approached. Fang Xinting visited a small noodle shop for a bowl of scallion noodles, quietly awaiting the time. As the clock struck 3, he mounted his bicycle and headed towards the county's waste recycling station. He dared not arrive too early. An early arrival would prolong his time at the station, raising suspicion about his presence there. What could one possibly do at a waste recycling station? Upon his arrival, he noticed a large truck parked nearby, with several workers in uniforms unloading goods. Fang Xinting approached the recycling personnel, saying, "Excuse me, I wish to sift through some items." The staff pointed to the heap of refuse. "Feel free to look around. Whatever you choose, you can weigh it later." Fang Xinting rummaged through the pile with mounting anxiety. A typewriter, being a valuable item, surely could not have been sent to the recycling station. As time ticked away, at precisely 3:25, he heard a startled cry. The truck, which was being unloaded, suddenly began to slide backward. Fang Xinting swiftly reacted, leaping into the driver's seat, locating the handbrake and shifting gears into place. A worker, narrowly escaping the tire that brushed past him, felt his mind whirl until he was pulled to safety by someone behind him, trembling as he sat on the ground. What is going on? Why aren't you stopping the truck while unloading? The recycling personnel were equally startled and reprimanded the workers. The unloading crew, both frightened and confused, hurriedly apologized. The driver had exited, and we didn't understand the vehicle, so we dared not intervene. Just as Fang Xinting was about to leave, he spotted an open cardboard box behind the worker he had just saved. His eyes brightened. He rushed to the recycling staff, declaring, "I want this." The staff opened the box, somewhat puzzled. "What is this?" Another worker leaned in. "I've never seen it before. I don't know what it's for." "Let me see." "Oh, this is scrap metal someone brought in this morning." The staff found the incoming record and waited. 5 yuan. "Considering your act of kindness, we want to charge you for the box." Fang Xinting handed 5 yuan to the staff, signed a release order, and quickly secured the cardboard box to the back seat with some ropes he found on the ground. He then turned and walked towards the exit of the recycling station. At that moment, the worker whom Fang Xinting had rescued finally realized, "Where is my benefactor? Where has he gone?" The staff scoffed. "They have already left." The dock worker felt an overwhelming sense of regret, realizing in his moment of trepidation that he had neglected his duty. He must procure a pack of cigarettes for him. Task: investigate the sudden appearance of such a valuable typewriter at the recycling station. Upon completion, earn 10 merit points. This typewriter is indeed part of a task. It is a Feigo brand, weighing between 60 to 70 pounds. Fang Xinting dared not delay on his journey home, pedaling his bicycle with urgency. Upon his arrival, Jian Siqi was utterly astonished to see him return with a large item. "What is this?" Fang Xinting carefully unloaded it from the rear of his bicycle. "This is a typewriter I salvaged from the recycling station for 5 yuan today." He placed the typewriter on the table and scrutinized it. The letters on the lead plate were reversed and densely packed, rendering them nearly illegible. The manual typewriter consists of 3 main components: the roller, the lead plate, and the machine head. The roller at the top is designed to hold the wax paper. First, the lead plate is properly positioned, followed by the selection of individual Chinese characters to be printed onto the wax paper. The wax paper is then placed into the mimeograph for printing. A skilled typist can type up to 50 characters per minute. However, utilizing the Zhang Jiaying 18-disc sorting method can increase the typing speed to 100 characters per minute. In the past, Mr. Lin Yutong also invented a typewriter known as the Minghuai typewriter, nearly leading him to bankruptcy. But why has it found its way to the recycling station? Chapter 67. The arrival of the typewriter. Gu Xiangyuan and high-demand Jian Siqi observed from the side, feeling a wave of dizziness. The multitude of characters was overwhelming, causing her eyes to ache. The eldest sister-in-law and the second sister-in-law also approached to take a glance. What can a typewriter do? Fang Xinting produced the wax paper provided by the system and placed it on the typewriter. It can print text. He pressed the lever, and characters began to emerge on the wax paper. After printing on the wax paper, it was transferred to an oil press for duplication. It was a rather antiquated method of typing. Yet, this cumbersome typewriter, due to its affordability, had garnered favor among governmental institutions. The Shidong Chinese typewriter had been around for several years without being replaced. Fang Xinting recalled that the inaugural Housing Exchange Conference in the capital back in March had utilized the Shidong typewriter, receiving widespread acclaim, yet due to its cost, it had gone unnoticed. On May 16, 1984, Shidong Company was officially registered. Shidong had equipped Brothers' 24-pin printer with Chinese character driver software, with each unit priced at over 4,000 yuan. This was significantly cheaper than the Toshiba 3070, the official imported 24-pin printer capable of printing Chinese characters, which had a nearly $1,000 import price and sold for over 9,000 yuan. Fang Xinting vaguely recalled the price of the Toshiba 3070. The double pigeon brand lead typewriter he was currently using had a market price of 1,000 to 2,000 yuan. None of the individuals in the room had ever seen a typewriter, and they regarded it with immense curiosity, holding their breath lest they disturb Fang Xinting. It was only when he ceased operating the typewriter that Jian Siqi spoke up. "What you've produced doesn't seem like an article. It appears to be a jumble of letters." Fang Xinting decided to abandon the endeavor. He simply did not possess the aptitude for it. The typewriter was exceedingly challenging to operate. The lead plate contained over 2,000 inverted characters, including obscure and difficult ones. Memorizing their precise locations was impossible without at least a month or two of practice. Forget it, he thought. It was too difficult. Fang Xinting instructed Jian Siqi to find a cloth to cover the typewriter and headed to the courtyard to play with his daughter. Upon hearing his voice, his daughter turned her head, blinking her eyes. Fang Xinting was utterly enchanted. Ningning called Daddy. His daughter, merely sensitive to his voice, glanced at him before turning her head back towards Jian Siqi. In that fleeting moment when their gazes met, Fang Xinting's heart melted like wax. He felt an urge to cry. Jiang Qian emerged from the kitchen, amused. "Why are you crying?" Fang Xinting sniffed, his eyes alight. "Ningning just looked at me." Jiang Qian glanced down and realized that little Ning's focus was solely on Jian Siqi, chuckling as she reassured Fang Xinting. "Little Ningning can recognize people now. She recognizes me as her father." Fang Xinting's heart brimmed with sweetness. He regretted not providing his daughter with a better living environment and not having the chance to love her properly, a remorse that had lingered for much of his life. In this lifetime, he wished to imprint all of his daughter's beauty and smiles deep within his heart. Later that evening, Jian Siqi inquired, "That typewriter must be quite expensive, right? What purpose do you intend to serve by keeping it at home?" "The typewriter is merely a task. It is unlikely to remain." Fang Xinting, not wishing to alarm Jian Siqi, casually replied, "Let's leave it for now." The typewriter sparked an idea within him. By next year, he could sell the clivia and purchase a Western-style typewriter. Whether for printing examination papers for students or establishing a printing business, it seemed quite promising. Furthermore, he could then attend to the dilapidated state of his house. The residence had fallen into disrepair. His father-in-law's family, all skilled carpenters, could assist in hiring laborers to construct the house, while his father-in-law could craft a complete set of furniture. In the morning, a promotional offer flashed across the shopping center, 5 pounds of pork. Upon arriving at the school, after the morning self-study session concluded, Fang Xinting announced, "The first class is Chinese, and we shall conduct our second diagnostic test." The students busied themselves during their spare time, preparing their fountain pens and gathering the necessary materials. Not far from Chongqing County, a bus arriving from the region was cruising along at a leisurely pace. Inside, only a sparse handful of about 10 passengers occupied the seats. A bespectacled young man, Shaoli, looked eagerly at the middle-aged man beside him. "Principal Hu, if we can secure Guxiang Yuan this time, our school will have a better chance of achieving a provincial ranking." Principal Hu, with his eyes half closed, emitted a sound of acknowledgement through his nose. Though Principal Hu did not respond, Shaoli continued his enthusiastic chatter. "Guxiang Yuan is truly fortunate to have Principal Hu personally advocating for him. What an honor it is for him to have someone of your stature coming to Chongqing County on his behalf." A slight smile curled at the corners of Principal Hu's lips, clearly pleased by these words. Meanwhile, Teacher Wang, seated beside Principal Hu, glanced at Shaoli and then at Principal Hu, choosing to remain silent. Chapter 68. A visitor from District 3 outside the school gate. The sound of a bicycle bell echoed. Dinyo, the eldest son of old Nyo Tu, arrived with a letter. "Dad, here are 2 letters from Teacher Fang and a remittance slip." Filled with envy, Dinyo pointed at the slip. "Has another article been published?" "Another article?" Old Nyo Tu glanced at the remittance slip, noting that it was from the Shenzhou Education Society again, and the amount was greater than the last time. Previously, it was 5 yuan. This time, it was 6. In just half a month, Fang Xinting had published 2 articles. Truly enviable. During the morning self-study period, Teacher Liu, who had no classes, wobbled into the campus on his bicycle. Hearing old Nyo Tu discussing money, he steadied his bike with one foot. "What money?" With a half-smile, old Nyo Tu tucked the remittance slip away. "Nothing much. My son is asking me for money." "Oh." Teacher Liu turned and entered the school. "Dad, does Teacher Liu have a problem? I noticed your attitude towards him is rather cold." Seizing the opportunity while old Nyo Tu was distracted, Dinyo sneaked into the communication room and stealthily took some jasmine tea. Old Nyo Tu caught his son by the collar and retrieved the tea leaves. "Get out." "Dad, I'm giving it to your daughter-in-law." "To your daughter-in-law?" Dinyo chuckled ingratiatingly. Upon hearing it was for his daughter-in-law, old Nyo Tu huffed, found a plastic bag, and handed over a small handful, just this much. "Hey, that's enough," Dinyo exclaimed, taking the tea and leaping onto the green bicycle of the post office. The sound of his bicycle bell rang out, drawing the attention of passers-by. "That rascal, once he has a wife, he forgets his father." Old Nyo Tu laughed and scolded from behind, looking down at the remaining half of the tea leaves in his hand. He felt a twinge of sorrow. Having given to the elder, he could not neglect the younger. "Ah, I want to be able to keep this tea. That scoundrel." He raised his head and muttered a few more curses in the direction Dinyo had disappeared. As Teacher Liu passed by the classroom door, He noticed the students were taking an exam and couldn't help but chuckle. Upon returning to the office, he complained to several other teachers, "You may not know, but Class 1 is taking another exam." The teachers without classes looked up in surprise. Is Teacher Fang conducting a second diagnostic test? Now, whenever Class 1 was mentioned, everyone instinctively thought of Fang Xinting's second-year class. Lu teacher scoffed. Who else could it be but him? I'm not speaking ill of him. But when I first became a teacher, I was far more humble than he is. A university student? I doubt he learned anything useful there. The other teachers exchanged glances, choosing to disregard Lu teacher's complaints. The once obedient director who had suffered a stroke, they hoped to live a bit longer. One teacher broached the topic of the diagnostic exam. Do you think Class 1 scores can improve? Luo Gang entered from outside, smiling as he joined the conversation. I believe they can. I've been listening to Teacher Fang's classes outside his classroom lately, and I feel that his teaching is truly commendable. Lu teacher rolled his eyes. Just look at the last diagnostic exam questions. I still haven't grasped them completely. How is it that the second round is already out? Someone pulled out the copied content from the previous exam, bewildered at how the next set had already surfaced. Without further ado, Teacher Fang's speed in crafting examination questions is undeniably impressive. Another teacher also presented his handwritten test items, which all seemed rather classic. If Teacher Fang could consistently produce high-quality questions, I believe he could compile a workbook. The mere mention of publishing a book elicited a glimmer of aspiration on everyone's faces. The pinnacle of a scholar's ambition is to publish a book and establish a legacy. Only through publication can one achieve lasting renown, perhaps even for generations. Luo Gang proposed that they should observe Teacher Fang's diagnostic examination. Everyone concurred, eager to see the questions of this session. Soon, they exited the office, leaving Teacher Lu behind. For Fang Xinting, this diagnostic exam is even more significant than the first. He intends to tailor his teaching according to the results of this assessment, providing varying levels of guidance based on each student's performance. This approach is akin to the tutoring methods prevalent in later generations. The expectations placed upon the teacher are tremendously high. However, for Fang Xinting, it merely involves a bit of extra effort. With a class size of only 28, the workload is manageable. Before long, the bell rang for the end of class. Fang Xinting collected the answer sheets but did not return to his small office. The next class was also his, and he had prepared a mathematics test as well. The students took a brief respite outside the classroom, hydrating or engaging in some light exercises to stretch their joints. They soon returned to continue with the next round of examinations. After distributing the test papers, Fang Xinting began to grade them with a red pen. Since he had authored the questions himself, he was well aware of the correct answers. At that moment, 3 individuals entered the school's main gate, making their way towards the principal's office. Upon entering, the young man, Xiaoli, boldly stated their purpose. We have come to transfer Gu Xiangyuan. The word transfer startled Principal Xinzong, who instinctively feared that Gu Xiangyuan had encountered some trouble. Paling in response, Xiangyuan is a student who spends his time in class and studying, excelling academically. How could anything be wrong? Comrades, have you made a mistake? Seeing Xinzong's reaction, Xiaoli found it amusing and burst into laughter. Principal Xin, we are here to transfer Gu Xiangyuan to District Number 3 Middle School. The mention of transferring caused Principal Xin's expression to darken, disapproving of Xiaoli's tone. What do you mean by transfer? That shows a lack of respect. May I ask if you have the transfer documents? The principal's demeanor turned frosty. Principal who squinted, letting out a dismissive snort. Xiaoli retrieved a letter of introduction from his bag, clearly stating, it is written here that we are transferring Gu Xiangyuan to our District No. 3 Middle School for training, and he will return after the mathematics competition. With a sneer, Xiaoli added, the teaching resources in Chaqing County are limited. A student as exceptional as Gu Xiangyuan would be a gem lost amidst the dust in your county. Principal Xin felt an urge to smile. If Gu Xiangyuan excels at your District Number 3 Middle School, it will reflect glory upon your institution. If he performs poorly in the examination, it will reflect inadequately on the teaching capabilities of Chaqing County First High School. What do they take Gu Xiangyuan and the school for? This is not the proper way to bully someone. Lowering his gaze, he examined the so-called document and realized it was merely a letter of introduction. Can such a letter be regarded as a legitimate document? How audacious of District 3rd High School. Principal Xin carelessly placed the letter on the desk. Whether to attend District 3rd High School should be determined by Gu Xiangyuan himself. Do you know what District 3rd High School represents? It is the key high school in the region, renowned for its formidable educational resources. Countless individuals strive relentlessly to gain admission, yet many fail to do so. Xiaoli scoffed. Just then, Gu Xiangyuan was in the midst of his examination. Shall we go and see? Without waiting for a response from the three representatives of District 3rd High School, Principal Shin sneered and opened the door. Let us proceed. We shall witness the outcome of Gu Xiangyuan's examination. May Teacher Fang Xinting wield the sword of hope with great might and shatter your arrogance. Chapter 69. The three individuals of little importance were soon forgotten by Principal Shin as he led them towards Class 1 of the second year. Teacher Wang lagged behind to converse with Principal Hu, expressing concern. Principal, we are here to facilitate the departure of these students. Isn't this approach somewhat excessive? Principal Hu merely snorted through his nostrils, choosing silence. The young man, Xiaoli, interjected eagerly. Teacher Wang, you fail to grasp the situation. If we do not assert our authority, they will refuse to release the students. You have seen Gu Xiangyuan's examination results. His problem-solving methods are innovative, and he is undoubtedly a promising talent we need. Moreover, transferring him to District No. 3 High School would be a boon for his family. What can he possibly gain from studying in Chaqing County? Xiaoli held a low opinion of the educational standards in Chaqing County. Upon reaching Class 1 of the second year, Principal Shin paused outside the classroom. A few teachers stood outside, reviewing test papers from the recent Chinese language exam, which had been printed in excess by Fang Xinting. In a hushed tone, Principal Shin inquired, "Are you reviewing the Chinese test?" The teachers nodded, handing the papers to him. As a well-rounded educator who had taught every subject during his tenure in Dongshan due to a lack of staff, he immersed himself in the papers, momentarily forgetting the three individuals of little significance behind him. While everyone was engrossed in the test papers, no one attended to the trio from District No. 3 High School. After a few minutes, the impatient Xiaoli could no longer contain himself. What is going on here? Do you not see us standing here? We are from District No. 3 High School. Before Principal Shin could respond, Luo Gang, already irate, retorted, "There is an examination underway. Keep your voices down." Xiaoli scoffed. What value does the County First High School's examination hold? Just because your County First High School is lacking does not mean District No. 3 High School is any better. As peers, we are merely competitors. Luo Gang, unrelenting, shot back. If you're so exceptional, why not compare yourself with the prestigious high schools in the capital rather than our County First High School? Are we merely competing in mediocrity? Principal Shin initially intended to commend Luo Gang with a thumbs up, but upon hearing the phrase competing in mediocrity, he retracted his gesture and shot an admonishing glare at Luo Gang. Xiaoli immediately countered, "The enrollment rates of our District No. 3 High School and your County First High School speak for themselves. It is clear who excels and who falters." In terms of sharp retorts, Luo Gang found himself outmatched by Xiaoli. He glared but could not muster a response. A teacher interjected. "Our Gu Xiangyuan has achieved a commendable second place in a personal competition. Soon, he will no longer be a student of your County First High School." Xiaoli let out a derisive laugh. Seeing his audacity, Teacher Wang from District No. 3 could not help but pull him back. "Perhaps you should refrain from speaking so freely. Am I incorrect?" Xiaoli replied. "As long as we from District No. 3 extend an olive branch, students will surely be tempted. Our institution guarantees enrollment rates. What does the County First High School offer? A guarantee to finish last every year?" As he spoke, he erupted into laughter. This loud laughter and the ensuing dispute disturbed the students inside the classroom, who were diligently working on their test papers. Everyone raised their heads to gaze outside. Fang Xinting coughed gently, reminding them, "During the examination, your focus should solely be on the paper. Whether it thunders or rains outside, you ought not to hear or see it. Concentrate on the test and continue writing." He surveyed the examination room and methodically closed the open windows. The external noise diminished, and the students redirected their attention to their papers. Rather than stepping outside, Fang Xinting returned to the podium to continue grading the Chinese language test papers. Before long, 15 minutes had elapsed, and one by one, the students submitted their papers. Fang Xinting permitted them to take a break. He gathered the test papers into a cardboard box and carried it out of the classroom. Just as he exited, a young man named Xiaoli intercepted him, demanding, "Where is Gu Xiangyuan? Haven't come out to see us." Meanwhile, Gu Xiangyuan, who had been the subject of their interest, was conversing with Xie, the student who ranked second in the class. "Did you manage to solve all the problems? I found a few quite perplexing. It's so frustrating." A few members of the math team approached, inquiring about how many problems they had solved. Xie shook her head, expressing, "I feel like my academic performance has improved. But the questions posed by Teacher Fang are particularly challenging." "Indeed, I share that sentiment," several members of the math team concurred. Conversely, Those who had not participated in the math team wore expressions of despair, lamenting, "We can't solve many of these problems." The first mock exam was quite simple. "Why is this one so difficult?" Gu Xiangyuan furrowed his brow, asserting, "This is unexpected. I studied diligently at home. We must not be striving hard enough or taking this seriously." He Mei Feng reflected on the questions on the test and, with determination, declared, "I've made a decision. From now on, aside from restroom breaks, I shall not leave the classroom." "I have decided the same," Xiaoyu replied emphatically. "So have I," echoed the students of the math team. "We all feel the same." The students in the class clenched their fists, vowing to excel in the next mock examination. They were all youthful, with a fierce spirit of competition ignited within them today. Gu Xiangyuan bent over his paper, pondering the problem he could not solve. "Who has managed to solve this one?" He Mei Feng leaned over to take a look. "I solved it." "Quickly. Tell us how you did it." Upon hearing that He Mei Feng had found the solution, Gu Xiangyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The other students crowded closer, urging, "Hurry. Share the thought process you used." Under the collective hopeful gaze of her peers, He Mei Feng felt a blush rise to her cheeks, but with a deep breath, she summoned her courage. "Do you all remember the auxiliary line mantra that Teacher Fang taught us?" "Yes, yes." They all nodded in agreement. Even those who had not attended the summer tutoring class had memorized the two mantras upon returning to school. He Mei Feng recited one of the mantras. "I felt that 2 auxiliary lines were insufficient, so I added another, and then I was able to calculate the answer." "Oh, you added an auxiliary line?" Gu Xiangyuan paused in surprise, then bent his head to work through the calculations. The other students also picked up their pens and paper, eager to solve the problem. As she calculated, she murmured the mnemonic verses for auxiliary lines. Indeed, it was as such. Xiaoyu swiftly arrived at the solution, exclaiming softly in astonishment that just one more line would suffice. "Mei Feng, you are truly remarkable." Xiaoyu excitedly grasped He Mei Feng's shoulders and shook her gently. He Mei Feng had never received such praise before, and her cheeks flushed with shyness. At that moment, Gu Xiangyuan had just completed his calculations, feeling a tumult of emotions within. He Mei Feng had managed to solve the problem during the exam, and Xiaoyu was able to deduce the answer immediately upon hearing about the auxiliary line. His pace in solving problems did not match Xiaoyu's swiftness. The position of county's top scholar seemed precariously threatened. Just then, the young Li entered the room. "Who is Gu Xiangyuan?" "I am from District 3. Lost in his self-reproach, Gu Xiangyuan slammed his pencil onto the table upon hearing Li's words, indignantly retorting, "Who would wish to attend District 3? Chapter 70. Fang Xinting confronts. Old Neo scores with a header as Xiaoyu and He Mei Feng appeared to surpass him. Gu Xiangyuan pondered that attending District No. 3 high school would only hinder his academic performance. Moreover, Shaoli had not engaged with him as an equal, treating him as if he were less than human. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Gu Xiangyuan glared at Shaoli. Shaoli, taken aback for a moment, suppressed his anger and introduced District No. 3. Our school boasts a long-standing history, with 5 university placements each year. If you perform well in the provincial selection, university is within reach. Gu Xiangyuan interrupted him. "I am merely a few points behind your top student. I can gain admission to university through my own efforts. You may have performed well in the exam, but overall, you do not compare to Kong Yuandi," Shaoli replied. "Once you join us at District Number 3, you will quickly catch up to him." "Is my success merely a stroke of luck? Are you suggesting it has nothing to do with my academic abilities?" Gu Xiangyuan pressed his lips together, his demeanor growing colder. "I will not attend District Number 3, so abandon that hope. At County Number 1 High School, you will not find any advantage for your future. You will realize this when you fail to gain university admission," Shaoli retorted, his irritation evident. "Even if I do not gain admission, I will not attend District Number 3. Gu Xiangyuan scoffed. "Our County Number 1 has 5 university placements, while your District No. 3 does not." Shaoli laughed derisively. "In other words, no matter how well you perform, you must compete for the limited university spots. At our District Number 3, as long as your scores suffice, you are guaranteed admission." Gu Xiangyuan narrowed his eyes. "Then I shall secure the provincial first place." I refuse to believe that such an achievement would not lead to university admission. Just as Shaoli was about to respond, Fang Xinting, at the classroom door, clapped enthusiastically. "Well said. On the path of education, what we need is unwavering courage and the tenacity to never yield in the face of adversity." Before Shaoli could interject, Fang Xinting continued, "We must all learn from Gu Xiangyuan. Gaining university admission is our ultimate goal. For this objective, we must exhibit both courage and determination. Teacher Fang, I believe you have overlooked something," Xiao Li interjected slyly. At county number 1, there are no assigned university placements. You can only compete for the remaining spots. Fang Xinting recognized that Xiao Li was not lying. This was a feature of the current era. Each year, the number of university placements per province is fixed and largely claimed by prestigious high schools. Due to the relatively underdeveloped educational resources in the Yunxia region, the Provincial Education Bureau allocates only 10 placements each year, with 5 designated for the key district number 3 high school. The remainder is distributed to the public. Schools with higher student scores can compete for these spots. This is precisely why everyone strives to attend prestigious high schools. They offer a guarantee of advancement. However, Gu Shengyuan mused, what difficulty is this? As long as his students exceed the cutoff score, he could not fathom a scenario where those universities would overlook them. Even if the universities collectively turned a blind eye, he could always submit articles to national newspapers. In due course, the title shall read, Provincial Gaokao Top Scorer Refuses Offers from Tsinghua and Peking University to Return Home for Farming. The content will narrate the story of the Provincial Gaokao top scorer who, due to a lack of university admissions from their school, was turned away by prestigious institutions. It shall be crafted into a sensational news article that shakes the very foundations of society. At that time, the institution monopolizing university placements will face disgrace, while the reputation of the school will be irrevocably tarnished. For an educator with decades of experience immersed in the field, the absence of university admissions is hardly a concern. Indeed, it is of little consequence. He possesses numerous methods to elevate the reputation of his students, as well as various strategies to align teachers nationwide with his vision. Thus, Fang Xinting was not the least bit perturbed. Although there were no opportunities in the past, there will be in the future. Can one truly assert that what is spoken into existence will indeed manifest? Xiao Li scoffed. Thank you for the compliment. When I say there is, there is. Fang Xinting continued to chuckle, arrogant. Fang Xinting is so arrogant. Today, Xiao Li has truly broadened his horizons. If anyone from your school manages to gain admission to a university, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head. It is one thing to indulge in such vulgarity, but it is quite another to subject us to the ensuing distaste. Fang Xinting chuckled softly. If my students achieve or surpass the cutoff for the college entrance examination, I expect you to display several banners at the entrance of the district number 3 middle school. They must bear my specified words. Congratulations to a certain student from Chongqing County number 1 high school for being denied admission to university despite achieving an impressive score, attending district No. 3 middle school is imperative. Otherwise, no matter how well one performs, university remains an elusive dream. You are destined to be associated with the college entrance examination score threshold, yet remain unrelated to the 3rd secondary school of the region, which ultimately severs your connection to the university. Failing to meet the score requirement is inconsequential. For each year, we possess 5 slots designated for the direct admission of underperforming students into university. Alas, whether it be teachers or students, upon hearing such words, they burst into laughter. Teacher Fang appears delicate and gentle, clearly someone with a good temperament. However, it is surprising to discover that he possesses a talent for delivering scathing remarks. Allowing District 3 Middle School to display such banners would undoubtedly tarnish its reputation. If you refrain from putting up these banners, I shall gladly spend money to hire several elderly gentlemen and ladies, all over 80 years of age, to stand at your school's entrance with banners, ensuring their presence from June to October. Fang Xinting curled his lips in a smile. Drive me away? I fear not a soul. The old folks are precisely worried about finding someone to care for them in their twilight years. When the time comes, I shall simply lie down on the ground, and I wonder who among you would dare to approach? You are exceedingly arrogant. The young man, Xiao Li, has indeed encountered a formidable opponent, rendering him speechless with indignation. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Li pointed at Teacher Wang and inquired, do you recognize who this is? He is the mathematics instructor of Kong Yuanti and Kong Miao, a distinguished teacher in our region who has previously published articles on education in the regional daily. Fang Xinting is aware of Teacher Wang, renowned as the ace educator of the 3rd high school in the district, a guarantee for university admission. However, as Fang Xinting's remarkable rise unfolded, Teacher Wang gradually lost his status as the preeminent educator. In a previous life, he was merely a defeated rival. And upon their reunion in this life, Fang Xinting merely nodded in acknowledgement. Being a teacher requires more than mere self-promotion. It demands genuine expertise. With a triumphant smile, Xiao Li inquired, have you ever published an article in the regional daily? Are you capable of writing articles? Little Li, consumed by his own pride, remained oblivious to the sympathetic gazes of all the teachers directed towards him. An article published in the regional daily? What significance does that hold? Fang Xinting has graced the pages of the Xinzhou Education Journal. It is hardly comparable in stature. After listening to the ruckus for a while, old Nyoto's face flushed with indignation as he turned and dashed out to retrieve the remittance slip and letters. Upon hearing little Li's words, which stunned the entire assembly, Principal Hu of District Number 3 adjusted his attire and commenced a momentous speech. Well, the publication of articles is but a facade. What truly matters is that our District Number 3. At this juncture, old Nyoto, panting heavily, rushed back in with a particularly resonant voice. Teacher Fang. The remittance slip from the Xinzhou Education Journal has arrived. Moreover, the chief editor of their journal has penned a letter for you. And a certain Guan Qinghua has also written to you. Oh dear. The envelope even bears the salutation respectfully yours. TSK to SK. How polite the people from the capital are. Old Nyoto entered the classroom, cradling the letters in his hands with an exaggerated expression. What? Remuneration from the Xinzhou Education Journal? Guan Qinghua? The chief editor of the Xinzhou Education Journal? The three individuals from District Number 3 simultaneously turned their heads, utterly astonished as they gazed at old Nyoto. Chapter 71. Principal Hu. There are no good people in Chaqing County. The names of Xinzhou Education Newspaper, Editor-in-Chief Liu, and Guan Qinghua may not be particularly familiar. But when associated with the esteemed position of Editor-in-Chief at the newspaper, they are indeed renowned. In the hierarchy of the publication, the role of Editor-in-Chief is typically held by either the president or someone of equal standing, thus wielding considerable influence. It is commonly anticipated that the Editor-in-Chief will ascend to the presidency. Such a figure, writing to Fang Xinting, Guan Qinghua had represented teachers at a conference held in March of this year. Now, these three names are inexplicably linked to Fang Xinting. The three individuals from District 3 were astounded. Mr. Fang, have you published another article? Luo Gang approached, glancing at the remittance slip in Lao Nyoto's hand. 6 yuan? Is this your payment for a 1,000-character piece? 6 yuan per 1,000 characters? The trio from District 3 was once again taken aback. In 1980, the National Publishing Bureau established new remuneration standards, raising the payment for original works to 3 to 10 yuan per 1,000 characters, and translation works to 2 to 7 yuan per 1,000 characters, while also reinstating payment based on print runs. Securing 6 yuan per 1,000 characters is no small feat. Only well-known individuals or frequent contributors can attain such compensation. How could Fang Xinting possibly receive 6 yuan for every 1,000 characters? The young Li, somewhat incredulous, leaned in to scrutinize the remittance slip. Lao Nyoto generously displayed it to him, saying, Your District 3 is quite impressive. Surely you can also submit to Xinzhou Education Newspaper and earn remuneration, right? Teacher Wang must be able to secure 10 yuan per 1,000 characters, no? Li clenched his fist, though he dared not speak. Lao Nyoto waved the remittance slip once more, then smiled as he handed it to Fang Xinting. Mr. Fang, please keep this. With that, Lao Nyoto gracefully exited the classroom, walking with an air of pride. Teacher Wang appeared to have recalled something. His face lighting up with surprise. You are the one who wrote about methods to enhance student attention, Mr. Fang? Fang Xinting replied calmly, That is indeed me. Mr. Fang. It truly is you? How wonderful. I have ideas about education as well, and I would like to discuss with you. Just as Teacher Wang was about to shake hands with Fang Xinting and share his educational insights, he was abruptly halted by Li, observing Principal Hu, whose face had turned a shade resembling that of a liver. Li feigned seriousness as he glanced at his wrist. Principal. You still need to report to the District Education Bureau. I believe the time is approaching, so shall we? Principal Hu cleared his throat. Class time is almost upon us. We must not disturb the students. Very well, let us return for now, Li urged everyone. Do not block the door. Our principal has pressing matters. The other teachers, wearing bemused expressions, stepped aside. After you, Principal. Li bowed respectfully. Principal Hu led the way, while he guided Teacher Wang behind him. Teacher Wang turned to Fang Xinting. Mr. Fang, we shall connect another day. Fang Xinting smiled faintly. Perhaps we shall have the opportunity. To ensure we stay in touch, Mr. Fang, Teacher Wang implored, gazing intently at him. Stay in touch? What a laugh. A slap resounded across the face. Today, it was unwise to accompany Teacher Wang outside. Shally tugged at Teacher Wang, forcibly dragging him toward the door. The three individuals from District 3 departed in disgrace, and a wave of jubilation erupted within the classroom. Luo Gang exclaimed, Splendid. You truly brought honor to our County No. 1 high school. Principal Shen pressed his lips together. suppressing a smile, and assumed an air of authority, declaring, "Indeed, quite impressive." As the time for class approached, Fang Xinting called out, "Let us step outside first to clear the classroom." Once the teachers vacated the room, the students erupted in astonishment. Did I just see correctly? Teacher Fang delivered a resounding slap to District 3. Teacher Fang is remarkable. Is the Shenzhou Education Journal truly superior to the District Daily? Not just superior, it's on another level entirely. Guxiang Yuan made a resolution. I must inform my father to subscribe to this journal henceforth. Indeed, if you subscribe, we can all read it in class. Many students came from modest backgrounds and lacked the means to subscribe to a newspaper. Once my father subscribes, I will bring it to class as our class newspaper. Guxiang Yuan took this lightly. Seizing the moment, the students hurried to the restroom, returning in haste to commence the next lesson. Fang Xinting found himself encircled by numerous teachers eager to glimpse the letter penned by Chief Editor Liu. Teacher Fang, we have never received a letter from the chief editor. Please allow us to behold it. Fang Xinting pondered that the letter likely contained no secrets and consequently agreed. I shall read it first. All right, go ahead. Everyone's attention shifted to the remittance slip, which bore an air of sophistication unlike any other. One teacher chuckled, reflecting on its elegance. Fang Xinting opened the letter. Chief Editor Liu's correspondence comprised only a single page, devoid of any confidential content. It merely discussed current educational methodologies and continued to solicit contributions from Fang Xinting. He handed the letter to Principal Shen, saying, "Principal, take a look." After perusing it, Principal Shen savored the news as if relishing a fine aged wine. "Continued solicitation for your contributions, inviting you to be a special guest writer. Excellent. Excellent. Once you receive the receipt, please hand me the remittance slip. I shall place it on my desk." The principal's countenance radiated with joy, his pride soaring. Very well. Fang Xinting then turned his attention to Guan Qinghua's letter, which was noticeably thicker and contained her years of teaching experiences. These insights from a prestigious high school in the capital were invaluable for learning. Guan Qinghua's innovative approach encompassed numerous principles that Fang Xinting had toiled to grasp. "I am truly humbled." Fang Xinting sighed softly. He merely benefited from a second chance at life. In his previous existence, he had been entangled with Fang Juemi, lacking the time to devote to teaching. In contrast, Guan Qinghua had already systematically summarized her educational experiences, benefiting her students. Upon hearing Fang Xinting's gentle sigh, Principal Shen felt a twinge of reflection. Fang Xinting has already proven to be exceptional, yet he remains humble. Youth is indeed a treasure, imbued with an indomitable courage to face challenges without retreat. Principal Shen chuckled softly. As the trio from District 3 stepped out of the gates of County No. 1 middle school, they found themselves momentarily bewildered. Young Li stood obediently behind Principal Hu, uttering not a single word. Reflecting on the recent events at the school, Principal Hu turned to Young Li and inquired, "Do you believe that Teacher Fang would truly invite the elderly to hang banners at our school gate?" Upon noticing that the principal's concern lay here rather than with the absence of Guxiang Yuan, Young Li breathed a sigh of relief, responding, "He dares. Leave this matter to me. I assure you, nothing will go awry." Principal Hu nodded thoughtfully. "Let us proceed to the bus station to purchase tickets back to the district. He shall not return to Chaqing County again. Never again. Fang Xinting. I shall remember this name, inscribing it in my little notebook to cherish for a lifetime." Chapter 72. The League must secure ranking. The typewriter at the county garment factory sent off several teachers who were reading letters, and Fang Xinting began to grade the examination papers. Upon completing the grading, Fang Xinting contemplated the mathematics competition. Since the establishment of the dual-track system of humanities and sciences in 1981, it has persisted until 1994. In 1983, the National Unified Standard was set, with a vocational line at 390, excluding foreign language scores, a general undergraduate line at 420, and a key institution line at 450. The total score for science students in 1983 was 690, while that for humanities students was 640. The disparity between total scores and college entrance examination thresholds reflects the students' capabilities. On average, this translates to approximately 70 points in each subject. Essentially, achieving a passing score suffices for admission to a prestigious institution. Viewed from a contemporary perspective, this seems utterly implausible. Nevertheless, many students still fail to meet this score. The primary reason for the students' underperformance lies with the teachers. Given Fang Xinting's expertise, if he were to teach the second-year Class 1 for another year, approximately one-third of the students could reach the college entrance examination threshold, leading to a significant improvement in their academic performance. However, time is of the essence. The provincial selection competition is imminent. With such limited time, what ranks can the students possibly achieve? Recalling the disdain and neglect he faced today from the third middle school of the district, Fang Xinting felt a surge of urgency and indignation within him. The more others looked down upon him, the harder he resolved to strive. With the fruits of hard work, one can shatter the faces of those individuals. After contemplating, Fang Xinting proceeded to the reception room to fetch some water, saying, "Old Nyoto, thank you for your earlier assistance. Had it not been for old Nyoto's impeccable support, he would have struggled to confront the individuals from District Number 3. Old Nyoto burst into hearty laughter. "Teacher Fang, you are not only bringing honor to our school, but also enhancing the reputation of our entire Chongqing County." Upon hearing their words, I felt a deep-seated irritation. Meanwhile, Principal Shen received a phone call and hurriedly departed for the Education Bureau. Upon arrival, he rushed into Director Huang Qingji's office, exclaiming, "Old Huang, are the claims you made over the phone true or false? Will English be counted towards the total score based on its original grading? Will it become a mandatory subject? Will Russian no longer be assessed? The original score being included in the total score refers to the marks obtained on the paper being counted directly towards the overall score, akin to a core subject in the college entrance examination. English, as a subject, was not included in the total score from 1978. In 1979, it accounted for 10, rising to 30 in 1980, 50 in 1981, and 70 in 1982, culminating in a full 100 by 1983. This represents a progressive advancement. English was not a compulsory subject and was previously an elective. Languages such as English, Russian, Japanese, German, French, and Spanish could be freely chosen during the college entrance examination registration. Currently, most teachers possess at least a basic understanding of Russian, thus making it the predominant foreign language taught. The thought of English becoming a compulsory subject in the future leaves Principal Shen bewildered. What on earth is happening? Principal Shen lost his temper. For the time being, where can one find an English teacher? The decision above is unavoidable. Huang Qingji closed the door and suggested that you submit your application first. When an English teacher becomes available, it will be convenient to send it to your school. Principal Shen sighed. "All right. I shall return and pin it down." He recounted to Huang Qingji the incident of the third middle school in the district slipping away today. Huang Qingji listened, dumbfounded, and took a moment to respond. "Teacher Fang has published another article?" Upon witnessing Huang Qingji's expression, Principal Shen felt a sense of relief and reiterated the letter from Editor-in-Chief Liu. It was an invitation for Teacher Fang to become a special contributor, with a long-term arrangement for submissions, and the remuneration had increased to 6 yuan per 1,000 words. 6 yuan per 1,000 words? Director Huang gasped, envy evident in his eyes. Such a price? It truly stirs envy. This also indirectly reflected the high caliber of Teacher Fang Xinting's writing. "Do you know Guanxihua?" Principal Shen dropped another bombshell. "I do not." Huang Qingji shook his head. "She is the teacher from a prominent high school in the capital who spoke at the conference this year." With this hint, Huang Qingji immediately recognized her. "What about her?" "She is married to Editor-in-Chief Liu and has also written to Teacher Fang. In her letter, she shared her years of teaching experience for exchange," Principal Shen said with pride. "Teaching experience? That is invaluable," Huang Qingji murmured, his envy deepening. "The China Education newspaper is soliciting manuscripts? I am utterly envious." After some more conversation, Huang Qingji rose. "I must visit Director Mao. Is he still in the hospital? Has he regained consciousness?" Principal Shen inquired casually. "He has long woken up, but he walks a bit unsteadily." Huang Qingji lowered his voice. "He is afraid to be discharged. Afraid to return to work. Ha ha ha. It is said that kicking a man when he is down is the act of a villain, yet it feels so satisfying." Huang Qingji yearned to visit Director Mao thrice a day. "Delightful." Principal Shen chuckled and walked out of the office alongside him. Upon reaching the stairway, a group of young people were discussing a piece of gossip. "Lost? When did this happen?" "They said the typewriter was gone when they went to retrieve it from the typing room today." "Have they reported it?" "They should have. The storage room was too careless." Huang Qingji cleared his throat. "What has gone missing?" The young individuals stood at attention, responding with smiles. "The typewriter from the county garment factory's valuable items storage room has been lost." "A typewriter has gone missing?" Huang Qingji raised an eyebrow, pondering how such a valuable item could be so poorly safeguarded. "Exactly. The personnel from the county garment factory storage room will surely face consequences for this. Enough of discussing this outside. It may lead to trouble." Huang Qingji waved the young ones off. How could something as crucial as a typewriter go missing? Principal Shen shook his head. Having seen through it all, it must be an inside job. Perhaps there is collusion to sell the typewriter. Do not speak recklessly. Huang Xingji glanced around, lowering his voice. Keep matters that do not concern you to yourself. Understood. I shall not speak out of turn. Principal Shen nudged Huang Xingji. You are indeed wise. I must learn from you in the future. Go away and stop poking around. Huang Xingji, filled with disdain, shifted to the side. When we were in middle school, we used to share a bunk bed. Principal Shen cast a resentful glance at Huang Xingji. I shall never forget the moment when you fell from the upper bunk, the bedboard suddenly breaking, nearly sending you crashing into my arms. Huang Xingji gritted his teeth and said, Keep your distance. Do you realize you almost became the avenger of my child's father? Chapter 73. Seeking assistance from Tang Song to investigate the typewriter after completing the exam papers, Fang Xinting took a leisurely stroll to Tang Song's office. The staff were already aware that Tang Song's recent publication was largely due to Fang Xinting's efforts, and they greeted him with smiles. Tang Song glanced at the clock. Is it time to dismiss class? Shall we dine together? Perhaps another day. I must return shortly. I wish to discuss something with you. I managed to acquire a typewriter on Sunday. It strikes me as exceedingly peculiar that such a typewriter appeared at the scrap station. After much contemplation, Fang Xinting concluded that in order to accomplish the task regarding the typewriter, he must enlist Tang Song's aid. Tang Song paused mid-action while lighting a cigarette, interrupting Fang Xinting. Let us converse outside. Exiting the main office, Tang Song led him to an unoccupied interrogation room. Please recount to me in detail how you came by the typewriter. Tang Song produced paper and pen to document the information. Fang Xinting earnestly recounted the events of Sunday. I initially intended to search for some treasures. Upon hearing Fang Xinting's account, Tang Song furrowed his brow. Many valuable items have gone missing from the county garment factory storage room. They have filed a report. And several suspects from the storage room are currently detained for questioning. I suspect that what you purchased may be stolen goods. Tang Song had Fang Xinting sign a statement. If this indeed relates to the case, you will have unwittingly granted me a favor. Once I clarify the matter, I will request that this case be assigned to me. With a laugh, Tang Song added, Do not share this with anyone. I will first inquire about the situation at the scrap station. Ensure the typewriter is secured. Do not dispose of the box. After seeing Fang Xinting off, Tang Song proceeded to the scrap station. Presenting his identification, he inquired, On Sunday, did someone purchase a typewriter here for 5 yuan? A typewriter? The staff at the scrap station were taken aback. Comrade, are you saying that the item in that box was a typewriter? I truly believed it to be scrap metal. I acquired it as waste. Otherwise, feel free to check our records. Recalling Fang Xinting's courageous act of saving others, the scrap station staff spoke favorably of him. He is a commendable comrade. He saved the lives of several dock workers. Today, you must not disclose anything regarding the records I have reviewed. Otherwise, you will be considered an accomplice. Tang Song stated as he placed the scrap station's records into his case file. He then returned to the county bureau. Opening the records from the scrap station, he meticulously compared the details. After closing the case file, Tang Song rushed to the director's office. Director, please assign me the case from the county garment factory. Given the current lack of personnel, one officer is effectively handling the duties of 10. The director, troubled by the incessant calls from the garment factory, was overjoyed to hear this. Are you available? Wonderful. Take it, take it. This factory has been calling me 8 times a day. It's truly relentless. Tang Song signed his name on the case file, thus claiming it. A subtle smile crept across his face. During evening study, Fang Xinting announced the scores. This time, the results had generally improved compared to the last assessment. After the students received their papers, Fang Xinting divided the blackboard with chalk, dedicating one half to the language exam and the other to mathematics. Let us examine these questions with a notably high error rate. Fang Xinting commenced his lecture. Luo Gang, accompanied by several teachers, entered through the back door and settled into the last row. With notebooks unfurled, they diligently began to take notes. As Fang Xinting delved deeper into the subject matter, an enigmatic sensation arose within Luo Gang. He felt as though he were traversing a narrow, dimly lit alley, with Fang Xinting serving as the illuminating beacon overhead, instantly broadening his perspective. Numerous previously insurmountable problems were resolved during this listening session. Although he had previously attended lectures by teacher Gui, he had never experienced such an epiphany. Fang Xinting's pedagogical prowess surpassed that of teacher Gui by a considerable margin. Luo Gang composed himself and focused on his notes. Upon exiting the classroom, Fang Xinting walked alongside Luo Gang. Teacher Luo, we will be discussing the new curriculum tomorrow, he announced, casting an expectant glance at Luo Gang. Luo frequently attended these sessions, earning a substantial number of accolades. It would be splendid if he could also attend during the daytime in the future. A new curriculum? Are you progressing so rapidly? Luo Gang inquired, somewhat astonished. Fang Xinting nodded, his eyes sparkling with implication. Our class is advancing at a quicker pace than others. To keep up with our progress, you must attend the lectures. However, Luo Gang's thoughts drifted elsewhere. With a new curriculum being introduced in Class 1 tomorrow, it was evident that their class would struggle to catch up. It would be wiser to first digest today's knowledge and then return for another session. Having considered the matter thoroughly, Luo Gang bid farewell to Fang Xinting, stating, I must take my leave. I will not attend tomorrow's lecture. I need to catch up with our class's progress first. Thank you, Teacher Fang, for your exceptional teaching these past few days. What? Fang Xinting responded, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he glanced back at the other teachers, who were also eager to return home and organize their notes, hastily departing. Alas, this truly was a case of complicating matters. Had he known it would turn out this way, he would have refrained from uttering those words. With a sigh, Fang Xinting rode his bicycle back to Xinghuling. Xinghuling was tranquil, with only the village dogs greeting him along the road. Sensing his familiar scent, several dogs wagged their tails and parted to let him pass. Fang Xinting retrieved a few steamed buns from his storage and tossed them towards the dogs, saying, Take good care of Xinghuling. The dogs swarmed around, devouring the buns eagerly while low growls accompanied their competition for food. The following morning, a promotional offer flashed across the screen. 10 cans of pork, accompanied by 2 stalks of asparagus. After preparing a dish with the asparagus, Fang Xinting steamed some buns, at which point He Meiling entered the kitchen. She appeared somewhat flustered. Teacher Fang, I overslept. Not at all. I simply rose earlier today, he replied, tossing the remaining stalk of asparagus to Xiao Kong, who promptly began munching on it. He Meiling glanced at Xiao Kong and remarked, Teacher Fang, I could actually forage for wild vegetables for Xiao Kong. Eating wild vegetables? Such a statement startled Fang Xinting. Xiao Kong did not consume wild greens. Some vegetables and fruits sufficed, and there was no need for her to forage. When I was at home, I also had to forage for wild vegetables every day. He Meiling was diligently wiping the stove with a cloth when Fang Xinting inquired, What do you usually eat at home? With her head bowed, He Meiling replied, We typically subsist on cornmeal accompanied by some wild vegetables. Is this the case for every household in Qingshan village? Fang Xinting furrowed his brow. He Meiling nodded. In the village, we are obligated to pay the 3 proposals and 5 regulations, which amounts to over 100 yuan each year. If we do not economize, our families will be left destitute. Fang Xinting had indeed forgotten that farmers were still subjected to such burdens. It was not until the turn of the millennium that these requirements were abolished. His father-in-law, Jian Hongyang, had experienced this firsthand. After a year of arduous labor as a carpenter, he had to surrender half of his earnings. The plight of farmers is truly heart-wrenching. Chapter 74, Principal Shen's argument with his brother-in-law, instigated by Teacher Lu following the morning self-study session. The next class was a Chinese language lesson. Through preliminary assessments, Fang Xinting had adeptly grasped the students' learning progress and weaknesses, making his teaching more fluid and confident. The subsequent mathematics class was scheduled for after 10 o'clock. So Fang Xinting returned to his small office to prepare the exercise booklet. Principal Shenzong knocked and entered with a smile. Teacher Fang, are you busy? Principal, is there something you need? Fang Xinting quickly offered a seat to Principal Shen. Nothing urgent. I just wanted to take a look at the problems you've set. Principal Shen sat down and picked up the mathematics questions Fang Xinting had prepared the previous day. Noticing the principal examining the problems, Fang Xinting continued his work on the exercise booklet. After a short while, Principal Shen's thoughts began to wander. Next year, there will be an English examination. Where am I going to find an English teacher? He had already inquired, and even District No. 3 only had 2 English teachers, one for junior high and one for senior high. Lost in contemplation, Principal Shen took the mathematics test paper and exited the room. Upon returning to his office, Gu Dazhang awaited him at the door. Dazhang, is there something on your mind? Principal Shen opened the door. Gu Dazhang closed the office door and spoke urgently. District number 3 just called me. District number 3? Principal Shen's mind shifted from thoughts of the English teacher as he squinted at Gu Dazhang. Are you referring to the matter of Xiang Yuan attending district number 3? So you are aware? Gu Dazhang's face revealed a hint of pride. Their principal called me, asking for my son to enroll. Just think about it. What a significant favor that is for me. As his brother-in-law praised district number 3 in his presence, Principal Shen's expression turned icy. Are you intending for Xiang Yuan to attend District Number 3? I came to ask for your opinion, Gu Dazhang pressed, leaning on the desk with urgency. What do you think? Should he go? Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Principal Shen chose to focus on the practical concerns of the student before coming to me. Did you consult Xiang Yuan? Why would I ask him? Once the transfer is processed, I'll simply inform him when it's time to start school, Gu Dazhang dismissed. What if Xiang Yuan refuses to go? What if he develops a sense of resistance? Principal Shen frowned, gazing at his brother-in-law. He is currently in his second year of high school. Transferring schools at this stage is perilous. If this leads to a disdain for learning, it would be a grave mistake. Moreover, do you understand how District Number 3 perceives Xiang Yuan? They view him as a mere commodity. Gu Dazhang raised an eyebrow and chuckled. To have the opportunity to attend District Number 3, isn't that a stroke of fortune for him? Principal who has already assured me that they will reserve a spot for him at university. As for their attitude, they are a key high school. They certainly possess that confidence. When I attended a meeting at the province, those factory directors did not even spare me a glance. Principal Shen's frown deepened. I graduated from a vocational school and began teaching, having encountered thousands of children. Adolescents are inherently impulsive. If we provoke a sense of rebellion in him, it will be too late for regrets. A university spot, you say? Principal Shen scoffed coldly. Students are judged by their academic performance. If Xiang Yuan fails to meet the college entrance examination threshold, can Principal Hu secure his admission to university? Are you aware of the fierce competition in the college entrance examination in our Central South Province? Have you forgotten that Xiang Yuan is about to participate in the provincial selection competition? At this moment, you should not disturb his studies or distract him. Am I not acting in his best interest? I am his father. Would I harm him? Gu Dazhang's displeasure was evident. If Gu Dazhang refuses to heed advice, he will have his moments of regret. Principal Shen, already irritated by the English teacher's issues, waved his hand, indicating he had matters to attend to, and asked Gu Dazhang to leave. Gu Dazhang, feeling somewhat vexed, left with a stern expression. As he exited the principal's office, Teacher Lu approached with a smile. Director Gu. Here to see the principal? Gu Dazhang, annoyed with Teacher Lu, merely chuckled dryly and replied, I'm leaving. Teacher Lu, undeterred, pressed on. Director Gu, did you know? Teacher Fang Xinting prevented Gu Xiang Yuan from transferring to District 3 High School. This matter concerned his own son, prompting Gu Dazhang to pivot sharply. Fixing a penetrating gaze on Teacher Lu, demanding clarification. Teacher Lu vividly recounted the scene from that day. In conclusion, he added a pointed remark. If it weren't for Teacher Fang Xinting, your son would have been taken by District 3 High School that very day. Gu Dazhang's expression shifted rapidly, uncertainty creeping in as he questioned. Did Teacher Fang Xinting truly drive away the representatives from District 3? Teacher Lu, embellishing the tale, responded, Indeed. She did, and even mentioned rallying people to hang banners at District 3. Tell me, is this the behavior of a respectable individual? Upon finishing, he gazed at Gu Dazhang with a sense of triumph, anticipating an outburst directed at Fang Xinting. This was a significant obstruction to his son's path to university, a blockade so severe it was akin to a crime against a parent. Gu Dazhang's anger was justified. Chapter 75. The Transformation of Gu Dazhang. The price increase of the orchid upon encountering Gu Dazhang, who remained silent. Teacher Lu tentatively called out, Director Gu. Gu Dazhang glanced at Lu with a cold smirk, replying, Thank you. Lu was momentarily taken aback. Having gradually ascended from a technician to the position of director, Gu Dazhang was no fool. He would not have secured his position otherwise. If Lu had not spoken so provocatively, Gu would have genuinely considered forcing his son to transfer schools. After listening to Lu, Gu Dazhang keenly identified a troubling issue. After Fang Xinting had been dismissed, why did District 3 not exhibit any anger or seek revenge? Instead, they calmly called him, hoping to persuade him to facilitate his son's transfer. Fang Xinting was merely a fledgling university graduate with no discernible connections, who had recently made headlines due to a dispute over a job with his cousin. How could such an unestablished individual have driven them away, only for District 3 to swallow their pride? With this thought, Gu Dazhang turned and re-entered the principal's office. Seeing Gu Dazhang's return, Teacher Lu's lips curled into a smile. Let them fight. The more chaos, the more delight for me. As soon as he entered the office, Gu Dazhang inquired, Brother, how did Teacher Fang manage to drive District 3 away? Principal Shen looked at him with a bemused expression. What is the matter? Have you regretted your inquiries? Just tell me what Teacher Fang said that made District 3 endure such humiliation. Gu Dazhang approached, humbly offering a cigarette to the principal. A pack of peony, please. I want the premium kind. Principal Shen feigned authority, responding, all right, 1 pack. Gu Dazhang nodded eagerly. With a light tap on the desk, Principal Shen declared, this will suffice. What receipt? A remittance slip? Gu Dazhang observed the mere 6 yuan noted on it and let out a derisive laugh. I thought it was something substantial. Goodness. His face was etched with astonishment. Shenzhou Education newspaper? This is a national publication with a hefty annual subscription fee. No wonder Xiang Yuan urged me to subscribe. It turns out Teacher Fang has published an article. This is the second time. Principal Shun raised an eyebrow. Did you see the remuneration? 6 yuan per 1,000 words. Do you understand what that signifies? What does it signify? Gu Dazhang was genuinely perplexed. It signifies that Teacher Fang's writing is exceptional. 6 yuan per 1,000 words. Many educators only receive this rate. Principal Shen exhaled a puff of smoke, sneering. Do you still wish for Xiang Yuan to attend District 3? Does District 3 have a teacher capable of publishing in Shenzhou Education? He tossed the newspaper onto Gu Dazhang's desk. Open your eyes and see what's inside. Several suggestions for enhancing student interest in learning. Gu Dazhang swore again. Overwhelmed by the realization of the caliber required to have recommendations published in such a prominent newspaper. 6 yuan per 1,000 words? Gu Dazhang pondered. If he wrote 10,000 words, that would amount to 60 yuan. What if he wrote 100,000? 1,000,000 words? Oh my goodness. Is this really an article? This is about the bricks. I am quite busy today, so please excuse me. Principal Shun exuded the air of an elder brother, advising that henceforth, for trivial matters, he should be approached at home rather than at school. Do not forget the peony cigarettes. Indeed, I shall not forget. Gu Dachang finally recalled the dread of being at the mercy of his wife. Alas, upon returning home, he would surely face her wrath. The immediate priority was to locate his son and have him speak a few good words on his behalf. During class dismissal, Gu Xiangyuan spotted Gu Dachang waiting outside the classroom, his face cold as he approached. What is it? Ever since Gu Dachang had ingratiated himself, Gu Xiangyuan had refused to acknowledge him with a favorable expression. Gu Dachang spoke earnestly. Son, I just received a call from District Number 3, claiming they wish for you to transfer there. Gu Xiangyuan's demeanor soured, his tone frigid. You didn't agree, did you? I must warn you. If you dare suggest I attend District Number 3, I will drop out and never return to school. Indeed, the elder brother was not mistaken. Xiang Yuan held a strong aversion to District Number 3. Gu Dachang hastily shook his head. Son, how could I be that kind of person? As soon as I received the call, I was furious and scolded them. If they do not respect my son, they do not respect me. Gu Dachang reiterated. I gave them a piece of my mind. You agree that I was right to do so, don't you, son? Gu Xiangyuan's expression softened. You truly rejected them? Indeed, I did. Gu Dachang nearly swore an oath. Only then did Gu Xiangyuan bestow a smile upon his father. Good. Gu Dachang chuckled. Well, I had a minor disagreement with your uncle today. I fear he might report to your mother. He raised an eyebrow at Gu Xiangyuan, laden with implications. I'll have dinner at home. I will speak on your behalf. Gu Xiangyuan reciprocated. All right, my good son. Gu Dachang patted his son's shoulder, exclaiming, Ah, you've grown taller, soon surpassing me. He turned to leave but paused. Do not forget to mention this to your mother. I won't forget. Gu Xiangyuan smiled slightly. Gu Dachang felt a sense of relief. From a distance, Teacher Lu observed, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his lips. Once you consult your son, you will understand that Fang Xinting indeed prevented your son from transferring to District No. 3. Let the storm arise, Gu Dachang. Teacher Lu clenched his fist, feeling an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him. Dainyu delivered several newspapers, and after old Noto perused them, he pondered before seeking out Fang Xinting. Fang Xinting was diligently transcribing this year's mathematics examination paper. Hearing a knock, he casually responded, Come in. Old Noto approached, holding out a newspaper. Teacher Fang, my son just handed me this. Fang Xinting took it, discovering yet another article concerning the Changchun flower market. Has it risen to 2,000? Fang Xinting raised an eyebrow. The increase was quite remarkable. Old Noto's face shone with admiration. Teacher Fang, I am grateful I heeded your advice. I have not sold the clivia in my possession, or I would have suffered a loss. Just days prior, it was priced at 1,000. Now it had escalated to 2,000. The magnitude of this price surge surpassed even that of gold. Thankfully, he had not sold it. Old Noto has increasingly come to admire Fang Xinting. I reiterate, my ideal price is around 20,000. Give or take a little. Once it reaches that price, I will make my move. Fang Xinting smiled. There is also a pot at my father-in-law's place. Do keep an eye out for me. All right. You can keep the newspaper here. Old Nyoto placed the newspaper with Fang Xinting and turned to leave. As the door clicked shut behind him, Fang Xinting resumed his silent writing of the exam paper. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a news article regarding foreign investment. A flicker of interest stirred within him. Just by registering a company in Hong Kong, one could obtain loans from banks in the mainland under the guise of business operations. This is what future generations would refer to as empty-handedly pulling a wolf out of thin air. What am I thinking? I am not cut out for business. Fang Xinting reined in his wandering thoughts and continued to write. Yet, he remained somewhat restless, his pen moving at a considerably slower pace. Turning his head, he gazed out the window at the sweltering summer, a vibrant scene of the flourishing 1980s. Two children, clad in patched clothing, passed by outside, conversing animatedly. The cafeteria has just steamed some buns. I heard they're made with white flour, one local grain ticket for 4 cents. Don't mention white flour buns anymore. Just don't. All right, I want tea, but I really want to taste a white flour bun. I, too, wish to savor the flavor of white flour. Being reborn and equipped with a system, he would undoubtedly become wealthy in the future. But what about those children? Their parents scrimped and saved to support their high school education, hoping they would gain admission to university. He may be the only hope for these children to attend college. What right does he have to be restless? Fang Xinting lowered his head and continued to write. The wind outside continued to blow, gradually settling into a serene calm. Chapter 76. Fang Jiumin's night visit surprised by dogs commences English lessons as he returned home from the evening study session. 3 cans were tied to the backseat of his bicycle, causing him to ride at a leisurely pace. Upon arriving home, the lights of Xinghua Ridge were extinguished, with only the village dogs greeting Fang Xinting along the way. Upon seeing him, they barked joyfully and wagged their tails. Fang Xinting tossed a few buns to them, instructing them to guard the house well. Inside the house, Jian Siqi was still awake, playing with little Yining. Why aren't you asleep? She inquired. Little Yining, now capable of recognizing people, excitedly waved her arms and kicked her legs upon seeing Fang Xinting. Jian Siqi placed Yining in Fang Xinting's arms, explaining. I purposely kept her awake to wait for your return. You left before dawn and came back only when it was pitch dark. She didn't have a chance to see you. Darling daughter. Fang Xinting carefully cradled his daughter, supporting her head and smiling at her. Sweetheart, call me daddy. Little Yining blinked and burst into giggles. Give daddy another smile. Fang Xinting continued to play with her. Xiao Kong jumped onto the table, squeaking and making faces, also trying to amuse little Yining. The room echoed with her laughter. After returning little Yining to Jian Siqi, he brought the 3 cans of meat inside. When your sisters-in-law come over tomorrow, have them take 2 cans home. Where did you procure these meat cans? Jian Siqi's eyes sparkled, recognizing their value. Fang Xinting beamed with pride. Isn't your man impressive? Praise me. The current meat cans were substantial, with 24 cans in a single case. The remaining 7. Fang Xinting intended to sell for some cash. After paying the accommodation and evening study fees for the 2 girls, he had little left. Fang Xinting considered her family at every turn, and Jian Siqi felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. After allowing Fang Xinting to play with their daughter for a while longer, she took little Yining back to the bedroom. After freshening up, Fang Xinting turned off the study room lights. The long night was quiet, with the entirety of Xinghua Ridge enveloped in tranquility. A few dogs nestled in Fang Xinting's yard slept soundly. Meanwhile, Fang Jiumin, unable to sleep in the dead of night, pondered over the piles of fabric in Fang Xinting's study. He stealthily left his home, but as he approached Fang Xinting's door, he heard low growls beneath his feet. Hesitating, he retreated. Seeing him leave, the dogs resumed their curled-up slumber, dreaming of Fang Xinting feeding them meat and buns. Fang Xinting was roused by the barking of the dogs, sitting up in bed. Through the crack of the yard door, he glimpsed Fang Jiumin's silhouette. He scoffed coldly. The next morning, a promotional announcement flashed. 2 pounds of pork, with a complimentary bottle of malt milk. After a hearty breakfast, Fang Xinting discovered he bustling about in the kitchen, her small figure illuminated by the dim light. After finishing his meal, he rode his bicycle out of the yard. The sky was a soft blue, and the air was fresh. The village dogs, spotting Fang Xinting, wagged their tails furiously at his departure. Fang Xinting smiled and pedaled forward. The students had already arrived, some dozing on their desks, others engaged in quiet conversation, while a few were absorbed in their reading. Upon the arrival of Fang Xinting, everyone promptly stood up and greeted, "Good morning, teacher." Fang Xinting smiled and replied, "Good morning, students. We will first engage in some physical exercise to invigorate ourselves, and then return for self-study." The physical exercise requires the guidance of the homeroom teacher. After completing the exercise, the students participate in morning reading, followed by continued self-study, which concludes at 7:30 a.m. The school cafeteria opens at 7:40 a.m., and at 8 o'clock a.m., there is a preparatory period, with the first official class commencing at 8:40 a.m. In reality, after breakfast, the students rest for a mere 10 minutes before entering the time slot for the first class. The second-year students are under immense academic pressure, leaving little room for rest. Leading the students through their exercises, Fang Xinting felt invigorated. The students, being youthful and full of energy, appeared lively and spirited after the exercise, which brought him joy. Approaching the first row of desks, he glanced at the textbooks laid out before the students and noticed that their English textbooks had hardly been opened, causing him to frown. Has the school still not secured an English teacher? If they fail to obtain one, the students' prospects for the college entrance examination could be jeopardized. Beginning next year, English will assert itself as a core subject, and neglecting it could cost them 100 points. Currently, the entire county's first high school only teaches Russian. While he cannot intervene with others, he deeply desires for the students in this class to gain admission to university. Reflecting on this, Fang Xinting rapped the podium to get the students' attention, instructing them to cease their reading. Let us open to the first page of the English textbook. The students were taken aback, but we do not take English. We only take Russian. Open to the first page of English, he reiterated, not intending to explain further. Turning to the blackboard, he wrote, "First page of English," and added, "I suspect many of you have not seen this year's English college entrance examination paper." He elaborated that the first question on the English exam involves phonetic transcription, requiring students to annotate words according to vowel sounds. The second question focuses on spelling, asking them to identify the incorrect words. The third question pertains to word definitions. "In my spare time, I will transcribe this year's English exam paper," he stated, writing as he spoke. After a brief moment of astonishment, the students realized that Fang Xinting was indeed serious about teaching them English, and they hurriedly opened new notebooks to take notes. English consists of only 26 letters. Today, we will learn how to pronounce these letters. Everyone, please read along with me. He began teaching the words using standard American English pronunciation. You must have seen anatomical diagrams of the mouth, haven't you? No? Well, let me illustrate. He explained the pronunciation of A, describing how the lips should curve downwards, the vocal cords vibrate, and the airflow passes unobstructed through the mouth. Unexpectedly, Fang Xinting discovered that the system, which typically does not award him points during self-study sessions, began to credit him with points as he commenced teaching English. Could it be that points are only awarded for teaching new material during morning and evening study sessions? Chapter 77. The incident caused by the typewriter. As Fang Xinting exited the classroom, the students put away their notes, feeling somewhat bewildered. Why did Teacher Fang suddenly start teaching English? They were unsure, but Teacher Fang certainly looked impressive while teaching. When he compared English to Russian, it seemed his pronunciation surpassed that of the Russian teacher. He could even draw anatomical diagrams. How remarkable! Teacher Fang was truly a polymath, capable of anything. Let us not dwell on this any longer. We should hurry to the cafeteria for lunch, or we'll go hungry, someone urged. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly grabbed their lunchboxes and dashed towards the dining hall. After breakfast, the students hurried back to the classroom, anticipating their first lesson. Little did they know that they were starting their English studies today. In the morning, Fang Xinting conducted 2 consecutive classes, one in Chinese and one in mathematics. Coupled with the English lesson, he accumulated 3 merit points. He planned to teach the students English during the morning and evening self-study sessions. By the time the school found an English teacher, the students would be able to catch up promptly. This way, he could earn 6 merit points in a single day. Meanwhile, Tang Tsong was interrogating the case. Lu Baoguan, the custodian of the county garment factory, swore, "I personally placed the typewriter in the storage room. And now it's gone. I have been a custodian for over a decade without ever losing anything. Why is it that once Jiang Siqi became the section chief, items began to disappear? There must be something amiss." After questioning Lu Baoguan, Tang Tsong proceeded to interrogate Jiang Siqi. Jiang was irate. "Lu Baoguan is slandering me. I have uncovered evidence of collusion between them to embezzle state property, which is why they stole the typewriter and pinned the blame on me." After interviewing both individuals, Tang Tsong thoughtfully tapped his pen, as if a flash of insight had struck him. With no time to change clothes, he hurried to County No. 1 high school to find Fang Xinting. The county bureau and the high school were merely a street apart, a short walk away. "Let us go check on the typewriter," Tang Tsong insisted, pulling Fang Xinting along urgently. Teacher Lu emerged from the office and witnessed a man in a white uniform dragging Fang Xinting away. With wide eyes, she turned to catch the attention of Luo Gang, who had just finished class. Teacher Fang has committed a crime and has been taken away. What? What? Luo Gang was taken aback. Soon, news of Fang Xinting being taken by the police spread throughout the school. Principal Shun was alarmed and rushed to his small office, only to find Fang Xinting absent. He then inquired at the reception desk, where Old Nyo, with a puzzled expression, confirmed. Teacher Fang indeed left in a police tricycle, but they seemed to be chatting and laughing, so it probably isn't serious. Principal Shun was equally confused. I'll make a phone call, as long as it's not a major case. I believe the county bureau leaders will show him some leniency. After making the call, Principal Shun returned to find Tang Song riding back with Fang Xinting to Xingwuling. Upon seeing Fang Xinting unexpectedly return during the day, Jian Siqi was taken aback. How come you? Then she turned and saw Tang Song. Stunned, Commissioner Tang? Tang Song chuckled softly, sister-in-law, we have come to fetch something. Fang Xinting entered the room to search for the typewriter. It's in the cardboard box. After inspecting it thoroughly, Tang Song felt reassured and smiled. Let us head back. The two of them worked together to load the typewriter into the sidecar. What has happened? Jian Siqi and Jiang Kaiyun rushed out together. As the matter pertained to Tang Song's case, Fang Xinting could not divulge any details. I am assisting with the case. Everything is fine. The more he withheld information, the more anxious Jian Siqi and Jiang Kaiyun became. What could possibly be the matter? Why had Commissioner Tang taken Xinting away? And Zhang approached. Everyone recognized Tang Song, and upon seeing Fang Xinting loaded into the sidecar, the entire Xingwuling was thrown into an uproar. Zuoqing dashed home, shouting excitedly. Fang Xinting has been taken away, taken away. Fang Baohua, deep in thought at home, leaped from his rocking chair. Is that true? Fang Juemin also emerged from the house. Are you certain he was taken? It's true. Commissioner Tang drove off with him in the sidecar. Zuoqing's face flushed with excitement. Surely he would be executed now. As the situation was dire, heaven has opened its eyes. That troublemaker Fang Xinting is finally going to be executed. Fang Baohua ground his teeth in anger. If it weren't for his siblings, your mother wouldn't be in prison. Fang Xinting was facing death? Fang Juemin danced with rage after raising him all these years. He shows no gratitude, and for the sake of 2 uncertain lives, he has caused my mother to go to jail. He deserves to die. Fang Juemin cursed loudly as he rushed out of the courtyard towards Fang Xinting's home. Fang Xinting, you caused my mother to go to prison. May you meet a dreadful end. Just as he spoke, Jiang Kaiyun emerged from the yard wielding a broom. You wretched creature. Jiang Kaiyun swung the broom at Fang Juemin's shoulder. He stumbled back with a yelp, but being a young man, he quickly regained his footing and attempted to strike Jiang Kaiyun. Unprepared, she found herself caught by the broom. Anyone aiding Fang Xinting deserves to die. Fang Juemin lifted the broom to strike Jiang Kaiyun. Suddenly, a hand grasped the broom firmly. Who dares interfere in the affairs of the Fang family? Turning around, Fang Juemin was silenced by the cold gaze of Captain Yang Weihua. What is the matter? Am I not allowed to intervene in matters concerning the Fang family? Fang Juemin swallowed hard and released the broom. Jiang Kaiyun hit me. Yang Weihua had previously led a team to apprehend Fang Juemin, and the enmity had already been established. He showed no mercy. If you continue to cause trouble, I will arrest you again. Fang Juemin was intimidated by Yang Weihua's expression and took a few steps back. Fang Xinting was taken by the police. If you help him, you are aiding a villain. Yang Weihua spat. Get lost. Do you even realize the current situation? How dare you stir up trouble? If he chose to detain Fang Juemin again, it would be a serious offense. As Fang Juemin retreated, Yang Weihua furrowed his brow and inquired, what is going on? Jian Siqi was at a loss. Uncle Weihua, we are equally unaware of what has transpired. He recounted the incident of Tang Song and Fang Xinting carrying away the typewriter. Could it be that there is an issue with the typewriter? Yang Weihua held the Seoul University student from Xingwuling in high regard. Do not fret. I shall promptly inquire at the security office. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting had been taken away, Gu Jingsheng stood up in shock. I must return to the county bureau at once. Why did Zhongzi not notify me before taking action? I will accompany you. Yang Weihua was equally anxious. They boarded a tricycle and headed towards the county town. Chapter 78. The clandestine schemes of Tang Jianong. Upon returning to the county bureau, Tang Song instructed Fang Xinting to await him in the office while he made his way once more to the interrogation room. The sight of Fang Xinting and the typewriter at his feet momentarily stunned everyone in the office. Tang Jianong, who had previously inquired about Fang Xinting, approached him with curiosity. Where did you acquire this typewriter, Professor Fang? Fang Xinting offered him a cigarette. I bought it at the scrapyard on Sunday. In an instant, Tang Jianong deduced which case it pertained to, neglecting to light his cigarette as he bent down to examine the cardboard box. The scrapyard? The county garment factory case? After a few moments of scrutiny, he murmured softly, "Indeed, it is stolen property." No wonder he took on the garment factory case. Fang Xinting observed for quite some time, yet failed to discern any issues with the typewriter. What could possibly be wrong with this typewriter? Tang Jianong pointed at the typewriter. "Look here, there are subtle signs of welding." He pressed a sheet of white paper firmly onto the typewriter's roller for Fang Xinting to see. "Cultural brand?" Fang Xinting remained bewildered. "Isn't this a Shuangge brand? The label is counterfeit." Tang Jianhong explained patiently, "Professor Fang, you may not be familiar with this kind of ruse. So allow me to clarify. It's a scheme where one pilfers valuable items from their workplace and subsequently exchanges them for old goods from outside. In the case of this typewriter, my conjecture is that they temporarily could not locate a worn-out typewriter. Thus, they were unable to make the exchange. And then it was discovered missing, leading to a report being filed. Exchanging the old for the new, then selling the new at a premium? Fang Xinting grasped the concept. Tang Jianhong glanced at the cardboard box again and raised an eyebrow with a grin. Old Tang's luck is remarkably fortuitous. This case is about to be solved. He gestured for Fang Xinting to inspect the box. "I see nothing amiss." Fang Xinting scrutinized it intently, but remained puzzled. Tang Jianhong laughed heartily. "Look at this red circle. There's a triangle within. This is a signature mark of a local theft ring. An upright triangle indicates that the goods have been disposed of, while an inverted triangle signifies that they have yet to be sold. The marking on this box is an inverted triangle. That scoundrel Tang Tsung not only apprehended the internal thief at the county garment factory, but may also capture this entire gang. Such absurd fortune is infuriating. I must entertain the entire bureau." After saying this, Tang Jianhong looked up at Fang Xinting, unabashedly plotting to poach his colleague. "Professor Fang, let me tell you. Tang Tsung is rather stingy, while I am quite generous. Goodness, the audacity of thieves in this era to employ unique markings." Fang Xinting was taken aback. In the interrogation room, Tang Tsung leaned against the table, a cigarette held between his left hand and his right elbow resting upon it. His laughter was laced with frost. Let us revisit the incident regarding the missing typewriter. Upon hearing that chilling laughter, for reasons unknown, Lu Baoguan felt a twinge of guilt. He cleared his throat. "Since Jiang Zhuiyue became the section chief, items in our storage room have frequently gone missing, and I suspected she might be colluding with others. I never imagined she would steal such valuable items. This is a typewriter that cost a fortune, over 1,000 yuan. Tang Tsung exhaled a ring of smoke. "Then why did I find a typewriter in your home? What? If it weren't for the handcuffs on the chair, Lu Guoguan would have nearly jumped up. In my house. Impossible. It cannot be in my house. I have nothing." Tang Tsung whispered a few words to the person beside him. That individual exited and soon returned with an empty box. Upon seeing the empty box, Lu Guoguan's face paled. "Look at the slogan behind me. Do you wish to rot in prison?" Tang Tsung slammed the recycling station's records onto the table. "Examine the names on this list. Do you want your second-grade grandson to be executed alongside you? Now, tell me, where is the hideout of the theft ring?" Upon spotting his grandson's name on the record, Lu Guoguan trembled violently. I will confess. I will confess." Gu Jingsheng led Yang Weigua into the office, where they found Fang Xinting engaged in conversation with several police officers, and they breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Gu Jingsheng and Yang Weigua, Fang Xinting expressed surprise. "Uncle Yang, Jingsheng, what brings you here? We heard that you were taken away by Tang Tsung without leaving any explanation. So we rushed over to check on you. Are you all right?" Gu Jingsheng greeted Fang Xinting. Seeing Fang Xinting unharmed eased Yang Weigua's heart slightly. "Tang Tsung took you away in uniform. Your mother and Siqi were terrified." "Uncle Yang, I am truly fine," Fang Xinting replied, touched. "I was assisting Tang Tsung with the case. At that moment, I couldn't clarify the situation." As they conversed, Principal Shen entered alongside the county bureau leaders. Shen hurried over a few steps. "Teacher Fang, are you all right?" Seeing Principal Shen arrive, along with the county leaders, Fang Xinting felt a surge of emotion. "I am fine. I am assisting with the case." That's good. That's good." Principal Shen introduced Fang Xinting to the county leaders. "This is Teacher Fang, an exceptional educator. He has published articles in the Shenzhou Education Journal twice and maintains an excellent relationship with the regional daily." The county bureau leaders immediately recalled the article published by Tang Tsung, smiling as they shook hands with Fang Xinting. "Teacher Fang, please continue to nurture outstanding students for our county. Certainly, Fang Xinting nodded with a smile. Tang Tsung entered from outside, a smile illuminating his face. We have a confession. The case is solved. Chapter 79. The case is solved. Fang Xinting returns home as Tang Tsung entered. He was met with fierce glares from Tang Jianhong and several others, their expressions menacing as they rubbed their hands together. What is this? I am proficient in various forms of combat and grappling. Noticing the hostile gazes from his colleagues, Tang Tsung assumed a defensive posture but quickly stood at attention upon realizing the county bureau leaders were present. Director? The county bureau leader chuckled lightly, disregarding the antics of his subordinates. Please write me a report on the case later. Yes, Tang Tsung responded promptly. The county bureau leader then turned to greet Principal Shun, saying, since there is nothing more to discuss, I shall return to my office. We should share a drink sometime. Principal Shun hurried to see him off, apologizing as they walked outside. I'm terribly sorry. I was startled today and acted rashly, interrupting you. Not at all, not at all. Concern often leads to confusion, replied the county bureau leader. Teacher Fang is indeed a promising talent. It's only right that you look after him. They shook hands, and he departed. Yang Weiguo leaned in to ask Tang Tsung, is Xinting all right to leave? Of course he can. Tang Tsung patted Fang Xinting on the shoulder, acknowledging, this time, Xinting was instrumental in our success. Without him, I wouldn't have pinpointed the crucial lead in the case. I'm glad to help, Fang Xinting smiled, though a hint of confusion lingered in his expression. How could such an expensive typewriter end up in a scrap collection station? Tang Tsung shook his head. That essay question for Liu Baoduan's grandson. This mischievous child. He likely stumbled upon the location where Liu Baoduan was hiding stolen goods and, along with a few classmates, sold the typewriter for a mere 3 yuan as scrap metal. They probably thought it was heavy and would fetch a good price. He sighed, I'll have to inform their parents, so they can give them a good talking to. During this era of state-run enterprises, scrap collection stations were formally managed. Regardless of whether one was selling or buying, signing was mandatory. It was until the mid-1980s that such regulations began to fade away. I'll present you with a banner, Tang Tsung teased with a smile. But that 5 yuan you spend on the typewriter? No one else refunding you. A banner will suffice. Fang Xinting dismissed the trivial 5 yuan. The task regarding the typewriter's origin is complete. 10 merit points have been awarded. I must return to my classes now. Fang Xinting bid farewell and departed. Upon reaching the county bureau's entrance, Yang Weiguo cleared his throat. Fang Juemin thought you had been arrested and went to your home to flaunt his bravado. What? He dared to confront my mother? Fang Xinting's expression hardened. I will deal with this matter. After seeing off Gu Jingxing and Yang Weiguo, he turned to Principal Shin, expressing gratitude once more. Thank you so much today, Principal Shin. I would like to use your office phone shortly. They say true feelings are revealed in times of hardship. Principal Shun, mistaking Fang Xinting's intentions, assumed he was leveraging favors due to a mishap. He is indeed a leader worth confiding in. I am not doing this for you. I am doing it for the children in our class. If anything were to happen to you, their education would be jeopardized. Principal Shun pondered for a moment. It is indeed inconvenient for you not to have a phone. I will reach out to the Telecommunications Bureau to arrange for a long-distance phone line in your office, as I fear it might affect your communication with Xinzhou Education newspaper and the regional daily. Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude repeatedly before heading to Principal Shin's office to call the Qinghai production team. Soon, his brother-in-law, Jian Jinlin, came rushing to answer the call. Xinting, is there something you need? Fang Xinting briefly recounted the incident where Jiang Kaiyun was injured by Fang Juemin. Brother, gather all the men from the Jian family and come to my house now. Fang Xinting smirked coldly. I have a class to teach, but once it's over, I will return home. When I get home, we shall demolish Fang Juemin's house. After concluding his conversation with Jian Jinlin, Fang Xinting proceeded to teach his class in the second year, Class 1. Principal Shun listened intently to Fang Xinting's words and shook his head with a smile. This boy certainly possesses a fierce spirit. Asking the Jian family to confront the Fang family, the police won't intervene. It's merely a domestic affair. Fang Xinting took a deep breath, entering the classroom with a warm smile on his face. Stand up. Good day, Teacher Fang. The students rose to greet Fang Xinting. Hello, students. Please take your seats. He stood at the podium, gazing into the sea of eager eyes, feeling a surge of warmth in his heart. Today we shall study the spirit of Lu Sun, an essay by Mr. Chu Qiubai. To comprehend this essay, we must first understand what exactly embodies the spirit of Lu Sun. As Fang Xinting's voice resonated, Teacher Lu outside the classroom furrowed his brow tightly. Was Fang Xinting taken away by the police? How could he still return to teach? Luo Gang, clutching his lesson materials and textbooks, walked by in astonishment and joy. He quietly opened the back door and entered the classroom. Several other teachers who passed by also noticed Fang Xinting, exchanged glances, and followed Luo Gang into the classroom. Teacher Lu scoffed and turned to leave. After the class concluded, Fang Xinting had earned 2 more peach and plum points. With his previous accumulation, he had already reached a total of 100 points. He addressed the students, "I have a matter to attend to today, so I must leave after class." During evening study, class monitor Gu Xiangyuan will lead the session, allowing everyone to review freely. As he exited the classroom, Luo Gang and others gathered around. "Teacher Fang, are you all right?" Fang Xinting replied with a smile, "I'm fine. I assisted Tang Tsung in solving a case." "A case?" Luo Gang's brow furrowed. "Teacher Lu has been telling everyone that you were arrested by the police." "Ha ha." Fang Xinting laughed heartily. "They merely asked me to assist in the investigation. It was nothing serious." That's a relief. Luo Gang shook his head, scolding Teacher Lu for his petty behavior. How despicable that anyone would believe him. Those who trust him fail to realize that even director who has been turned into a meerkat under his influence. Why would they still believe him? The other teachers regarded Teacher Lu with disdain. Individuals like him would have long been dismissed from the school in the future. The current position is bestowed by the state, and the principal lacks the authority to dismiss anyone. There will be future opportunities to address matters concerning Teacher Lu. Regardless, Teacher Lu's antics cannot inflict any harm upon Fang Xinting. As Fang Xinting departed, Luo Gang and several colleagues engaged in hushed conversation. "Though I am a mathematics teacher, I have gained immense insights from listening to Teacher Fang's language lessons." "Indeed, we share that sentiment." Several teachers nodded in agreement. Riding his bicycle, Fang Xinting made his way towards Xinghuoling, with 3 cans of meat resting on the rear seat. Upon reaching the village entrance, a few dogs wagged their tails in welcome. Jian Siqi stood by the roadside, gazing from afar. Upon spotting Fang Xinting, Jian Siqi dashed a few steps forward and leaped into his embrace. Her voice tinged with tears. "Xinting, you have returned." Chapter 80. I yearn for the courtyard of Fang Jiumin's residence, where I can sit under the open sky. "It's nothing. I'm fine," I assure, as Fang Xinting gently patched Jian Siqi's back. After a day filled with worry and fear, Jian Siqi finds solace in Fang Xinting's return, weeping fervently in his embrace. "I truly am fine." Fang Xinting holds her close, planting a tender kiss upon her forehead. After a moment, she finally manages to compose herself, recalling, "My parents are at home, and my elder brothers have come with several uncles and cousins." She gazes at Fang Xinting. "With so many people here, what do you intend to do?" "It's nothing," Fang Xinting replies with a smile. He pushes his bicycle home, shooing away a few dogs that had followed in hopes of securing a long-term meal ticket. Upon entering, he spots his father-in-law seated in the main room. "Father, mother." He greets. Jian Hongyang, a robust middle-aged man, typically reserved in speech, possesses a stubborn temperament. Once he sets his mind on something, he cannot be swayed. "You're back? It's good to see you're unharmed," Jian Hongyang says, relieved at Fang Xinting's return. Fang Xinting exchanges pleasantries with the uncles from the Jian family present in the room. He recognizes them from past lives and has interacted with them in this one on a couple of occasions. Without waiting for introductions, he naturally calls them by name and title. Several Jian uncles nod in acknowledgement. "Xinting, you summoned us today. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Fang Xinting carries 3 cans of meat into the main room. "Before you all, I shall speak frankly. Today, while assisting Tang Tsung with the case, Fang Jiumin took advantage of my absence to bully my mother and Siqi. This I cannot tolerate." He tears open the cans, stating, "The Jian family shall not be bullied by the Fang family. I shall demolish Fang Jiumin's courtyard, entrance, house, and furniture, but I must avoid harming anyone. Causing injury now would be unlawful. There is a burned child in his home, and another named Fang Zhou. They must be removed before I commence the destruction. I desire his courtyard to be exposed to the elements, with the ground laid bare, trees visible from all sides, and no walls to confine it. In essence, his yard must be reduced to ruins today. Family disputes should not involve outsiders. Only those of the Jian and Fang family should be present." Having spoken, Fang Xinting steps back, revealing the 3 cans of meat. The uncles and cousins gasp at the sight of the opened cans, their breaths quickening. "The Jian family shall not be oppressed by the Fang family." A cousin exclaims, "Indeed, none from the Fang family are worth a dime." "Please don't strike me. I did not mean Xinting. He is my brother-in-law. If it were up to me, we'd tie him to a tree and let him watch as we smash his belongings," exclaims another. "By the way, I just recalled. The furniture in that house was crafted by our family for Xinting's parents. We have no desire to sell it. Let us destroy it. That's a valid reason. Another chimes in. Do the Jian family members truly need a reason to retaliate against the Fang family? How absurd. Let Siqi and Luo Meizue take the children and hide inside. We shall lock the courtyard gate. Damn it. I've even brought a gun. Jian Hongyang rose to his feet, commanding his nephews, lay down your weapons at once. Xinting stated that one must not harm others. The several Jian family brothers reluctantly set aside their weapons. Having concluded their discussion, Fang Xinting picked up a hammer brought by the Jian family and declared, "Let us proceed. Let us go." A multitude of relatives from the Jian family, including uncles and cousins, poured out of the courtyard. Initially, the arrival of over a dozen members of the Jian family raised concerns among the neighbors. However, as the individuals emerged, curious heads began to peek out. To their astonishment, they were met with an unexpected sight: hammers, axes, and yokes with ropes. Fang Xinting stood outside the courtyard, loudly recounting the incident of Fang Juemin striking Jiang Kaiyun earlier that day. How dare Fang Juemin lay a hand on my mother-in-law and my wife? I cannot tolerate such insolence. Today, I shall dismantle Fang Juemin's courtyard to avenge my mother-in-law and my wife. The neighbors gasped in astonishment. One neighbor enthusiastically cheered for Fang Xinting, exclaiming, "Bravo! It has long been necessary. We can no longer tolerate them. They all share the surname Fang. So let us instill some virtue in our children." There are also those who seek to mediate. With a mere wave of his hand, Fang Xinting declared, "Smash the Fang Ju family. Who dares to obstruct? It is none other than the adversaries of our Fang family, with ferocity akin to wolves and tigers." The relatives of the Jian family stormed towards Fang Juemin's residence, carrying their implements of confrontation. A heavy blow resounded as it struck the gate of Fang Juemin's courtyard, causing it to collapse with a resounding thud. "What is the meaning of this?" cried Fang Baohua from within the yard, bewildered by their intentions. Before he could finish his words, one of the Jian relatives seized him by the collar and dragged him out of the courtyard, binding him to a tree. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Fang Baohua shouted loudly, "My grandson is still inside the house. Bring him out." Jian Hongliang's voice resonated powerfully. "I must demonstrate to everyone the consequences of bullying my wife and daughter." The uncles and brothers of the Jian family stormed into the house. The bed of Fang Hang was dismantled and carried out to the courtyard. Unfortunately, Fang Juemin was not so fortunate. He was dragged outside, bound with ropes. Left Qing wept pitifully, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Is there no law in broad daylight? Why is it permissible for those with the surname Fang to bully those with the surname Jian, yet it is not allowed for the Jian to retaliate? Today, even if the King of Heaven were to arrive, we, the Jians, would still have to confront the Fang family." Jian Hongyang waved his hand, binding everyone to the tree except for the child. He secured Fang Juemin, Fang Baohua, and Zhuqing together, while Fang Xinting stepped into the courtyard first. "Smash it for me. Damn his face to a colorful mess." The relatives of the Jian family rushed into the courtyard in a frenzy. Piece by piece, furniture was dragged from the house and pushed into the open space outside. Fang Baohua, bound to a tree, was rendered immobile, desperately shouting, "There is money in the cabinet. Our family's money. Do not touch my family's money." After berating the Jian family in the courtyard, I scolded Fang Juemin as well. "I have already warned you not to lay a hand on Jiang Kaiyun. Why did you strike her?" Fang Juemin, accustomed to his domineering ways and never having faced hardship, found himself bound to a tree by over a dozen members of the Jian family, utterly bewildered. Soon, all the furniture was dragged out from the house. They doused it in oil and set it ablaze. Fang Xinting retrieved a bottle of kerosene that had been meticulously prepared in advance and poured it over the furniture. Striking a match, he ignited it, and with a resounding pop, flames leaped into the air. Within the confines of the cabinet lay a fortune. Fang Baohua felt as if he could scarcely catch his breath, gasping audibly, "My money." The commotion reached the security office, where Gu Jingsheng fell silent for a few moments before suddenly clutching his abdomen, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I cannot endure this any longer. My stomach is unsettled. I am unwell and must visit the county hospital." With that, he started his rickshaw and sped away. The news soon reached Yang Weiguo at the brigade headquarters. He cleaned out his ears and mused, "The one surnamed Jian is attacking the one surnamed Fang, and I, Yang, cannot intervene. Is it not said that fighting is prohibited now? Though I am the brigade leader, I cannot meddle in the domestic affairs of others. Jian Hongyang seeks retribution for his wife and daughter. Should I not allow it? How absurd. Is it permissible only for Fang Juemin to strike Jiang Kaiyun?" Flames surged, intensifying the already sweltering summer heat. The neighboring residents watched in horror as furniture crackled and popped within the blaze, gasping in disbelief. Fang Bao's voice grew hoarse as he pleaded, "I beg you, do not burn it. What money do you possess?" "That is the hard-earned money of my parents from years past." Fang Xinting swung a hammer, exclaiming, "Destroy the house for me." Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 81. With each resounding blow of the hammer, the hearts of Fang Bao and Fang Jumin raced in turmoil. "Step aside, it's about to collapse," Jian Hongliang shouted loudly. With a thunderous crash, the house fell to the ground. Several of Jian's cousins were left covered in dust. Fang Xinting, in his pristine white shirt, was also coated in grime as he turned to strike the courtyard wall. "Smash it, keep smashing. This is the house my parents built. Why should our enemies reside here? To hell with it." The Jian brothers howled as they attacked the courtyard wall. It was easy to break down. Within a few strikes, a gaping hole appeared. Fang Xinting dragged the courtyard door and hurled it into the flames, momentarily dimming the fire before it soared again. He approached Fang Jumin deliberately. "Now, let's settle the score for your assault on my mother-in-law." With that, he dropped the hammer, clenched his fist, and delivered a powerful punch to Fang Jumin's abdomen. Fang Jumin let out a cry, the pain robbing him of breath. Fang Bao roared, "Fang Xinting, if you have grievances, confront me directly. Do not strike my son." With a swift motion, Fang Xinting turned and delivered a resounding slap to Fang Bao's face, silencing all his unspoken words. You dare strike me?" Fang Bao stood in shock, while Jian Shou could hardly believe it. Fang Xinting regarded him coldly, lowering his voice. "Uncle, the tides are turning. Selling my siblings is a capital offense. You and Zhang Shuanglan should prepare for your fate." He then ignored the astonished Fang Bao and addressed the onlooking neighbors and villagers. "As you can see, I merely struck Fang Jumin once in the abdomen and slapped Fang Bao. Should they bear any additional injuries, I shall not be held accountable." He moved behind a tree, loosening the ropes binding Fang Bao before untying Fang Jumin and Zhuqing one by one. "Did you all witness that? I have released them from their bonds." Fang Xinting retreated slowly, his voice chilling. "If anything happens to them, it is not my concern." Upon hearing this, Fang Bao shivered, as if seeing Fang Xinting for the first time, reassessing him with trepidation. Fang Xinting's gaze remained icy, a smile gracing his lips. Yet it was a smile devoid of warmth, chilling Fang Bao to his core. "There is money in the furniture." Fang Jumin began to speak, only to receive another punch to his abdomen from Fang Xinting, doubling him over in pain. "Mention money to me? What happened to the money after my parents passed away?" Fang Xinting flexed his wrist. Fang Jumin glared at Fang Xinting, eyes filled with fury, and declared, "Fang Xinting, this matter is far from over. You will pay for this. Mark my words." Fang Xinting's smile remained cold. "Anyone can make threats. What truly matters is whether you possess the resolve to act on them. I await your response." As Jian's numerous uncles and cousins passed by Fang Bao, they warned, "If you dare to bully the daughters of the Jian family again, you shall face the same consequences as today. Do you still have a home?" In a moment of reckless thought, one might contemplate setting fire to their next residence. The Jian family is not one to be trifled with. Faced with the imposing figures of over a dozen strong men, Fang Jumin's fierce resolve quickly dissipated. Turning his head aside, he endeavored to console himself. Endure. Soon, I will report this to the authorities. I refuse to believe that there is no justice left in this world." The last to enter the courtyard, Jian Hongliang, overheard his words and whispered to Fang Xinting. "He claims he will call the police." Fang Xinting retrieved various documents from within the house, explaining, the previous allowance for his stay was due to familial ties. Today's destruction was provoked by his assault on my mother-in-law. While brute force may bring momentary satisfaction, what follows? Then, it would be he who faces the iron fist of the law. Having been reborn, he would not act so foolishly again. Jian Hongliang was taken aback by Fang Xinting's thorough preparation of all necessary evidence, leaving no room for error before taking action, and could not help but chuckle. "Your son-in-law is commendable. This is what one calls strategic planning before action." A relative from the Jian family regarded Fang Xinting with admiration. Admonishing several younger relatives, "Learn from Xinting. He has dealt with the Fang family without leaving any incriminating evidence." "Father, I am merely a middle school student, and Xinting is a university student. How can I learn from him?" He lowered his gaze to the canned meat, swallowing hard, worn out from the wall demolition. "Perhaps he could simply open a can? Just remember to eat," his father admonished, smacking the back of his head in irritation. "I not only remember to eat, but I also recall running home in the rain." At this, everyone erupted in laughter. Fang Xinting began distributing the cans to them. "Do not be shy. With the number of uncles and brothers in the Jian family, he calculated that each could take 3 cans. The remainder was quickly opened for everyone to enjoy. Jiang Kaiyun and Jian Siqi decided to pluck 2 large heads of cabbage, concocting a hearty pot of braised pork with cabbage. They also set up a griddle to prepare flatbreads. The Jian family's uncles and brothers, with their flatbreads wrapped around the vegetables, feasted heartily, their mouths smeared with grease. The aroma of meat wafted through the courtyard, accentuating the desolation of the Fang family. "Mother, look at this. Ever since you have been gone, everyone has bullied me." Fang Juemin lamented, overwhelmed by sorrow. When Zhang Shuanglan was present, who would dare to mistreat them? She could rouse the spirits of their ancestors from their graves with her sharp tongue. Now that mother is absent, he feels utterly forsaken. Fang Juemin was deeply aggrieved. As the enticing scent of meat from Fang Xinting's home reached him, Fang Heng also grew hungry. Calling out to Zhuqing from his bed, "Hurry and make me something to eat. I am starving." Zhuqing recalled Fang Bao's earlier claim of having money in the cupboard, yet when Fang Heng was injured, she had knelt before Fang Bao, pleading for funds for treatment. Only to be told there was none. In that moment, consumed by a mixture of grief and anger, she reproached Fang Bao, "Did you not say you were out of money? You forced me to take Xiaoying out of the hospital." Fang Bao remained silent, nearly rolling his eyes in guilt. Hearing Zhuqing chastise him, Fang Juemin advanced, seizing her hair and directing all his pin-up fury towards her. "You wretched woman, truly. 3 days without a beating, and you would dare to challenge me. I will end you." Observing the turmoil erupting within their own household, the neighbors could only shake their heads in dismay. Chapter 82. Captain Yang rebukes Fang Bao, while Xinting instructs relatives on how to amass wealth. The son strikes his wife, yet Fang Bao, indifferent to the matter, seeks out Yang Weiguo at the brigade office. Captain Yang, leisurely tidying his belongings, dismisses Fang Bao's lamentations entirely. "I oversee the heavens and the earth. Do you expect me to meddle in your domestic affairs?" "What domestic affairs?" Fang Bao, in a fit of anger, pointed towards his home and shouted, "He has demolished my house. How can this be merely a family matter? Why are you shouting at me? Do I owe you something?" Captain Yang cast a cold glance at him. "Did Fang Xinting address you as elder cousin?" "Yes. He did call me elder cousin, yet he dares to demolish my residence?" The essence of simplicity lies in the absence of parental ties, devoid of loyalty and righteousness. Fang Bao raised his voice, demanding that he be apprehended. Captain Yang, unfazed, continued, "Since you are aware that Xinting calls you elder cousin, those 2 infants, barely a month old, also address you in the same manner. Fang Bao, can you truly harden your heart and sell them?" Fang Bao was suddenly choked, and after a moment, he managed to utter, "It was Shuanglan who sold it. It has nothing to do with me." Captain Yang let out a cold smile. "We are all men here. Do not hide behind women in every matter." You remained silent. Even if Zhang Shuanglan were granted tenfold courage, she would not dare to sell a child. "Captain, the events of the past have long since transpired. Let us speak only of the matters at hand." Fang Bao furrowed his brow, inquiring whether you would take action regarding Fang Xinting's intrusion upon my courtyard. "If you choose to ignore this, I shall resort to calling the police." Captain Yang extended his index finger, pointing at Fang Bao, and declared, "You are well aware of whose property that yard belongs to. Is it not quite reasonable that one who once seized another's courtyard is now met with retribution from the aggrieved party? Such nefarious deeds often lead to dire consequences. Are they not fearful of retribution? How did your parents at Xinting treat you in those years, and how have you repaid them? Did you also instigate Fang Juemin to steal household registration? Do you not fear the parents from Xinting seeking you out while you sleep at night?" Fang Bao did not anticipate Captain Yang's reproach, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Hadn't the police already educated him on this matter? Wasn't this incident already in the past? Captain Yang squinted his eyes and continued recounting the events of that year. "Back then, your family conspired to obtain Fang Xinting's university admission letter. Had I not kept a vigilant watch, you would have succeeded. Your eldest son, previously named Fang Jueshing, suddenly changed his name to Fang Xinting just before he took the examination with Fang Xinting." Captain Yang placed his hand firmly on the table, casting a cold gaze at Fang Bao. "Jun and Xin have strikingly similar pronunciations. At that point, should you have acquired the admission letter, it would have allowed your eldest son to impersonate Fang Xinting in his studies. Tell me, am I not correct?" Fang Bao staggered slightly, retreating 2 steps. In an instant, his complexion turned ashen, clearly struck by Captain Yang's insight into his thoughts. "Is there anything else you wish to convey to me? Surely, there is nothing left?" Captain Yang spat disdainfully, pointing his index finger towards the door, commanding, "Get out." His words bore an unprecedented harshness, leaving Fang Bao was seething with indignation, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Yet, he dared not express his anger, nor could he reproach the captain. The captain's earlier remarks had genuinely frightened him. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Bao clenched his jaw and made his way outside. Captain Yang let out a sneer, trash. On that day, after the departure of the esteemed journalist Li, he found himself drenched in cold sweat upon reflection. Had it not been for his fervent desire to ascertain whether Fang Xinting and Fang Xinting had gained admission to university, which led him to inquire daily at the county, perhaps the notification letter would have been taken away. Fang Bao had previously forbidden Fang Xinting from pursuing his studies, even going so far as to forcibly remove him from junior high school. What could have prompted such a sudden endorsement of Fang Xinting's education? It was precisely because he recognized Fang Xinting's potential for academic success, believing that gaining admission to university would allow Fang Xinting to take his place. With such an unprincipled uncle, Fang Xinting's plight was indeed tragic, having been manipulated from a young age. Fortunately, the spirits of his parents in heaven were watching over him, enabling him to pursue his university education smoothly and ultimately rise above his circumstances. Captain Yang sighed softly, pondering that without evidence, even if he spoke out, no one would believe him, which would only make it seem as though he were intentionally targeting Fang Bao. He decided to keep these thoughts to himself. Meanwhile, Fang Xinting was discussing the breakfast stall plans with several uncles. He had noticed an increasing number of people purchasing food outside lately, and believed that venturing into mobile catering could indeed be profitable. Sell food? Jian Hongyang paused mid-motion while lighting a cigarette, his expression shifting to one of gravity and curiosity. Are we really going into business? Yes, Fang Xinting affirmed, and I have a good rapport with Tang Kong. If our family starts a catering venture, he can lend a hand in smoothing things over, sparing us from incessant inquiries. What can we sell? Jian Hongi, Jian Holiang's brother, inquired with evident interest. Steamed buns, congee, spicy soup, baked flatbreads, fried buns, bean porridge, and fried dough sticks can all be sold together. If some patrons don't prefer one stall, they might choose another, ultimately ensuring the profits remain within our family. Fang Xinting elaborated on several food items, and just when everyone thought he had concluded, he ventured further. These are all breakfast items, but during the day we can offer milk tea, and in the evening, we could set up a skewer stall. Skewers? What is milk tea? Jian Hongyang asked, visibly confused. It's food skewered on sticks, then boiled or grilled, Fang Xinting explained succinctly. Can people really buy this? Jian Hongi expressed some hesitation. Tomorrow is Sunday. Don't leave just yet. I'll prepare some for you to taste, he proposed. Today, the relatives of the Jian family had helped him vent his frustrations. The canned goods were merely an appetizer, while teaching them the art of business was the true reward. Xinting can cook? Jian Hongi chuckled, somewhat incredulous. He cooks quite well, Jiang Kaiyan interjected with a scoff, a child without a mother. She trailed off, realizing her words were inappropriate. Jian Hongyang cleared his throat, suggesting, shall we all stay the night? Regardless of its feasibility, let us first observe. After some contemplation, Jian Hongi remarked, my brother is quite resourceful. He learned carpentry and managed to support a family. Thus, the elder's sentiments led the younger generation to acquiesce. Seeing that everyone was willing to stay, Fang Xinting purchased recipes for skewers and milk tea from the marketplace, spending a total of 20 tally points. As night fell and silence enveloped the surroundings, Fang Xinting roused several cousins from the Jian family, urging them to remain quiet and gently open the door. I am prepared to give Fang Jiumin and Fang Bao another thrashing. Fang Xinting opened the courtyard gate and offered some buns to a few dogs. The dogs, delighted by the unexpected treat, wagged their tails without uttering a sound. The cousins immediately understood and stealthily exited the courtyard. Fang Xinting and the others made their way to the dilapidated house, where Fang Jiumin slept, nimbly scaling the collapsed wall. Once inside, they located the rooms of Fang Jiumin and Fang Bao. Seizing the opportunity, they covered the two with blankets and began to deliver muffled blows. Though Fang Jiumin and Fang Bao attempted to scream, their cries were stifled by the blankets, leaving them to struggle violently. After a considerable time of commotion, Fang Xinting waved his hand, signaling everyone to cease. They vanished into the night like phantoms. Fang Bao leapt from his bed, furiously cursing, who the hell is attacking us? His anguished shouts echoed into the night, provoking the dogs to bark loudly in response. By this time, Fang Xinting and his cousins had already re-entered the courtyard, advising, let us return to our slumber. The cousins silently gave him a thumbs up before heading back to bed. The following morning, a marketplace special offered a basket of meat, 2 pounds of pork, 2 pounds of lamb, 2 pounds of lamb kidneys, 2 pounds of lamb loin, and 5 pounds of lamb leg bones for purchase. Upon rising, Fang Xinting noticed He Meiling busily working in the kitchen and called out to her, "Please help me wash the meat later." "Sure." Upon hearing that she was to assist, He Meiling's face lit up with joy. "I often gather pig feed at home. I can chop things up too." He Meiling then suggested, "I heard that the 2 vacant lots next door also belong to Teacher Fang. Why not use them for raising pigs? I could go out every day to gather pig feed." Currently, there were no plans for pig farming in their household. Fang Xinting chuckled. "When we do consider it, I will certainly entrust that responsibility to you." He Meiling smiled, pressing her lips together in amusement. They first washed the lamb leg bones, placing them in cold water to boil. Fang Xinting began instructing He Meiling on preparing breakfast. With several uncles and cousins, along with Fang Xinting's family, breakfast was a hearty affair. After He Meiling finished washing the lamb meat, Fang Xinting called Jian Siqi and several cousins to join them. As He Meiling prepared to leave, Fang Xinting stopped her. "You can come over and learn as well." "Me?" He Meiling was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 83. Skewers and Milk Tea. The key to prosperity: skewers are not merely confined to meat. A plethora of foods can be utilized. For instance, various vegetables, frozen tofu, bean curd sticks, dumplings. Essentially, anything that can be threaded onto a skewer is fair game. Given our limited resources today, we shall use twigs as our skewers. Fang Xinting instructed several cousins to gather some twigs and sharpen them while soaking them in brine to eliminate any unpleasant taste. Skewers are a simple delight. Yet the essence lies in the broth. If the broth is well prepared, the skewers will be delectable. With an abundance of ingredients at home, and supplemented by a recipe purchased from Tally Dian, Fang Xinting crafted a broth that was extraordinarily flavorful. He retrieved a pot, added the broth, and carefully placed the skewered food inside, explaining as he went, "Start with the meats and foods that require longer cooking times, and add the vegetables later." Disseminating the knowledge of skewer preparation, please continue the importation. Progress 1. Progress 3. Culinary knowledge necessitates a blend of theory and practice. Please be informed. Fang Xinting directed one cousin to boil the skewers and another to season the broth. Let everyone have a taste. Never underestimate the chef, regardless of the era. The chef always enjoys the finest fare. The elder members of the Jian family nodded in agreement. Back in 58, we envied the cooks in the communal kitchens the most. Observing the children bustling energetically in the kitchen, Jian Hongyi pulled Jian Hongliang aside. "Brother, do you truly believe this breakfast stall will be viable?" Jian Hongliang offered him a cigarette, pondering for a moment. "Let me put it this way, Siqi and her sisters-in-law are making clothes at home, each earning around 10 yuan. Jian Hongyi was so astonished that he momentarily forgot to light his cigarette. It was only when Jian Hongliang waved a match that he leaned in, incredulously asking, "Is it really that much?" Making clothes, sheltered from the wind and rain, and able to work from home, currently, they only have one sewing machine, with limited work. Imagine if they had 2 or 3 machines working simultaneously. How substantial could their business become? Jian Hongliang mused. Jian Hongyi remained silent, feeling a twinge of envy. Those 3 women are now out-earning the 3 of you combined. This was while still consciously limiting their workload. Xinting mentioned that the 2 months leading up to the new year are the most lucrative, advising them to take fewer jobs and focus on accumulating garments to sell ready-made by the new year. Jian Hongliang cleared his throat. "My heavens," Jian Hongyi exclaimed. Jian Hongliang took a drag from his cigarette. Xinting is a university student. She has seen the world in the capital and understands far more than we do. Indeed, she comprehends much more, Jian Hongyi concurred. Within their household, Jian Hongliang and his sons were already considered skilled artisans. All 3 were carpenters, earning a decent income each year. Coupled with the earnings of Jian Siqi and her sisters-in-law, Jian Hongyi felt a pang of jealousy. "Brother, you have more insight than I do. Whatever you decide, I shall follow." Jian Hongyi contemplated the canned goods brought by Fang Xinting, resolutely declaring that in this era, the bold thrive while the timid perish. "Yes, Xinting has also mentioned that we could seek out Tang Kong. You know Tang Tsong, right?" "I do." In the picturesque setting of Xinghuling, the relationship between Tang and the special envoy was surprisingly close, a bond that most could only aspire to attain. Jiang Qian wandered around Xinghuling and finally procured a pot of milk, which she brought back triumphantly. The preparation of milk tea was even simpler. Fang Xinting commenced instructing everyone on the art of brewing milk tea. First, sugar was sautéed with tea leaves until they turned a rich golden brown, after which milk was added and simmered until it bubbled enticingly. This was merely the most fundamental version of milk tea, and due to time constraints, I had not prepared an assortment of beans. For instance, red beans, green beans, and black beans should be rinsed and soaked overnight in fresh water. The various beans were placed in a bowl, sprinkled with sugar, and steamed. Taro, washed clean, was also steamed until tender. Once cooked, the taro was mashed and combined with tapioca starch, then rolled into slender strips, cut into tiny cubes, and boiled until fully cooked. This was known as taro balls. For aesthetic appeal, one could also shape them into small spheres. When served, a bit of ice could be procured from an ice factory to mix in the bowl, creating a delightful beverage. Fang Xinting ladled the unadulterated milk tea into bowls for everyone to taste. Upon sipping, they were astonished by its exquisite flavor. If it were enhanced with the aforementioned beans and taro balls, it would be even more delightful. Fang Xinting also savored a sip with a smile. No wonder the girls were so fond of it. The initial taste was a rich creaminess, followed by the fragrant notes of tea. The beverage entered the mainland market in the late 1990s and captivated the nation for decades. Those interested in pursuing this venture could experiment with flavors, perhaps incorporating various fruits to create fruit-flavored milk tea, which would also be delightful. The younger cousins, being of a sweet tooth age, immediately fell in love with the milk tea. It was indeed superb. Fang Xinting beamed at his cousins in the kitchen. Within just one morning, he had garnered 2 compliments. Remarkable. At noon, they indulged in skewers, relishing them alongside the milk tea, a truly pleasurable experience. He Miling sat in a corner, feeling a twinge of anxiety. How could teacher Fang impart such a closely guarded secret to her? What would she do if her family asked her for it? Reflecting on her family's attitude towards her and comparing it to Fang Xinting's demeanor towards her and her sister, she resolved to forget everything she had learned about preparing skewers and milk tea. Regardless of who inquired, she would feign ignorance. Fang Xinting, with a smile, asked her, "Have you mastered it?" Miling trembled slightly, biting her lip. "Teacher Fang, I'm sorry. I'm too foolish to have learned." "No matter." Fang Xinting dismissed her concerns and continued conversing with others. The skewers were spicy, leaving everyone flushed with delight. Jian Hongyi incessantly praised Jian Hongyang. "Brother, your son-in-law is truly remarkable." "Of course, he is my son-in-law," Jian Hongyang replied with a proud laugh. Fang Xinting looked up at his father-in-law, sharing in the laughter. Regardless of past or present, his father-in-law had always regarded him as a son. In a previous life, Jian Siqi had wished to divorce him. Yet it was his father-in-law who had persuaded Jian Siqi to reconsider. He had let Jian Siqi down, failing to provide her and their daughter with a decent life. Sensing Fang Xinting's mood was somewhat despondent, Jian Siqi gently grasped his hand and remarked, "The skewers are truly delicious." Turning to face Jian Siqi's bright eyes, Fang Xinting's lips curved into a smile. Come, let us eat," Jiang Qian cheerfully urged everyone to partake. Meanwhile, someone rode a bicycle into Xingguoling. Inquiring about Fang Xinting's residence, "Where does Fang Xinting live?" Chapter 84, Jiang Zhi from the county garment factory, one of the buyers after finishing their lunch. The Jian family expressed their intention to take their leave. "We have inconvenienced you for an entire night and burdened you with teaching those rascally boys some cooking skills. It truly is too much trouble," Jian Hongyi remarked thoughtfully. "Once we return home, we will discuss things and practice making a few dishes before heading to the county to explore the streets." This meticulous approach to business was commendable. A hasty decision often leads to inevitable losses. Fang Xinting smiled as he bid them farewell. Jian Hongliang also prepared to depart, stating, "We must be on our way. There is work to be done." Fang Xinting halted Jian Hongliang, inquiring, "How's the orchid you are nurturing?" Jian Hongliang nodded affirmatively. "Quite well. I have put it aside for now. A few days ago, someone offered me 700 yuan to purchase it, but I declined. When the time comes for me to sell, I will inform you." Fang Xinting whispered, 700 yuan? Jian Hongliang had acquired it later than Fang Xinting, spending over 100 yuan. His absolute trust in Fang Xinting allowed him to invest that sum in a single pot of flowers. To his surprise, in less than a month, he could potentially earn several hundred yuan. Jian Hongliang's breath hitched slightly. "I believe that price is acceptable. Are you aware of the current prices at the Changchun flower market? Take this newspaper and review it." Fang Xinting handed the newspaper to Jian Hongliang. "I understand that the business ideas I have shared may be beyond our immediate reach. We could start with a noodle stall and a milk tea stall instead." Fang Xinting presented his written ideas regarding the noodle stall. Jian Hongliang accepted it with a thoughtful, "Very well, we shall take our leave now. Be careful on the road." Fang Xinting watched them as they walked along the village path until they were out of sight before turning back. Upon returning home, He found Jiang Kaiyan blocking the door with an icy demeanor. What brings you here? A man and a woman stood beside a bicycle, the woman imploring, Sister. Please do not call me sister. I have no sister like you. Jiang Kaiyan scoffed, What? You wish to argue with me at my son-in-law's home? Sister, I truly did not come to quarrel with you. I came to thank Xinting. The woman hung her head, clutching a bag of apples and bananas. I have no need for your gratitude. You are not welcome here. Jiang Kaiyan lifted her chin defiantly. Do not compel me to sweep you out with a broom. Sister. The woman choked back a sob. This time, I genuinely came to express my thanks. Xinting saved me. Saved you? Jiang Kaiyan's brow furrowed. Turning to see Fang Xinting returning, she called out, Do you know her? Fang Xinting approached, scrutinizing the pair, then shook his head. I do not know them. Did you hear that? Even my son-in-law does not recognize you. Jiang Kaiyan dragged Fang Xinting into the courtyard, preparing to close the gate when the woman suddenly knelt. Sister, please accept my bow. Fang Xinting stood frozen in surprise. Jian Siqi emerged, holding Xiaoning and gestured for Fang Xinting to enter the courtyard. Who is this? Regardless of whether in this life or the previous, Fang Xinting had never encountered the pair. My aunt. Jian Siqi returned to the main room. Your aunt? Fang Xinting recalled that Jian Siqi indeed had an aunt. Jian Siqi's aunt previously worked in the county garment factory as a skilled worker. After marrying, her in-laws helped her secure a formal position. Jian Siqi's grandfather, suffering from hypertension, sought medical attention at the hospital. Initially, Jian Siqi's aunt intended to admit him under her family name, as dependents of employees could have 30 of hospitalization fees reimbursed. However, upon arrival at the hospital, this option was abruptly revoked. Despite spending over $10 at the hospital, they were unable to save Jian Siqi's grandfather, in those years, to treat his hypertension. Jian Siqi's uncles depleted their family's resources, each contributing $20, while the remaining $6 were shared among two married daughters. Jian Siqi's aunt claimed she had no money and stubbornly refused to contribute the $3 needed. This dispute over a mere $3 led to a severance of familial ties among the siblings. Wait, the county garment factory? Now I understand her motives for expressing gratitude towards me. Fang Xinting briefly recounted the typewriter incident. Jian Siqi and her sisters-in-law were left in astonishment upon hearing Fang Xinting's words. It truly was a case of life imitating art. Outside, Jiang Zuinyu knelt for a moment, while Jiang Kaiyan remained silent. Sharing a glance with her husband, Jiang Zuinyu produced a letter from her pocket. Sister, please show this letter to Xinting. Jiang Kaiyan scoffed. I refuse to take anything from you. I find it filthy. Sister, regarding our father's hospitalization, Jiang Zuinyu began. But Jiang Kaiyan interrupted in anger. For $3, you would abandon your own father? He is your biological parent, your legitimate next of kin. Your in-laws are not your direct relatives. My position was formalized by my in-laws. Jiang Zuinyu's face reflected her predicament. Jiang Kaiyan shouted furiously. Who told you to work as a skilled worker? Wasn't it our father who used his connections to help you get that job? Had you not worked at the garment factory, would you have even met Li Zaifa? Would you have secured a formal position? In a fit of rage, Jiang Kaiyan turned and grabbed a large broom from the yard, brandishing it as she shouted, Get out. I have no sister like you. Jiang Zuinyu and her husband hurriedly retreated. With a disdainful huff, Jiang Kaiyan slammed the yard door shut. Her husband cleared his throat. Let us depart. Once they were some distance away, Shao Kong jumped out of the yard, clutching the letter, and nimbly climbed onto the wall. Upon entering the courtyard, Shao Kong approached the main room and handed the letter to Fang Xinting. Otherwise, let us see what it says. Jian Siqi, holding Xiaoning, leaned closer. Jiang Zuinyu's handwriting was at a primary school level yet remarkably legible. The letter began by recounting the hardships she endured years ago, detailing her struggles with infertility after several years of marriage and the disdain she faced from her in-laws. They forbade her biological father from using her medical insurance, leaving her with no choice but to comply. Only after she finally bore a son did she manage to stabilize her situation. As she quickly skimmed through the letter, Fang Xinting suddenly clutched his chest, his face reflecting shock. Jian Siqi, standing nearby, was equally astonished, her eyes wide, noticing their unusual expressions. Jiang Kaiyan snatched the letter to read, her entire demeanor shifting to one of disbelief. She was actually one of the buyers back then? Trembling, Jiang Kaiyan stammered. Beast. She cast the letter onto the ground and, wielding a broom, rushed out, exclaiming, Jiang Zhuiyue, may you suffer a wretched fate. May your entire family face the same doom. As Jiang Kaiyan scolded, tears streamed down her face. Our family's reputation has been tarnished for generations, all at your hands. How can you face our ancestors in the afterlife? Jiang Yue, you beast. You dare to buy a child? Why don't you just perish? Jian Siqi picked up the letter from the ground, gazing at Fang Xinting with a hint of terror, calling out several times without receiving a response, becoming increasingly frightened. Xinting, are you all right? Please don't scare me. Don't frighten me. Upon hearing his wife's call, Fang Xinting finally regained his composure. The events of his past life flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. Chapter 85, Heart-Wrenching Memories. Fang Zhumin files a complaint Jiang Kaiyan harbored a strained relationship with her sister, hence Fang Xinting was unfamiliar with Jiang Zan. In a previous life, during this very year, Jiang Zan faced execution due to a theft case involving items from the storage room. When I visited back then, only a boy remained. I learned that a twin sister had been sold to another province just days prior. After negotiating a price, I discovered I was pregnant, which led me to halt the proceedings. Jiang Zan pinned these words in her letter. It turned out that the brother and sister had been sold separately. Fang Xinting felt a metallic taste in her mouth, her body swaying unsteadily. Xinting. Jian Siqi was alarmed and embraced her tightly. Any news is a good sign. We will search slowly, one step at a time. Xinting, I beseech you, look at me and Yining. You must take care of yourself. Held in Jian Siqi's arms, Fang Xinting gradually felt warmth enveloping her. She closed her eyes, her voice hoarse. I am fine. Xinting, if you feel like crying, then cry, Jian Siqi urged, gazing up at her, tears brimming in her eyes. Jiang Zan, how could she have participated in this matter back then? I apologize on her behalf. Please. Strike me if it helps. Vent your anger. Jian Siqi seized Fang Xinting's hand, forcefully slapping her own face. How could Fang Xinting bear to hurt her? Instead, she embraced her tighter. I am fine. The elder and second sisters-in-law sighed softly and quietly exited the room. Inside remained only the two of them, entwined in each other's arms, alongside a monkey and little Yining. Little Kong blinked, pondering in confusion for a moment, before jumping into the cradle. Little Yining giggled, flailing her arms. Little Kong gently clasped her hand, emitting chirping sounds. Listening to her daughter's laughter, Fang Xinting gradually felt warmth returning to her being. She patted Jian Siqi. I need to step out for a while. Jian Siqi, filled with concern, grasped her tightly. Where are you going? I am going to find Gu Jingsheng. Fang Xinting neatly folded the letter and tucked it into her coat pocket. I am fine. You need not worry. In her past life, it took an entire lifetime for her to realize that relying solely on her own strength was futile. She must enlist the aid of law enforcement. Now, her brother and sister were but 18. There was still a chance to locate them. While searching for her siblings, she also had to attend to her family, ensuring that life did not descend into chaos as it had in her previous life. If they were found, in her destitution, how could her siblings possibly wish to return? In her past existence, abducted children formed bonds with their buyers, as the buyers provided decent living conditions, leading some to abandon their biological parents. Perhaps some would deem these children heartless, yet for those sold away before forming memories, the buyers represented their true parents. Jian Siqi released her grip. I will wait for your return. Fang Xinting managed a forced smile at Jian Siqi before turning to leave. Upon arriving at the security office, Gu Jingsheng read the letter and adopted a grave expression. This is a crucial lead. I shall keep this letter with me. The middle-aged woman who handled the case and the trafficker had both perished, severing the trail to Fang Xinting's siblings. Jiang Zan's letter was indeed of utmost significance. Gu Jingsheng resolved to visit Jiang Zhenyu the following day to inquire about past events. Thank you. Fang Xinting expressed his gratitude earnestly. It is my duty. Gu Jingsheng reassured him with a smile. As long as we have leads, we can continue our investigation. Fang Xinting thanked him once more before turning homeward. After bidding farewell to Fang Xinting, Gu Jingsheng picked up the letter again and began to read. He then opened the case files, comparing the dates inscribed within. Xingweling remained as bustling as ever, filled with people seeking respite from the heat. Upon encountering Fang Xinting, a neighbor greeted him cheerfully. Xinting, my child is entering middle school next year. Could you offer some advice? Fang Xinting, shaking off his worries, earnestly provided suggestions, inquiring about the child's performance in various subjects. In the distance, he noticed Fang Baoguo and Fang Juemin exchanging glances before discreetly moving past. Following the incident yesterday, when Fang Xinting had demolished their home, they were forced to return to their old residence, which had been uninhabited for over a decade and was in disrepair. They salvaged what little they could from the wreckage to survive the night. Now, as summer drew to a close, the mosquitoes were particularly fierce. and the family endured a night of relentless bites. Just as they finally managed to sleep, they were unexpectedly attacked in their slumber. The mere recollection of yesterday's events filled Fang Xinting with rage. He resolved to report to the county bureau, convinced that justice would prevail against Fang Xinting. Fang Baowu lowered his gaze, suppressing the resentment swelling within him. With Fang Xinting's newfound success, the entire Xinghuoling seemed to curry favor with him. Even the village chief, Yang Weigua, had transferred ownership of his yard to Fang Xinting. 30 years of fortune can shift in an instant, he mused. Let them not forget. I still have a son in the capital. One day, I, Fang Baowu, will compel them to kneel before me. Let us go, he commanded, gesturing for his son as they boarded the bus. You head to the county bureau. I will visit the post office. I will write to your brother and request he send some money home. The memory of Fang Xinting incinerating all their furniture ignited a deep-seated hatred within him. All my savings, reduced to ashes. Fang Xinting may think that by covering our heads, we remain oblivious to his actions. Several neighbors, witnessing the departure of Fang Baowu and his son, curiously inquired about the marks on their faces. What happened to them? They wondered. In the early hours, they had a fierce altercation, and afterward, they were shouting in the yard that Fang Xinting had led the Jian brothers to assault them. Surely, they are fabricating tales. I too find it suspicious, another commented. If Xinting had truly brought the Jian brothers to attack them in the dead of night, would our village dogs not have alerted us? I heard no barking. Indeed, I heard nothing either. The dogs barked for quite some time when the Jian brothers entered the village. When stepping out at night, how could the dogs remain silent? I refused to believe it. Subsequently, as the father and son yelled, all the dogs in the village erupted into a chorus of barks. It is truly disheartening. Upon arriving at the county bureau, the police officer Fang Xinting took the report of a vandalized yard, destroyed furniture, and a brutal nighttime assault very seriously. We have recorded the case and will dispatch personnel shortly, he assured. Fang Xinting urged them, you must go immediately. Capture Fang Xinting. He is the one responsible for the destruction and led the attack on us last night. At that moment, Tang Tsung happened to pass by and glanced over. After Fang Xinting departed, he approached, inquiring about the nature of the report. It concerns the vandalism of a yard, a colleague replied, showing him the notes. Weren't you stationed at Xinghuoling before? Are you not familiar with their situation? Indeed, I am aware. There has been a long-standing feud between the families. Tang Tsung recounted the events of yesteryears. Upon hearing Tang Tsung's account, his colleague raised his eyebrows in surprise. So, Fang Xinting has vandalized his own property? He possesses all the necessary documentation, yet his yard has been usurped for over a decade. Tang Tsung glanced at the report, chuckling softly. Fang Xinting struck Jian Kaiyun, which surely infuriated Fang Xinting. After all, Jian Kaiyun is Fang Xinting's mother-in-law, and Jian Hongliang from the Jian family is quite protective. If his wife or daughter is wronged, he will undoubtedly retaliate. This domestic dispute will be quite challenging to resolve. Such matters in Xinghuoling give me the most headaches. You address one issue, and the next day, their relatives reconcile, leaving me in a precarious position. Tang Tsung lamented, shaking his head in exasperation. Do you recall the highly publicized case of the abducted siblings from some time ago? His colleague inquired, raising an eyebrow as a realization struck him. Indeed. You rescued their son, and he even accused you of pushing him, right? Tang Tsung nodded. Yes, they are the siblings of Fang Xinting. It's best not to mention my troubles. I consider myself unfortunate. His colleague uttered a curse, expressing his disdain for Fang Xinting. What a repugnant situation. The wicked are the first to complain. Tang Tsung chuckled lightly and returned to his seat. In the morning, a promotional offer flashed across the screen. Shanghai electronic watches for 1 yuan, 10 pounds of glutinous rice, and a complimentary bag of unbranded fermented rice. With glutinous rice and fermented rice on hand, one could prepare a delightful sweet wine. This rice wine is known by various names: sweet wine, jiangmi floating wine, or simply sweet wine or fermented mash. Despite the myriad of names, the preparation process remains largely the same. The glutinous rice is steamed, cooled, and then mixed with the fermented rice dissolved in water, creating a small hole in the rice mixture to allow it to rest for about 2 days. When paired with tang yuan or yuan xiao, it becomes truly delectable. Fang Xinting felt a twinge of desire. A stall selling both skewers and rice wine could serve soup dumplings or sell rice wine with eggs separately. He glanced at the electronic watch before returning it to his personal storage. After finishing breakfast, Fang Xinting rode his bicycle to school. Chapter 86. The Jian family prepares to venture into business upon their return to Qingyai. The Jian family engaged in discussions regarding the establishment of a breakfast stall. I believe that embarking on a business endeavor is best approached with alacrity rather than delay. The youth, brimming with fervor and enthusiasm, are eager to set up their stall and commence earning money immediately. However, is the pursuit of profit truly so effortless? Must we not meticulously plan beforehand? While sourcing vegetables is manageable, where shall we procure meat and bones? Where can we find affordable options that do not require receipts? Shouldn't we clarify all these matters in advance? Jian Siqi's father, Jian Hongliang, pondered for a moment before suggesting, what if we start with a noodle stall? He retrieved the document pinned by Fang Xinting regarding the noodle stall for everyone to peruse. As each person read through it, their eyes sparkled with excitement. I think noodles could work. We can prepare the noodles at home and then transport them in a thermal container to sell in the county town. This is truly a splendid idea. We could purchase a larger iron bucket from the supply and marketing cooperative or the department store, wrapping it in a clean quilt for insulation. By preparing the noodles at home, we can venture into the county town for sales. Noodles can be crafted in various styles, such as jiao noodles, steamed noodles, or sesame leaf and mung bean noodles, transitioning from a noodle stall to a skewer stall. We could later utilize the iron bucket to hold bone broth. If we decide to shift to a milk tea stall, the same bucket could serve for the tea, ensuring nothing goes to waste. As September heralds the late summer, the weather gradually turns cooler in the mornings and evenings. Noodles can be left for a day without spoiling. Shall we then purchase a bucket and conduct a trial? Given that everyone has limited funds, we must tread cautiously. All right, let us first buy a bucket. Jian Hongliang's finances have been depleted by his investment in the noble orchid, leaving him with no funds. The discussion then turned to the various businesses each household might pursue. Jian Hongyi's daughter, Jian Siqi, discreetly conversed with her elder brother. Brother, how is milk tea made? I have heard it is delightful, and I am rather tempted. Her brother, Jian Jingfei, led her aside. Father does not permit girls to learn. I will teach you in secret, but do not mention it to anyone. Why can't I learn? Siqi pouted. I share the same surname. Jian Jingfei lowered his voice. When father steps out, I will teach you. It is quite simple, really. The restriction on daughters' learning stems from the understanding that they will eventually marry and leave. Jian Zhengfei comprehended this, yet could not elucidate it to his sister too clearly. Upon hearing her brother's willingness to instruct her, Siqi smiled with pursed lips. You are the best, brother. At that moment, Fang Xinting had already led the students in their morning exercises and commenced the early self-study session. The focus remained on teaching English. After several days of learning, the students should have developed some familiarity with the vocabulary. Fang Xinting inscribed English words on the blackboard, and upon seeing these terms, did anyone feel a hint of dizziness? In truth, by adding Chinese characters alongside these words, their meanings become evident. Translates to come, to go, to yes, to no, to I, and to you. When meeting, one greets with hello. As everyone recited along with Fang Xinting, laughter erupted. It is indeed quite simple. It is simple. For English is a phonetic language and relatively easy to learn, distinct from the Chinese language, which employs ideographic characters. The same character can convey different meanings depending on the context. For instance, the inquiry "How are you?" translates to "How are you?" in English, signifying a greeting. However, in Chinese, when I glare at you menacingly while asking, it typically implies an impending confrontation. The students erupted with laughter. Now, has everyone grasped the meaning of "How are you?" The students replied in unison, "We have." Having retained this greeting, let us delve into matters of love. There is no need for shyness. It is a natural human inclination. Across various languages, there exist many beautiful expressions pertaining to love. Those of you familiar with Russian, can anyone tell me how to say "I love you" in Russian? The students shyly averted their gaze from Fang Xinting, who ultimately called upon the class leader, Gu Xiangyuan. With a flushed face, Gu Xiangyuan stood and stammered. After completing the phrase, he immediately sat down, his head bowed. His pronunciation was commendably accurate. Fang Xinting praised Gu Xiangyuan, explaining that Russian belongs to the Slavic language family, while English is part of the Germanic. In Russian, I is expressed as, whereas in English, it is I. Fang Xinting then turned and inscribed in English, I love you. Love is a uniquely human emotion. Although we humans are primates, our capacity to love and express our feelings elevates us above other primate species. Upon returning home, witnessing our hardworking parents striving for our family's livelihood, I hope you will boldly recite the following English phrase I have written. Fang Xinting continued to extend his writing on the blackboard, forming a short sentence. You know, I love you, my family. Among family members, the most significant are mother and father, as well as your brothers and sisters. The morning self-study session swiftly concluded, and the students exited the classroom with laughter, heading towards the cafeteria. English feels utterly fascinating. Regardless of the subject taught by teacher Fang, I find it engaging. After breakfast, we returned to the classroom to commence the next lesson. During his free time, Fang Xinting worked diligently on creating exercise books. It is essential not to include every possible question type for future generations, but to tailor them according to recent years' realities. The questions must not be overly complex, yet should not be excessively simplistic either. Additionally, care must be taken not to replicate the major examination questions from the forthcoming years. The exercises from the past few years, like Wushang and Huanggong, may even challenge top students today. Absorbed in his writing and thoughts, Fang Xinting failed to hear the gentle knock on the door. Principal Shen knocked 3 times, receiving no response from within, and cautiously pushed the door open, discovering Fang Xinting engrossed in his work. He waved his hand dismissively and stealthily entered. "What is teacher Fang writing?" Fang Xinting was startled, abruptly raising his head. "Principal, you scared me to death." Principal Shen, in his 50s, was as gleeful as a child at that moment. "I came to help you with." At this juncture, he paused, realizing it was for the upcoming mock examination. "No, it is a book I am preparing to publish, provisionally titled The True Questions of the College Entrance Examination." Fang Xinting generously retrieved it to show Principal Shen. Upon receiving it, Shen glanced at it briefly and immediately became engrossed, forgetting the people waiting outside, and found a chair to sit down and study the questions. This is truly exquisite. Outside, a few individuals were growing increasingly impatient and called inside. "Principal Shen?" Only then did he come to his senses, slapping his forehead. "How could I forget? Teacher Fang, these are the staff from the postal service, here to assist you with the telephone line." Fang Xinting had not anticipated that the long-distance telephone line would be approved so swiftly and hastily invited them in. Principal Shen watched the workers with delight. The telephone bill is reimbursed at 50 yuan monthly. 50 yuan? That nearly matches his salary. However, Fang Xinting understood that 50 yuan would not cover many minutes of calls, especially in an era where long-distance calls cost 2 yuan per minute. Speaking of reimbursement, Principal Shen recalled another matter. Your wife is having a baby, and according to regulations, you can claim 30% once your salary is issued. Oh, I forgot. You had already drawn your salary for this month. Consequently, only the reimbursement and cost for the lone child and the mother can be disbursed. Principal Shen looked at Fang Xinting with genuine concern. "If you encounter any difficulties in life, please don't hesitate to speak to me." "Thank you for your concern, Principal. It's all right for now." Fang Xinting truly was not lacking in finances. "I know teacher Fang is capable and knowledgeable." Principal Shen tapped his notebook, his face reflecting envy. If this true questions of the college entrance examination were to be published, the remuneration would be substantial. However, as Principal Shen shifted the topic, he reminded Fang not to neglect the students. "This Sunday, you are to lead the students to the provincial capital for the provincial selection competition." As he spoke, his expression grew serious. "Teacher Fang, could you perhaps give me a hint regarding Guxiang Yuan and the other two? What ranks might they achieve?" Chapter 87. Preparations for the provincial capital and the investigation of Fang Jumin. Fang Xinting found it quite challenging to gauge the significance of the ranking. Should he disclose to Principal Shen that his ambition was to secure a position within the top 10, it would likely astonish him. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xinting spoke. "Regarding the rankings and scores, I cannot make any assurances. However, I have a strong inclination that the 3 students will likely place quite favorably. Attaining any rank would indeed be a fortunate outcome." Principal Shen's face brightened with joy. After Principal Shen's departure, Fang Xinting sought out Xieyu. "My brother?" Xieyu paused, recalling that he had been selling goods outside the agricultural bank for the past few days. Upon arriving at the bank, he found it still teeming with people, with a steady stream of individuals making deposits. Who said people in the 1980s were impoverished? There were indeed many who could save money. In front of Xie Dalong and Zhao Hongyan, a small crowd had gathered, selecting peaches. One was busily weighing the fruit while the other collected payment. As the crowd thinned, Fang Xinting approached. "Teacher Fang, what brings you here?" Zhao Hongyun exclaimed joyfully, as he filled a net bag with large, sweet peaches to take home. "You may keep them for sale. I have plenty at home. I'm here to inquire whether you would like to accompany us to the provincial capital this Friday." "To the provincial capital?" Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong exchanged glances. "What for?" "To sell peaches." Fang Xinting replied with a smile. "Your village's peaches must be nearly ripe, right? If you don't sell them soon, they will rot on the ground. We are headed to the provincial capital, so gather some people to prepare the peaches. I'll handle the arrangements for transportation. Teacher Fang. Zhao Honyun was touched that Fang Xinting still remembered their peaches. As time was of the essence, Fang Xinting turned to leave, stating, "It's settled then. Come to my home this afternoon." Upon returning to the school, Fang Xinting approached Gu Xiangyuan. "When you return home for lunch, please inform your father that I would like to borrow his truck." Gu Dazhang, far from being upset by Fang Xinting's request, was instead overjoyed. The borrowing of the truck signified a reconciliation of past grievances. "You tell Teacher Fang that I will fill the tank and leave it at his doorstep on Wednesday." Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Chief Editor Liu returned to his office after a meeting. Each morning, he would review manuscripts in the editorial room and would also do so just before leaving for the day. It had become his routine to retreat to his office only when he wasn't reviewing manuscripts. A secretary approached, placing a train ticket on the desk. "The train ticket has been booked." Chief Editor Liu accepted the ticket and tucked it into his bag. "Good." The secretary then handed him a letter. "This is a manuscript sent by Teacher Fang." Upon receiving the letter and reading the title, "How to Create an Efficient Classroom," his eyes lit up. He became so engrossed in reading that he even forgot to have lunch. After finishing, he promptly handed the letter back to the secretary. "Publish it as soon as possible." In the afternoon, the father and son reunited at the county government entrance after completing their respective tasks. Fang Baobo inquired, "Have you reported the case?" Fang Juemin nodded cautiously, as the person who had received the report mentioned that an investigation would soon be conducted at their residence. "Do you think Fang Xinting will meet his demise this time?" Fang Baobo remarked, lighting a cigarette and rubbing his swollen face. "We have resided in that courtyard for over a decade, only for Yang Weigua to claim it for Fang Xinting with a mere utterance. Fang Xinting is no longer a registered resident of Xinghuling. By what right does he continue to inhabit that place? Why has the land not been reclaimed?" Upon hearing this, Fang Juemin was immensely impressed by Fang Baobo. With this argument alone, not only should Fang Xinting face consequences, but Yang Weigua to accompany him as well. "I, Fang Baobo, am no easy target at my age," he added, a cold smile creeping across his face. "If you wish to engage me in this game, you are still far too inexperienced." In a certain department of the county government, a staff member reviewed the records, raising an eyebrow at the absurdity. A currently inhabited courtyard forcibly reassigned to another's name, followed by destruction, and then violence. This was nothing short of village tyranny. The authorities were now taking such cases seriously. The newly appointed staff member, earnest in their duties, meticulously organized the records before cycling to Xinghuling. Before heading directly to Xinghuling, they decided to inquire at nearby teams for more information. However, after questioning several villagers, doubts began to surface. The accounts provided by the villagers contradicted those of Fang Baobo and Fang Juemin, painting the latter as the true villains. After a moment of contemplation, the staff member proceeded to Xinghuling. Upon arrival, they first visited a common gathering spot for the village's elders. "Excuse me. Someone has spoken of a potential match for my neighbor's child. I wish to learn about this family as character." "Who are they?" an elderly villager cheerfully inquired. "It is Fang Juemin," the staff member replied, casually offering a cigarette. "Goodness." The elder was taken aback, his voice trembling with astonishment. "He already has a wife." The staff member nodded. "I am aware he is married. However, the matchmaker has indicated that he will inevitably divorce her. My neighbor's child is somewhat simple-minded, always smiling at everyone. You know how it is when a matchmaker appears. One cannot let the opportunity slip by." The elder pondered, repeatedly contemplating the implications of Fang Juemin's impending divorce, feeling that it shattered his understanding of propriety. Indeed, he and his wife, Zhuqing, often engage in quarrels. But a divorce seems excessive, does it not? How shameful. Nearby, another voice chimed in. "Do you not recall that his son suffered burns and they refused treatment? Perhaps he wishes to abandon his Zhuqing to start anew." The conversation unfolded, with villagers exchanging words about the affairs of Fang Juemin's family. Chapter 88. Zhuqing, Fang Juemin. "I shall contest you." The staff member took out a notebook to record. "My neighbor is somewhat foolish. I fear I cannot articulate clearly, so I shall write it down for him to see." Although several elderly gentlemen found the staff member a bit peculiar, their innate curiosity triumphed over suspicion, and they began exchanging accusations against the Fang Juemin family. What a disgrace, selling a child barely a month old, illegally occupying the Xinting family's courtyard for over a decade. He even assaulted Xinting's mother-in-law. If Xinting endures this, he is indeed a coward. No one intervened during the scuffles, except for the one surnamed Jian and Xinting. Fang Juemin struck the Jian, Why should the Jian not retaliate? This is how we rural folks operate. Any issues invariably involve relatives. Fang Xinting is rather foolish, daring to lay hands on the Jian's numerous sons and nephews. If not him, then who? That courtyard rightfully belongs to Xinting's parents. Why should it not be given to him? Xinting does not hold local residency. Why should he possess land? He is the only college graduate from Xingwuling, cultured and refined. If Yang Weigwood dares to drive Xinting away, we shall fight him fiercely. Indeed. Anyone who attempts to evict Xinting is my enemy. Xinting is a university student and a teacher in the Qing dynasty. He would be regarded as a scholar or an official. Fang Xinting is utterly despicable. He brawled with his father at night, then falsely accused Xinting of instigating the attack. What a laughable farce. Even the village dogs would snarl at him. The dogs disdain him. Do not underestimate these elderly men and women. They are well aware of the happenings in their village. The staff member recorded for a while and had already grasped the situation. He circulated a few more cigarettes. I must hasten back to dissuade my neighbor. They must not consider matchmaking with such a family. The matchmaker is no better. Who did he introduce to my neighbor? Does he see my neighbor as simple-minded, seeking to exploit them? The staff member nodded gravely. I too sense something amiss with the matchmaker. Upon my return, I shall ensure my neighbor no longer listens to him. He then bid farewell to the elderly gentlemen one by one. As soon as the staff member departed, the village's elderly began to buzz with excitement, each contributing to the chatter. Is Fang Xinting seeking to divorce Zhuo Qing? My goodness, does he truly wish to part ways with Zhuo Qing? Who would dare marry him? Yet, aren't there those eager to inquire about him? Strangely enough, I genuinely believe there may be some truth to this. Fang Xinting and Zhuo Qing indeed seem incompatible. Precisely. Now that you mention it, I too sense they are not well matched. 10 minutes later. Have you heard? Fang Xinting is divorcing Zhuo Qing. 15 minutes later. Have you heard? Fang Xinting is seeking a mistress. Half an hour later. Have you heard? Fang Xinting has fathered several children with another woman. Fang Xinting and Fang Baohua had just disembarked from the bus when Zhuo Qing, in tears, rushed towards him. Fang Xinting, I shall contest you. She forcefully shoved him against the car door. Fang Xinting exclaimed, Damn it, are you trying to kill me? Zhuo Qing swung her hand with a resounding slap and declared, I shall confront you head on. The bus driver, initially poised to accelerate, swiftly closed the doors upon witnessing a scuffle, discreetly engaging the brakes. He leaned forward, peering beneath the vehicle. Meanwhile, the conductor on board also opened the window, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Passengers shifted eagerly toward the side of the bus, captivated by the unfolding spectacle. What madness has possessed you, you wretched soul? After being slapped by Zhuo Qing, Fang Xinting retaliated with a strike of his own. You dare to hit me again? Zhuo Qing was overwhelmed with rage at the thought of Fang Xinting intending to divorce her, already having found a new partner and even bearing children with them. She trembled with fury, exclaiming, I have borne you 2 sons. Zhuo Qing lunged forward with a cry, attempting to scratch Fang Xinting. He deftly evaded her grasp. His face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, You foul woman, it seems you cannot go a day without causing a ruckus. What is so remarkable about having a son? With a firm grip, he yanked Zhuo Qing's hair and slammed her head against the bus. In the past, Zhuo Qing would never have dared to retaliate. However, upon hearing the dismissive remark about the significance of having a son, she recalled Fang Xinting's plans to leave her for another woman. Perhaps he truly would have a son with someone else. Enraged, she executed a swift maneuver akin to a monkey grasping at the moon. I'll show you what it means to have a child with someone else. Fang Xinting let out a dreadful scream, gasping for breath. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuo Qing launched a counterattack, clawing at his face with fervor, all the while weeping. Fang Xinting, may you meet a wretched fate. I am in excruciating pain, doubled over and gasping, unable to summon the strength to even fight back. Yet, left with no choice, she grows increasingly emboldened, leaping onto my back in a sudden flourish. Biting my ears, she proclaims, I have borne you 2 sons. Ah, you foul woman! I scream in agony. The onlookers in the vehicle are thoroughly entertained. And one passenger, noticing a throng of people approaching from Xingwuling, urges the driver, Hurry, there are many coming our way. The driver promptly accelerates, propelling us forward. Indeed, this 5-cent fare has proven to be well worth it. A passenger, lingering in the moment, leaned out of the car window to gaze back. A couple, perhaps? The woman was utterly infuriated, truly enraged. The reason for the altercation remained unclear, as she did not articulate it. I heard her repeatedly exclaim, I bore you 2 sons. The man exhibited a remarkable cruelty, seizing the woman's hair and forcefully slamming her against the car. Henceforth, my daughter must avoid such men. Their brutality is alarming. Treating women as if they were less than human. A cacophony of voices erupted as everyone began to voice their opinions while the bus gradually pulled away, leaving behind two individuals entangled in a struggle. When the villagers of Xingweiling gathered, they did not intervene to stop the fight but instead formed a circle, merely urging, "Stop fighting. Please, cease this. You're gouging his eyes. How foolish. You don't even know how to fight." Meanwhile, diligent staff members scoured various locations before finally seeking clarification from Captain Yang and Gu Jingxing in the security office. After thoroughly inquiring into the situation, they returned to their unit, submitting the meticulously organized records. This is the investigation result. The individual receiving the handover glanced at the documents and remarked, "Is the villain the one to lodge the complaint first? Is it fair to wrong the innocent among us? Tomorrow, we shall proceed to Dongguan town and let the town handle it on their own. Now, I am off work." The staff joyfully rode their bicycles home. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong had lost all desire to sell peaches and returned to Dongshan. Upon hearing his son's words, Secretary Zhao of Qinshan village took a few puffs from his dry pipe, which lacked tobacco. Did Teacher Fang truly say we should accompany the vehicle to the provincial capital to sell peaches? Indeed, Xie Dalong, not one for many words, merely nodded vigorously. Secretary Zhao, being well-versed and experienced, held great trust in Fang Xinting. You must immediately gather the villagers to contribute their efforts. We must ensure that only the finest peaches are picked, not a single rotten one is to be allowed, lest we be looked down upon by others for our Qinshan village. Secretary Zhao stood up, stating, "I will write an introduction letter. Without it, you will be mistaken for drifters." Shortly after, He Meifeng's father approached, inquiring with a smile, "Secretary, I heard Hongyun say that our peaches are going to be sold in the provincial capital." He leaned in closer, a smile on his face. "I am Meifeng's father. I should accompany the vehicle." "You cannot go." Secretary Zhao interrupted him. "I am Meifeng's father." He Meifeng's father expressed his displeasure, saying, "My daughter is going to the provincial capital. Why can't I accompany her? I am fully aware of your intentions. If you dare to go, I will not hesitate to break your legs." Qinshan village lies deep within the mountains, and Secretary Zhao held immense power. Hearing his words, He Meifeng's father's face stiffened. Yet he did not dare to resist. "After all, I am Meifeng's father. On what grounds do you prevent me from going?" Secretary Zhao ignored him and continued to calculate. The introduction letter lay nearby, inscribed only with the names of Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong. Without this introduction letter, He Meifeng's father would not be able to leave Yunqiu district. He Meifeng's father clicked his tongue, glanced at the introduction letter, and turned away in disappointment. Chapter 89. Departing for the provincial capital soon. Wednesday arrived. In the afternoon, Gu Dazhang indeed delivered a small truck, fully fueled, to Fang Xinting's doorstep. "You must be Jian Siqi," Gu Dazhang said with a smile as he handed the keys to Jian Siqi. "Please inform Teacher Fang that if he requires the vehicle, he can contact me at any time." "Thank you very much," Jian Siqi replied politely. "Not at all," Gu Dazhang responded, exchanging a few pleasantries with Jiang Kaiyun before cheerfully departing in another car. "Driving two cars? This man certainly has an impressive demeanor," remarked Aunt Zhang as she approached and gently touched the vehicle. Jiang Kaiyan had already discerned Gu Dazhang's identity. He was the director of the county's machinery factory. "The county machinery factory?" Aunt Zhang raised her eyebrows. "That is indeed a prestigious establishment." "Indeed," Jiang Kaiyan agreed, holding her granddaughter Shui Ning as she pulled on the car door, only to find it securely locked. "I must stay outside today. It would be troublesome if someone were to steal the gasoline." "Yes, we must keep watch," Aunt Zhang concurred, taking a stool to sit beside Jiang Kaiyun for some idle chatter. Grandson Jian Jinxing curiously examined the truck, hesitant to touch it. He ran over to Jiang Kaiyun and, in a sweet voice, asked, "Grandma, can we ride in the car?" Jiang Kaiyun shook her head with a smile. "No, we cannot. The car does not belong to us." "Oh," Jian Jinxing replied, then called to his younger brother. "Come on, let's go play with Miling sister." The children returned home, engaging in a game of grabbing stones with He Miling. Aunt Zhang glanced back and commented, "You have raised these grandchildren well." Jiang Kaiyan felt a sense of pride in her grandchildren's upbringing and smiled. Boys should not be too indulged, nor overly pampered. She looked down at Shui Ning, thinking how different she was, an absolute treasure, deserving of all the affection. When Fang Xinting returned home that evening and saw a vehicle parked at the entrance, he drove into the courtyard of the security office. Earlier that morning, he had driven to the foot of Dongshan and parked in front of Zhao Hongyun's resting place. After exchanging greetings with Zhao Hongyun, he rode his bicycle to work. The postal service was surprisingly efficient by Wednesday afternoon. The phone in Fang Xinting's office was operational. The telephone system was dialed by rotary, and local calls had a fully automatic connection feature, allowing for direct dialing. Long-distance calls required dialing the long-distance operator at 113, where one had to announce their identity and account number before specifying the desired province and city for the call. Only after a series of operator transfers could one initiate a long-distance call. At times, after numerous transfers, if no one answered, one had to await the next opportunity to communicate. Thus, it was customary to agree upon a time for long-distance calls in advance. An article titled Long Story Short in the October 31, 2016 edition of the Capital Construction Daily noted that prior to the 1990s, particularly in the early 1980s, communication technology was relatively primitive, while the demand for communication skyrocketed. Most long-distance communication in our country was managed by operators. Despite the cumbersome process of making phone calls, long-distance calls were not a luxury afforded to everyone. Upon hearing that Fang Xinting's office had been equipped with a long-distance telephone, a multitude of emotions stirred within everyone. Teacher Lu muttered discontentedly, lamenting that it was not a good omen for the young to occupy high positions, for the higher one climbs, the harder the fall. However, no one dared to challenge his sentiments. Ever since his indiscreet remarks regarding Fang Xinting's detention, the faculty had kept their distance from him. Noticing the lack of attention, Teacher Lu furrowed his brow, his irritation growing. Fang Xinting introduced the two substitute teachers, Luo Gang and Li Xiao, who would be taking over his classes for a few days. I will be escorting 3 students to the provincial selection competition, and for the next few days, these 2 teachers will conduct the lessons. The students were already aware of this arrangement. Although somewhat disheartened, they greeted the substitute teachers with courtesy. This afternoon, Fang Xinting would no longer be present in class. The 3 students would return home, and he would pick them up the following morning. Director Huang Qingji visited Fang Xinting in his office, stating, "I am unable to accompany you to the provincial selection competition this time. I entrust everything to you." He presented an envelope containing 200 yuan and 100 jin of grain tickets, 100 yuan for travel and meals, and the other 100 as a stipend for leading the team from the Education Bureau. I managed to secure 50 jin of national grain tickets for you, with the remainder being provincial tickets, Director Huang said with a smile, placing the envelope before Fang Xinting. Your nomination for the advanced worker title has been submitted. The director has high hopes for you, so do your best. Last time, we had over a dozen people attending the regional event and received only 20 yuan. This time, with fewer participants, we are granted 200, which speaks volumes about the Education Bureau's regard for you. Fang Xinting shook hands with Director Huang, expressing his determination to live up to his expectations. At the foot of Dongshan, the villagers busily carried peaches down the mountain in baskets and on poles, loading them into the truck's bed. Teacher Fang is truly a good person, assisting us in selling the peaches, they praised him in chorus. The small truck, with a single row of seats, had a 2-ton capacity. To maximize the space for the peaches, wooden boards were erected as barriers. After careful calculations, they managed to load approximately 3,000 jin, though such packing would inevitably lead to some jostling. A small space was left adjacent to the driver's seat, allowing for a passenger to sit. He Meifeng's father, shouldering a load, grumbled as he descended the mountain. I am the legitimate family member. Why am I not allowed to go? Just look at where you can sit. Zhao, the village secretary, retorted with irritation. What do you intend to do? Do you know how to weigh? Are you capable of keeping accounts? He Meifeng's father coughed slightly, falling silent thereafter. Early the next morning, Fang Xinting rode his bicycle towards Dongshan. Secretary Zhao had not ascended the mountain the previous night, remaining at the foot of the hill. Upon seeing Fang Xinting's arrival, he hurried forward. Teacher Fang, Meifeng, and Xiaoyu have been waiting. The 2 girls had changed into fresh attire and donned the sneakers that Fang Xinting had gifted them, appearing vibrant and full of energy. Fang Xinting handed the composed advertisement to Zhao Hongyun, instructing him and Xie Dalong to hop onto the vehicle first. 2 young women boarded the vehicle, entrusting their bicycles to Secretary Zhao. Could you kindly find someone to ride them back? No trouble at all. I shall personally deliver them to your home shortly. With a wave, Secretary Zhao bid farewell, watching the truck disappear into the distance. He then rode the bicycle to return it. After picking up Gusheng Yuan in the county town, the small truck headed towards the provincial capital. Upon reaching the intersection of the provincial road, they encountered a traffic jam at the toll station. Fang Xinting disembarked and approached a seemingly anxious middle-aged man ahead, offering him a cigarette. Brother, what is the situation up there? Is someone being executed today? The street won't open until it's cleared. The middle-aged man gestured to the cargo on his vehicle. Our factory needs to transport goods to the railway, and he gotten stuck here. Can you imagine the urgency? Upon hearing this, Fang Xinting's eyes lit up. He turned back to converse briefly with Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong. Zhao Hongyun jumped down, armed with a scale and a fruit knife, and began to recite the promotional lines. Dongshan peaches from Chongqing County, a tribute to the Qing dynasty. Emperor Li Shimin of the Tang dynasty could consume 3 in one sitting. The Qianlong emperor couldn't sleep a wink without his Dongshan peaches. Even Empress Dowager Cixi sought out Dongshan peaches while fleeing from the Forbidden City. Only a mere few cents per pound. Men grow strong. Women bloom with beauty. Children who eat them excel in their studies, and the elderly enjoy longevity. Our Dongshan is renowned as a land of longevity, all thanks to our daily peach consumption. If they're not sweet, don't pay a dime. Taste before you buy? Xie Dalong, somewhat clumsy with words, picked peaches into the basket, trailing behind Zhao Hongyun as a porter. Zhao Hongyun presented a peach to a driver, slicing it with the knife as juice dripped down. Comrade, care to try? The driver, glancing at the fruit knife and then at Zhao Hongyun's imposing figure, subtly shifted back. How much per pound? Just a few cents. Chapter 90, The Peach Selling Tale. Zhao Hongyun's first lesson in life. The vehicle from District 3 was also ensnared at the toll station. Xiaoli observed the occupants of Fang Xinting's car selling peaches and burst into laughter. This Fang Xinting truly strays from the righteous path. Instead of fulfilling his duties as a teacher, he is leading others in the sale of peaches. A smirk of disdain crept across Xiaoli's lips as he maliciously speculated. Surely it's a rare opportunity to venture into the Yunxia region, and he is keen to capitalize on it for some quick cash. How short-sighted, accustomed to poverty. Noticing the abundance of peaches in the vehicle, Xiaoli murmured, they must be worth several hundred yuan. What a windfall. 2 hours later, the traffic began to ease. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong hurried back, and upon leaping into the car, they noticed a conspicuously diminished pile of peaches, feeling a tinge of regret. Had we known, we would have packed more. Xie Dalong brandished a fruit knife in the air, calculating the weight. We must have at least 200 or 300 jin to sell. Zhao Hongyun wiped the fruit knife on a clean cloth, his face brightening. In the county town, we would struggle to sell even 200 or 300 jin in a day. Indeed, the people from the provincial capital are quite different. The vehicle slowly navigated forward. Soon, they arrived at the guest house established by Yunxiu in the provincial city. Observing Fang Xinting's confident navigation without seeking directions or hesitating at any moment, Yu Xiangyuan expressed his astonishment. Teacher Fang, how did you know our guest house was here? Fang Xinting, having often accompanied students to participate in the high school mathematics competition, was well acquainted with the route to the guest house. However, he could not divulge this information and simply smiled. I have been here once before. Once settled in the guest house. Fang Xinting shared a room with Gu Xiangyuan, while he Mei Feng and Xie Yu occupied another. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong were reluctant to stay at the guest house. A bunk cost 1 yuan 50, and a double room 2 yuan 50. We might as well sleep in the car, keeping an eye on the peaches and gasoline. Fang Xinting, unable to persuade them otherwise, acquiesced. He retrieved the printed questions prepared in advance for the 3 students to practice while driving the truck to drop Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong off at the state cotton mill No. 1. This large enterprise employed numerous workers, particularly women, who possessed considerable purchasing power. Following the advertising phrases taught by Fang Xinting, Zhao Hongyun commenced his pitch. The East Mountain honey peaches from Chongqing County, a tribute peach. The Tang dynasty Emperor Li Shimin could consume 3 in one sitting. Upon hearing this peculiar advertisement, many turned their heads in curiosity. Peaches eaten by an emperor? Is that true? Why boast while selling? Soon, a crowd gathered. How much are the peaches? Xie Dalong sliced open a peach for them to taste. It's quite sweet, sweeter than the farmer's market by 5 cents. All right. I'll take 2 jin. 2 jin is not much, and after weighing, Xie Dalong promptly added another. For the first customer, I'll give you an extra. People love a bargain. Xie Dalong raised the scale high, adding yet another peach, and the purchasing matron, feeling the weight, confirmed, quite honest. Another matron, equipped with her own scale, approached. Weigh me 5 jin, using my scale. After weighing 5 pounds, Xie Dalong added another. You've purchased a lot, so here's an extra. The elderly lady glanced at her scale, nodding with satisfaction. Nowadays, shopping seldom involves sampling before purchasing. Once tasted, the sweetness of the Dongshan peaches captivates all, especially since they are 5 cents cheaper than those at the provincial agricultural market. Consequently, customers willingly part with their money. Thus, Word spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. Many flocked to select peaches, while Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong busily attended to the influx. Within 3 hours, the entire truckload of peaches was sold out. Both men were taken aback. How could it sell out so quickly? Zhao Hongyun stared at the now empty truck, bewildered. Fang Xinting urged them to get in the vehicle and head back to the guest house, explaining it's due to a shift in supply and demand. He patiently elucidated the concept of supply and demand. The provincial capital is more prosperous, and incomes are higher, leading to elevated prices for fruits and vegetables. Didn't you hear them say that the agricultural market sells peaches for 5 cents more? By bringing the peaches directly to their doorsteps, we eliminate the need for them to venture to the market. The water peaches are large and plump, and with a price reduction of 5 cents. Anyone in your position would certainly prefer the convenience of home delivery. Additionally, there exists a psychological tendency to follow the crowd if others buy. One feels compelled to purchase as well. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong nodded, partially understanding. In truth, these principles are well understood by ordinary people in later generations. However, the current populace, having experienced less, remains relatively innocent and straightforward. In this era, once transportation issues are resolved, making money becomes a trivial matter. Just like today. They sold an entire truckload of peaches in 3 hours. Yet, without that truck, selling peaches would be an insurmountable challenge. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong clearly grasped this reality. Exchanging a knowing glance and sighing in unison, it's too difficult. Upon returning to the guest house, Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong borrowed a basin from the staff and meticulously washed the truck. Noticing the dirt at the entrance, they also took water to clean the steps. They not only washed the steps and the entrance but also borrowed a broom to sweep the area. The staff, feeling a bit shy, retrieved 2 popsicles from the refrigerator and offered them. Fellow villager, have a popsicle. Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong accepted the popsicles, hesitant to cool off inside the guest house. Instead, retreating to the shade of the truck to enjoy their treat. Delicious, Xie Dalong exclaimed, lamenting that Xiaoyu could not partake. They have exams and must avoid cold food. Zhao Hongyun savored the melting ice in his mouth, squinting, pondering whether this was the happiness that Teacher Fang spoke of. Indeed, Xie Dalong replied affirmatively. With the peaches sold, the villagers would receive some money, whether for clothing or daily necessities. Life suddenly felt hopeful. If only we had a vehicle and knew how to drive, Zhao Hongyun mused while gently touching the tire, recognizing its value. Xie Dalong gazed at the truck with a sense of longing. The following day, Fang Xinting took the children to observe the examination venue, advising Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong. I said, I will take you to the wholesale market for a tour. Bring along some paper and a pen, and note down the items that Chaqing County requires. After you have finished, wait for me at the entrance of the wholesale market. Zhao Hongyun, somewhat perplexed, asked, Teacher Fang, what is the point of taking notes? We came to the provincial city in a truck, and we certainly cannot return empty-handed. We will exchange all the money for goods and sell them back in Chaqing County, thus increasing the funds in your hands. Fang Xinting drove them to the wholesale market and then turned to leave. Holding the paper and pen, Xie Dalong scratched his head. Let us go. As Zhao Hongyun took a couple of steps, he felt someone jostle him. The person who bumped into him cast a glance filled with disdain. Realizing he had been targeted by a thief, Zhao Hongyun spat, Bah. I already entrusted my money to Fang Xinting this morning. My pockets are cleaner than my face. I fear no thief. Chapter 91, The Second Lesson of Life, Pricing after guiding 3 students through the examination venue. I instructed them to return to their guest house to practice their problems. Subsequently, I proceeded to the wholesale market to meet Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong. Observing Fang Xinting's incessant comings and goings, Xiaoli from District 3 scoffed, remarking, with such a lackadaisical attitude, how could he possibly teach students effectively? Guxiong Yuan, indeed, was being hindered by him. Teacher Wang also expressed concern, acknowledging, he is truly irresponsible. Guxiong Yuan is a promising student. At that moment, the very student they were worried about, Guxiong Yuan, was engrossed in a competition with Xieyu, and he may phone to see who could solve problems the fastest. The questions that Fang Xinting had prepared were not merely a few, rather, they comprised hundreds of meticulously printed problems from a true examination booklet he intended to send to Editor Liu, now being utilized to gauge the students' capabilities. During this time, if a teacher were present, it would not only diminish the effectiveness but also incite anxiety among the students. Fang Xinting's absence allowed the students to focus on their work with peace of mind. He held a firm belief in these 3 students, confident that they would not squander their studies in his absence. Upon arriving at the wholesale market, Zhao Hongyun and Xie Dalong awaited his arrival at the entrance. As Fang Xinting alighted from the vehicle, Xie Dalong approached the car, stating, "I'll keep an eye on your vehicle. There are plenty of thieves around." Within the market, they encountered several groups of thieves, with Xie Dalong expressing apprehension about the possibility of someone stealing gasoline. Fang Xinting nodded in agreement. "All right, let us proceed inside." Zhao Hongyun, carrying a large backpack, led the way, declaring, "Dalong and I took a glance and found a few items of interest." "What caught your eye?" The foot traffic in the wholesale market had already begun to dwindle. Typically, the market operates from midnight until 8 in the morning, and after 8, the crowds diminish. Zhao Hongyun guided Fang Xinting to a stall, saying, "It is these hair ties." The stall was adorned with an array of trinkets, colorful hair ties, vibrant rubber bands, sparkling hair clips, and glittering necklaces and rings, all in various styles. "What made you select this?" Fang Xinting inquired, curiosity piqued. As living standards rise, it is only natural for individuals to desire beautiful clothing and jewelry. However, wearing overly extravagant attire invites judgment, whereas donning accessories like a lovely hair clip garners admiration instead. The stall displayed price tags, with a shimmering hair clip priced between 13 to 15 cents, and a colorful rubber band costing 5 cents. "My wife, daughter, and mother all adore these. Every time we visit the county town, we spend a long time looking but hesitate to buy," Zhao Hongyun confessed. A hint of shyness in his demeanor. It appeared that his family's preferences influenced his assumptions about the taste of other women. Fang Xinting nodded in understanding. "Let us continue to explore." "Still exploring?" Zhao Hongyun was momentarily taken aback. "We already inquired with the stall owner, and the prices are quite reasonable. The stall owner mentioned that we could sell them for 20 cents each at home, which is quite profitable. Let us find a few more." The wholesale market remains open until 11 o'clock. With a cheerful smile, Fang Xinting took Zhao Hongyun by the hand and led him to other stalls. The vendor was taken aback when Fang Xinting arrived and swiftly whisked away his potential customer, leaving him in a state of desperation. "Comrade, it's only 12 cents. Let's take another look, just one more glance." Fang Xinting waved his hand dismissively, forcibly leading the reluctant Zhao Hongyun away. The vendor shouted hoarsely after them, 10 cents. What do you think of this price? Without turning around, Fang Xinting continued on. Zhao Hongyun cast a glance back at the vendor, suddenly grasping something profound, and closely followed Fang Xinting, no longer looking back. After meandering through several stalls, Fang Xinting discerned the pricing dynamics. "What else have you seen?" he inquired. Zhao Hongyun pointed to a nearby booth. "Fake collars." Before Fang Xinting could respond, he began to articulate his thoughts, expressing that while he lacked funds for new clothes, he could purchase a fake collar to wear, which would present a cleaner appearance when going out. Fang Xinting nodded in approval. "A commendable idea. Is there anything else?" Zhao Hongyun hesitated briefly. "I believe this suffices." Fang Xinting chuckled heartily. "Let us proceed. I shall lead you to items with higher profit margins." After further exploration within the wholesale market, Fang Xinting pointed to a modest stall: nylon stockings, elastic silk stockings, and plastic shoes. These 3 items possess substantial profit potential. Regrettably, with the peak of summer behind us, the sales of silk stockings and plastic shoes will significantly decline. Fang Xinting sighed softly. The elastic silk stockings, known in later years as thigh-high stockings, were a summer staple paired with skirts, capable of enhancing leg shape and complexion. In the 1980s, they were highly coveted. Plastic shoes, often referred to as crystal shoes, were similarly in high demand. The proprietor of this stall seemed to be a novice in business, having not yet secured a prime location. Nestled deep within the wholesale market, this inadvertently afforded Fang Xinting a fortuitous opportunity. "How do you distribute the silk stockings?" Fang Xinting employed the specialized term. Distribute not only referred to wholesale, but also hinted at the prospect of wealth. Given the poor location, the stall owner had displayed goods for several days without making significant sales, his face bearing an expression of dejection. Nylon stockings are 50 cents a pair, silk stockings $1.20, and plastic shoes $2 each. Upon hearing these prices, Zhao Hongyun gasped in disbelief. Such high prices. Is there even a market for them? Noticing the scant inventory at the stall, Fang Xinting calculated the costs and produced an electronic watch. "I will exchange this electronic watch for all your merchandise." "An electronic watch?" The stall owner widened his eyes in surprise. "You wish to trade it for my goods?" "The value of my inventory surpasses that of the watch. In this era, an electronic watch symbolized luxury, far more esteemed than a mechanical timepiece. You wouldn't be able to sell them anyway. Allow me to assist you," Fang Xinting tactfully suggested. "After displaying your goods for several days without success, Why not hand them all over to me today and then procure a new batch? This would save you time and labor, and perhaps your next shipment could yield substantial profits. The vendor, contemplating his merchandise and recalling his days of fruitless selling, grit his teeth. Very well. Fang Xinting gestured to Zhao Hongyan. Collect all the goods. Zhao Hongyan obediently gathered every item into his basket. Once the goods were secured, Fang Xinting handed the electronic watch to the vendor. Next time, we shall collaborate again. The vendor took the electronic watch, examined it thoroughly, and with a wry smile remarked, "This time, I truly have suffered a loss." "What loss?" retorted Fang Xinting. "You can resell the watch and make a profit." Fang Xinting burst into hearty laughter. As they exited, Fang Xinting deliberately guided Zhao Hongyan to walk past a stall selling trinkets. Upon noticing that Zhao Hongyan's backpack was already brimming, the trinket vendor's face flushed with urgency. "Fellow countrymen, come take a look at my wares. Colorful rubber bands for just 2 cents. Would you like some?" Hearing this price, Zhao Hongyan felt a twinge of interest. Yet, Fang Xinting tugged at him, maintaining a forward gaze. 1 cent, not a penny less, the vendor asserted, raising a finger. 5 rubber bands for 1 cent, Fang Xinting countered, turning his head. As for hairpins and similar items, they're 8 cents each. Agree, and we'll take some. Refuse, and we'll leave, for we have already made our purchases. If you continue this way, you'll be buying my inventory. Never mind, I'll forego this business. The vendor huffed, out of breath. Then let us depart, Fang Xinting said, continuing to pull Zhao Hongyan along, but they slowed their pace slightly. After contemplating for 3 seconds, the vendor shouted after Fang Xinting, all right, today I'll take a loss and let you profit." Only then did Fang Xinting turn around with a smile, saying, "Boss, today it's your turn to prosper." Zhao Hongyan stared in disbelief at Fang Xinting. Is this truly how one negotiates prices?